Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 168, Dippet meets Grindelwald. Ah. Owo. Owo, fuck. Fuck. Looking at Tom, who was rolling his eyes from the burn and whose face was now twisted in anger, Wade calmly picked up his own cup and took a small sip. Tom, letting your emotions get the better of you will only dull your intelligence, you know. Hearing that, Tom barely managed to rein in his fury. It wasn't just Wade's words that helped him calm down. The Felix Felicis he had just taken was also guiding him in a similar way. The effects of the potion were straightforward, it gave him a clear, intuitive sense. It let him feel what choices were better, and which ones would lead to worse outcomes. Right now, Tom had a strong feeling that if he continued to let his anger flare, something unpleasant would definitely happen. He took a few deep breaths, then opened his mouth and used his wand to heal the burn on his tongue. After that, he cast Aguamenti to refill the cup with fresh water. Tom raised the cup and drank it in one go. I'll stick with water, it keeps me calm. Not a bad choice, Tom. Compared to before, it seems you've gained another virtue, patience. To have mastered self-restraint and patience in such a short time, these are truly rare qualities, Wade said as he poured himself another cup of tea. Tom, if you keep improving like this, there might come a day when you surpass me. Heh. Tom let out a few dry chuckles. He didn't believe that simply controlling his emotions was enough to surpass the guy in front of him. In his opinion, to achieve that would require many fortunate chances that were uniquely his own. Just then, there seemed to be some movement coming from the direction of the girls' dormitory. Tom glanced over but saw nothing. Wade's gaze, however, fell to the ground, because he had just caught a faint flicker of distortion there. Anne, your foot's sticking out, Wade said. Ah. Really? Anne's voice came from thin air, and to Tom's surprise, the air in front of him suddenly rippled. Moments later, Anne's figure appeared, holding a piece of shimmering silver fabric in her hand. Nice invisibility cloak, Wade praised. So you've been using that to conduct your investigations all this time? Yeah, that's right. And pulled over a chair and sat down beside them. What about you two? Don't you use an invisibility cloak? You just wander around Hogwarts at night like this? Wade smiled. Actually, if I want to be invisible, I don't need a cloak. Really? You've mastered the disillusionment charm. And looked at Wade with envy. If she could cast the disillusionment charm, she wouldn't need to creep around wrapped in a cloak, always walking carefully, one wrong step on the hem and she could trip and fall. Tom, have you learned it too? She asked. Ahem, no. Tom said helplessly. He hadn't gone on many nighttime strolls with Wade, and every time he had, it was Wade who cast the disillusionment charm for him. There was no helping it. With this kind of advanced spell, he might barely be able to learn it at his current level, but casting it flawlessly was another story. And if he couldn't do it perfectly, it was as good as not knowing it at all. He might as well focus on mastering the spells he could learn properly right now. Hearing that, Anne shot him a slightly disdainful look. Why is it Wade can do it, but you can't? Tom immediately felt his emotions surge again. Woman, you've successfully pissed me off. You want me to compete with him? Do you think he's even normal? Like you've learned it yourself, Tom said irritably. But I have an invisibility cloak. And said smugly. So you haven't learned it, then? What right do you have to mock me? I have an invisibility cloak. Heh. I said. I have an invisibility cloak. Wade didn't interrupt, letting them bicker. After all, they were just 11-year-old kids, full of competitive energy. After a while, Wade finally cut off their mutual greetings. Anne, since you're already here early, shall we head out now? Wade asked with a smile. And froze for a second, then glanced at her watch. We need to wait a bit longer. We should leave at 9 at the earliest. That's when all the other students will have returned to their dormitories, well, maybe except Gryffindor. Tom let out a snort and turned his head away. What did she mean by, after 9 the castle will be empty? It was clearly because Grindelwald wouldn't arrive until after 9. Still, Wade didn't expose her. And to be fair, setting aside her true purpose, her reasoning did make perfect sense. In that case, let's enjoy a cup of tea while we wait. Forbidden Forest. At a makeshift camp. Crack. 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 The sound of a whip snapping against the ground echoed. Then, in the previously empty campsite, a group of people suddenly appeared. At the head of the group, Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, taking in a deep breath of the forest's fresh, earthy scent. Let's go. Enter Hogwarts through the secret passage. The later we're discovered, the better, Grindelwald said. At the moment, Dumbledore was still tied up in the United States, currently inside the American Magical Congress. And thanks to the string of disappearances orchestrated by Grindelwald himself, MACUSA was still under strict lockdown. So even if word of an attack here managed to get out, it would never reach the heavily sealed-off Magical Congress in time. In theory, they had ample time to act. But Grindelwald wasn't about to take any chances. He couldn't be sure whether his old friend had left behind any contingencies before departing Hogwarts. As soon as Grindelwald finished speaking, the group once again vanished into the Forbidden Forest. The secret passage had been discovered by and during her search for the magical energy convergence points. She had marked the closest one for Grindelwald and his followers. At the entrance to the passage, several members of the Alliance were already standing guard. They had even cast a few concealment spells to hide the location. When Grindelwald and his group appeared, the guards quickly dispelled the concealment spells and opened the entrance to the secret passage. The infiltration into the castle went smoothly. Everyone was under the disillusionment charm as they emerged on the lowest level of the castle. Because the lighting was dim, the nearby portraits didn't notice anything unusual. Of course, it was only because of the low lighting, otherwise, the sudden trail of muddy footprints on the floor would have drawn the portrait's attention immediately. Vinda, holding the map and had given her, silently took the lead. Soon, they arrived at the collapsed section of the passage. Here, everyone removed their disillusionment charms. It should be just beyond here, Vinda said, folding up the map and turning to Grindelwald. Grindelwald stepped forward slowly to the blocked-off area, placing his hand on the mound of stone rubble. He closed his eyes and focused carefully. Almost immediately, he could clearly sense the vibrant magical energy radiating from the hidden chamber beyond. The magical aura was identical to what he had discovered within the goblin orbs, and the amount this time seemed even greater. No doubt about it. It's right behind this, said Grindelwald. Begin. At his command, 2 members of the Alliance stepped forward. Each took out a vial, opened the lid, and poured the liquid onto the collapsed debris ahead. A sharp hissing sound followed. A pungent smell filled the air as the soil began to rapidly dissolve where the liquid touched it. However, the 2 Alliance members soon looked uneasy. Sir, we can only dissolve the dirt, but the stone, for some reason, it won't melt at all, one of them reported quickly to Grindelwald. Grindelwald did not become angry at the news. Instead, he reassured his men. It's all right, Olive. This isn't your fault. Being able to remove the soil is already quite an achievement. Hogwarts has stood for over 1,000 years. Even an ordinary stone here is imbued with powerful protective magic. Otherwise, the castle would have collapsed long ago, wouldn't it? Apologies, sir. Olive was deeply moved by Grindelwald's understanding. If we can't do this quietly, then let's proceed directly, said Grindelwald. The surrounding Alliance members drew their wands at once and moved to the front. The next second, booming rumbles echoed. The collapsed passage was restored, causing a tremendous tremor throughout the ground. Grindelwald stood calmly at the rear. Suddenly, he turned to Vinda. It seems, we have a guest. I'll leave this to you. With that, Grindelwald took a portion of the Alliance members and turned to leave the passage. At the tunnel's exit, an old man with a long white beard stood quietly. It seems you're the one being rude here. From where I'm standing, you're the guest, an uninvited and most unwelcome one, the old wizard said evenly, stroking his long beard. Grindelwald looked at the old man before him and let his signature smile spread across his face. Also, the current headmaster of Hogwarts is no fool after all. What a pity. When you get old, no one takes you seriously anymore, said Headmaster Dippet, rubbing his eyes, but at some point, a wand had silently appeared in his hand. You're already so old, why bother? Wouldn't it be better to pretend you didn't see anything, Grindelwald said with a smile, gently stroking the elder wand in his hand. Young man, I'm not so old that I can't even wave a wand. I'm just old, not dead. When unwelcome guests barge into one's home, how could I possibly turn a blind eye? You didn't really think that just because you lured Albus away, you could do whatever you pleased at Hogwarts, did you? Then, there's nothing more to say, Headmaster Dippet. After a moment of silence, the battle broke out abruptly. Boom. Boom. Boo-oh-oh-om. The clash of spells shook the ground violently. Even Vinda and the others, who had just cleared the collapsed section of the tunnel, could feel the intense surge of magical power. The old headmaster's strength caught them somewhat off guard, but they still had complete faith in Grindelwald's power. At the same time, the other professors in the castle, having calmed the students, were hurrying over. The Alliance members who had followed Grindelwald out of the passage immediately stepped forward to meet them. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, red 12 ahead P. Caratrian, Captain. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, a scene all too familiar. The commotion from the battle outside the secret passage was loud, but the Grindelwald-affiliated witches and wizards inside remained methodical in their work. By the time they had completely dug through the passage, the sounds of fighting outside had gradually diminished. "Should we wait for the professor?" Olive asked. Vinda shook her head. "The faster we act, the better. No need to wait. Go in first and clear out anything that might get in the way. Once the master finishes up outside, he can come straight in and take what he needs." "Got it." Vinda was one of Grindelwald's most trusted aides. When she gave instructions, the others listened. They lit their way with their wands and cautiously stepped into the chamber. The chamber was pitch black. Even with wand light, it wasn't fully illuminated. Vinda took a few small orbs from her pocket, gave them a shake, and let them go. The orbs began to float upward, gradually glowing brighter as they rose. As the orbs floated up to the ceiling, they automatically drifted outward, and the light they emitted completely illuminated the once pitch-black chamber. The Alliance members extinguished the light at the tips of their wands one after another, but their attention was soon drawn to a large metallic sphere in the distance. Even from afar, they could feel powerful magical waves emanating from it. It was like an ordinary person seeing a high-voltage electrical box sparking with blinding currents, immensely oppressive. The path leading to the metallic sphere was strewn with rubble and collapsed walls. It was clear that a fierce battle had taken place here long ago. "Come on, let's go have a look," Vinda said, carefully moving forward. After cautiously passing a few fallen stone pillars without incident, they began to relax. Everyone thought that even if there had been traps or mechanisms, they must have been destroyed in that long-ago battle. Just as they, now at ease, were gradually approaching the metallic sphere. Suddenly, pop. Vinda heard a faint popping sound from the stone pillar beside her, like a balloon being pricked. Just as she felt that something was wrong, several of the Alliance members at the outer edge suddenly collapsed to the ground. "Watch out!" Vinda shouted, warning the others as she cast a shield charm on herself. The place was already in ruins, there were still traps. But Vinda had misjudged. What struck them wasn't a magical trap, but a pervasive sleep-inducing gas. She had only taken a few steps back when the world began to spin. Her body went limp, and she fell to the ground. An overwhelming drowsiness followed. Just before she lost consciousness, she saw all the other Grindelwald followers around her fall one by one. Oh. It's over. That was her final thought. Outside the secret passage, only Grindelwald and Headmaster Dippet remained standing. The Grindelwald-affiliated wizards and the professors who had rushed to help were all lying unconscious on the ground. Huff. Huff. Headmaster Dippet was shaken to his core. Hogwarts professors were all exceptionally skilled, and the few Grindelwald followers were no match for them. After taking down several of the wizards, the professors charged in together, launching a righteous many-on-one assault. At that moment, everyone believed victory was within reach. But only then did they truly witness how terrifyingly powerful Grindelwald was with the Elder Wand in hand. It wasn't that Grindelwald completely overwhelmed them with raw magical strength. If it were a direct contest of power, at best, he could fight them to a draw. However, the dark magic Grindelwald used was far too strange. Many of the spells he cast were ones the professors had never even seen before, so there was no way for them to defend against them. With the added boost of the Elder Wand, the weakest among them, Professor Garrick, was knocked out by Grindelwald in a single move. The others were stunned and didn't dare hold back anymore, throwing themselves into the fight with everything they had. Even so, the professors continued to fall one after another. Even the strongest among them, Professor Hicks and Professor Slughorn, didn't hold out for long. Headmaster Dippet stood in place, panting heavily, facing Grindelwald, who looked calm and composed. At this point, the only one barely able to withstand Grindelwald's bizarre attacks was Dippet himself, the most learned wizard present. Huff. Despicable as your actions are, I have to admit, your talent is truly astonishing. Headmaster Dippet said in awe. Ha. I'll also retract my earlier underestimation of you, Professor Dippet, Grindelwald replied gently. If you were a few decades younger, you would have been quite the challenge. That compliment stings more than any curse. Dippet gave a wry smile as he raised his wand once again. You still won't give up, Professor? Are you sure you have the strength left to continue? Grindelwald asked. I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts. How could I possibly talk of giving up in the face of an intruder? Though his voice was weak, Dippet's gaze remained firm. Pyre Totem Locomotor. Since the enemy had come in through a secret passage, many of Hogwarts' protective enchantments had become ineffective. Now, all he could do was awaken the castle's statues to form a final line of defense for the students. Even though these defenses might prove ineffective against Grindelwald. As for himself, all he could do was exhaust the last of his magical strength. There was no other way. What's the point of this? I have no intention of harming the students of Hogwarts. I only came to take something. Once I have it, I'll leave. You must have heard some of my views. I rarely harm fellow wizards, as you can see. I haven't killed a single one of your people, Grindelwald said helplessly. Young man, no matter how principled you try to appear now, it doesn't erase the countless crimes you've committed. You don't seriously think we're unaware of how many lives you've taken, do you? Headmaster Dippet said coldly. Tisk, well, if you misunderstand me that deeply, then there's nothing more to say. The battle erupted once again. Though the exhausted Headmaster Dippet continued to fight valiantly, in the end, he still fell before Grindelwald. Grindelwald slowly walked over to the unconscious headmaster and said softly, in other places, I might resort to any means necessary, even kill. But in Britain, in Hogwarts, the place that gave him hope. Sigh. Rest well, headmaster. With that, Grindelwald turned and walked back into the secret passage. Now, no one could stop him. Just imagining the power he would gain, so great that even Dumbledore wouldn't be able to challenge him, filled him with excitement. Soon, the entire world would be kneeling at his feet. However, as Grindelwald stepped into the secret passage, he quickly realized something was wrong. All of the Alliance members who had entered before him were gone. Logically speaking, even if they had discovered something inside, at least one of them should have stayed behind to wait for him. Unless, something had happened to them during their exploration. With that thought, Grindelwald tightened his grip on the Elder Wand and slowly made his way into the chamber. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of his leather shoes echoed through the empty chamber. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes as he took in the sight of his subordinates lying sprawled across the floor. His first instinct was that Dumbledore had returned and taken them all down. But he quickly dismissed that possibility. Based on what he knew of Dumbledore, if the men had truly returned, there was no way he would have stood by and let Grindelwald take down Headmaster Dippet. Grindelwald slowly walked up to his unconscious subordinates when suddenly, his nose caught a faint sweet scent, and dizziness hit him at once. Oh. He swiftly swung his wand, and a gust of wind swept through the chamber, dispersing the strange fragrance in the air. Sleeping gas. Heh. I see now. Grindelwald began scanning the surroundings. I nearly forgot, there were two people I was hoping to see. Come out. His voice echoed through the chamber, but all around remained silent. No one appeared. Seeing this, Grindelwald chuckled. Don't tell me you actually think I can't see through an invisibility cloak. Whoosh. Another gust of wind. A shimmering silver cloak was blown across the chamber. In the corner, two young Hogwarts students stood frozen, faces pale, staring at Grindelwald. Grindelwald turned to look and saw that the two children were Tom and Anne. He glanced around the chamber again, a bit puzzled. Grindelwald had clearly sensed someone just now, hence why he revealed the invisibility cloak. But he had expected there to be 3 people beneath it. Why were there only 2? Where was the third? Suddenly, he felt a faint prick of pain in his back, followed by a young voice behind him. It's nice to see you again, Mr. Grindelwald. Were you looking for me? At some point, Wade had appeared right behind Grindelwald. The tip of his wand was pressed firmly into Grindelwald's back. Oh, it hasn't been long, but your abilities have grown again, Wade. How did you slip past my senses and get behind me? Grindelwald asked with a smile. Wade's abilities once again surprised him, and Grindelwald couldn't help but feel the boy had quite the vengeful streak. Because, this scene felt all too familiar. Last time, it was Grindelwald who had silently appeared behind Wade. This time, the boy had returned the favor, though Grindelwald had no idea how he'd pulled it off. Take a guess, please, Wade said calmly. All right, I'll guess, a doppelganger charm, combined with a little spell to silence your footsteps. Grindelwald looked completely at ease, like a professor discussing magic with a student rather than someone being held at one point. Wrong answer. Avada Co. Ha. You little brat. Wade, Avada Co. Grindelwald, Ayo. Daddy chill. Skull. Rolling on the floor laughing read 2 weeks ahead. Chapter 170, when people get hit, they die. Green light flashed. Wade had already cast the killing curse. However, Grindelwald remained calm and composed, not even losing the smile on his face. At some point, his coat had detached itself from his body, turned completely rigid, and suddenly lunged backward toward Wade. Thud. The green-lighted curse struck the coat with a dull sound, unable to penetrate it at all. And the coat, now flying toward Wade's face, also momentarily blocked his line of sight. Whoosh. At the same time, a red stunning spell shot out from beneath the coat, aimed straight at Wade. Crash. To Grindelwald's surprise, the coat hit nothing but air, and the stunning spell naturally missed as well. Wade had somehow reappeared at his side without him noticing. Crucio. Grindelwald casually blocked the Cruciatus curse. You little brat, you've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve now. And you're pretty good with dark magic too. Was it Dumbledore who taught you? Or did you sneak off and learn it on your own? Haha, now that's interesting. I wonder what he'd think if he found out. Well, if I kill you, he won't find out, Wade said coldly. Haha, you want to kill me? Grindelwald laughed like he'd just heard the joke of the century. Zazzip. Still grinning, Grindelwald tilted his head slightly to the side, just enough for another killing curse to graze past his head. Looks like you really want me dead today. Unfortunately for you, that's not going to happen. Die, old man. Sectum sempra. Swoosh. Impressive spell. I haven't seen that one before. Did you come up with it yourself? Avada Kedavra. Not bad, but your aim's still a little off. You've got real talent, no doubt about that, but the gap in our power isn't something you can close just by learning a few dark spells. Crucio. Bombarda Maxima. Reducto. Grindelwald strolled leisurely through Wade's barrage of dark magic. What if I told Dumbledore you've been using dark magic? Oh, his most promising, most beloved student turning to the dark arts. I'm already looking forward to the look on his face. Whether it was Grindelwald's words or not, Wade finally stopped, standing face to face with him. If you're that eager, then I'll call him back. The two of you can have a nice chat. See if he believes a word you say. Grindelwald smiled faintly, spreading his arms as the coat he'd thrown off earlier flew back onto his shoulders. Your dear Professor Dumbledore won't be back anytime soon. I've found him a rather interesting side job. But you're right about one thing, he won't believe me. What a pity. He glanced down at the unconscious followers strewn across the floor. These subordinates of mine were carefully trained. In past operations, even if not invincible, they've rarely suffered real losses. I didn't expect them to fall to you. That knockout gas trick of yours was quite clever. Don't tell me, all of this was your doing. Wade glanced around the chamber and replied, I don't really know what you mean. I came here tonight to look for that mysterious magical power. I never expected to run into any of you. If I'd known you'd show up, I wouldn't have come even if someone dragged me here. Oh. Is that so? Then what about the sleeping gas? My sleeping gas was actually meant for tomorrow night. I was planning to use it on a troll in the Forbidden Forest. I just didn't expect it to work so well here too, Wade replied smoothly, without a single flaw. Grindelwald glanced again at the unconscious wizards on the floor and couldn't help but sigh. Getting outwitted by a first year. Honestly, they really aren't much different from trolls. After saying that, Grindelwald's mind began working quickly. At first, he'd assumed this was all a trap set by Wade. Maybe the boy had seen through N's disguise early on and deliberately played along, using the magical energy here to lure Grindelwald into a trap. But after hearing Wade's explanation, he began to doubt that possibility. If Wade had really seen through N's inner thoughts, why wouldn't he have told Dumbledore? As a first-year student, where would he get the confidence to believe he could stop Grindelwald's entire group on his own? It would have made far more sense to tell Dumbledore. And if Dumbledore had known, then waiting here tonight wouldn't have been Headmaster Dippet, it would have been Dumbledore himself, well-rested and ready, with a team of Aurors. Besides, Grindelwald had personally given the order for him to bring Wade and Tom here. His original plan had been to use this magical power to tempt Wade and Tom into joining his cause. He had seen firsthand the hunger for power in both of them. After experiencing the thrill of such a power boost, he didn't believe for a second that the two boys would be able to stay calm when faced with so much magic. But unexpectedly, things had gone off script. While he had been busy dealing with the headmaster and professors of Hogwarts, all his subordinates had been taken down by Wade using sleeping gas. With that, Grindelwald believed he had grasped the full picture of what had happened tonight. Ahaha, truly brilliant, my young friend. Since your goal is also this magical power, why don't we stop fighting and make a deal? Grindelwald said with a smile. What kind of deal? Wade asked. You and Tom join us. No need to make it public, joining in secret is enough. That way, even if I fail someday, you won't be implicated, Grindelwald smiled. As long as you agree, you'll receive half of the magical power here. I noticed your spells are stronger than before, I assume you've received my earlier gift. So you must already understand just how wonderful this kind of power is. Well. What do you think of my offer? Tom, ever since the start of the conversation, had been standing off to the side, following the guidance of the Felix Felicis, pretending to be nothing more than a statue. Even Tom felt a flicker of temptation after hearing Grindelwald's offer. If he didn't already know that kind of magical power might come with side effects, he might have jumped out and agreed on Wade's behalf. But for now, it was best to stay silent. Meanwhile, Anne, who had gone pale with fright after seeing nearly all the Grindelwald followers, including her own aunt, taken down, looked a little aggrieved upon hearing Grindelwald's terms. Wade and Tom hadn't done a single thing for the Grindelwald faction, yet they were being offered such a massive reward. And she, after working so hard, seemed to be getting nothing in return. If she hadn't secretly absorbed a good bit of the power for herself, did that mean she'd end up with nothing at all? No. Impossible. There was still half left. Once they returned, Mr. Grindelwald would surely reward her with a portion too. And shook her head, trying to reassure herself. At this moment, all eyes, Grindelwald's, Tom's, and Anne's, were fixed on Wade, waiting to see what he would choose. Half? Huh? You are really going to give me half of it? Wade tilted his head and said, to which Grindelwald eagerly replied, of course. So do you. Puffed, what a joke. Why would I settle for half? Once I take you down, it's all mine. Wade said, hurling another Avada Kedavra. Grindelwald dodged the killing curse with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Where do you get the confidence to think you can take me down? When people get hit with the killing curse, they die. You're a person too, Wade replied, perfectly matter of fact. Grindelwald couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wasn't this little brat supposed to be smart? Why did he keep saying such ridiculous things tonight? Heh, fine. Come on then. I'd really like to see if you can actually take me down. Chapter 171, Dark Wizard Wade vs. White Wizard Grindelwald. Heh, fine. Come on then. I'd really like to see if you can actually take me down. Still, despite his words, Grindelwald refrained from using deadly spells like the killing curse in his counterattacks. He only aimed to subdue the boy, so they could talk properly afterward. Because he still believed in his prophecy, Wade and Tom were destined to be of great help to his cause. For a while, spells flew wildly through the chamber. Only, the roles seemed to have flipped. The first-year wizard was casting curses glowing with eerie green light, looking like a proper dark wizard. Meanwhile, Grindelwald, the dark wizard himself, was firing back with clean and wholesome spells. It was the first time Grindelwald had ever fought like a white wizard, and it was making him extremely uncomfortable. And then Grindelwald quickly noticed something very strange. Wade was surprisingly difficult to deal with. Even Headmaster Dippet hadn't managed to stall him for this long. But the reason wasn't because Wade was particularly powerful. It was because, why are my own spells always missing their mark? Thinking back to how Wade had silently slipped behind him earlier, Grindelwald couldn't help but become fully alert. Yet, after another minute of battle, he finally realized something was off. No matter how off his aim might be, his spells shouldn't be missing by this much. And even if he brushed that aside, let's say the kid just had some unique tricks up his sleeve, there was still the fact that Wade's spells couldn't actually harm him either. So what was the boy playing at, dragging the fight out like this? What was the point of wasting time? Wait, stalling for time. Could it be, he's waiting for someone? A sudden flash of insight struck Grindelwald's mind. Ah. What if, this wasn't all the boy's plan, but Dumbledore's? Come to think of it, Wade might not have known Anne's true identity, but would Dumbledore really not have been suspicious? And was a Rosier, after all. Yet he had never taken any action, never investigated her, acting as if she didn't even exist. Could it be that Dumbledore had remained silent all along just to use and to lure him here? Was this place actually a trap? At that thought, a chill ran down Grindelwald's spine. No. No, that can't be right. If this really was Dumbledore's plan, how could he possibly let a first year, his favorite student, no less, be the one to stall for time against him? And besides, if this were truly Dumbledore's scheme, then he should be stationed at Hogwarts. Why would he have gone to America? Even if he had, it must have been a decoy. Grindelwald had been causing chaos at Hogwarts for quite some time now. If Dumbledore were here, how could he still not have shown up? Grindelwald quickly calmed himself. Of course, it must have been that this kid knocked out his followers and then sent word to Dumbledore afterward, hoping to buy time until he returned, not some carefully laid trap from the start. I'll admit, you've got nerve, thinking you can stall me, but do you really think you can hold me off? What's stalling? I don't know what you're talking about, Wade said, feigning confusion. Right now, I just want to take you out. As he spoke, another flash of green light shot forth. Grindelwald sneered, well then, so young, and already casting the killing curse silently. You really are Dumbledore's star pupil. But you're no longer Professor Dumbledore's best friend. Grindelwald. Stop whining about how Professor Dumbledore doesn't want to be friends with you anymore. Maybe take a hard look at yourself instead. Over all these years, have you ever truly thought about his feelings? Have you ever made an effort for the sake of both your lives? He's been through a lot these past years, you know. He actually told you all that. Grindelwald laughed in disbelief, clearly enraged. Looks like Dumbledore doesn't know how to teach students. I'll have to help him discipline you properly. Oh, how generous of you. All these years, you've completely ignored him, and now suddenly you're stepping up to manage his students. You've got some nerve. Heh. Even Grindelwald, usually composed, couldn't hold back now. A surge of fury welled up inside him. Letting you get a few hits in and now you think you're something, huh? Then hit me. Come on. Right here. Wade stood a short distance away, pointing to his own forehead with a cocky grin. Go ahead and show me mercy, he's still not going to love you again. You really have a death wish. Tom and Anne had already taken cover behind a large pillar when the duel broke out. With killing curses flying everywhere, they were genuinely worried they might get caught in the crossfire. Don't you think, their conversation sounds kind of weird? And asked timidly. Yeah. Tom replied, his face dark as he watched Wade recklessly dig his own grave. It wasn't because he was concerned for Wade's safety, far from it. But if Wade got himself killed, did Tom honestly think he'd be spared? This was Grindelwald they were talking about. If he got caught up in that man's rage and died too, what a ridiculous way to go. Besides, Wade had said it himself, if he died, he'd drag Tom down with him. Who knew what kind of failsafe he'd planted? What if Wade died and Tom just exploded on the spot? The more Tom thought about it, the more terrified he became. He just couldn't understand why Wade was provoking Grindelwald like this. As Anne's question pulled him back to the present, Tom suddenly remembered something. Wade had once told him about the relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. He couldn't help but spit to the side. Ugh, disgusting. At that moment, Wade still wore a relaxed expression on the surface, but inside, he was silently crying out in frustration. What had kept him going until now was his nightmare magic. Though his nightmare magic had improved significantly, it worked fine on ordinary people, but against someone like Grindelwald, it was a real struggle. At best, he could only slightly distort Grindelwald's perception of his spell targeting. It was like manually nudging Grindelwald's aim a bit off-center. With his current ability, that was all he could manage. The interference from the nightmare magic, combined with a little luck from the Felix Felicis. That was the only reason Grindelwald hadn't landed a hit yet. But Wade knew these tricks wouldn't fool Grindelwald for much longer. His only option was to keep provoking him, to keep him too angry to think clearly, and stall for as long as possible. Everything would be fine once Dumbledore returned. It had to be said, tonight's plan was definitely a risky one. Otherwise, why would Wade have needed to drink Felix Felicis? Sure enough, after failing to take Wade down for so long, Grindelwald began to grow irritated. He knew he couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. Even if, in theory, Dumbledore couldn't receive any information from the outside world in the short term. Still, better safe than sorry. This needed to end quickly. Since that slippery brat was dodging like an eel. Wade sharply noticed the tip of Grindelwald's wand flicker with blue flames. He quickly called out, "Ha! Using area effect magic, definitely a smart choice. Go ahead, cast your fiend fire. Not like the ones lying over there are my people." Grindelwald chuckled. Afraid, are you? Who's afraid? Well then, here I go. Thanks for your concern about my subordinates, but this isn't a simple fiend fire, it is much more complex than that and very well behaved. It only burns the ones it's supposed to. Oh yeah. I'd love to see if your flames are really that obedient. Wade shouted as he darted straight into the pile of unconscious bodies. Come on. Burn me right here. Grindelwald snorted and withdrew the flames at the tip of his wand. He certainly had the ability to incinerate the brat without so much as singeing his own subordinates. But, now that he'd calmed down, Grindelwald recalled his prophecy again. He didn't want to kill Wade. Besides, he had just thought of a new approach, one that wouldn't harm Wade, yet could force him to yield. Heh. With a flick of his hand, the boy who had been hiding behind the pillar watching the fight, Tom, suddenly felt his body lift uncontrollably and fly straight toward Grindelwald. Ah. Tom screamed as he was flung across the chamber and landed at Grindelwald's feet. Before he could even speak, he felt the tip of Grindelwald's wand press against his jaw. Wade, drop your wand. Or I'll kill him, Grindelwald said with a smile. Wade had managed to fight him to this point, despite being at a total disadvantage, while Tom had done nothing but tremble in hiding. Grindelwald was now certain, the one who could truly impact his plans wasn't Tom, it was Wade. Chapter 172, R.I.P. Tom Riddle. Grindelwald was now certain, the one who could truly impact his plans wasn't Tom, it was Wade. So even if he really did kill Tom, Grindelwald wouldn't feel much. At most, it would just be the fall of another talented young wizard. What a pity, what a loss, but he was ready to bear it. Everything he did was, after all, for the greater good. All that mattered was forcing Wade to give in. When Tom heard Grindelwald's words, he was overwhelmed with despair. How was this fair? It was Wade who had infuriated Grindelwald. What did he, Tom, have to do with any of this? Wade was also taken aback by the scene and stopped weaving around the battlefield. Sigh. All right, what do you want? Seeing Wade come to a halt, Grindelwald knew his tactic had worked. Put down your wand, Wade. You know I don't want to hurt you. All I want is to take the magical energy and leave with my people. But you've been delaying me this whole time. Grindelwald said calmly. Truthfully, he no longer had the patience to keep dragging things out with Wade. He just wanted to take the magic, collect his subordinates, and leave. But Wade had been buzzing around like a fly, too weak to defeat him, but endlessly annoying. So Grindelwald simply wanted to subdue Wade and get this night's mission over with. Even if he couldn't recruit Wade just yet. I have to admit, you really did find my weakness. Wade said as he slowly walked forward. Tom is my dearest friend and companion. Tom's heart instantly swelled with hope. He hadn't expected Wade to actually choose to save him. Tom was so touched he almost teared up. If he survived this, then from now on, he'd never betray Wade again. No, he would still betray him eventually, but maybe he'd go easier on him once he was stronger. Since that's the case, then do as I said, Wade, Grindelwald said with a smile. For the sake of a friend, this is the first time you've truly looked like Dumbledore's student, Wade. Wade ignored him and turned to Tom. Don't worry, Tom, I promise I'll. Tom looked at him expectantly. Wade paused, then continued, I promise I'll give you a grand funeral. Next year, I'll hire a Scottish bagpiper, drape your coffin in a flag, a horse-drawn carriage, Mounties in full red serge, and a choir of orphans singing of your great sacrifices. Tom, huh? Grindelwald, what? As soon as Wade finished speaking, he cast a doppelganger charm enhanced by ancient magic and vanished into thin air. What the hell? Tom was stunned. Weren't you supposed to save me? How did it turn into planning my elaborate funeral? Grindelwald also looked completely speechless. Albus, your student really isn't like you at all. Tom, sorry, don't blame me. But I never go back on my word. Safe journey. As he spoke, green light began to flicker at the tip of Grindelwald's wand. Tom shut his eyes in bitter despair. Fine, Wade. I'll remember everything you said tonight. So much for relying on others, he'd be better off relying on himself. If Wade could be counted on, pigs could climb trees. Tom slipped his hand into his pocket and gripped 2 of the sleeping gas dung bombs. They were one of the many, probably useless, preparations Wade had made him carry, just in case. But right now, he didn't have the luxury to care. Tom's thinking was simple: at this range, if he detonated the sleeping gas dung bombs instantly, Grindelwald would have to push him away. And if Grindelwald didn't push him away, well, this was a knockout gas strong enough to fell a troll. If that didn't work on Grindelwald, then what would? Even if he ended up unconscious too, it was still better than being killed outright. With that, Tom decisively grabbed onto Grindelwald's robes with one hand, and with the other, he detonated both sleeping gas dung bombs. Poof. A flicker of surprise flashed across Grindelwald's usually composed face. He stared at Tom in shock. Gas. Cough. It's poison. You. Grindelwald abruptly shoved Tom away and retreated in a flash. By the time the dung bombs went off, Tom was already starting to feel lightheaded. But he could still hear Grindelwald's words clearly. Poison. Cough. Cough. What poison? Isn't this just sleeping gas? Tom stood there swaying, clutching Grindelwald's hastily discarded coat, utterly confused. Then it hit him, those sleeping gas dung bombs had come from Wade. And just like that, he understood. Wade, you treacherous dog. It was poison. Ugh. But Tom could no longer speak. His entire body wobbled as he struggled to stay upright. Grindelwald looked at him in astonishment. I never imagined such courage in this child. To protect Wade, he sacrificed himself without hesitation. Tom stared at Grindelwald with a face full of regret. His final thought before losing consciousness was, courageous, my ass. Protect him, your head. Sacrifice, my foot. Wade. I fucking hate you. Thud. Tom collapsed to the ground, full of resentment, no longer showing a trace of life. However, the regret and unwillingness written all over Tom's face took on a different meaning in Grindelwald's eyes. He thought Tom was frustrated at having failed to kill him. Sigh, who would have thought Hogwarts still had students like this? Albus, between Wade and Tom, it's Tom who truly resembles your student. Grindelwald said with emotion. Then he turned to where Wade was hiding. Are you satisfied now, Wade? Of course. I'm very satisfied. Wade replied with a smile, appearing not far away. That fake death potion really worked like a charm. A look of admiration appeared on Grindelwald's face. Hey, so ruthless and cold-blooded. You're clearly one of us. Why keep clinging to Dumbledore? Come on, join my side. Ha. Ha. Wah. What? Just happened? Watching Tom die so tragically, Anne, hidden off to the side, was utterly stunned. She had never imagined that Tom, who usually seemed like such a short-tempered guy, would actually choose to sacrifice himself at the critical moment, determined to go down with Grindelwald for the sake of a friend. As for Wade's actions, she didn't even know how to comment on them. Textbook Slytherin behavior, really. Anyway, if it had been her in Wade's place, the moment Grindelwald offered to share half of that magical power, she would have switched sides on the spot. Naturally, things wouldn't have escalated to the point where a friend had to risk their life for her. In fact, she truly didn't understand why Wade had refused Grindelwald's offer. It's not like Grindelwald asked them to join openly. He even said joining secretly was fine. He promised that even if the revolution failed, they wouldn't be implicated. All they had to do was agree, and they'd get half of the magical power. Such a sweet deal, why didn't Wade take it? And not only did he refuse, he kept provoking Grindelwald. And in the end, got Tom killed for it. But, then she recalled the way Tom had resolutely triggered the poison gas bombs just now. She suddenly wasn't so sure anymore. If Tom had been willing to trade his life for Grindelwald's, then even if Wade had agreed to join, would Tom have gone along with it? She clearly remembered that just earlier, when Grindelwald extended his olive branch, Tom, standing right beside her, had spat on the ground and muttered how disgusting it was. From the looks of it, it wasn't just Wade. Tom had a strong aversion to Mr. Grindelwald too. While Anne was lost in her thoughts, Wade once again heard Grindelwald's offer. The smile on his face slowly faded. You killed my dearest friend, and now you want me to join you. Do you think that makes any sense? Do you really believe everyone is as cold and heartless as you? Grindelwald, huh? Hearing Wade's accusation, even Grindelwald was at a bit of a loss. Did someone change the plot just now? Chapter 173, Gaslighting Masterclass. You Wade. Seems to me you're not just ruthless, you've got a pretty thick skin too. Cold and heartless. The one who got your dearest friend killed, wasn't that you? What does that have to do with me? If you'd just put down your wand and stopped resisting, would he have taken his own life? Grindelwald said helplessly. He would have. The moment you grabbed him, his fate was sealed. Wade said with certainty, his voice tinged with sorrow. He knew I'd never surrender, and he knew he couldn't escape from you. So, to keep me from being put in a difficult position, he made what he thought was the best choice. He chose to take you down with him. It's just a pity, you took my friend away from me. Wait, okay. Something's off, hang on, let me think this through, why do I feel like what you're saying is starting to make sense? Grindelwald frowned and scratched his head, feeling a little dazed. Wade was speaking with righteous conviction right now, but deep down, Grindelwald knew Wade was absolutely not the kind of person to be all noble and self-sacrificing. My poor friend. For now don't play dumb. Wade said coldly, don't you get it? Neither Tom nor I would ever willingly serve under you. We'd rather die than surrender. Wade, listen. I didn't mean to. We understood each other. That's why, when Tom was captured, even though I was heartbroken, I couldn't save him. If I had surrendered just to save him, Tom would have blamed me for it. And I was right. Tom chose to sacrifice himself to keep me from giving in to you. After all that, if I just turned around and joined you like nothing happened, how could I live with myself? How could I face Tom's heroic sacrifice? Grindelwald replied, Wait a minute. Then why were you shouting about giving him a grand funeral just now? Wrapping his coffin with a flag next year, orphan singing, and all that. You look pretty cheerful to me. I didn't see any grief on your face. If I somehow managed to survive you, Wade said somberly, then what's wrong with giving the brave Tom a proper send-off? What's wrong with that, huh? Setting up a grand funeral for a fallen friend, is that not allowed? Smiling instead of crying at his final moment, how is that wrong? And if? He sighed again. If I don't survive you, then whether I smiled or cried doesn't matter anymore. We'll just be taking the next step together on the great journey called death. Whatever. Why am I even bothering to explain this to you? You've never experienced real friendship. A heartless person like you wouldn't understand. Grindelwald. Sometimes, Grindelwald really felt that Wade was too much. Can't you just talk about your own issues without constantly poking at my old wounds? At that moment, even Anne was stunned. So that's what it was. It wasn't Wade betraying Tom, it was two close friends, perfectly in sync, sacrificing for each other. That kind of touching friendship actually exists. For the first time, and found herself thinking that the men she had always admired, Mr. Grindelwald, actually did seem like a proper villain. Okay. Okay. Just take a deep breath. I clearly said I wouldn't harm either of you, Grindelwald said, exasperated. That is, even if you don't join me, as long as you lay down your weapons and don't interfere with my objectives, I wouldn't lay a finger on you. I said all of that from the start. He couldn't believe it, he'd been totally upfront, and these two reckless brats still insisted on fighting him to the death. Oh really? If Tom hadn't set off that poison bomb, wouldn't you have killed him already? Wade sneered. Grindelwald was momentarily speechless. Truthfully, he had intended to kill him just now. But he hadn't planned to at the beginning. We don't trust the words of a notorious dark wizard. And Wade suddenly straightened and spoke righteously again. We won't stand by and let a dark wizard carry out his sinister goals. Grindelwald's eyes widened again. Wait, didn't you just say you wanted to kill me so you could hog all that magical power for yourself? Who says good guys always have to tell the truth? What, I can't lie to a dark wizard. I was just trying to keep you off guard. No more talk. Come on, let's fight. I'd rather fall in battle than drop my wand and kneel before you. Expelliarmus. Something's off. Grindelwald dodged the disarming charm, but instantly noticed something strange. Wade had stopped using dark magic. For this kid to suddenly give up using dark magic and start spouting noble lines, there could only be one explanation. You didn't disappoint me, Wade. A familiar voice came from behind Grindelwald. He whipped around, and there stood Dumbledore at the entrance of the passage, with a blazing red bird perched on his shoulder. A phoenix. Grindelwald's eyes narrowed. In the end, he had overlooked the phoenix. More accurately, he hadn't expected that Wade would actually be able to get the phoenix to deliver a message for him. With a phoenix involved, it didn't matter if Makusa was sealed off, or if Hogwarts had anti-apparition wards, Dumbledore could still be brought back quickly. Because phoenixes could apparate in defiance of anti-apparition spells. When did you return? Grindelwald asked, expressionless. When you said my student was ruthless and began trying to recruit him, so I've more or less figured out what happened before that, Dumbledore replied, his gaze falling on Tom, lying motionless on the ground. His eyes carried a deep sadness. So, you killed my student. Tom, he was a good child. No, I didn't, Grindelwald said, a sudden unease creeping in. He took his own life. But you held my student hostage and tried to force my other student to surrender, Dumbledore said coldly. He died because of you, Gellert Grindelwald. The moment he heard those words, Grindelwald knew there was nothing left to say between them. Because Dumbledore had already judged him. Wade, take Tom and wait over there. Once I'm done here, we'll. Dumbledore's voice trailed off, his eyes already a little misty. He hadn't expected that this child, who once ran roughshod over everyone in the orphanage, would show such conviction when it truly mattered. All right. Wade finally relaxed. The moment Dumbledore appeared, he knew the plan had succeeded perfectly. Everything from this point on could be left to Dumbledore. Wade jogged over to Tom and, as he crouched down with his back to Dumbledore and Grindelwald, a small ball of white ointment appeared in his right hand. He quietly smeared the ointment under Tom's nose. Tom suddenly jolted awake, but the moment he opened his eyes, he began retching violently. Ugh. Wade. Did you feed me actual dung just now? That smell was disgusting. The moment Tom spoke, everyone nearby turned to look at him in shock. Because dead people don't talk. Even Grindelwald, upon hearing Tom's voice, felt a wave of relief deep in his heart, without even realizing it himself. Wow, Tom, you're not even using inversion when you call my name now. That's real progress. You should just keep calling me like that from now on, Wade said cheerfully. Tom glanced around, then suddenly remembered he'd inhaled Wade's so-called poison gas earlier. Wade, those things you gave me earlier. But before Tom could finish his outraged accusation, Wade cast a muffly-auto charm and whispered directly into his ear. SSSH. Remember, what you used just now was sleeping gas. Just sleeping gas. Not poison. If you say otherwise, I will make sure you die a hero. Ahem. Tom's expression instantly sharpened, and he quickly changed what he was about to say. That sleeping gas you gave me earlier. Seriously strong stuff. My head's still kind of spinning. Chapter 174, Grindelwald vs. Dumbledore. What's going on? Dumbledore asked in surprise. Wade explained, it's a sleeping gas we got from Professor Slughorn. We originally planned to use it in the Forbidden Forest to subdue a troll. I used mine on those people over there, and Tom's portion hadn't been used yet, so when he got caught, he deployed it immediately. Sleeping gas. Grindelwald looked at Wade suspiciously. The moment he had inhaled that stuff, he had clearly felt his bodily functions rapidly shutting down. Otherwise, there's no way he would have pushed Tom away so instinctively. And now you're telling me that stuff was just sleeping gas. But seeing Wade now looking so obedient and meek, completely different from the arrogant attitude he had shown earlier, Grindelwald quietly shut his mouth. It seemed this brat didn't want Dumbledore to know he had used something more dangerous than sleeping gas on his classmate, which was why he kept insisting it was just a sedative. Everything he was showing now was clearly an act. And Tom still looked pale and weak, with obvious fear in his eyes. It was clear that the toxins hadn't completely worn off yet. And Wade had undoubtedly issued him a warning when neither he nor Dumbledore was paying attention. Still, even though Grindelwald had figured out that Wade was putting on an act, there was nothing he could do about it. At this moment, would Dumbledore even listen to him? Especially if what he said sounded like slander against his favorite student. So, he chose to keep his mouth shut. But because of that, he actually found himself admiring Wade even more. Cunning, ruthless. How could someone like that possibly stay under Dumbledore's wing forever? I'll just wait, sooner or later, he and Dumbledore would fall out. That thought made Grindelwald feel surprisingly calm, even a little hopeful. Let the spells fly for now. Compared to Grindelwald's tangled emotions, Dumbledore was clearly in a much lighter mood. Planning to subdue a troll in the Forbidden Forest. You too. Dumbledore looked both amused and exasperated. These two little troublemakers, even the Gryffindor students wouldn't come up with something as ridiculous as drugging a troll in the forest. The most unbelievable part was that Horace, that guy, had actually agreed to it. He even gave the sleeping gas recipe to these two first-year troublemakers. But then again, it was precisely because of that decision that Tom might have been spared tonight. You two really are something else. Never mind, go wait over there. I'll deal with you both later, Dumbledore said, then turned his gaze back to Grindelwald. But first. His previously gentle expression instantly turned cold once more. Grindelwald said, "What, are you planning to kill me now, Dumbledore?" "I won't kill you. You should stand trial before the world and face the punishment you deserve." Dumbledore replied icily. "Ha! A trial. Punishment. Dumbledore, you still haven't learned," Grindelwald sneered in return. "Unless you kill me now, do you really think any prison in this world can hold me? Give it up. It's clear now that everything we once envisioned is impossible to realize. Or do you really want to see the world torn apart?" Dumbledore said. "There's nothing more to debate on that, Dumbledore. Come on, show me how much you've improved all these years." As Grindelwald finished speaking, he raised his wand and fired a flash of green light. Dumbledore was just as quick. A beam of red light shot from his wand to meet it. Then the two spells collided violently, just like 7 or 8 years ago, on the day the Blood Pact was shattered. Wade watched as the two powerful wizards in front of him engaged in a full-blown wand-welding match, then quickly grabbed the limp Tom and dragged him over to the base of the large pillar wherein was hiding. And was already completely stunned. Whether it was Tom's sudden resurrection or the fierce duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the shock to her psyche was enormous. "Help me prop him up," Wade's voice came from beside her, snapping and out of her daze. She hurried to support Tom, helping him sit against the pillar. That really wasn't poison, she couldn't help but ask. Tom, pale-faced, gritted his teeth and shook his head. "No, it really was just sleeping gas. We really were planning to go drug a troll." Hey Wade, hearing that Tom didn't blow their cover, nodded in satisfaction. Then he pulled a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to Tom. "The sleeping gas hasn't fully worn off yet. Drink this, and you'll be fine." Tom blankly accepted the bottle, then his eyes suddenly widened. The poison hadn't fully worn off yet. So that meant, if he hadn't drunk this potion, he really would have died. And just now, Wade had only given him the antidote after being satisfied with his answer. So, Wade's earlier threat, that if he said the wrong thing, he'd be heroically sacrificed, wasn't a joke at all. Ruthless. And petty. This bastard is terrifying. With that thought, Tom didn't dare hesitate. He quickly uncorked the bottle and downed it without even looking. Ugh. This potion, why does it taste like sweaty insoles? Wade, still crouched behind the pillar watching the duel, replied, "You should be grateful. That's my improved version of the antidote. The one I smeared under your nose earlier. That was the original formula. Would you prefer that smell instead?" Tom fell silent. Just thinking of the ointment stench from earlier. Fine, sweaty insoles it is. Better than chugging essence of armpit. Ugh. Boom. At that moment, Dumbledore and Grindelwald's battle had reached its peak. They were long past the early stage welding sparks and beam duels. Now, spells, some Wade could recognize, others he couldn't, were flying in every direction. In addition to spells, they were also dueling through transfiguration. A massive stone giant, conjured by Dumbledore from rubble and debris, was wrestling against a huge earth-formed dragon transfigured by Grindelwald. The battle shook the ground and filled the air with dust and smoke. Eventually, even Wade could barely see what was happening anymore. He silently led the now-recovered Tom and farther back to a safer distance. Bang! Grindelwald forcefully knocked aside one of Dumbledore's spells, then let out a loud roar and swung the Elder Wand toward his earthen dragon. The dragon immediately bit the head off the stone giant in one powerful snap. However, since both creatures were transfigured constructs and not actual living beings, even after losing its head, the stone giant's strength remained unaffected. It responded by slamming a massive fist into the dragon's head, snapping one of its horns clean off. Whoosh! Grindelwald's wand swept through the air again, and ghostly blue flames surged forth, taking the shape of a massive bat that charged toward the two summoned creatures, and toward Dumbledore behind them. Dumbledore, still expressionless, raised his wand and released a torrent of orange-red fire. The fire transformed into a phoenix, which collided fiercely with the ghostly blue firebat in midair. The two transfigured constructs were instantly engulfed by the flames, and within moments, not even ash remained. The intense heat reached even Wade and the others, who were hiding far off to the side. It became nearly unbearable. Tom's shoe soles had even started to melt. Wade quickly cast a freezing charm to form a shield of cold around the three of them, and then led them another 100 meters farther away before the heat stopped threatening to knock them out. But because they were moving deeper into the chamber, they now found themselves standing right in front of that massive metallic sphere. A flicker of longing passed through Anne's eyes, but she knew that with Dumbledore and Wade both watching, she had no chance of making a move. Not to mention, Grindelwald was still present. So she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at the source of magical power again. Wade didn't look impressed, and Tom, on the other hand, knowing full well the side effects of that power, showed no sign of temptation whatsoever. This surprised Anne. She was certain the two of them had already absorbed some of it. She had experienced that feeling herself. She could only describe it as utterly euphoric. So why did these two show absolutely no interest now? After Anne shifted her gaze away from the magical power within the metallic sphere, her eyes landed on Vinda, who was still unconscious nearby. The situation now was extremely dire. If Grindelwald won, then everything would be fine. But if he lost? Then, even if Grindelwald managed to escape, her aunt, and the other Grindelwald followers, would still be captured. And grew more anxious by the second. Was there any way to ensure her aunt's escape? While Anne was growing desperate, Grindelwald himself was also beginning to feel agitated. Only after directly clashing with Dumbledore did he realize that Dumbledore's strength had become even more terrifying than it had been 8 or 9 years ago. What he didn't know was that Dumbledore had undergone a major internal breakthrough, thanks to Wade helping him resolve his emotional burdens, leading to a massive boost in his power. Originally, by Grindelwald's calculations, his magical power should have been roughly on par with Dumbledore's, and the outcome of the battle would be decided by magical technique and his wand. But now, things were going completely against his expectations. Even wielding the Elder Wand, he still felt a creeping sense of helplessness when facing Dumbledore's attacks. What had Dumbledore done? How had his strength suddenly become so overwhelming? Grindelwald couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard he tried. Gellert, you have no chance of winning. Lay down your wand and surrender, Dumbledore said calmly. What Grindelwald could feel, Dumbledore could clearly sense as well. That was why he was now trying to persuade him, and even called him by name. No, impossible. I can't lose. Grindelwald growled, barely managing to maintain control over his flaming bat, veins bulging on his neck and forehead. I don't want to hurt you. Drop your weapon and face the judgment of the world, Dumbledore said, still calm and steady. Silence. In this world, no one has the right to judge me. The Elder Wand in Grindelwald's hand trembled violently as the ghostly blue flames surged higher and fiercer. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, red 12 ahead P. Caratrian, Captain. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Powerful, Talented but Shameless Wade. Grindelwald had already used up all his strength. His flaming bat had grown even more intense. However, Dumbledore's fire phoenix, though it appeared less fierce than the bat, continued to hold back the flaming bat's onslaught with unwavering stability. Even as the fire bat began to fracture and lose control from the overwhelming amount of magic poured into it, it still couldn't overcome the fire phoenix. Seeing that Grindelwald still refused to give up, Dumbledore let out a soft sigh and gave his wand a slight flick. The fire phoenix tilted its head gently, and a large chunk of the fire bat's wing was instantly torn away. Grindelwald's magical power had always been slightly inferior to Dumbledore's from the start. Only with the aid of the Elder Wand had he been able to stand on equal footing with the Dumbledore of the past. But now, against the Dumbledore who had found enlightenment, the gap in magical strength between them had become painfully obvious. In a battle of raw power like this, Grindelwald was at a clear disadvantage from the start. And under Dumbledore's overwhelming might, even trying to play tricks was utterly futile. He could only watch helplessly as his flaming bat was gradually consumed by the fire phoenix. A wave of weakness followed closely behind. Puffed. Just as the fire bat was completely devoured, Dumbledore gave a flick of his wand, and the now enormous fire phoenix vanished in an instant. At the same time, a wand spun up into the air in a slow arc. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Within the chamber, all those still conscious silently witnessed this historic scene. Pa. Dumbledore reached out and gently caught the knotted, weathered wand, the Elder Wand. Grindelwald stared at his now empty hands, his eyes vacant, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away with that soaring wand. I lost. I actually lost. Grindelwald murmured to himself. Gellert, let it go. The future you foresaw was never real. Why do you still cling to it so desperately? Dumbledore said softly as he slowly approached Grindelwald. You, stay back. Don't come any closer. Grindelwald roared. Dumbledore stopped in his tracks, and the coldness in his gaze gradually gave way to something softer, pity. Grindelwald looked up at him weakly. That sentence from Dumbledore had truly broken through his defenses. Back then, the reason Grindelwald pursued the Deathly Hallows, the reason he wanted to rule the world. It was because, in his youth, the moment he first heard the term Deathly Hallows, his gift of prophecy had shown him a vision. In that vision, he had successfully become the master of the magical world. That was why, from a young age, he began plotting to obtain the Hallows. And it was precisely because he was searching for them that he came to Godric's Hollow, said to be the resting place of one of the Peverils, and there, he met the young Albus Dumbledore. And now, Dumbledore, the partner who once shared his ideals, was telling him that the vision he had seen wasn't real. It was like violently shattering a lifelong belief. My prophecies have never been wrong. You know that, Dumbledore. Grindelwald gasped. No one is infallible, Gellert. Give it up, you've already lost, and the Elder Wand is now in my hands. That alone is the strongest proof, Dumbledore said with pity. My personal defeat doesn't mean my prophecy was wrong. That scene I witnessed, it will become reality. The wand taken from me, I will reclaim it one day. Just because you've taken the Elder Wand doesn't prove anything. Grindelwald shouted angrily. Then there's nothing more to say, Dumbledore replied quietly. I know you won't kill me. You want to drag me off to stand trial. But even if you're stronger than me now, if you won't kill me, do you really think you can hold me? Grindelwald sneered, and a large black shadow suddenly burst from his pocket. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. With a flick of his wand, the black shadow exploded in midair. A sharp, piercing scream rang out from within the dark mass. It turned into a massive sheet of black gauze, sweeping toward Dumbledore. By the time he tore through the gauze, blue blood splattered across the floor. And Grindelwald, who had been standing before him just moments ago, was gone. Dumbledore's expression darkened, and he immediately gave chase. In an instant, the once chaotic chamber fell silent again, leaving only 3 conscious children behind. And quickly turned to look at where her aunt had been lying, trying to think of a way to help her escape. But then she realized, Vinda Rosier, who had been on the ground just moments before, had somehow disappeared without a trace. And was shocked and overjoyed all at once. At last, she breathed a sigh of relief. Wade grinned. Tom, take notes. Whether it's villains or heroes, after winning, you should never talk too much. As they say, villains die from monologuing. And heroes fall into the same trap. See. Professor Dumbledore talked too much, and Grindelwald got away. Tom glanced at Wade but didn't say anything. In his opinion, the one who talked the most was this bastard Wade. Because after every stunt he pulled, good or bad, he always had to say a few words to show off. Still, that lesson was worth remembering. When he was stronger than Wade in the future, he definitely wouldn't waste his breath. After a moment of silence, Tom finally said, Grindelwald ran off and you're still so happy. After how badly you pissed him off today, you're seriously not afraid he'll come back for revenge. Afraid of what? TSK. Tom, pull yourself together. We're under Professor Dumbledore's protection. We can hold our heads up high. Wade said this cheerfully as he ran over to the unconscious Alliance members lying on the ground. He reached out with greedy hands and happily began looting his spoils of war. You, what are you doing? And tried to stop him but then quickly remembered her own position. They were taken down by me and Tom, so all the equipment on them belongs to me, and Tom. Wade said as he patted Tom on the shoulder. Failing to loot after a battle is basically begging to be struck by lightning. Tom's body stiffened. No. I had nothing to do with this. You were the one who knocked them out. You brewed the knockout potions, and you made the dung bomb knockouts too. Everyone knows my potions earlier only knocked me out. So these so-called spoils are all yours. They've got nothing to do with me. Wade might not be afraid of Grindelwald's revenge, but Tom definitely was. And was someone sent by Grindelwald? There was no way Tom dared admit he had taken part in the takedown of the Alliance members in front of her. What if she went back and reported him? He'd be the one getting hunted down. Just remembering that moment when Grindelwald's wand was pressed against his throat, with that flash of green light, Tom shuddered. The mere thought terrified him. Until he was strong enough, he absolutely couldn't afford to put himself in danger. Tom, how did I never realize what a coward you are? Wade snorted. You think that just because you don't admit it, Grindelwald won't come after you. Didn't you see just now? The guy's already lost it. While scaring Tom, Wade fished out a large gold pocket watch from an Alliance member's pocket. Ooh, nice. Want it? No, I don't, Tom said quickly, his face still pale as he shook his head. Then it's mine. Tom and watched as Wade finished his looting spree and began tying up the unconscious Alliance members tightly with coarse hemp rope. Huh? Why are you two just standing there? There are still a bunch of unconscious professors at the entrance. Shouldn't you be helping them? Wade said discontentedly. And Tom both rolled their eyes at the same time. Who was the one so obsessed with looting that he completely forgot about the unconscious professors? Still, even though they were grumbling inside, neither of them stayed idle any longer. While Wade tied up the Alliance members who had been knocked out by the professors, Tom and were in charge of reviving the unconscious professors. But faced with the professors who had been stunned by Grindelwald himself, both Tom and found themselves helpless. They couldn't tell what spells the professors had been hit with, and none of the standard counter curses seemed to work. By the time Wade had all the Alliance members strung up, he turned around and was met with Tom and Ann's pleading looks. All right, let me take a look, Wade muttered, crouching down in front of Headmaster Dippet. He first tapped the headmaster's body with his wand, carefully scanning him. Then he pried open one of Dippet's eyelids to examine further. After checking, Wade's expression shifted, he immediately understood what was going on. Grindelwald's dark magic was indeed strange, but fortunately, the Somnolent family's private library just happened to contain records of it. Zing! A streak of purple shot from Wade's wand and struck the headmaster's forehead. Phew! Headmaster Dippet let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. Wade's knowledge left both Tom and stunned. They were quite certain that nothing like this spell was ever covered in the school curriculum, or even in the Hogwarts library. And yet Wade was able to break it without a hitch. Clearly, Wade must have absorbed a vast amount of knowledge from sources far less legal. As far as Tom was concerned, this had to be the deep-rooted foundation passed down from that mysterious family Wade never talked about. Pure-blood families. So unfair. Ugh. Has Albus returned? Headmaster Dippet asked the moment he opened his eyes. Yes, Headmaster. He's back, and he managed to defeat Grindelwald. But Grindelwald escaped. Professor Dumbledore is pursuing him as we speak, Wade replied. That's wonderful to hear. Oof. Headmaster Dippet checked over his own body. And then he was startled to discover that the strange dark magic afflicting him had been completely lifted. Was it you who woke me? Yes. I happen to know a bit about that particular spell, Wade answered honestly. Headmaster Dippet looked quietly at Wade for a long moment before letting out a sigh. The younger generation truly is formidable. Wade didn't explain further. He knew Dippet would naturally assume that his understanding of dark magic came from that family Wade had once fabricated, a family that didn't actually exist. Otherwise, there'd be no way to account for the source of his knowledge. Wade hadn't expected that the fake family he made up on a whim would continue to benefit him even now. Looks like from now on, whenever there's some knowledge I can't explain, just blame it on that mysterious Reynolds family. A tree grown from an unintentional seed. Headmaster Dippet quietly stood up, picked up his wand, and began treating the other professors. That had been Wade's plan from the start. Reviving the headmaster first meant he wouldn't need to do the rest himself. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, red 12 ahead P. Caratrian, Captain. Chapter 176, Violating Hundreds of School Rules. Very soon, all the professors were revived by Headmaster Dippet. When Professor Slughorn saw that Wade and the other two were actually here, he was immediately shocked. After all, Grindelwald had just been here. If anything had happened to them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After that, Headmaster Dippet instructed Professor Gallic to notify the Aurors, then gathered with the other professors to hear from Wade exactly what had happened tonight. So, Wade presented the explanation he had already prepared. He began with how they had accidentally discovered a source of magical energy that could enhance one's power. Then, the three of them followed the clues and eventually uncovered the location where that power had been hidden. Later, while investigating that power, they just happened to run into Grindelwald and his group of followers. As it happened, Wade had brought along some sleeping gas dung bombs, crafted using a recipe Professor Slughorn had given them. So, while the professors were battling Grindelwald, Wade used a prearranged method to summon his house elf from afar and had it carry a note back to the Phoenix, who then delivered the message to Dumbledore and brought him back to Hogwarts. In the meantime, Wade used the sleeping gas dung bombs to nearly wipe out the Alliance members in one go. And then, in front of Grindelwald, he held out just long enough for Dumbledore to return to Hogwarts. Until Dumbledore personally defeated Grindelwald in a head-on duel. After Wade finished delivering the speech he had carefully prepared, the professors all fell silent. It wasn't until a long moment later that Headmaster Dippet finally spoke. "Wade, have you three considered the fact that, throughout this entire process, you've probably broken at least 100 school rules? Apologies. Headmaster Dippet, it really is our fault, we're ready to accept any punishment," Wade said, bowing his head in guilt. Tom added, "I'm sorry, we were just too eager for power, we couldn't resist the temptation. We'll go pack our things now." And said, turning away with a crestfallen expression. At that moment, the three of them moved in perfect sync. Wade and Tom immediately followed behind her with matching expressions of helplessness and sorrow. "Anytime. Now." Wade thought while walking. "What are you packing for?" Professor Slughorn asked loudly. "Heh. We understand. We broke at least 100 school rules, so expulsion is the only outcome." And replied, her voice trembling as if she were about to cry. Professor Slughorn grew anxious. "You caught so many Alliance members. And you even held out in front of a powerful dark wizard like Grindelwald until Professor Dumbledore returned. That alone is enough to earn you a special service award. Compared to that, breaking a few school rules hardly matters at all." He quickly looked toward Headmaster Dippet. "Armando. No need, Horace," Headmaster Dippet said. Although they did break quite a few school rules, their motivations were, well, very Slytherin. Understandable. And they did accomplish a great feat. I'm not so senile that I'd expel the most talented students Hogwarts has. All three, Wade, Tom, and Anne, exchanged knowing looks and broke into smiles. But Headmaster Dippet immediately straightened his face. "Don't get cocky. You should be thankful your contributions outweigh your misconduct, or else, Still, while expulsion is off the table, punishment is unavoidable. Horace, I'll leave that to you." "Understood, Headmaster Dippet." Professor Slughorn replied with a cheerful grin, his round belly jiggling with laughter. Among the professors present, only Professor McGonagall looked a little dissatisfied. Of course, even she wasn't calling for expulsion, she just thought that, at the very least, Slytherin should be docked 300 points or so. "Well then, let's go take a look," Headmaster Dippet said. "Let's see if this so-called magical power is really as temptingly irresistible as they claim." With that, he led the group of professors into the chamber. And watched them go with deep regret written all over her face. With Grindelwald defeated, there was no way she'd ever get her hands on that much magical power again. But thankfully, she had secretly absorbed quite a bit earlier. As Professor Slughorn passed the three of them, he smiled and gave Wade a hearty pat on the shoulder, then gave them a thumbs up. Though the three had broken dozens upon dozens of school rules, they'd managed to capture so many of Grindelwald's followers, and even more importantly, their timely warning had allowed Dumbledore to return to Hogwarts in time, leading to Grindelwald's defeat. All of this made the Slytherin head of house feel immensely proud. Once the professors entered the chamber, they were immediately stunned by the devastation inside. For a battle to leave behind this level of destruction. It was hard to imagine just how terrifyingly powerful those two wizards must have been. The professors quickly gathered around the goblin-forged metal sphere. As they began examining the magical energy inside, Wade turned to Professor Slughorn and said, "Professor, we're really exhausted. Could we go rest first? Maybe the punishment can wait until tomorrow." He knew better than anyone what was inside the metal sphere. There really wasn't anything new to see. Besides, he'd overexerted himself with too many nightmare spells tonight. He was truly at his limit. Though he was curious to know whether Dumbledore would manage to catch Grindelwald, right now, he just didn't have the energy to wait for the news. "Don't mention punishment again," Professor Slughorn said in a hushed voice, glancing discreetly in Professor McGonagall's direction. After confirming she hadn't overheard, he continued, "I'll find a way to smooth that over. Let's just say you've all been severely shaken tonight. Head to the hospital wing for a checkup. You'll stay there overnight. No objections. Grindelwald knows a lot of strange dark magic. What if you've been hexed and we don't catch it? Be good. Get to the hospital wing and get checked." And so, that night, the three of them had no choice but to have their bodies examined in the hospital wing and remain there overnight. Naturally, nothing was wrong with them physically, so after drinking a mild calming potion, they each drifted into a deep sleep in their hospital beds. The moon hung high overhead. Dumbledore stood in the moonlit forbidden forest, letting out a quiet sigh. Grindelwald hadn't been wrong. No matter how much stronger he was now, if he wasn't willing to kill him, he wouldn't be able to stop him. As expected, Grindelwald had escaped, and even managed to take one of his followers with him. After letting out another sigh, Dumbledore, concerned for the school's safety, headed straight back to Hogwarts. Not long after he left, a strange ripple shimmered across the surface of a large tree not far from where he had just stood. Then, a layer of bark peeled away. A pale-faced Grindelwald and Vinda stepped out from a hidden hollow within the tree. "Ha! I didn't expect to lose this badly tonight." Grindelwald had originally thought that, with his strength, even if Dumbledore returned, he would still be able to retreat safely. But he hadn't expected. Dumbledore, somehow, had become much stronger. Caught off guard, Grindelwald had even lost the Elder Wand. Even though he had spoken defiantly, saying he'd take the wand back someday, he knew exactly how difficult that would be. Dumbledore was already powerful enough, and now, with the Elder Wand amplifying his magic. Phew. Vinda, we'll have to lay low for a while. Grindelwald said quietly, looking defeated. "Sir, we haven't truly lost. At the very least, the operation over at the Makusa was a great success," said Vinda. "We can begin transferring our remaining forces to the United States in secret, in batches, and go underground. Then, we'll find a way to seize control of the Magical Congress once and for all. All right, let's head back. As for Olive and the others, we'll also need to find a way to rescue them. But for now, preserve our remaining strength first, and we must hurry back to relocate the rest of our people. Even if they've all undergone training, they won't be able to completely keep their mouths shut under a high dose of Veritaserum," Vinda said anxiously. Her gaze was full of gratitude. She knew very well, if Grindelwald hadn't reached back to pull her away when they escaped, she'd likely be lying on the ground right now with the rest, waiting to be hauled off to Azkaban by the British Ministry. Azkaban, the most terrifying wizard prison in the entire world. She shuddered. By the time Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts, the Aurors had already arrived. He ran into the lead officer at the gate. And that officer was none other than Newt's brother, Theseus Commander. "Dumbledore, did you catch Grindelwald?" Theseus asked bluntly. Dumbledore shook his head with regret. "I defeated him, but if he's determined to flee, even I have difficulty holding him back. What a shame. If the Aurors had been present tonight, we could have taken him down for sure," Theseus said with frustration, a flicker of hatred in his eyes. "Don't say that. The situation came on suddenly, you already responded incredibly quickly," Dumbledore said at once. "All right, enough talk. I need to take all of them back first. I'm sure we'll be able to get something useful out of them," said Theseus, motioning for the Aurors to load the unconscious Alliance members onto the Thestral-drawn carriages. After sending off the Aurors, Dumbledore immediately returned to the secret chamber. He arrived just in time to see Headmaster Dippet directing the other professors as they sealed off the chamber. "Armando, how are Wade and the others?" Dumbledore asked anxiously. "They've all gone to the hospital wing for checkups. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be fast asleep by now. After running around all night like that, it's a wonder those kids held up at all," Dippet said casually. "I see." Dumbledore sighed. From Dumbledore's expression, Dippet could already guess the outcome of his pursuit. No need to sigh. If that men were so easy to catch, he wouldn't have stirred up such chaos across the magical world of Europe. But, thanks to Wade and the others stumbling into things, Grindelwald did take a serious hit tonight. I'd say it won't be so easy for him and his alliance to swagger around like before. After all, he left his most elite subordinates behind tonight. Hearing that, Dumbledore felt a bit of the weight in his chest lift. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he opened his mouth to speak. "I know what you're about to say. Yes, Wade and the others may have broken at least 100 school rules, more daring than most Gryffindors, but no, I won't expel them. I'm actually considering whether to award them a special services to the school award. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, red 12 ahead P. Caratrian, Captain." Chapter 177, Chapter 177, It was just luck. When Wade woke up from his sleep, sunlight was already shining on the foot of the bed. It seemed it was quite late, yet no one had come to wake him up for class or anything like that. Wade had just tried to sit up in bed when he saw Dumbledore. At that moment, Dumbledore was sitting between Wade and Tom's hospital beds, looking visibly exhausted. But his bright blue eyes were still sharp. Tom was already awake and seemed to have been up longer than Wade. In front of Dumbledore, however, he was as meek as a little chick. "You're awake. Looks like there really wasn't anything seriously wrong with your body," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Professor Grindelwald, Unfortunately, he still managed to escape," Dumbledore said helplessly. "I see." Wade glanced at Anne's empty bed, then looked over at Tom. Tom shook his head at him, indicating he didn't know either. No need to worry. Miss Rosier just went for a physical examination. It's just a routine checkup, not because anything's wrong with her health, Dumbledore said, as if he had noticed Wade's concern. You and Tom will also need to undergo a follow-up check in a bit. Wade let out a breath of relief. He honestly wasn't that concerned about Anne's health. He had just thought she'd been exposed and taken away. That would have been bad. He still had use for this spy. Since Grindelwald hadn't been captured, it would be a real waste if such a valuable experience package could only be used once. Wade, last night, it's really thanks to you all. If you hadn't discovered his plot and gotten a message to me in time. I don't even want to imagine what could have happened, Dumbledore said, still a bit shaken. When he returned, Hogwarts' internal defense systems had already been fully activated, but all the professors, including the headmaster, had fallen unconscious. If he had still been occupied at the Makusa while Grindelwald succeeded in obtaining what he wanted, who knows what damage Hogwarts might have suffered. At that point, Hogwarts would have been completely defenseless in Grindelwald's eyes. Don't say that, Professor. It was just luck. Wade said calmly. In my eyes, it was far more than that. I've already heard part of the story from Miss Rosier, Dumbledore said with deep emotion. Before I returned, you not only used sleeping gas to knock out Grindelwald's followers, but even held him off on your own for quite some time until I arrived. That's not something that can be dismissed as mere luck. It really was just luck. Professor, even Tom nearly died, Wade said helplessly. Hearing that, Tom's face went pale again. Wade wasn't wrong. If he hadn't followed his advice ahead of time and made some preparations, like stuffing a few sleeping gas dung bombs into his pockets. Though it turned out they were actually poison gas bombs, they still ended up saving his life. Fuck. It had been a close call. At that moment, Grindelwald had been enraged and on edge, with his wand pressed right against Tom's jaw, the tip already heating up. That was enough to prove that the killing curse had been moments away from being cast. Even a 1-second delay, and he'd be dead. Just thinking about that was terrifying for Tom, who valued his life more than anything. That was my failure, Tom, Dumbledore said, looking at Tom with deep regret and the joy of having narrowly avoided loss. Tom felt incredibly awkward under Dumbledore's gaze and instinctively pulled his blanket up a little higher. From now on, I won't leave Hogwarts so easily again. Even if I absolutely must leave, I'll make sure I'm fully prepared, Dumbledore said seriously. In truth, he had been prepared every time he left. But he hadn't expected Grindelwald to be so utterly deranged, to sneak into Hogwarts through a secret passage with malicious intent. In any case, the three of you made a tremendous contribution. Though Headmaster Diphead insists on fairness in both reward and punishment, and your violation of school rules can't be overlooked lightly, when we reviewed the entire incident, we realized that had you not broken the rules, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Dumbledore smiled, so, at Professor Slughorn's suggestion, the professors took a vote and decided to cancel your punishment. Furthermore, at the end of the term, each of you will receive a special services to the school award. Your trophies will remain at Hogwarts, forever. After Dumbledore finished speaking, Wade simply smiled with quiet satisfaction, while Tom's face lit up with pure joy. Tom had always been someone who valued honor. That's why, in the beginning, he cared so much about whether he was descended from Slytherin. And now, this special services award would be the first personal honor he had ever received. Even if, he hadn't actually done all that much. But hey, he was still part of it, wasn't he? In the midst of his excitement, Tom suddenly remembered something. Professor, that power, the power Grindelwald was after, what did the professors decide to do with it? In truth, he wasn't particularly concerned about where the magical energy would go. He just wanted to use this question to test whether that power really had some kind of side effect, like Wade had claimed. In his mind, if there were no side effects, then of course the professors would use it. But if there were side effects, they either wouldn't use it, or they'd destroy it outright. Oh, that. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. If I recall correctly, your nighttime wanderings were in search of this power too, weren't they? At those words, Tom lowered his head, unsure how to respond. Yes. We spent a lot of effort trying to obtain that power. We just didn't expect that, when we finally found it, something unexpected would happen. While Tom stayed silent, Wade openly admitted his desire. In fact, ever since getting to know Dumbledore, he had never hidden his pursuit of power. When he first awakened ancient magic, he had asked Dumbledore what to do if he couldn't control his desire for power. Back then, Dumbledore had said that the very fact Wade could ask that question meant he was already capable of controlling it. He'd also said that having a desire for power was normal. What mattered was not abusing it. So, as long as Wade admitted his intentions as frankly as he had back then, Dumbledore would understand. Sure enough, Dumbledore simply nodded and didn't press the issue further. This left Tom speechless. He was certain that if he had openly admitted his desire for power, Dumbledore's reaction would have been full of suspicion. Of course, what Tom didn't know was that, in Dumbledore's eyes, his image had already undergone some fundamental changes. Especially after Dumbledore heard that, when faced with Grindelwald's attempt to recruit him, Tom had made the same choice as Wade. Dumbledore said, Headmaster Dippet conducted some analysis on that power. It can indeed enhance a wizard's magical strength. However, that power contains far too many negative emotions. A small amount of absorption is manageable, but if one absorbs too much, though their strength will increase significantly, the overwhelming negativity could severely distort their personality, to the point where they are no longer themselves. Like, the effects of overusing dark magic. Tom couldn't help but ask. That's not entirely incorrect, Dumbledore replied. But, it's far more severe. Even wizards who frequently use dark magic don't experience side effects as serious as this. Hearing that, Tom couldn't help but gasp. He never avoided using dark magic, because he believed he could handle the minor side effects. But this kind of power, severely warping one's true nature. Becoming unlike oneself. No thanks. At that moment, Tom felt truly relieved that he had followed Wade's lead from the start. The magical power Grindelwald had sent over back then, though small in amount, had definitely affected his rationality. He absolutely didn't want his brilliant mind to be ruined by any outside influence. Meanwhile, Wade was thinking about his senior. She had also absorbed a large amount of that magical power, what was referred to as residue. Fortunately, she possessed talent in ancient magic, so when facing this residue, which was originally refined through ancient magic, she had far greater tolerance than the average person. So even after defeating Ranrock and absorbing a massive amount of residue, her personality and physical form didn't become twisted. Still, the side effects were very real. The intense euphoria brought on by the huge power boost from the residue could indeed be addictive. That's why both Professor Morganac, who had first discovered this power, and later the senior herself, became hooked on it. And after repeatedly chasing after that power, her body eventually reached its limit, forcing her to seal herself away with the help of a close friend, and she remained sealed to this day. Dumbledore, unaware of what the two young wizards were thinking, continued, because this magical power carries such severe negative effects, Headmaster Dippet ultimately decided to destroy it. Yes. Last night, under the collective witness of the professors, we destroyed that magical power. I see. When you put it that way, we really were lucky. If we hadn't run into that unexpected situation and had gone ahead and absorbed that magical power directly, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Wade said with a look of relief. But Dumbledore smiled and said, I don't think you would have. If you had really absorbed that power, I believe you would have stopped the moment you realized something was wrong. Professor, aren't you putting a little too much faith in me? I'm just an ordinary person. Dumbledore said meaningfully, don't be modest, Wade. I know, you've faced far greater temptations before, haven't you? Eh? Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, red 12 ahead p Caratrian, Captain. Chapter 178, we've already lost, haven't we? Eh? Wade blinked, seemingly unsure what Dumbledore was referring to. Just then, and returned to her hospital bed. When she saw that Dumbledore was still there, she forced a somewhat guilty smile onto her face. Dumbledore, however, didn't notice anything unusual about her. In truth, he had initially suspected that she might have been acting under Grindelwald's orders to lure Wade and the others into the chamber. But Dumbledore had quickly dismissed the idea, because it was Wade who had sent him the warning, allowing him to return so quickly. If Anne had really been following Grindelwald's orders, then Grindelwald would have been the one sabotaging his own plan. Without Wade's warning, Grindelwald would have succeeded outright. He wouldn't have been forced into a panicked retreat because of Dumbledore's timely return, and his most elite subordinates wouldn't have been captured. Lacking a god's-eye view of the situation, Dumbledore naturally dismissed that possibility. Well then, the first thing I came here to tell you was the school's decision to reward you. I already mentioned it to Miss Rosier earlier while you two were still unconscious. Now that you're all awake, I can move on to the second matter, Dumbledore said. Oh. What is it? Wade asked. After Grindelwald's crushing defeat last night, it's foreseeable that once this news spreads, the situation will become even more unstable. Dumbledore said with a furrowed brow. Grindelwald may still have enough rationality left to go into hiding and lick his wounds, but many of his supporters might lose control and resort to extreme acts of retaliation. And if they learn that his failure ultimately came down to you three, then you'll become their primary targets. You're suggesting we keep our involvement a secret from the public? Wade caught on. Yes. While this means the world won't know of your contributions for the time being, it also means your safety will be protected. Of course, I'll be honest with you, if the public knew what you did, you'd instantly gain enormous fame and glory. I trust you understand the pros and cons, so, what choice will you make? Dumbledore asked. Then we keep it hidden. Safety first, Wade answered immediately. My choice is the same as Wade's. Tom added quickly, he couldn't wait to distance himself from the entire affair. If it were possible, he'd gladly give up the Special Services Award too. He was just here to go to school. Safety. It was all about bloody safety. And as for Anne, she had no objections at all. In truth, she was still feeling rather upset about Grindelwald's defeat. Very good. You're truly admirable, Dumbledore said with satisfaction. Very few people can stay clear-headed when faced with such glory. All right then, since you've made your choice, we'll proceed accordingly. But we won't completely hide what you've done. After all, if we're awarding a special services plaque, we'll need at least some justification. Nermengard. Grindelwald sat dejectedly in a chair, staring out at the snowy landscape. Behind him, Vinda was reporting on the results of their recent force relocation efforts, the losses sustained due to those who couldn't be transferred in time, and of course, some of Dumbledore's latest movements. Sir? Are you all right? Vinda asked with some concern. These past days, Grindelwald had been in this state. Though not to the point of refusing food or drink, he had been gloomy and withdrawn all day. I'm fine, Vinda. I'm fine. Grindelwald's deep voice came from the chair, but it no longer carried the pride and vigor it once had. Clearly, this defeat had hit him harder than any before. So, according to what you're saying, Dumbledore has chosen to protect his students by hiding their accomplishments. Yes, sir. Should we deliberately leak the information they're trying to conceal? No. But, do they really deserve that kind of effort from you? It's because of them that you... It's not because of them, Vinda. It's Dumbledore. A glimmer of light returned to Grindelwald's eyes, but it quickly dimmed again. All these years, I've been chasing the Deathly Hallows to grow stronger, but he did nothing at all. So why? Why did he suddenly become that powerful? Just what gives him that right? That. Vinda didn't know how to answer Grindelwald's question. In truth, she was just as confused. Ever since the Blood Pact was broken, during all the years Grindelwald and Dumbledore had opposed each other, it wasn't like they hadn't fought. But almost every time, the battles ended in a draw. Which showed that their strength wasn't all that different. And yet, that night, Grindelwald had lost so abruptly. If the Elder Wand hadn't been taken by Dumbledore, Vinda would have even suspected that Grindelwald had let his sentimentality get the better of him and lost on purpose. Vinda, I've walked a razor's edge my whole life, tell me, do you think I'll ever make it to the other side? Grindelwald asked dejectedly. Vinda stared at him in shock. Sir. Grindelwald let out a long, heavy sigh. We've already lost, haven't we? That's not true. We can still win. So many of our people have been captured, and the news that I was defeated by Dumbledore has already spread. Vinda, from now on, the balance of power has shifted. Sir. This is only a temporary setback. You mustn't lose your will to fight. Leave me. I need some time alone. Grindelwald said despondently. Yes. Vinda looked at him one more time, her eyes filled with worry. The Grindelwald before her now seemed to have completely lost his confidence. Even as his most trusted aide, she didn't know what to do anymore. Ever since the news of Grindelwald's deranged attack on Hogwarts spread, the wizarding world had been in an uproar. But what truly thrilled everyone was that on the very same night, Grindelwald was defeated by Dumbledore. And his most elite squad of dark followers had been captured by Aurors. Grindelwald's forces were severely diminished after that night. Though in the aftermath, quite a few of Grindelwald's supporters stepped forward to carry out retaliatory attacks. But the Aurors had already prepared for this. Those hasty and aggressive actions didn't achieve much. Still, while Grindelwald's outer circle continued to stir up trouble, Grindelwald himself and his core group of dark followers chose to completely disappear from the public eye. And just like that, several more months passed. Before anyone knew it, June had arrived. The students at Hogwarts were growing anxious, busy preparing for their end-of-term exams. No one had the time to talk about how Wade and the other two had cleverly captured several of Grindelwald's followers and been awarded the Special Services to the School Award. Yes, regarding their achievement, Dumbledore had publicly stated that the three of them had only caught a few of Grindelwald's followers. In the context of that night's major events, such a feat wasn't considered particularly extraordinary. But it was still more than enough to merit a Special Services Award. This also made Wade and the other two the center of attention at school. After all, they had taken down several of Grindelwald's followers, his most elite soldiers. From the envious and jealous looks on the faces of the Gryffindors, it was clear just how much attention the three had gained. The Gryffindors were all frustrated. They snuck out at night all the time, so why hadn't they ever stumbled into something this rewarding? Of course, compared to Wade and Tom's cheerful moods, and had been noticeably downcast these past few days. In her eyes, it was her own failure to perform her duties properly that had caused Grindelwald and the Alliance members to suffer such a heavy loss. Even though she had quietly pocketed a bit of that magical power for herself earlier, she still held deep respect for Grindelwald. Especially after secretly corresponding with her aunt and learning that Grindelwald had fallen into deep despair because of the incident, she felt even worse. And thought to herself, if she had managed to win over Wade and Tom for Grindelwald before that night, then Wade definitely wouldn't have sent a warning to Dumbledore. And Grindelwald wouldn't have been defeated. But what Anne couldn't understand at all was that Grindelwald, even in his despair, had chosen not to reveal Wade and Tom's involvement. Instead, he cooperated in silence with Dumbledore to protect them. Though Anne didn't fully understand his reasoning, it only made clearer just how much Grindelwald valued those two boys. And thought, if she could just succeed in winning them over, then surely Mr. Grindelwald wouldn't remain so despondent. But if they hadn't joined when Grindelwald's power was at its peak, it was even less likely now after his recent defeat. Caught between anxiety and guilt, and felt as though every day dragged on endlessly. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, red 12 ahead p Caratrian, Captain. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, he didn't even write a cookbook. Time passed quickly, and the final exams were soon over. After the exams, students had a full week to wait for their results. During this week, there were no classes and no pressure from exams. It was essentially a full holiday, students were free to enjoy themselves around the school, and as long as they didn't break any rules, the professors would tacitly look the other way. So, for most students, this week was the happiest time of the year. Of course, for the 7th-year students, it came with a touch of sadness. After all, this week marked the final days of their Hogwarts life. Today was already the last day of that joyful week. In the room of requirement, Wade and Tom were both looking extremely excited. In front of them was a map, and on that map, countless tiny dots were moving around. Next to each dot was a name. I declare the Marauders map complete. Yes, I'm naming it the Marauders map. Wade said proudly. Haha, with this map, sneaking into the restricted section to read is going to be so much easier. Tom said happily. Seeing how excited the two of them were, Anne, who had been watching from the side, gave a token round of applause. Anne, cheer up. You played a huge part in making this map. If it weren't for those months of scouting you did, how would we know about so many secret passages? Wade said with a smile. Well, but all I contributed was a piece of paper, and you turned it into this. Wade, you're amazing. Even though Anne wasn't in the best mood, she had to admit she admired Wade's talent. The Marauders map could even show the movements of Professor Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet, just that alone showed how incredible it was. And yet Wade had managed to pull it off. No wonder Grindelwald valued him so highly. Anne, you've looked troubled these days. Did something happen? Tom suddenly asked. Huh? And no. Nothing at all. Really? And was startled and hurriedly denied it. But right after defending herself, she realized her reaction had been a bit too much. Anne, shit. Sure enough, Tom looked at her with a suspicious expression. Just as Anne was struggling to come up with an explanation, Wade suddenly said, it's about your aunt, isn't it? Huh? You. And looked completely flustered. I remember you once mentioned you had an aunt who went off on her own and lost contact with the family, and then, in a wanted list published in the Daily Prophet, I saw a name, Vinda Rosier. Wade smiled. That's your aunt, isn't it? I. And was originally panicked, but upon hearing Wade's words, she found her excuse. She quickly nodded. Yes, she left home years ago. I never imagined she'd join the Dark Wizards under that man. I don't know what to do. What if everyone thinks our family is tied to them? Tom silently rolled his eyes on the side. What do you mean, what if? You clearly are connected. Grindelwald had already fallen from power. Logically speaking, and was no longer of any use. He really couldn't figure out what was wrong with Wade. Why go out of his way to cover for this woman? Was there some kind of reward for protecting her or something? Wade smiled and comforted her. One Rosier falling into darkness doesn't mean all Rosiers are dragged into the mire. Even if some people suspect you because of it, as long as you conduct yourself properly, there won't be any issues. Look, none of the other students have ever suspected you, right? After all, you helped us catch several of Grindelwald's followers. That's true. And smiled, but her heart felt even heavier. Luckily, her aunt had been taken away by Mr. Grindelwald. Otherwise, I might very well be in Azkaban by now. After all, the only two people who knew her true identity were Grindelwald and her aunt. And Veritaserum from the Ministry of Magic was no joke. She looked up at Wade, who was happily examining the map, and couldn't help but ask, Wade, do you think Grindelwald will rise again? What's this? Worried about revenge? Wade asked, intrigued. That's part of it. And replied, following his lead. Then don't worry. He won't win, Wade said. Even when he was at his peak, he had a hard time succeeding, let alone now. But why? I mean, back before he lost, his power was enormous. Didn't he have a pretty good chance at winning back then? And couldn't help but argue in a small voice. In her view, Grindelwald's defeat this time was just a fluke. If it hadn't happened, his victory would have been only a matter of time. Good chance at winning back, huh? Wade chuckled. When even the wizarding world can't agree with itself, I really don't see how he was ever going to win. You're right. And fell silent for a moment, then asked again, but, if his ideas attracted so many people, doesn't that mean there was some merit to them? Then why are so many people against him? His ideas were reasonable. Wade laughed. He didn't have any real, developed ideology, just a few catchy slogans. And a handful of slogans isn't enough to serve as a foundation for thought. A revolution without a guiding ideology, how could that possibly succeed? Guiding ideology? What kind of guiding ideology? And asked. Let me ask you, Grindelwald shouts his slogans loud enough to shake the skies, but has he ever published a book? Anything that actually explains his ideology? No, he hasn't. Then who else is supposed to fail if not him? Even that little guy next door at least had Mein Kampf. Grindelwald doesn't even have an autobiography. This. And listened to Wade's words and felt a vague sense of awe without really understanding. She honestly didn't get what Mr. Grindelwald's success or failure had to do with whether he'd published a book. Seeing the confused look on her face, Wade could tell she hadn't understood a word. Let me ask you, what's the purpose of books? To pass on and share knowledge. And replied uncertainly. Then what do you think qualifies as knowledge? Wade asked. Magical theory, maybe. And guessed. Knowledge covers a lot of things, and magical theory is just one part. In fact, even a cookbook that teaches you how to cook, culinary skills can also be considered a form of knowledge. So, if something like cooking can be passed down as knowledge, then why can't ideology? Ideology. And scratched her head. Why would anyone want to pass down ideology? Wade felt like tearing his hair out. He'd explained everything so clearly, and she still came out with that. All his setup, wasted. But Wade still held back from scolding her. Even if and couldn't understand what he was saying, that old man definitely would. Heh. Didn't you just ask me why, even though his ideology seems reasonable, so many people are still against him? Wade asked. Yes. That's because Grindelwald never took the time to organize his ideas into a proper system and spread them. A lot of people don't actually understand his ideology, so of course they can't see any merit in it. Think about it, even if he's the greatest public speaker in the world, and his speeches make people's blood boil with excitement, how many wizards in the world can actually attend his speeches in person? How many would even dare to? And because of that, the ideas he promotes during those speeches are likely to be misrepresented or twisted by others. Even if you're an honest revolutionary, you might still end up being smeared as a terrorist in the end. Let's take it a step further, even if no one distorts your message, only those who've heard your speeches will understand your stance. The ones who haven't. They won't feel anything at all. But if you publish a book, it's different. If he had written and distributed his ideological works after his speeches, then anyone who genuinely believed in his vision would have taken the initiative to spread those books around the world. Over time, the more people come to understand his ideology, the more supporters he would have. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, red 12 ahead p Caratrian, Captain. Chapter 180, you want Grindelwald's comeback. After listening to Wade, and finally had a rough understanding of what he meant. Then she asked, but what if people don't agree with your ideas? What then? Does that mean your ideas are wrong? You first have to understand why others don't agree with your ideas. Let's take Grindelwald's so-called ideology as an example. He keeps advocating for wizards to stop hiding and start ruling over muggles or whatever. At first glance, it sounds reasonable. But, do you know what an average wizard thinks when they hear that? And shook her head. They'll say, sounds kind of reasonable, so why don't you go try and reform things? That's right, most people will just watch from the sidelines. They won't get involved. Because all of it feels too distant from them. Their current life might be simple, but they're content. Grindelwald's slogans sound impressive, but they're all grand and vague. Not everyone is some hot-blooded idealist who gets fired up just hearing the word change. Everyone knows that if wizards ruled over muggles and became the superior race, all wizards would benefit, but that's just a slogan. Or more accurately, it's an end goal. The reality is that ideology hasn't brought anyone any real benefit yet. From the moment Grindelwald started his movement up to now, has he done anything that directly benefits ordinary wizards? No. He just keeps saying that after he succeeds, everyone will benefit. But right now, there's nothing. Not a single benefit, and yet he expects people to fight for some hollow future goal he made up. How is that supposed to work? You can stand there and talk all day, even if it sounds logical, but it won't stop me from going to work, coming home, and living my life. Because until what you're saying becomes real, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. Even Muggle politicians, before they get elected, at least know how to put on a show, propose some policy that actually helps people's lives. At the very least, they'll make a donation or two to an orphanage or something, right? But Grindelwald, a man who calls himself a revolutionary, what does he do besides shouting slogans and launching terrorist attacks? He hasn't done a single thing that actually benefits wizards. A revolution that brings no benefit to anyone, can it even be called a revolution? Actually, that's not quite accurate. It's more like a revolution that brings no benefit to ordinary wizards. As for Grindelwald and his supporters, of course there are benefits, otherwise he wouldn't be stirring things up, and his followers wouldn't stick with him. Grindelwald gains power, and his supporters, they get to fulfill their own various desires. Just look at how he tried to tempt me and Tom. He didn't talk to us about revolutionary ideals, he offered us magical power in exchange, because he knew that's what we wanted. If that's how he tried to recruit us, then what do you think his other followers were promised? In short, not a single one of them is doing anything decent. Do you really think there are any good people by his side? A gang of thugs gathered together. Of course the public sees them as terrorists. His so-called ideology is nothing more than a banner raised for the sake of his own interests. Only a fool would believe it. The first part of Wade's explanation sounded fairly normal, but toward the end, and was nearly driven to tears by his sarcastic tone. She wanted to say that she had truly believed in Grindelwald's ideology, that she followed him not because she was a fool, and not because of selfish desires like the others. But after thinking more carefully about Wade's words, her conviction took a heavy blow. Because her aunt, Vinda Rosier, hadn't joined the alliance because of any ideology Grindelwald had proposed. It was because she wanted to become Grindelwald's most trusted aide, so that when he stood at the top of the world, the Rosier family could share in the glory. And had actually realized this before, at least in part, but she always chose, consciously or not, to ignore it. But now, Wade had torn away that final layer of pretense, exposing the raw truth right in front of her. All those so-called ideals were nothing more than grand-sounding excuses to make things look respectable on the surface. The dark wizards were all gathered under Grindelwald for their own desires. Their personal interests weren't even aligned. If there was no unity among themselves, how could they possibly expect others to agree with them? Rather than saying they gathered around Grindelwald because they believed in some ideology, TSK. It would be more accurate to say they followed Grindelwald because they believed in him. And fell silent. Her belief had been shattered in an instant, and she couldn't recover for a long time. Tom, off to the side, had been quietly watching Anne's expression the whole time. He saw her go from defensive, to contemplative, to shocked, and finally, to utterly stunned. Actually, Tom thought Wade's words made some sense. Since the beginning of Grindelwald's movement, he had caused more destruction than progress. People only feared them, there was no trust. And in that case, what meaning did anything they said really have? At that moment, Tom suddenly recalled something Wade had said a long time ago, never underestimate the power of the people. Now, combined with everything Wade had just said, he couldn't help but start thinking deeply. If Grindelwald hadn't started out with all those acts of terror, but instead had proposed some policies to the International Confederation of Wizards that actually benefited lower-class wizards, helped them realize he could bring tangible good into their lives. If he had slowly built his reputation among the wizarding community, and once he had enough supporters, then began promoting ideas of wizard superiority, wouldn't he have gained even more support? Because based on past experience, everything he had advocated would have been proven to bring benefits. People would naturally develop trust in his words. And after that, Tom didn't even dare imagine. He glanced at Wade, who was calmly studying the Marauders map nearby, and felt a deep sense of awe. If the one leading the movement hadn't been Grindelwald, but Wade instead, maybe he'd already have succeeded. Wade was about the same age as him, so where on earth had he learned all of this? Could it really be, from that mysterious family of his? After a long silence, and finally muttered in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, hearing all that. Grindelwald really doesn't seem like he can succeed. That's not entirely true, Wade said casually, still focused on the map in front of him. If he can clean up his image and squeeze out the poison in his blood, there's still a chance for a comeback. And looked at Wade in surprise. What do you mean? Didn't you just say? If I were him, and I wanted to succeed, I absolutely wouldn't have resorted to violence from the start. But since that mistake's already been made, the only option is to throw a few scapegoats under the bus. Once he clears his name, he goes into politics. After gaining legitimate power, he can start proposing beneficial policies for the public. That way, he builds popular support, and then, pushing for reform becomes much easier. After all, if the benefits are big enough, people naturally develop selective memory. Why bother with rebellion? As Wade spoke, his eyes never left the map, as if he were just making idle conversation. But Tom couldn't help glancing at him, eyes narrowing slightly. After Anne, clearly preoccupied, made up an excuse and left, Tom asked, "I don't believe for a second you didn't notice she was trying to get information out of you." "Hey," Wade smiled at Tom. "And I don't believe for a second you didn't notice I let her." "What exactly are you trying to do?" Tom frowned. "Don't tell me you actually want Grindelwald to make a comeback. If he truly followed the path I described, actually did things that benefited people and earned public trust, then whether he's personally good or bad doesn't matter, does it? I just want peace and happiness for the people." "Tom, did you forget? I'm a good person. If I believe even one punctuation mark of what you just said, I'll step down as the heir of the Gaunt family." "Oh, ***, read 2 weeks ahead. P***Trian, Captain. Chapter 181, Chapter 181, the people will remember them. Say whatever you like, but I think that Oldman definitely won't listen to any of this," Tom scoffed. "Even if there's a bit of logic to what you said, why would he listen to you?" Wade smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, he's already been beaten into a slump. Otherwise, there's no way he'd be this quiet for so long. So, if he wants to break the stalemate, there's a good chance he'll listen to me." Tom said, "Just because he's been quiet doesn't mean he's broken. Maybe he's just regrouping. After all, his forces took a serious hit. If it were me, I'd lay low too." Wade smiled. Even if he's trying to regroup, he'd still need to show his face now and then. Otherwise, he'll lose people's confidence. Right now, those outer circle dark followers, the non-core ones, they were Grindelwald's main targets for future development. They're the future of his movement. And now, even they're getting jittery, and he still hasn't shown up. If that man doesn't have something going wrong in his head, I'll wash my hair standing on my hands. That still doesn't make it a sure thing." Tom grumbled, unconvinced. "Tom, don't get hung up on it. Let's say he doesn't listen to me, so what? Let's say I guessed wrong, so what? It's not like I lose anything," Wade said with a wave of his hand. "Besides, I've already placed my piece on the board. Whether it works or not, time will tell." In truth, those things Wade said were indeed deliberately told to Grindelwald through Anne's mouth. As for whether Grindelwald would listen, or whether and even delivered the message at all, it wouldn't affect Wade in the slightest. Of course, if he did take the advice and actually did a bit of good. Then Wade came out ahead. If he could get a world-famous dark wizard to start doing good deeds, just imagine how many merit points that would be worth. The moment Wade thought of merit points, his cheerful mood immediately soured. He'd captured so many of Grindelwald's followers, fully expecting to rake in a fortune and use it to level up his system. But now, it had been ages since everything ended. Why hadn't the payment come through yet? Wade was starting to suspect the damn system was either broken or just outright embezzling his rewards. Staring at the display of 18,000-something merit points, Wade was gritting his teeth in frustration. Tom had been about to say something, but when he saw Wade's expression suddenly change, he instantly knew the guy was mad about something again. He quickly shut his mouth, terrified he'd end up as the next punching bag. That night, at the end of term feast, neither Wade nor Tom saw Anne. It wasn't until much later that they caught a glimpse of her returning to the dorm, just her silhouette in the common room. "You think she passed your message on to that old guy?" Tom asked. "No idea. But like I said, the piece has already been placed on the board. We just hit the next turn button and watch how things play out. What's the point of overthinking it?" Wade said casually. Wade's mention of some next turn button went right over Tom's head, but he at least understood the part about watching things unfold. Even though Wade didn't seem to care, Tom was extremely curious about what would happen next. He really wanted to see whether Wade had guessed wrong this time. The next morning, students found their trunks neatly placed by their beds. The house elves had already emptied their wardrobes for them. After breakfast, everyone pushed their trunks toward the Hogwarts Express, ready to head home. Wade and a few of the core members of the SMASH Society had taken over an entire carriage. After signing that stupid document, "We're not allowed to use magic during the holidays." Charlie grumbled. "I really don't get it. What if my spells get rusty?" "That document's just there to keep Muggle-born students in check, Charlie," Wade said with a laugh. "What do you mean by that?" Charlie asked, startled. "If you're practicing magic in a wizarding community, the ministry can't tell," Wade explained. "Really?" Charlie turned to ask Henry and Alfred. Alfred replied with a helpless look, "Yeah. My sister's never laid a finger on me during the holidays, she always uses magic instead. Ugh, I really don't want to go home. That place is so stifling." "You need to learn to stand up for yourself, Alfred," said Henry. If you don't want to stay home, you can come stay with me. My parents don't mind me being friends with purebloods. Well, if I went to your place, I doubt my parents would oppose it. I think I even heard them say once that they wanted to marry my sister off to you. What? Who? Walburga. No. I'm not marrying that lunatic. She's insane. Alfred, you can't repay kindness with cruelty like this. Henry was nearly scared out of his wits. The Avery family was pure blood, and so was the Black family. To preserve so-called blood purity, intermarriage between pure blood families was all too common. The more Henry thought about it, the more terrified he became, because this kind of thing really could happen. Alfred could only shrug, giving Henry a helpless look. Truthfully, Alfred couldn't even control his own future marriage. How could he possibly do anything about his sisters? Henry shut his eyes, feeling like his future had just gone completely dark. Alfred, you have to help me, this affects you too. Think about it, you don't want to stay at home, that's why you come to my place, but if your sister marries into my family, then when you come over, how's that any different from being at home? Alfred jolted. You're right. Henry, we have to learn to resist. Henry, overjoyed, asked, so do you have a good plan? Alfred thought for a moment. How about, you chop your bits off? I'll go back and tell my parents you're not up to it, and then. You motherfucker, bloody hell, why don't you chop yours off? Come on. Let's both chop. And then we're not brothers anymore, we'll be sisters. The two of them wrestled each other to the floor. Grace McLagan scooted away with a look of utter disgust. She looked at Wade and Tom, then asked curiously, where do you guys live? Maybe we could meet up during the holidays to practice magic or something. Wade and Tom both shook their heads. Their home addresses definitely weren't something they could casually share. Tom said, we're not planning to practice magic this holiday. We intend to follow the ministry's rules to the letter. Wade nearly burst out laughing when he heard that. He knew Tom only said it to turn down Grace's invitation. But hearing the future Lord Voldemort talk about strictly following ministry regulations, it was hard not to find it funny. I don't believe that for a second. Grace scoffed. You three broke over 100 school rules at Hogwarts, and now you expect me to believe you'll follow the ministry's regulations at home. As she spoke, Grace glanced at Anne and noticed how downcast she looked. Why haven't you said anything? It's nothing, I'm just a little tired, and replied with a strained smile. Well, sounds like this summer's going to be boring, Grace said with a sigh. She had hoped to hang out with her fellow club members over the holidays, but it seemed like everyone had their own plans. Especially that killjoy Tom. If he was going to refuse, he could have at least come up with a better excuse. Nermengard. Grindelwald stared at the notebook in front of him, silent for a long time. Even as wax from a nearby candle dripped onto his hand, he seemed completely unaware. Sir. Vinda looked at Grindelwald with concern. What is it, Vinda? Grindelwald looked up, his bloodshot eyes staring at her. Olive and the others, they're going to be tried tonight. Vinda said hesitantly. Oh. Grindelwald replied, then gave no further reaction. He simply lowered his head again to continue staring at the notebook. Seeing him like this, Vinda realized he probably didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. Many countries' ministries of magic have sent representatives to serve on the jury, and quite a few of them have suffered at our hands. So, the outcome tonight might not be good. Is that so? Grindelwald responded blandly again. Vinda sighed, then decided to ask directly, they might be sentenced to death. So, should we do something? Try to rescue them or something. Grindelwald finally looked up again, but to Vinda's surprise, despite his exhaustion and bloodshot eyes, he looked strangely excited. Dumbledore will definitely be there. We won't be able to rescue a single person, Vinda. Then, are we just not going to save them? Grindelwald was silent for a moment before he finally said, the people will remember them. The people? Who? Vinda was a bit confused. There's no such thing as a bloodless revolution. Grindelwald said softly. Vinda let out a quiet sigh, then replied, I understand. She knew that after tonight's trial, those Alliance followers were as good as dead. The evidence was overwhelming, and the jury had come with personal grudges. But she couldn't bring herself to blame Grindelwald for not saving them. In the past, perhaps Grindelwald might have tried to do something, but now. Dumbledore's strength had skyrocketed, and he held the Elder Wand, they didn't stand a chance. Anyone who went to rescue them, however many went, that's how many would be lost. That was reality, as cruel as it was. Vinda didn't actually feel sorrow for those people. She was just relieved, because she had nearly been one of the ones on trial tonight. After Vinda left, Grindelwald continued staring at the notebook in front of him, murmuring to himself, the more crimes they're convicted of, the better, the more poison that gets bled out, the safer I'll be. I'm sorry, but I will remember you. The next morning, Wade stretched as he made his way to the breakfast table, ready to eat. Suddenly, he froze, because he noticed his merit point balance had jumped by a full 50,000 points. With the system notifications turned off, Wade had no idea what had happened. It wasn't until he sat down at the table and saw the daily profit that Toby had brought him. All 25 Dark followers have been sentenced. Among them, 5 were given life sentences in Azkaban, while 20 were sentenced to receive the Dementor's Kiss, carried out at 3 a.m. in Azkaban. So that's what it was. Oh, ***, read 2 weeks ahead. P***Trian, Captain. Chapter 182, System Upgrade Complete. After confirming his merit point balance, Wade didn't even bother with breakfast, he ran straight back to his room. Tom, who had just come out to eat, saw Wade rushing off and couldn't help asking the house elf at the table, "Did your master crap his pants?" "Definitely not. Young Master Riddle, please don't speak ill of Master Wade," Toby said indignantly. Toby believes he must have had an epiphany about a new kind of magic. Toby cupped his hands over his chest and declared proudly, "Master Wade must have been so inspired by the breakfast Toby personally made that he triggered a brand new magical insight." "Oh. Toby is such a happy house elf." Tom frowned and scoffed in disgust. House elves, most of them weren't right in the head. He still didn't understand why Wade had insisted on bringing one home back then. But, after taking a bite of breakfast, Tom gave up that line of thought. First of all, the food was excellent. Second, if there weren't a house elf in this house, then all the chores Toby was handling now would probably fall on him, wouldn't they? You couldn't seriously expect Wade to do any of the housework himself, right? He suddenly remembered how Wade once said, very early on, that house elf Toby was his first servant, and that after getting Toby, Tom was demoted to being the second servant. Now that he thought about it, that guy probably hadn't been joking back then. And what does a servant do, exactly? No need to think too hard about that. If there were no house elf, all the cooking, cleaning, and household chores would most likely fall to him, the second servant. Just thinking about how he might have had to help that bastard wash his underwear made Tom feel sick to his stomach. So, thank Merlin for Toby. Even if he was a bit unhinged sometimes. Alright, fine, thanks, Toby. At the same time, back in his room, Wade had no idea that Tom was currently stewing over the revolting image of having to do his laundry. He was too busy beaming with joy at his merit point balance, now totaling over 68,000. Taking down that group of Grindelwald's followers had earned him a solid 50,000. Those bastards were clearly rotten to the core. Judging by the fact that Grindelwald had kept them so close during that whole ordeal, they had to be his most trusted men. And usually, the ones doing the dirtiest jobs are the most trusted underlings. With that in mind, it totally made sense that eliminating that bunch netted him so many merit points. Who knew how many enemies they'd quietly taken out over the years on Grindelwald's behalf? Once Wade had wrapped his head around it, the first thing he did was spend 20,000 points to upgrade the entire system. Honestly, he'd had enough of seeing just 2 trash items in the shop refresh every night. The last time he pulled something good from the shop felt like a whole century ago. Ding. System upgrade complete. New items will refresh at midnight tonight. Wade looked at the shop screen, now expanded with 2 additional item slots, and couldn't help but get a little emotional. Finally, 2 more draws every night, and 1 more chance to lock an item. And apparently, the overall item quality would improve along with the system upgrade. So even though all 4 slots were still empty for now, Wade was in an exceptionally good mood. Nermengard. Grindelwald sat staring at a long, unrolled piece of parchment before him, his eyes shining with an unusual light. Vinda looked at the suddenly energized Grindelwald in surprise. This wasn't the same man she had seen just yesterday. Looks like they've pinned nearly every crime we've committed over the years onto Olive and the others. Grindelwald remarked. Vinda nodded grimly. Especially that juror from the Magical Congress of the United States. Before the trial even started, he suddenly submitted a massive stack of documents to the Wisengamot. The documents exposed many new charges, and included ample evidence. Because of him, a number of Alliance members had their sentences changed from life imprisonment to death. It's basically dumping all our past crimes onto them. I think that guy showed up just to vent his anger. Sir, should we deal with him, discreetly? Grindelwald waved his hand. Vinda, he's one of ours. Huh? Of course he's one of ours. And now he's just dead like that. Vinda hadn't followed, thinking Grindelwald was still referring to the captured Alliance members. No, you misunderstood me, Vinda. That juror is one of ours. A chilling smile spread across Grindelwald's face. Vinda stared at him in shock. He's ours. But why would he do that? No, why would you do that? Grindelwald had planted someone to fabricate charges and pin them all on his own men, only to have them all sentenced to death. Vinda, we can't rescue them. Even if we do nothing, some of them would be sentenced to death anyway. And the rest? They'd be kissed by dementors in Azkaban. A sharp glint flickered in Grindelwald's eyes. So if they're going to die, let their deaths be more meaningful. But, what's your goal in doing this? Vinda still didn't quite understand. For all these years, most people have believed I'm steeped in sin. But the atrocities they associate with me, I never personally committed them. And now, the ones who did, have been captured and sentenced by the ministry. You mean you're using them to take the blame and clear your name? Vinda stared at Grindelwald in shock. No, no, no. Not clearing my name, Vinda. From the beginning, the ones who committed those heinous crimes were the rotten ones among us. They had nothing to do with me. I've been innocent all along. Grindelwald's gaze was sharp as he looked at her. At most, I merely failed to supervise them properly. Vinda's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. There was shock at how easily Grindelwald had betrayed his own followers, and there was joy in seeing him finally snap out of his despair. But most of all, there was fear. If Grindelwald hadn't taken her with him that night, she might already be dead, condemned with the others, branded with countless crimes. So why had he chosen to save her? From what she knew of Grindelwald, he only invested time and energy in people who were useful to him. Just like that obscurial back then. So what value did she hold for Grindelwald? After a moment's thought, Vinda suddenly remembered her niece, and Rosier. So that was it. She suddenly understood, that night, every single person Grindelwald brought to Hogwarts could be sacrificed. But she was spared, because he needed her to keep it in place. If and had lost her value before that night, then I too would have been ruthlessly abandoned at Hogwarts, just like the others. What a heartless man. But only someone like that could truly accomplish great things. Vinda, what are you thinking about? Grindelwald asked, his expression as gentle as ever. Sir, I'm racking my brain, trying to figure out how I can be of use to you in our great cause. Vinda said fervently. Excellent, Vinda. Trust me, you're more useful than anyone else, Grindelwald replied with a smile. Then. Sir, what's your next move? Grindelwald smiled. Next, I'll turn myself in. And face a trial for the century. What, sir? Won't that be dangerous? Vinda asked worriedly. It won't. Because everyone who could prove I committed crimes, has already helped me get rid of them, Grindelwald said, a smug smile appearing on his face. But I remember a few of them were sentenced to life in Azkaban, they're not dead. Anyone who's entered Azkaban will inevitably be affected by dementors, and testimony from someone whose mind has been corrupted by a dementor. That's hardly admissible, Grindelwald replied with a gentle smile. I understand. Vinda said cheerfully. However, starting today, you'll need to remain in Nurmengard for the time being. Unless it's something urgent, don't leave. We'll wait until everything settles down, Grindelwald said, gently patting Vinda on the shoulder. Your duties will temporarily be handled by Abernathy. Vinda's body stiffened slightly, immediately understanding what Grindelwald meant. With the others either dead or insane, she was now essentially the only one left who could testify to Grindelwald's crimes. Which meant that until the trial was over, she absolutely couldn't be allowed to fall into enemy hands. I understand, sir. You don't need to explain it to me. Good, Vinda. Thank you very much for your trust. And I will never forget the promise I made to you. Once my vision is realized, the Rosier family will be the most honored in this world, second only to me. Night had fallen. Wade held his watch, watching the minute hand slowly tick toward 12. At exactly midnight, he immediately opened his system's shop interface. Sure enough, the 4 previously blacked-out item slots had all refreshed with new goods. Item 1, Phoenix Tears, 50 milliliters, unlocked, 500 merit points. Item 2, Unicorn Horn, unlocked, 200 merit points. Item 3, Flying Charm, unlocked, 1000 merit points. Item 4, Magical Creature Affinity, unlocked, 5000 merit points. Next refresh countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes 39 seconds. Merit points, 48,700. Dark Lord achievement, not yet achieved. There was no doubt about it, after the system upgrade, the quality of items in the shop had taken a massive leap. Even the material items that showed up were no longer the low-tier junk from before. Phoenix Tears and Unicorn Horn were undeniably considered rare and precious materials in the wizarding world. A huge improvement over the previous constant appearance of things like sunflower leaves and Kneazle fur. Even the cheapest of the lot, Unicorn Horn, was worth 50 to 60 galleons. Of course, those two materials weren't particularly appealing to Wade at this point. Unicorn Horns could be scavenged in the Forbidden Forest or bought in Nocturne Alley. As for Phoenix Tears, he could always trade them from Fawkes with some eels. The real highlights were the third and fourth items. Oh, asterisk asterisk, read 2 weeks ahead. P. Trian, Captain. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, Why aren't you afraid that I'll fall and die? Wade immediately ignored the first 2 items and opened the system descriptions for the third and fourth. Flying Charm, a unique flying spell personally developed by the Dark Lord Voldemort. Only the most loyal and trusted Death Eaters were taught this spell directly by the Dark Lord. Once learned, it allows the caster to fly through the air without the aid of any tools. Magical Creature Affinity, a talent type ability. Wizards with this gift can instinctively grasp the general intent of magical creatures. Additionally, all magical creatures, even the most ferocious beasts, will feel a sense of goodwill toward you at first sight. Of course, while this talent is powerful, it's not omnipotent. Hungry beasts never care whether their food is cute, so proceed with caution. Very nice. Wade was quite satisfied with both items. There was no need to even mention the Flying Charm. Being able to fly without any tools made it incredibly useful in all kinds of situations. Whether in combat or retreat, it would no doubt be highly effective. As for Magical Creature Affinity, though it did cost a hefty 5,000 merit points, it would be immensely helpful for the magical creature taming experiments he was about to begin. Besides, Wade wasn't exactly short on merit points at the moment. Without hesitation, he purchased both items. The moment Wade purchased the items, a magical manuscript appeared in his hand. At the same time, he felt as if something within his body had undergone a very subtle change. Whether it was a physical shift or something to do with his magical power, Wade couldn't quite tell just yet. Looking at the 42,700 merit points he had left, Wade was now eagerly anticipating the next night's shop refresh. He closed the store interface and turned his gaze to the manuscript in his hand. Why does this handwriting look so much like mine? Wade stared at the script in surprise. Suddenly, a line of small text appeared on the title page. As this spell has not yet been invented in this timeline, the inventor has been reassigned to host Wade Reynolds. Just as he finished reading it, the line of text vanished from view. Oh, so because I've become the inventor, the handwriting changed to match mine. Wade muttered to himself. As he flipped through the manuscript, the more he read, the more familiar it all seemed. By the time he finished flipping through the manuscript, Wade had already become deeply familiar with the derivation process of the spell. He could even remember the feeling of writing each stroke in the manuscript, as if he had personally spent countless days and nights researching this spell. It felt as though he really had invented it himself. Ah, sorry about that, Tom. I accidentally stole your thunder, Wade said lightly. Over in the dining room, Tom suddenly sneezed, and an odd sense of loss crept up in his heart, like something that was originally his had quietly slipped away. At the moment, Wade hadn't actually tested the spell yet, but he already had an instinctive grasp of how to use it. After all, he was the one who had invented it. He put the magical manuscript away and decided to test his new magical beast affinity skill first. Wade headed straight to the living room. There, in front of the fireplace, he found Tom the cat sound asleep. Even though it was already summer and the fireplace hadn't been lit in a while, the rug in front of it was still Tom's favorite spot out of habit. Tom looked on in confusion as Wade dashed up and down the house early in the morning. He was extremely puzzled, but in the spirit of the less trouble, the better, he decided not to ask any questions. Tom just felt utterly stifled living in this house. But he didn't dare go out and find another place to live just yet. It wasn't about money, he actually had more of it now than Wade did. The real problem was, both he and Wade had completely offended Grindelwald at this point. After all, thanks to their contributions, an entire squad of Grindelwald's elite alliance members had been wiped out. You could say that grudge was carved in stone. There was no way he'd risk living on his own. At that moment, Wade began enthusiastically rubbing Tom the cat's head with both hands. He woke the sleeping cat straight out of his nap. Eat, sleep, sleep, eat. Tom, you've gotten so fat I barely recognize you anymore. Tom's face darkened at Wade's words, he was certain this bastard was taking liberties with him. And worse, he had proof. Meow. Tom the cat looked up at Wade cautiously. As if to say, I'm just a little kitty. Isn't it my job to eat when I'm full and sleep when I'm tired? Yes, the moment Wade had woken him up and started asking questions, he'd somehow instinctively understood part of what the cat meant. It was a very strange feeling. Not as clear as legitimacy, but it carried an odd sense of mutual understanding, as if their minds were in sync. I think you might need a companion, Tom, how about a little mouse? Wade said. Tom the cat let out a disdainful meow, as if to say, that thing tastes awful. It's a companion, not food. Never mind, let me ask you this, do you notice anything different about me today? Wade asked. Tom the cat raised a paw to cover his mouth and let out a very human-like yawn, then blinked sleepily at Wade. Suddenly, he perked up. The whole cat seemed energized. He stood up, circled Wade a few times, then sniffed him up and down. Eventually, Tom the cat dragged over a piece of parchment from who knows where and began scratching at it with his claws. Rustle. Rustle. Tom handed the parchment to Wade. Wade looked down and saw a crooked line of text written across the surface. Master. You smell so good. Ah. That's it. Just the smell. Wait a second. When did you learn how to write? And, how the hell did you even write this without any ink, using your claws? Tom awkwardly smiled, hiding his hands behind his back. Tom, what else are you hiding from me? Meow. Don't tell me you've been pretending to be clueless just so you wouldn't have to do chores. Meow. Starting today, you're taking on part of Toby's work. Tom, don't call me heartless, because the moment you used magic to write in front of me, you stopped being just an ordinary pet cat. Kai-yo-o-o-o. Tom the cat let out a miserable wail. Humanoid Tom, who had been watching Wade talking to a cat like a lunatic, had just begun to conclude that the guy had finally lost it. But the moment he saw Tom the cat writing on paper, he almost thought he had gone mad instead. When the woeful feline was eventually led away by an overly excited Toby, Tom finally couldn't help but ask, what exactly did you do to that poor cat? Unless I'm losing my mind, it looked like it was writing. Oh, it can do more than just write, Tom. Wade replied, stressing the name Tom with particular relish. Tom's face turned green. I'm writing home to my muggle grandfather immediately. I swear, I'm changing my name. Really? But wasn't that the name your mother gave you on her deathbed? Wade asked, feigning deep sorrow. You. Tom was momentarily at a loss for words. Now that he thought about it, changing the name really wouldn't be so simple. Tom, if that expression of yours isn't just an act, then it seems like you've made some heartening progress. Oh, our little Tommy boy is finally becoming a good person. Wade said cheerfully. You don't know anything, Tom retorted awkwardly. If someone called him a villain, he wouldn't care at all, because he was well aware he really was one. But if someone said he was turning into a good person, he'd be so mortified he could dig through the soles of his shoes with his toes. All right, enough joking, Wade said, handing the piece of parchment to Tom. Tom the cat isn't just a cat that can write. He can also use magic. Writing without ink. That's a basic application of the transfiguration charm, isn't it? Tom stared at the crooked handwriting on the parchment, his eyes widening slightly. A cat that can use magic. Wade, what kind of monster have you created? Many new spells have come about from unexpected factors, Tom. I've told you before, Tom the cat's condition was a fluke. But if the opportunity arises, that fluke might just become a great one, Wade said with a smile. A great fluke. All I see is you creating an army of monsters to take over the world. There you go being shallow again. I've told you before, violence is only a support tool. Ruling the world through force is the stupidest approach. Why are you telling me this? It's not like I want to rule the world, Tom said with disdain. What? You don't want to rule the world? Wade looked at him in shock. Tom scoffed, you always say I might be a future menace, but, look at what you've said to Grindelwald, then look at what you're saying to me. Wade, the biggest menace in the world is you. Tom, you don't understand. The process doesn't matter at all, only the result. As long as the outcome is good, that's all that counts, Wade said calmly. Whether it's Grindelwald, or you, even the slightest change is an act of great merit, points. Tom didn't understand a word of it, he just thought Wade was acting even more insane than usual today. Let's change the subject, Tom. I've invented a new spell, want to try it? What kind of new spell? Tom asked. A spell that lets you fly without using any tools. Tom was silent for a long moment before he suspiciously asked, don't tell me, you've never actually tested it, and now you want to use me as your test subject. Sigh. I don't really have a choice. I'm afraid I'll fall and die, Wade said helplessly. Are you even listening to yourself? Then why aren't you afraid that I'll fall and die? Oh, ***, read 2 weeks ahead. P***Trian, Captain. Chapter 184, there is no escape. Test it yourself. Don't drag me into this, Tom said calmly. No can do. What if something happens to me? Wade said with a troubled look. Are you deaf or something? Don't you think I'm also afraid of something happening to me? Tom's anger level was visibly rising. Wade sighed. Tom, I know the cushioning charm. Do you? Cushioning charm? I haven't learned that yet. But I can use it. Look, if you fall, I can catch you. But if I fall, you don't know the cushioning charm, so you won't be able to catch me. Wade smiled. Tom sneered. And what's the problem? Just have Toby catch you. Didn't you tell me yourself not to underestimate a house elf's magic? Fine, forget it if you don't want to. Wade gave up, seeing that Tom wasn't falling for it at all. After getting scammed so many times, this kid had finally grown resistant. Toby. Stop what you're doing. Come help me with a magic experiment. Wade called toward the kitchen. Coming. Toby answered immediately, then turned to the utterly dejected cat and said, remember, when you're done washing dishes, rinse them at least 3 times with clean water. Oh, right, you don't know how to use magic yet. Then use a dishcloth. Tom the cat looked completely defeated. Mew. Since when did being a pet cat involve doing the dishes? After quickly finishing his instructions to Tom the cat, Toby walked over to Wade, bowed respectfully, and said, Master Wade, please give your command. Toby, help me test a spell. I might be flying in a moment, and if I fall. Please rest assured, Master Wade. Toby is fully capable of catching you, Toby replied confidently. As an experienced house elf, something like this was no problem at all. Excellent. I trust you, Toby. Unlike some people. I was even planning to offer this spell as payment for helping with the experiment. But since he's not interested, forget it. Wade said as he stepped out the door. Tom scoffed. As if you'd actually give me something that good. Still, when Wade walked out, Tom followed after him. Not because he'd changed his mind or wanted to learn the spell, but purely because he wanted to watch that bastard fall flat on his face. That would be so satisfying. Absolutely delightful. In the yard, Wade glanced at the greenhouse he'd set up, then looked at the empty space nearby. This place is too small. Is there somewhere bigger, and more hidden around here? Wade asked. There is. On the east side of the village, there's a forest with a small lake in the middle. Hardly anyone goes there. If it's for flying magic, being over water might be safer, Toby squeaked. While Wade and Tom were at school, Toby had stayed in Godric's Hollow unless summoned. Following Wade's instructions, he would occasionally go out for walks. Wade had told him it was good for relaxation and mental health, to avoid turning into a neurotic house elf-like creature. Thanks to that, Toby was now very familiar with Godric's Hollow and its surroundings. Perfect. Let's go. Tom, stay home. Wade said. Tom frowned. I'm not staying home. I'm not your servant. You can't tell me what to do. That's weird. I wasn't talking to you, Wade said, pointing at Tom the cat, who was sneakily peeking out from the kitchen door. I meant him. Don't take it personally. You. Can you just change that cat's name already? Tom growled, barely holding back his rage. The only response he got was the back of Wade's head as he walked away. Tom inhaled sharply to calm himself. Fine. I hope you crash and die, you walking disaster. The little lake was in an excellent location, surrounded on all sides by dense woods, secluded and quiet. Master Wade, if you practice flying here, even if Toby fails to catch you, the trees or the lake can help cushion the fall, Toby said sincerely. Didn't you just say you could catch me with 100% certainty? That's also for your safety, Master Wade. Toby replied cautiously. All right. Wade glanced over at Tom, who was sitting on a rock not far away, secretly watching. Toby immediately added loudly, Master Wade, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Master Tom and make sure he doesn't try anything. Toby's voice was so loud that Tom's face darkened instantly. Merlin's beard, he thought, I swear I wasn't planning anything. It's not like he didn't want to mess with Wade, the problem was, he couldn't beat him. This was the same guy who dared to go head-to-head with Grindelwald. If Tom really wanted to start something, he'd better think very carefully about the consequences. Last time, Wade only did a little prank, and he almost got sorted into Azkaban instead of Slytherin. If Wade were serious, he might actually end up in Azkaban. Wade, of course, wasn't too bothered by any of this. In truth, he didn't really need Toby or Tom's help at all. In fact, the reason Wade told Toby and Tom to come along was simply so they could witness him creating a completely unprecedented new spell with their own eyes. Hoo. A wizard proficient in apparition, how could he possibly be afraid of falling to his death? Wade drew his wand, hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a second one, an old, battered wand. It was this very wand he had used when he pulled that stunt against Grindelwald. For the first attempt at casting this spell, Wade softly recited a long incantation. Immediately, Tom and Toby noticed black mist starting to swirl around Wade's feet. In just a few moments, the black mist had enveloped his entire lower body. Then Wade's figure began to float shakily upward. He floated until he was level with the treetops, then began drifting left, right, forward, and backward. The black mist rolled along with his movements, rippling outward. Watching this, Tom instinctively opened his mouth wide in disbelief. He had thought Wade was just experimenting with some half-baked idea. Turns out, the guy had already succeeded. As Tom realized this, Wade's flying speed was getting faster and faster. By the end, he had practically turned into a streak of black mist, darting rapidly through the treetops. Suddenly, several spells shot out from within the black mist, hitting the rock right next to Tom with pinpoint accuracy. Tom jumped in shock, but more than anything, he was utterly stunned. So fast, and he can still cast spells while flying. He had to admit, he was seriously tempted now. A flight spell that not only allowed for high-speed movement but also left the user free to cast spells, this was no small thing. Thinking back to how he'd just turned down Wade's offer without knowing the value of it, Tom instantly felt a wave of regret. If he could learn this flight spell, even if Wade scammed him a little in the process, it would totally be worth it. Whoosh! The black mist landed quickly, and Wade emerged from it looking completely refreshed. Flying without a broom feels fucking amazing. Wade sighed contentedly. Back then, his senior had even suggested that he buy a broomstick before venturing into the forbidden forest. That way, he wouldn't have to stumble through the rough terrain on foot. But now, with the flight charm mastered, who needed a broom anymore? Master Wade. Congratulations. You've successfully created a new spell. Toby squealed in excitement. Toby is so lucky to have a master like you. Hee hee, it's nothing, it's nothing. Toby, do you want to learn it? I can teach you. Even though house elf magic is a bit different from wizard magic, no harm in giving it a try, Wade offered with a smile. Really? Toby can learn too. Of course. That's wonderful. Toby is willing to try. Tom, standing off to the side, finally couldn't hold it in anymore when he saw Wade was even willing to teach a house elf. Ahem. Wade, can I learn it too? Tom asked, shamelessly. In this world, only those with thick skin get to eat. Tom had long since learned the art of bending and yielding, especially under Wade's constant pressure. You said earlier you weren't interested, didn't you? No, I never said I wasn't interested, Wade. What I emphasized was that I was limited in my ability to help you test the spell, Tom replied without blushing or skipping a beat. TSK. Wade stared at him, clearly impressed. Tom, your skin's gotten a lot thicker, hasn't it? All thanks to your fine teachings, Professor Reynolds, Tom said with a fake smile. Tut-tut, well, since you've put it that way, it'd be rude not to teach you. Come then, let your master pass this spell on to you. Wade said proudly. A flash of genuine surprise flickered in Tom's eyes. He hadn't expected Wade to agree so easily. He'd fully prepared himself for Wade to mess with him first. Wade waved him over. Come closer. When Tom leaned in, Wade whispered, first do this, and you'll be flying. Tom. You're hopeless. Fine, I'll just tell you the incantation directly. In fact, you could have just told me the incantation from the start. Professor Reynolds, Tom muttered. A few moments later, he had memorized the entire spell. But as soon as he came back to his senses, he realized there was a rope tied firmly around his waist. What's this for? Tom asked, frowning. Oh, well, it's your first time casting the spell. It's really easy to overshoot and, whoosh, you go flying off. So I had no choice but to tie you down, Wade explained, carefully securing an unnecessarily complex knot. Unlike you, who just stood by watching when I was testing the spell, not lifting a finger to help. Is that so? Tom felt like something was definitely off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Of course. Wade nodded seriously. All right. Wait, hold on. The spell you just taught me, that was for takeoff, right? What about landing, or moving? Tom suddenly asked suspiciously. The spell I just taught you, what was it? Say it back to me. Let me check if you've got it right. Tom had no choice but to repeat the incantation. The moment he finished the last syllable. Whoosh. His whole body shot straight into the air like a rocket. Wade shouted, and the balloon goes wee. Wait. Hold on. How do I land? Why am I still going up? Tom was truly panicking this time. Relax, you're tied down, Wade said as he firmly gripped the rope. Tom breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Now, please tell me how to. Wait, what are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, Tom watched in horror as Wade grabbed the rope and started jogging along the lakeside. Are you flying me like a kite? Tom was filled with despair. There is no escape. Wade's schemes are everywhere. Underscore. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, red 12 ahead p Caritrian, Captain. Chapter 185, Wade Reynolds. Let me down. In this world, the longest road was Wade Reynolds' trap. At this point, Tom had completely given in. Forget it, as long as he got the benefits in the end, getting scammed a little didn't really matter. Endure. So, whenever you're done playing, just let me know how to land. Tom said helplessly, floating in midair. Wade, still on the ground, argued, how can you say that? I'm not playing. I'm helping you get used to the feeling of steering. Once you figure it out, you'll naturally be able to come down. Yeah, you're always right. Tom couldn't even be bothered to argue with him anymore. When it came to being shameless, no one could beat Wade Reynolds. And the worst part was that when he wasn't acting like a decent person, he always had a ton of nonsense to justify it. Toby, look closely. This is an example of what not to do. When you cast any spell on yourself, you should first think about its counter-curse. Hearing Wade using him as a teaching example for the house elf, and speaking so quietly as if afraid he'd overhear, Tom couldn't even muster the energy to be mad anymore. The real problem was, for some reason, he was starting to feel more and more exhausted. He had no idea how much time had passed, but Tom started feeling a little drowsy, as if he'd even dozed off for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he noticed that at some point, Wade had tied the rope that was supposed to hold him securely to a tree off to the side. As for Wade himself, he was sitting leisurely on a large rock, fishing. Tom felt completely numb. Was this guy even human? Though furious, he still raised his voice and shouted, Wade, excuse me, have you had enough fun yet? If you're done, could you let me down? What are you even saying? I'm helping you practice magic. Who's playing? Wade replied casually. Besides, you don't need me to let you down. You'll come down on your own in a bit. Huh? What do you mean? When your stamina runs out and your magic runs dry, you'll fall, Wade said nonchalantly. Wait, fall. Don't joke about this. Wade. Who's joking with you? You, no. You're just trying to scare me, alright. Tom's voice started trembling. At first, he thought Wade was just messing with him and would let him down safely in the end. But now, this guy was seriously saying he'd let him come down after his stamina and magic were drained. He was at least 10 meters off the ground. If he fell, he'd be splattered. For someone like Tom, who was absolutely terrified of dying, this was a living nightmare. Wade Reynolds. Let me down. Tom roared. What? You don't want to come down? What's that got to do with me? Wade answered innocently. I do want to come down. Really? But you're still floating up there, aren't you? That just means you don't want to come down. You absolute monster. You think I want to be floating up here? Of course. Weren't you the one begging me to teach you this spell? Ah. You're impossible. You're driving me insane. If I die from this, I swear I'll haunt you forever. Just you wait. Sigh. Tom, you're really hopeless. I even hinted it to you so clearly. Haven't I told you before? Magic is about the will. The spell has always been the same. Whether you go up, down, left, right, it all depends on what you want. Tom froze. Wait, what? Something that important, why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? I did tell you. I clearly said it earlier. I literally told you, when you want to come down, you'll come down. Didn't I? Ask Toby if you don't believe me, Wade huffed in annoyance. Oh. Yes. Master Wade did say that. It's just that Master Tom didn't take it seriously, Toby nodded earnestly. Tom thought back for a moment, and realized. Wade had actually said that. Word for word. Is there any chance you could have just explained it more directly? Tom groaned, feeling mentally exhausted beyond belief. Taking a deep breath, he carefully recited the spell again, focused all his will, and visualized himself descending. Sure enough, the moment he did, his body started turning into black mist and began drifting downward. Except, something didn't feel right. Because the descent was getting faster and faster. Wait, hold on. You scammed me again, didn't you? Aya. Splash. Tom plunged straight into the lake. Heh. By the time he dragged his drenched, exhausted self out of the water, Wade was standing there calmly, checking his pocket watch. You absolute, Tom started, only to choke on his own words. Wade cut him off mid-sentence. 30 minutes and 40 seconds. Not bad, Tom. What? I'm saying, 30 minutes and 40 seconds, that's your current flight limit. If you go past that, you run out of stamina and fall. How do you even know my limit? I just measured it. Right now. What, are you slow today? You didn't seriously think I made you float that long just to mess with you, did you? Tom lay face down on the ground for a long moment, stunned. Finally, he flopped onto his back in the mud, stared up at the sky, and weakly muttered, bloody fucking hell. Fine. As much as he hated to admit it. Wade always had a point. He was starting to suspect that every time this guy tricked someone, he'd already planned 10 different backup explanations in advance. No, more accurately, Wade never tricked people for no reason. Somehow, every single prank ended up sounding meaningful afterward. Even though this whole thing was exhausting, figuring out his current flight stamina limit was useful. Extremely useful. Still, the feeling of wanting to curse someone but having no legitimate excuse was bloody miserable. Whatever. At least he'd gotten a free flying spell out of it. Could have been worse. Just as Tom was starting to drift off, half asleep in the grass, a snowy owl swooped down from the treetops, a letter clutched in its beak. Ah. Who's that for? Wade asked curiously, looking up. Obviously it's for you. Who else? You know I don't have friends, Tom groaned, still sprawled out in the mud, too exhausted to even bother rolling over. By then, Wade had already taken the letter and opened it. Oh, look at that. It's for you, not me. Wade grinned and flicked his wand. The letter floated over to hover right above Tom's face, perfectly positioned so he could read it without even lifting a finger. Mr. Riddle. We have received a report that at approximately 9:30 this morning, you performed a levitation-type charm outdoors. As you are well aware, underage wizards are strictly forbidden from performing magic outside of school. Further violations of this kind may result in expulsion from Hogwarts, Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, 1875, Clause 3. Additionally, please remember that according to Section 13 of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, any magical activity that risks exposure to members of the non-magical community, Muggles, constitutes a serious offense. Wishing you an enjoyable summer holiday. Gnarl Gabraith. Tom shot upright. Hold on, mate. Staring at Wade, who was now grinning smugly like the cat that caught the canary, Tom let out a wail of despair. Why? You were using magic too. Why is it only me getting the warning? Oh, right, forgot to mention. Wade's smile widened. I already figured out how to block the trace. Is there any chance you could teach me how to do that? Tom asked, his expression so numb it was almost pitiful. You know, it'd be convenient for both of us if I learned. Wade shrugged. Sorry, totally slipped my mind. You know how it is, I just invented a brilliant new spell, got a little too excited, kinda forgot that out here isn't classified as a wizarding settlement, so it's really easy for the ministry to pick up on magic. Bloody fuckity fuck. Wade, you absolute menace. So this was your trap all along. Tom groaned and flopped back into the mud again. Language, Tommy boy. And why are you frustrated? You wound me. When did I ever set a trap for you? Hey, relax, Tom. It's just a warning letter. They won't expel you, yet. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, red 12 ahead p Caratrian, Captain. Chapter 186, Wade Reynolds. I'll kill you. Oh, wonderful. Lucky me. Tom's voice dripped with sarcasm. Just then, another owl swooped down from the treetops. Tom jolted upright. Wait. The letter, it said I used a levitation-type charm at 9:30, right? Yup, 9:30 exactly, Wade confirmed. You. Tom's face darkened. You were the one using magic at 9:30. I didn't start until, 9:40. And you literally used magic just now to float that letter over to me. Huh. Oh, yeah, now that you mention it. Wade blinked, pretending to think. Tom's face turned an alarming shade of green. No way. I'm gonna get expelled, aren't I? Yeah, rumor has it, if you get expelled, they break your wand too. Wade muttered ominously. At that moment, the owl dropped the letter right into Tom's hands. Tom stared at the envelope, utterly devastated, the light fading from his eyes. Ahem. Should I write to Grindelwald and ask if he's still accepting applications? Wade suggested casually. Wade Reynolds. I'll kill you. Safe house. Wade, you've truly disappointed me, Dumbledore said, his tone grave. It was the first time Dumbledore had ever scolded Wade. Tom, however, had absolutely no energy left to enjoy the spectacle, because he was the one facing expulsion. Just then, Toby stepped forward and piped up in his shrill voice, Professor Dumbledore. You only need to inform the ministry that it was Toby who cast the levitation charm while helping Master Fish. Then young Master Tom won't be expelled. Tom was stunned. For the first time, he actually felt a tiny bit of gratitude toward Toby, though he knew perfectly well that Toby was doing this mainly to protect his master from being scolded by Dumbledore. Dumbledore was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Toby, but you. Toby is a house elf. House elves do not require permission from the ministry to use magic. And there were no muggles nearby. Sigh. It's useless. The ministry will check the wands for traces of magic. Dumbledore said calmly. Oh. We didn't use our own wands while practicing during the holidays. Tom's eyes lit up instantly. They won't be able to detect anything. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then show me the wand you used to cast magic. Tom hurriedly handed over the wand he had used for the flight charm. Wade also pulled out his old and battered wand and handed it over. Back when he was preparing for the holidays, Wade had bought a whole collection of second-hand wands for both himself and Tom. Tom used one for practicing, another for less lawful activities. Sure enough, when Dumbledore examined Tom's wand, there was no trace of any problematic spells. But as Dumbledore turned his attention to Wade's wand, Tom suddenly felt himself growing nervous. Because he remembered clearly, Wade had actually used a different wand when casting the flight charm earlier. If Dumbledore failed to find any trace of that spell on this wand, wouldn't that mean Wade still had another wand hidden away? And if Dumbledore really checked the wand Wade had actually used, wouldn't that reveal a whole heap of Sectum Sempra, Cruciatus, and Bombarda Maxima? Wait, why am I even worried about that bastard? Let him get exposed. Let him be expelled. However, to Tom's shock, Dumbledore's prior incantato actually did reveal the trace of the flight charm on Wade's old wand. What the? In other words, that bastard had planned this all along. Everything that happened to him today was that guy's doing. And he had the nerve to claim it was his first time testing the flight charm. But, what for? Just to screw him over. What kind of grudge was that big? What a remarkable spell. Wade, you said this is a spell you developed yourself. Dumbledore studied the flight charm revealed by the spell trace, clearly impressed. I think, even without needing Toby to intervene, I can easily argue for canceling Tom's expulsion. In fact, Wade, you might even win an award for this innovation. Tom's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, it all clicked. He used me as a stepping stone. Wade Reynolds, you absolute dog. Is it going to kill you to file for recognition of a spell like a normal person instead of pulling this nonsense? Wade, Kakik merit points. Wade generously explained the entire flight charm to Dumbledore. The more Dumbledore listened, the brighter his eyes became. This was indeed a completely unprecedented spell that allowed a wizard to fly without relying on any magical tool. The most remarkable thing was that this spell didn't require an exceptionally high level of magical proficiency. Even a first-year student could just about manage to cast it. The fact that the expelled Tom had successfully cast the spell on his very first try spoke volumes about how low the entry barrier for this magic really was. Dumbledore took Wade's research notes and the two wands they had used during practice and left. He was heading to the Ministry of Magic to advocate for Tom. Before leaving, he warned both Wade and Tom to stay cautious for the time being, to avoid going out unnecessarily, and advised Wade not to teach this spell to anyone else for now. Wade understood that this was because Dumbledore was worried that if Grindelwald's people got their hands on this spell, it would make them even more dangerous. After Dumbledore left, the safe house once again fell into an awkward silence. Tom sat with his head lowered, lost in thought, while Wade pulled out a large pile of wands again and began picking through them. Some of these wands were ones Wade had bought from second-hand shops, while others had been confiscated from the captured Grindelwald supporters. Tom, you're not still mad, are you? You can't blame me for this, you know, nobody wanted it to turn out like that, Wade said as he handed over the pile of wands. Tom glanced at the wands in front of him but didn't reach for them. How would I dare be angry with the great Lord Wade? Tom said with a stiff smile. Besides, I was the one who insisted on tagging along, after all, you didn't actually invite me. In truth, he had already figured it out, there was no point in arguing with Wade. Because from start to finish, Wade wasn't wrong. Yes, he wasn't wrong. And that was precisely what made it so infuriating. When Wade went to test the spell, Tom had chosen to follow him, solely because he wanted to see Wade make a fool of himself. Wade had never asked him to come along. So it was perfectly reasonable that Wade hadn't remembered to tell him how to block the trace. And it wasn't like Wade had begged him to learn the flight charm. No, Tom had shamelessly asked for it himself. So if Tom really tried to argue that Wade had set him up, it wouldn't hold water at all. After mentally reviewing the whole process, Tom realized it was basically like he'd handed Wade the shovel to dig his own pit. Fuck. Tom shouted in frustration at last. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, read ahead p Trian, Captain. Chapter 187, that's exactly what I was thinking. No thanks. I don't need a wand right now, Tom said. Huh? You're not planning to practice magic anymore? Wade asked in surprise. Not unless you teach me how to block the trace. Otherwise, I don't dare practice magic during the holidays. TSK. Kids gotten smart. Ah. I almost forgot about that again. You see, Tom, if you wanted something, you really should have said so earlier. If you don't say it, how would I ever know what you want? You've got to say it loudly, clearly. How can you act like some shy little girl, too embarrassed to ask? Is that it? Were you too shy to ask? Ah, I get it, I really do. Next time, remember to be bolder, all right? You know, we're closest friends, practically family, what's there to be embarrassed about between us? I have so many things to deal with. Wade feigned sadness and continued. With my terrible memory and tragically low emotional intelligence, if you don't remind me, what if I forget? Or misunderstand? Wouldn't that be bad? Stop. Tom cut him off, his head already buzzing from the endless rambling, even though he thought he was mentally prepared for this. If you don't want to teach me, just say it. I can handle it. Oh, look at you, talking like that. Come on, I'll teach you how to block it. Don't worry, we're in the safe house. This area is full of wizarding homes, so the Ministry's trace won't detect any magic here anyway. In truth, blocking the trace was remarkably simple. Wade had stumbled upon it while studying how the Marauder's map worked. The map relied heavily on a form of naming magic, magic that directly acted upon names. It's the same kind of magic that lets owls deliver letters so precisely to the right person. While the trace wasn't exactly the same as naming magic, the identification mechanisms were quite similar. So, by reversing the process a bit, since Wade had figured out how to hide his own name from the Marauder's map using interference techniques. Naturally, that meant there was also a way to block the signal emitted by the trace. The trace itself still existed. What Wade's method did was essentially shove both himself and his wand into a sort of magical dead zone, like being inside a shielded room. Tom had always been talented. After Wade explained the method just once, he picked it up immediately. This is honestly a brilliant trick, Tom said, clearly pleased. With a way to block the trace, he could freely use his own wand to practice magic without worry. Truth be told, compared to using those battered second-hand wands, he much preferred practicing with his own wand. Of course, when it came to practicing the more unsavory kinds of magic, he would still need a separate wand. Even with the trace blocked, if Dumbledore ever decided to pull a flashback charm on his wand like he did today, straight to Azkaban he'd go, no questions asked. With that in mind, Tom picked out 2 wands from Wade's pile. One was clean, safe for any potential checks. The other, well, it didn't matter whether it was clean or not. That one was for less legitimate purposes. As for how to check if a wand was clean. Simple. Just cast a flashback charm to confirm that the previous owner hadn't done anything too questionable with it. While Wade was still testing a few wands, Tom suddenly asked, "Do you seriously need some kind of award from the Ministry right now? What exactly are you scheming?" "What? You told Dumbledore about that flying spell, didn't you? There's no way you went through all that trouble just to mess with me. Knowing you, screwing me over was just a side quest. You've definitely got a bigger plan, haven't you?" "Tom, you're overthinking it." "Really? Oh. Overthinking. So what you're saying is, you were just messing with me for fun. How can you say that? Messing with you? Come on, we're best friends. For us, words like that are practically meaningless. Doesn't matter." Tom narrowed his eyes. "Wade, if it were me, I'd have kept that spell hidden as a secret trump card. You know better than anyone how much of an advantage it is to suddenly take flight mid-duel when no one expects it." Wade frowned, rubbing his chin. Truth be told, he really had just wanted to mess with Tom for a bit, gain some points, and snag a shiny award. And maybe some prize money on the side. The reality was, Wade had never planned to treat the flight charm as some kind of battle trump card. Sure, it was great for surprise maneuvers in a fight, but flying didn't make you invincible. If anything, hovering midair made you an easy target. It's better to just show it off in front of Dumbledore, snag a bit of credit, mess with Tom for some extra merit points, and then swing by the Ministry for some prize money or something. That said, Wade knew that if he told Tom the truth, Tom absolutely wouldn't believe him. Tom always overthought things. His mind was way too sharp and prone to spinning things into complicated webs. Thinking about that, a mischievous grin tugged at Wade's lips. Without hesitation, he leaned into it and said, "All right, Tom, you've really grown. In that case, why don't you try guessing, what do you think my real purpose is for doing all this?" Just as expected, Tom immediately lowered his head, deep in thought. The awards from the Ministry came with some recognition and a bit of prize money. No. No way it's that simple. Wade wouldn't possibly give up such a powerful trump card just for some Ministry reward money. Scratch that theory. Then, was it really just to screw with me? Even less likely. Sure, Wade loved messing with him, but that couldn't possibly be the real motive. It's not like Wade gets bonus points every time he bullies me. Heh, that would be absurd. With both of the reasonable answers ruled out, Tom's mind raced back through the recent string of major events. Suddenly, something clicked. Grindelwald. That's it. It has to be related to Grindelwald. Dumbledore took the flight charm not just to help argue his case and get Tom's expulsion revoked. Realistically, nobody was targeting Tom the way they did Harry in the future. For Tom, this kind of disciplinary threat didn't even require a formal hearing. With peak Dumbledore's current influence, it could be dismissed easily. Which meant, the flight charm itself was far more valuable than some expulsion notice. More than the Ministry, there was someone else who had been watching Wade closely, Grindelwald. Think about it. If Grindelwald saw how incredible this flight charm was, and realized it was something Wade had developed as a first year, what would he think? Grindelwald had never hidden how much he admired and valued Wade. Back when they first crossed paths, Wade had left a lasting impression on Grindelwald with magical prowess far beyond his peers. And now Wade was showing that he wasn't just powerful, he was a creator of magic itself. That's it, unless... Tom's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, I get it now. You don't actually not want to join the Grindelwald camp, you just don't want to be one of his lackeys. What you really want is power equal to his, no, wait, even more than that, right? Of course. You don't want to be his equal, you want to shape the Grindelwald movement into your ideal version of it, mold the entire organization, and then, when the time is right, take the fruits of his victory for yourself and replace him. Wade stared at him, eyes wide. Huh? Is that what I was thinking? Wait a minute. What sort of Dark Lord world domination plan is this? But, now that I think about it, it's actually not the worst idea. Putting on a serious face, Wade nodded. Tom, you're really brilliant. That's exactly what I was thinking. Read 12 chaps ahead Trian, Captain. Chapter 188, Grindelwald turned himself in. I knew it, you're not someone who would settle for mediocrity, Wade. Tom hadn't expected he'd actually guessed Wade's intentions correctly, and the realization stirred a flicker of excitement in him. Of course not. Tom, honestly, if you had the same abilities I do, would you settle for mediocrity? Wade replied coolly. Of course not. If I had your abilities, I'd turn this world upside down. A flash of red passed through Tom's eyes. Of course, I wouldn't go about it in such a roundabout way. If I had enough power, I'd prefer to crush everything with sheer force. Wade curled his lip. Tom was still Tom. Sure, he'd changed a bit, but ambitious Tom would always be the wizarding world's future headache, the thorn in Dumbledore's side. After all, how could a wicked little brat change so easily? Right now, Tom wasn't on the rise yet only because there was an even more wicked brat, himself, keeping him in check. Tom, brute force might bring you short-term satisfaction, but if you really go down that path, all you'll earn are countless enemies, Wade said. If I had that kind of power, why should I care about enemies? Tom scoffed. Wade shook his head. That's a textbook case of building your entire power structure around one person, you. Once you're gone, everything you've built will collapse like an anthill in a flood. As long as I don't die, what's the problem? Tom said confidently. If I've got that kind of power, who could possibly stop me? That's not how it works, Tom, Wade replied. Once you have too many enemies, you'll find out just how overwhelming it gets. Don't tell me you really think they'll all line up and challenge you to a fair duel. Tom immediately fell silent. With absolute power, sure, he could crush anything in his path, but what if the enemy refused to confront him head-on? It was easy to say that all schemes and plots were paper tigers in the face of real strength, but, even if no one could touch him directly, the things he worked hard to build would still be vulnerable. If he was constantly stuck rebuilding everything from the wreckage, he'd eventually lose his mind. Besides, there were endless ways to stab someone in the back. No matter how powerful you were, there was no guarantee you wouldn't get caught off guard one day. That's why, even with great strength, I won't rely on it too much. If you want to achieve something truly great, you need to make lots of friends and keep your enemies to a minimum. That way, even if someone tries something underhanded, you won't have to deal with it all on your own. Even if one day I'm too busy, or simply gone, everything I've built will still keep running smoothly. Tom suddenly looked him straight in the eye. So when you talk about minimizing enemies and making more friends, does that include turning Grindelwald into a friend? Hey, Wade smiled. There are no eternal friends or eternal enemies. If it benefits both sides, why can't an enemy become a friend? Just like you and me. Tom's gaze was sharp. Wade laughed even louder. Yeah, just like you and me. Even if I know you're a venomous snake who could bite me at any moment, you're useful to me, so I'll make you my friend. My dearest friend. What use am I to you? Tom frowned. I probably shouldn't say this, but, if I were you, I wouldn't have kept me around, let alone taught me so much. You're absolutely useful, Tom. Wade said matter-of-factly. Don't underestimate the value of a walking merit point piggy bank. Kiki. Of course, that part couldn't be said aloud. In what way, exactly? Your talents can be used by me, Tom. That's all. With that, Wade acted as if he'd lost all interest in the conversation, picked up his wand, and walked toward his room. Tom stared at Wade's back, eyes dark. He couldn't shake the feeling that Wade was keeping him around for some ulterior motive. What role did he really play in Wade's grand plan? Was it truly, as Wade said, just his talents? Or was he just some kind of sacrificial pawn in Wade's grand scheme? The more Tom thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. Wade Reynolds was terrifying. Tom soon received another letter from the Ministry of Magic. This time, it wasn't a warning, it was an official notice revoking his expulsion, along with a short letter of apology from the ministry. At the same time, Wade's invention of the flight charm was reported in the Daily Prophet. Alongside that, the story of his friend Tom nearly being expelled because of it was also included as a lighthearted anecdote. The photo accompanying the article showed a ministry official flying around one of the ministry's chambers without using any magical tools. With Dumbledore's backing, and photographic evidence to support it, hardly anyone questioned the authenticity of the flight charm. Since no one could currently locate Wade in his hidden safe house, they all started sending letters to Dumbledore instead. Everyone was strongly urging Dumbledore to release the incantation for this miraculous spell. However, before Dumbledore could respond, the Ministry of Magic had already stepped in. The ministry announced that it was currently deliberating whether to place the spell under official regulation, similar to how the undetectable extension charm was managed. There was no doubt that this spell could become the next common mode of transportation for witches and wizards, following broomsticks. But since the spell did come with certain risks, for instance, if one's magical power was depleted mid-air, the consequences could be dire, it raised significant concerns. In the long run, this spell wasn't as safe as flying on a broom. The ministry's worry about reckless wizards falling to their deaths was only one part of the problem. The bigger issue was its potential to violate the International Statute of Secrecy at any moment. Anyone could imagine how shocked muggles would be upon seeing a person suddenly take off into the air, or plummet from it. To maintain the statute, magical authorities worldwide would be forced to devote more manpower and resources. Eventually, some even proposed that in order to use the spell, one must pass a specialized examination and obtain a certificate issued by the ministry, much like the apparition test. For a time, heated debates raged within the ministry over how to handle the matter. However, Dumbledore finally managed to free himself from the onslaught of letters. In truth, given the Ministry of Magic's usual work efficiency, it would still be a long time before any final decision came out of their discussions. Which meant that, now that things had quieted down, Dumbledore could enjoy a period of relative peace once again. Still, the wave of public interest stirred up by the young prodigy was soon overwhelmed by an even more shocking piece of news. What the? Grindelwald turned himself in. Am I seeing this right? Every wizard subscribed to the Daily Prophet read the headline with stunned disbelief. For a moment, the wizarding world erupted into cheers and celebration. Grindelwald had long cast a shadow of fear across Europe with the turmoil he caused. Now that he had surrendered, didn't that mean the war he had launched was finally over? People everywhere were quick to credit Dumbledore for Grindelwald's surrender. After all, his previous victory over Grindelwald at Hogwarts, along with the capture of many of his followers, was still fresh in public discussion. And the news that several of Grindelwald's followers had just been heavily sentenced had only recently died down. Without a doubt, Grindelwald's sudden surrender was closely tied to those developments. However, this news put Dumbledore on high alert. He knew all too well that his old friend would never give up so easily. If Grindelwald truly felt remorse and wanted to surrender, he would have done so back at Hogwarts. But instead, he had chosen to flee, and even left with a threat on his lips before disappearing. Moreover, although Grindelwald's forces had seemingly suffered a heavy blow last time, his core power base hadn't really been affected. Not to mention, the American Magical Congress remained heavily infiltrated. President Pickquery was still scrambling to identify who among them was secretly aligned with the Alliance Party. Under these circumstances, when things weren't even looking that grim for him, he chose to surrender. Dumbledore sensed it immediately, his old friend was definitely up to something. Sure enough, Grindelwald had chosen to turn himself into the Austrian Ministry of Magic. Everyone knew that Nurmengard was located in Austria, which made it clear who truly held power within the Austrian Ministry of Magic. Thus, Grindelwald was able to easily hold a globally broadcast press conference while in custody. And during the Q&A session, Grindelwald made a point to clarify something. That he had not, in fact, surrendered as rumors claimed, but had come forward to clear up certain misunderstandings the world had about him. In the past, people have always pinned countless crimes on me without evidence. Simply because my name is Gellert Grindelwald. Just because I advocate for rights that rightfully belong to us wizards. Grindelwald shook his head. But I am not a dumping ground for their filthy sins. To clear my name of these baseless accusations, I have chosen to cooperate with your wishes and face your trial. Even though I know full well that I am innocent, if the world insists on believing I'm guilty, so be it. But if I reclaim my innocence, then those who've slandered me had best beware. I will wield the law to defend myself. Grindelwald's speech shocked the entire wizarding world. He was accepting a public trial, but he believed he could clear his name in front of everyone. Impossible. A notorious terrorist dreaming of redemption. In his dreams. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, red 12 ahead p Caratrian, Captain. Chapter 189, D. Don't come any closer. When Grindelwald claimed he could clear himself of all charges, everyone thought he was dreaming. But the moment Dumbledore received the news, his expression changed drastically. If Grindelwald dared to say it publicly, he must be confident he could actually clear his name. Dumbledore knew Grindelwald's personality well. And then. Wait. Dumbledore immediately realized something else. He went straight to Azkaban to visit the 5 Death Eaters who had been sentenced to life imprisonment. The result was very bad. Because he discovered that without exception, all 5 of them had gone insane. Granted, in a place like Azkaban, madness was common. But how long had it been? Just barely over a week. Even if they were going to go mad, how could it happen this quickly? Of course, in an environment like that, going mad in a single day wasn't exactly unheard of. But the timing aligned precisely with Grindelwald's announcement that he would accept a public trial. Those 5 Death Eaters lost their minds almost simultaneously in a very short period of time. That was far too much of a coincidence. Clearly, Grindelwald hadn't been idle during his apparent silence, contrary to what everyone had assumed. Once Dumbledore realized this, he could no longer remain calm. It seemed, they had actually helped Grindelwald eliminate all the witnesses who could have testified to his crimes. In other words, they had lost all the first-hand witnesses who could directly prove Grindelwald's guilt. After leaving Azkaban through the Floo network, Dumbledore sat silently in his office for a long time. Grindelwald was completely using his own methods to box him in. If Grindelwald were acting like before, using illegal means, Dumbledore would have no fear at all. However, Grindelwald was now attempting to move forward by legal means. This meant that even he, Dumbledore, could no longer make a direct move against Grindelwald. That gave Dumbledore an overwhelming sense of crisis. Even if Grindelwald didn't succeed this time, if he really had changed his usual way of operating, he would become far harder to deal with. Left with no other choice, Dumbledore went to the Ministry of Magic late that night. The current British Minister for Magic was Hector Foley, a passionate and flamboyant wizard. He greeted Dumbledore with great enthusiasm. That was mostly because Dumbledore's presence had made his job significantly easier. Naturally, then, he was more than happy to welcome Dumbledore. As he was warmly escorted into the minister's office, Dumbledore felt somewhat helpless. Foley, for all his other qualities, had always seemed to lack a proper understanding of the danger Grindelwald posed to the entire wizarding world. Even when Grindelwald first openly made his move and magical governments around the world united in tense vigilance, Foley had remained indifferent, completely unconcerned. He seemed to believe that Grindelwald's influence would never reach Britain. It was precisely because of this attitude that calls for his resignation had been growing louder in recent days. And Foley himself was beginning to realize that his position might not be secure for much longer. So he had recently been staying at the Ministry of Magic, making a last-ditch effort to hold onto his seat as minister. Dumbledore's recent capture of so many followers of Grindelwald, and even defeating Grindelwald himself, had been a gift from the heavens as far as Foley was concerned. So no matter how dismissive he had once been of Grindelwald, he had nonetheless acted with great force when dealing with the captured followers. After extracting information from them as quickly as possible, he pushed through a highly efficient set of sentences. The outcome of those trials greatly satisfied the public, and that allowed Minister Foley to recover some much-needed political favor. His ministerial position was no longer quite so precarious for the time being. That alone brought the smile back to his face. "Albus, what brings you to the ministry so late?" Minister Foley asked. "It's about Grindelwald." "Oh. I see. You mean his surrender, yes. I was just about to come see you about that. What do you think, why would he do such a thing? And how should we respond?" Minister Foley quickly grasped the reason for Dumbledore's visit. This time, though, he didn't show his previous impatience, but instead eagerly sought Dumbledore's opinion. After nearly being ousted from office, even a fool would know how to conduct himself now. And Foley wasn't a fool. "Yes, it's precisely that. The matter is already extremely serious. Based on what I know of him, there's a real chance he might clear himself of all charges in this public trial." "How is that possible?" Minister Foley's eyes widened. Even though he had previously underestimated Grindelwald's influence, he still understood exactly what kind of person he was. For a notorious terrorist with such a lengthy record to claim he could clear his name, it was utterly ridiculous. And yet now, Dumbledore was telling him that Grindelwald might actually succeed. Based on what? We originally had sufficient witnesses, Dumbledore said regretfully, but now they're all gone. Minister Foley asked in shock, the witnesses you're referring to, you don't mean those followers I sentenced to death, do you? Yes. Minister Foley froze. In the past, he'd been criticized by the public for being too passive, for not taking Grindelwald seriously. Now, after finally acting decisively, he had instead helped Grindelwald eliminate the witnesses. Wait, the ones we sent to Azkaban. They've all lost their sanity. And I think you know what that means. If the public found out about this, Minister Foley could already imagine how utterly ruined he would be. But then again, who could have predicted Grindelwald would pull something like this? At this moment, Minister Foley felt deeply, deeply wronged. However, he also understood one thing very clearly, the public didn't care whether you were aware or not. As long as your decisions led to bad outcomes, they would hold you accountable. Dumbledore saw the frozen expression on Minister Foley's face and immediately knew what was on his mind. This isn't your fault, Minister Foley. None of us saw this coming. Besides, at the time, we couldn't not try those alliance members. If we hadn't, the consequences would have been even worse. Dumbledore said in a reassuring tone. Minister Foley closed his eyes and muttered helplessly, why is my luck so awful? After a long pause, he suddenly said, if we can find new evidence to prove he's guilty. That would, of course, be ideal. But if he manages to completely clear his name, then as long as he avoids breaking the law publicly, we'll have no legal grounds to act against him. What is this guy even trying to do? Don't tell me he really wants to turn over a new leaf. No. In my view, he simply wants to take on a new identity, adopt a different approach, and then continue opposing us. In the safe house. Tom stared at the copy of the Daily Prophet in his hands, an incredulous expression on his face. Wade. Grindelwald actually did exactly what you said he would. Back then, Wade's conversation with Anne, Tom had heard it loud and clear. And now, Grindelwald was following that exact plan. First, clear his name. Then, use legal methods to rise in the political sphere. At this moment, Tom was finally, completely convinced of Wade's abilities. If what he had said hadn't made sense, there was no way Grindelwald would have adopted this strategy. Oh, Tom, please don't talk nonsense, all right. What do you mean Grindelwald did what I said? When did I ever teach him anything? Wade flatly denied it. He had only casually boasted a few lines to Anne, just a fellow classmate. If Dumbledore found out he was the one feeding Grindelwald ideas, he'd be finished. Ah yes, of course, you didn't teach him anything. Tom immediately shut his mouth. If he kept talking and this bastard decided to silence him, then what? Even if he didn't go so far as to kill me, a well-placed memory charm would be more than enough to ruin my life. Wade took the paper from in front of Tom and gave it a quick glance. Ah, truly worthy of being Grindelwald, actually figured out how to pull off a comeback like this. TSK. Tom was speechless. Was that supposed to be praise for Grindelwald? All those ideas had come from you. Wasn't that just praising yourself? He had never seen someone this shameless. Can he really clear his name? Tom couldn't help but ask again. Most likely not completely, Wade said casually, but whatever can't be cleared will only be some insignificant minor charges. A few fines will take care of those. As for the serious ones that could land him in prison, there won't be any. So, his redemption is unstoppable now? Tom asked. No, on the contrary, I have plenty of ways to turn his little whitewashing act into a complete farce, Wade said with a grin. Unfortunately, his opponents are Dumbledore and his band of righteous wizards, and they'd never use any of my methods. As the saying goes, gentlemen play by the rules. The more you follow the rules, the less Dumbledore can do to you. Grindelwald turned himself in. He's submitting to a public trial. What more can Dumbledore even do? Other than wait for the verdict, what options does he have? Of course, not everyone who wants to stop Grindelwald's redemption is a righteous wizard, Wade went on. Some of them might try to pull a few tricks, but without Dumbledore's support, there's no way they'll outplay Grindelwald. In this world, who can outmaneuver him when it comes to scheming? Tom pointed at Wade's nose. You. Eh? Me. Of course it's you. Who else would it be, me? Tom, you're talking nonsense again. It's possible your thinking is starting to go off track. And having problematic thoughts is very dangerous. I think I should help correct them. See, correct my thoughts. Why are you pulling out your wand? You'll understand in a moment. It's just a simple advanced memory restoration spell. H.A. D. Don't come any closer. Read 2 weeks ahead P. Trian, Captain. Chapter 190, interested in taking a trip to America. High up in the clouds, fewish. Dozens of thestral-drawn carriages flew rapidly in a tight, fixed formation. At the center of the convoy was the largest carriage of them all, nearly windowless save for a small vent on the left side. Inside, a man with a calm expression was gazing through that vent at the clear blue sky beyond. If it weren't for the countless chains binding him tightly, one might have thought he was simply out for a countryside ride. Don't even think about escaping, President Pickquery said coldly. I'm personally escorting you this time. My wand is aimed right at your throat. If you try anything, I swear, the killing curse will hit you before you can blink. Grindelwald turned his gaze from the vent to the agitated woman in front of him. Then he glanced at the wand glowing with a faint green light. Yet his expression remained composed, as though the wand wasn't even pointed at him. I really don't wish to repeat myself, President Pickquery. I still maintain that I'm not a criminal because I am innocent. Though you are clearly treating me like one. However, I'm a reasonable man, and I believe your people can be trusted. He chuckled a little. So, even though the American Magical Congress has behaved quite rudely, I still chose to have the public trial held here. And since I came willingly, I won't be trying to escape. You can rest assured. Being put on trial and you still say you're not a criminal. President Pickquery sneered. Hey, the public trial hasn't even begun yet. Which means, technically, I haven't been convicted. And until I am, I should be referred to as a suspect, not a criminal. At least that's how it works in the Muggle world. Much as I believe Muggles have many limitations, I must admit, when it comes to matters like these, their precision and formality far surpass ours, tenfold. Oh. Since when do you praise Muggles? President Pickquery snapped. Didn't you always look down on them? Calling them maggots, slaves. I've never said such things, President Pickquery. And remarks like yours are highly inappropriate, said Grindelwald calmly. I believe every individual has their own proper place. And by every individual, I naturally include Muggles as well. Semantic games. A proper place. You mean slavery, don't you? In the past, I would have taken the time to discuss some of my ideals with you, perhaps even cleared up your misunderstandings. But this time, I've come to Makusa for one main reason, to clear my name of the countless baseless accusations made against me over the years. As for this topic, perhaps we can revisit it another time. President Pickquery sneered. You don't seriously think you'll clear your name, do you? Maybe most of your charges can't be proven now that those Alliance members are dead, but don't forget, back then, you murdered and impersonated a high-ranking Makusa official. There were countless eyewitnesses who saw you revert to your true form. I admit to impersonating a high-ranking official. I won't deny that charge, Grindelwald said evenly. But as for murder, that has nothing to do with me. You see, I impersonated the official for a reason. That night, I discovered an obscurial, an extremely dangerous entity. I wanted to subdue it. But as a foreign wizard with a sensitive identity, I thought it would cause unnecessary alarm if I acted openly. So, I borrowed Mr. Graves' identity. Unfortunately, it still led to a misunderstanding. You blamed Mr. Graves' death on me, without any investigation, you threw me into prison, while the real killer remains at large to this day. So you're saying you merely borrowed his identity, and we misunderstood? President Pickquery's voice rose. Graves is dead. He was murdered. That was just a coincidence. Grindelwald paused, then added, a very unfortunate coincidence. President Pickquery glared at him furiously but said nothing more. From their earlier conversation, she had more or less grasped Grindelwald's approach. He wasn't denying the minor charges. But when it came to the more serious accusations, like murdering Graves and then impersonating him, Grindelwald only admitted to briefly using his identity. As for the murder, he refused to acknowledge any responsibility. President Pickquery was certain that after killing Graves, Grindelwald had continued to impersonate him. But Grindelwald claimed he only borrowed his identity for one night, and that it was during the attempt to capture the obscurial that he was exposed. He even insisted that when he impersonated Graves, he hadn't known Graves was already dead. What frustrated Pickquery the most was the fact that they genuinely seemed to have no evidence proving he murdered Graves. To be honest, if Grindelwald had wanted to kill Graves, he probably wouldn't have needed to do it himself. TSK. And as long as he hadn't done it with his own hands, pinning that charge on him would be very difficult. According to the information sent over by the British Ministry of Magic, the charge of murdering Graves had, in fact, already been pinned on a member of the Grindelwald faction. That particular follower had already been executed, along with the others who were captured. Of course, during the original interrogation, some followers, under the effects of Veritaserum, did admit they were acting under Grindelwald's orders. But even that wasn't enough to place the blame squarely on Grindelwald. Those people were now dead and couldn't testify in court. Even if their interrogation records existed, they no longer carried sufficient weight. Besides, Grindelwald had always maintained a single line of defense, many of his statements had been misunderstood. In other words, the murders and disappearances were all the result of his overly fanatical followers misinterpreting his intentions and acting on their own. That wasn't what he had meant at all. Grindelwald had placed himself in the position of a victim. His only mistake, he claimed, was having followers who were too devoted, so devoted that they twisted his words. And if a follower commits crimes due to fanaticism, can you really place the blame on the idol? Therefore, if Grindelwald only admitted to briefly impersonating graves, the most he'd receive would be a few months in prison. And if he posted a sufficient bail, he might not even spend a single day behind bars. Grindelwald, who commanded countless loyal followers, certainly didn't lack for money. At this moment, President Pickwery finally understood that trying to punish Grindelwald through legitimate means was now virtually impossible. The only remaining way to make him pay the price he deserved was just one. Safe house. When Wade saw that Grindelwald intended to hold a public trial at the Magical Congress of the United States, he knew the matter was already decided. Grindelwald would absolutely be able to clear himself of all charges. Even the minor ones that couldn't be wiped away could be resolved with money. Tom said, "I still think there are powerful people out there who won't want to see Grindelwald walk free. If they start playing dirty, even without Dumbledore's help, their chances of success are still pretty high." "I've said it before, no one plays that game better than Grindelwald," Wade replied with a grin. In fact, what Grindelwald probably wants most right now is for someone to try to frame him. Because if a conspiracy gets exposed, then his status as a victim becomes undeniable. "See? I told you. Someone's been trying to frame me all along. That's why my reputation was ruined. All the charges against me were the result of their schemes. If anyone can't resist making a move on him now, they'll be playing right into his hands." Tom was speechless. "So basically, he's already invincible." "Not quite," Wade said. "As long as whoever tries to scheme against him can outplay Grindelwald, it'll be fine. As long as they don't get exposed, Grindelwald will be successfully framed with new charges, and the public trial will turn into a complete farce." "You know," Tom muttered under his breath, "not to be rude, but you basically just admitted you're better at scheming than Grindelwald." "What did you just say?" "When did I even?" "You said before that no one in the world is better at scheming than Grindelwald. Then you said you had all kinds of ways to ruin his plan. Doesn't that mean you're better at scheming than he is? And you even said I was wrong before. But look at you, just a few days later, you exposed yourself. Sounds like you're still not entirely convinced." "Tom. Wade, didn't you say you were a reasonable person?" "By your logic just now, Tom, my fists are bigger, so my fists are reason. Therefore, the way I reason with you. I hope you can accept it." "You." "Sigh, I just couldn't keep my mouth shut." "All right, go ahead, just go easy." "Ugh. Ack. Arg." Just as the two of them were horsing around, the Phoenix Fox suddenly appeared in the living room and delivered a letter. Wade put down his wand and took the letter to read. It was from Dumbledore. In it, he warned Wade and Tom not to leave the house for the time being. There was no doubt that Dumbledore had already prepared for the worst regarding Grindelwald's escape. He had also lost confidence that Grindelwald would be convicted. After reading the letter, Tom couldn't help but shiver. "Ugh. Looks like we can't go fishing this afternoon. What are you afraid of, Tom?" "Grindelwald might take revenge." Tom hadn't even finished his sentence before realizing his mistake. Grindelwald's plan to escape and turn the tide had come from Wade. Why would he take revenge on Wade? Besides, since Grindelwald was now committed to clearing his name, there was no way he'd revert to his old methods. A man preparing to enter politics wouldn't give anyone the slightest chance to catch him out. "Looks like you figured it out. So, interested in taking a trip to America? The public trial is bound to be lively. Goodbye." Tom shouted as he ran off. This guy must be insane, everyone else is desperate to avoid the Dark Lord, and he's chasing after him. Well, Grindelwald probably wouldn't do anything to Wade, but himself. That was another story. Read 2 weeks ahead. Trian, Captain. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, Tensions in Makusa. You really can't go. With Fawkes here, the moment we step outside, Dumbledore will know. Dragged halfway out the door by Wade, Tom struggled and spoke urgently. Besides, if you want to go, go by yourself. Why drag me into it? Wade frowned. He couldn't believe an 11-year-old Voldemort had this much strength. I've got a way to deal with Dumbledore. As for why I'm bringing you, isn't this a great learning opportunity? Learn how to become a proper Dark Lord. A live demonstration will definitely be enlightening for you. Tom panicked, yanking hard on his own robes. How can you slander me like that out of nowhere? I'm a good person. A good wizard. Why would I need to learn how to be some Dark Lord? Tom, you're lying to yourself again. Are you really a good wizard? Then how come I've never seen it? Tom, as the future Dark Lord, could have a massive impact on the world. Even the smallest positive change in him could save countless lives. In other words, fewer people would die because of him. And as the one changing him, Wade would gain a significant number of merit points from it, right? Kakik. That's why Wade planned to bring him along, to witness certain things and be changed by them. Even if it weren't for the merit points, doing it for the sake of the future of the world would still be a worthy cause. Of course, if Wade simply chose to kill Tom outright, he'd gain a massive number of merit points instantly. A huge number of future tragedies would be avoided in one fell swoop. That wasn't a bad option either. But Wade still believed that Tom was a highly talented individual. Even if he didn't become a good guy like Dumbledore in the future, he could still grow into someone who had a positive impact on the wizarding world. Just like what Grindelwald is trying to do now, heh. And in the long run, that might be more beneficial than just killing him. Realizing he probably had no way out, Tom reluctantly said, "At the very least, we should tell Professor Dumbledore first. As long as he agrees, I'll go with you." In Tom's view, the only reason Wade insisted on dragging him along was to show off. "Look, even the powerful Grindelwald has to follow my lead." It was a way to build up an unattainable image in front of him, to warn him not to challenge Wade's authority. As for all that stuff about learning, that was clearly just nonsense. Why would I need to learn this stuff? It's not like I'm going to become a Dark Lord in the future. That's your own claim. Wade finally let go of Tom's robes. "I'll write to Professor Dumbledore right away." That made Tom breathe a sigh of relief. In his view, there was no way Dumbledore would agree to Wade's ridiculous idea. Right now, Dumbledore couldn't want them farther away from Grindelwald. There was no chance he'd approve Wade's request to attend the public trial. An hour passed quickly. When Fawkes returned with the reply, Tom was still calm. No doubt about it, this had to be Dumbledore rejecting Wade's outrageous request. However, after reading the letter, Wade casually tossed it aside. "All right, Professor Dumbledore approved our request. You don't have an excuse anymore, Tom. Get ready to go." "Wait, what? No way." Tom stared at the letter on the floor, stunned. "Hey, if you don't believe me, read it yourself." Wade picked it up and handed it to him. Tom read through it carefully, word for word. The letter's summary: they were allowed to go, and someone would be coming to escort them shortly. This has got to be fake. Tom was completely stunned. How could Dumbledore possibly agree to such an outrageous request from Wade? He carefully examined the letter. First of all, that looping, elaborate handwriting, it was definitely Dumbledore's. And, yes, it had indeed been delivered by Fawkes. All right, the letter's authenticity was beyond doubt. And besides, someone would be coming to escort them shortly. So, how did you convince Dumbledore to agree? Wade shrugged. Well, he doesn't want us attending the trial, sure, but even more than that, he doesn't want us sneaking off to watch it anyway. Tom suddenly understood. Dumbledore had clearly developed a very firm grasp of just how much trouble the two of them could cause. In his eyes, the two of them must be even more Gryffindor than the Gryffindors themselves. So rather than worry about them running off on their own, he figured it was better to give permission and assign someone to watch over them. Damn it, Wade, was this all part of his plan again? They'll be here any minute. Aren't you going to go pack? Wade urged. Tom looked at Wade's suitcase, already neatly packed and standing by the door, and his face twisted like he'd just accidentally swallowed a live fly. 20 minutes later. A flash of green light lit up the fireplace in the safe house. Then Dumbledore's tall, lean figure stepped out. Unlike the version of Dumbledore from decades later, who favored voluminous wizard robes, the Dumbledore of today often wore suits, even if his taste in suits was peculiar. He took off his top hat and looked at the two fully prepared young wizards in front of him, his face full of resignation. Tom felt completely wronged. This was all Wade's idea. He, Tom, only wanted to be a well-behaved boy. "Professor, I thought you'd send someone else to get us. I didn't expect you to come in person," Wade said cheerfully. "I wouldn't be at ease sending someone else. Listen, you two. I'm allowing you to go to America, but starting today, wherever I go, you follow. If either of you disobeys and sneaks off somewhere, then you can spend the rest of your summer in this safe house," Dumbledore warned them sternly. "Understood, Professor Dumbledore." Wade grabbed his suitcase. "When do we leave?" Dumbledore. He honestly doubted whether this little troublemaker had actually listened to anything he'd just said. "No need to bring luggage. I've already prepared all the necessities for you." Once the Flu network connection was open, traveling became much easier. Even if the destination was thousands of kilometers away. Dumbledore brought the two young wizards along, and after only a few Flu transfers, they arrived at their destination. It was a large and ornate fireplace. Outside the fireplace stretched a vast, open square. And in this enormous square were many fireplaces identical to the one they'd just exited. At the moment, many witches and wizards were stepping briskly out of those fireplaces. Where are we? Tom asked warily, eyes scanning their surroundings. This is the Magical Congress of the United States of America. In a few days, Grindelwald will stand trial in the Grand Court here. Dumbledore paused, then added, most of these people are here for that. Seeing the massive square before him teeming with crowds, Wade instantly understood that Grindelwald's move had struck a deep chord in the hearts of wizards all over the world. The Magical Congress has arranged a place for me to stay. For the next few days, you two will be staying there with me, Dumbledore said as he gave instructions while walking forward. Wade and Tom struggled to keep up with his pace. All right, Professor. Are we heading there now? No. I'm going to meet someone first. Then should we wait for you at the place we're staying? No. You're coming with me. As I said, you two are to stay with me at all times during these days, Dumbledore said sternly. Since the last disappearance incident, no one really knew how many members of the Alliance faction had infiltrated Makusa. Even after Dumbledore had personally screened a round of people, he had found very few actual problems. And based on what he knew of Grindelwald, those who had been caught and examined might have been intentionally planted by him to mislead. The truly problematic individuals might have already slipped in long before the disappearances ever happened. In a place like this, crawling with potential enemies, how could he possibly allow Wade and Tom to wander off on their own? Troublesome as it was, given these two boys' talent for causing trouble, not bringing them along might end up being even more dangerous. Dumbledore glanced at the two children beside him, who were restlessly glancing around and visibly eager to explore. He couldn't help but sigh. Taking care of children really was exhausting. When President Pickquery saw Dumbledore, she cast a puzzled look at the two young wizards beside him. These two are your grandsons. Dumbledore's old face flushed slightly. No, they're my students. Due to some special circumstances, I need to keep them with me. I see, President Pickquery said, glancing at the two boys again. Though she still had questions, time was tight, and she had no energy to spare on such matters. You summoned me so urgently, did you discover something? Dumbledore asked. President Pickquery bit her lip and handed him a piece of parchment. Dumbledore accepted it with a puzzled expression, then carefully read through it. Moments later, his expression grew extremely grave. This is. We have no choice, Dumbledore. President Pickquery said wearily. So far, we still haven't found any evidence strong enough to convict him, so. I advise you not to go through with this, Seraphina, Dumbledore said sternly. I know him. If he dares to take this path, then he's certainly made preparations for any possible accident. There's no other way, Dumbledore. We can't just stand by and watch him clear his name and walk away. You know better than anyone the gravity of the crimes he's committed. How could someone like him escape justice? I understand how you feel, Seraphina, but with all due respect, your plan might already be part of his design. If you fail, it'll only make it easier for him to be acquitted. We won't fail, Dumbledore. Our plan is airtight. Seraphina. I called you here hoping to gain your help, Albus. If you're still clinging to the past and unwilling to act, then we won't hold it against you, please, go. Dumbledore opened his mouth to speak but eventually let out a long sigh and turned to walk toward the door. Suddenly, President Pickquery said one more thing from behind him, even if you won't join us, now that you know everything. I trust you won't inform him, will you? Dumbledore paused, you should believe me, Seraphina. Oh, ***, read 2 weeks ahead. P***Trian, Captain. Chapter 192, Chapter 192, How terrifying is a Dumbledore who doesn't follow the rules. After Dumbledore left President Pickquery's office, he let out another worried sigh. Tom glanced at Wade, because it seemed he had been right again. There was no doubt now, President Pickquery had been trying to rope Dumbledore into her scheme. Clearly, she was one of those powerful figures attempting to use underhanded methods to pin the charges on Grindelwald. But, just as Wade had predicted, Dumbledore refused to join. Not only did he decline, he even warned them not to proceed with such a plan. At first, Tom had thought that if someone were to pull off a scheme, the odds of success might actually be pretty decent. But the moment he heard President Pickquery declare with confidence that their plan was airtight and absolutely foolproof, he knew she probably wouldn't succeed. You could call it instinct, or perhaps, an unconscious recognition. In this short time, he'd seen many people believe they had crafted a perfect plan too, only to be utterly defeated by Wade. Be it the pureblood senior student, goblins, and countless Alliance members roaming the Forbidden Forest, or even Grindelwald himself. When someone becomes too confident in the perfection of their plan, that's when their failure begins. That too was Tom speaking from experience. In this world, there's no such thing as a flawless plan. As long as humans are the ones executing it, mistakes can always happen. A plan can never be perfect. Soon, they arrived at the residence arranged for them by the Magical Congress. After Wade closed the door, he turned to Dumbledore and said, "Her distrust of you was the wrong choice." "Yeah," Tom nodded in agreement. "She should have focused her efforts on Grindelwald and his followers, not on trying to keep an eye on you. I already saw several Aurors watching us just now." Hearing this, the concern on Dumbledore's face deepened. In order to avoid her existing personnel being infiltrated by Grindelwald, President Pickquery had indeed recruited a large number of new people recently. Her method had been quite unusual, but also very effective. Many of those hired didn't even know they were going to become Aurors until an hour before they were recruited. In doing so, she might have prevented Grindelwald from planting spies in this unit, but the downside was that the team's overall ability was inevitably uneven. If even an 11-year-old like Tom could spot their surveillance, how could they possibly expect to fool Grindelwald and his associates? If these were the people executing the plan, sigh. Dumbledore felt this was no different than handing Grindelwald a knife. Right now, what Grindelwald needed most was a sharp blade to cut through the ropes that bound him. After pacing restlessly in thought for a while, Dumbledore suddenly strode toward the door. He couldn't just stand by and watch President Pickquery walk into ruin. "Professor. I know you want to help President Pickquery, but she probably doesn't trust you anymore," Wade suddenly said. "I know, but that doesn't mean I can do nothing." "They're planning to use underhanded methods to ensure Grindelwald is convicted," Dumbledore replied, frowning. "That explains it. No wonder they're being so cautious with us. She's worried about your connection to Grindelwald." Wade nodded. "But precisely because of that, right now, more than worrying about Grindelwald discovering her plan, she's probably more afraid that you'll be the one to leak it." "How could I ever do such a thing?" Dumbledore said helplessly. "In her eyes, you shouldn't have refused her proposal, assuming that's what she really proposed back there," Wade said. "Since you did refuse, she's bound to view your every move with suspicion. When we were about to leave earlier, didn't she even give you a warning?" Dumbledore sighed again. Of course he'd considered all that. Wade had only voiced what he already knew in his heart. Even the two young outsiders could sense President Pickquery's distrust. How could Dumbledore not have noticed? But, how could he just stand by and watch an ally fall into the abyss? "What I'm most worried about now isn't the rest," Wade said. "It's just one thing: if their plan fails, will they try to shift the blame onto you?" Northwest matter how close Pickquery and Dumbledore might have been in the past, she was still a politician, and when have politicians ever been the good guys? When push comes to shove, stabbing an ally in the back is almost expected. Dumbledore slumped back into his chair in defeat. He wasn't afraid of taking the fall. What struck him was the realization, after hearing Wade's words, that no matter what he did now, even if he turned around and told President Pickquery he wanted to join her plan, it would definitely be seen as a ploy and only backfire. It wasn't like before, when he helped the MACUSA investigate the Neo-Grindelwald movement. Now, there wasn't a single person in the American Magical Congress willing to cooperate with him. In other words, he seemed completely powerless. At that moment, Tom finally understood why Wade had said earlier that Grindelwald actually hoped those big shots would resort to underhanded tactics. And sure enough, President Pickquery had barely begun her scheme, and Dumbledore had already been sidelined just for not joining in. If Grindelwald found out about this kind of self-sabotaging behavior, he'd probably laugh himself to death. Just as Tom was thinking this, Dumbledore had already stood up again and walked toward the door. "Remember, you absolutely must not leave this room. I'll be placing some protective enchantments at the entrance," Dumbledore said as he stepped outside. Tom stared, dumbfounded, at the door that had just closed behind him. He just left like that. Didn't he say there was nothing he could do? Wade lounged comfortably on the sofa. "You think Dumbledore would just do nothing out of fear of being blamed? Even if it looks like there's nothing he can do, he'll still try. That's who Dumbledore is. But no one in the American Magical Congress trusts him anymore. Then he'll just change his identity, won't he?" Wade grinned. "Dumbledore may follow the rules, but he's not as rigid as you think. What's worse, breaking a few rules or letting Grindelwald clear his name? When you weigh the consequences, letting Grindelwald walk free would be far more damaging, don't you think? But, everyone's watching his every move. Tom, do you realize how terrifying a rule-bending Dumbledore can be? Think of Grindelwald. Damn." Tom sucked in a sharp breath. "Exactly. Those bumbling fools outside can barely keep an eye on me. You think they can track someone like Dumbledore, a master of transfiguration? In a pitch-black dungeon." Grindelwald was firmly restrained in a confinement chair. He quietly stared at a kerosene lamp hanging overhead. Though the lamp's glow was dim, it was the only source of light in this pitch-dark dungeon. By now, he had endured numerous rounds of harsh interrogation. But whether it was the Cruciatus Curse or Veritaserum, nothing of value had been extracted from him. That was because, before he officially agreed to stand trial, he had already anticipated this situation and removed many incriminating memories, leaving them stored safely in Nurmengard. Yes, he had directly extracted them and stored them in a pensieve, then altered certain key memories in his own mind. Since all the compromising memories were now gone, how could Veritaserum possibly produce anything useful? Later, the people from the American Magical Congress even resorted to using the Cruciatus Curse. Yet Grindelwald was rather pleased. The more ruthlessly they acted, the more it revealed their desperation. And the more desperate they became, the smoother his plan was going. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cell, interrupting Grindelwald's thoughts. It was an unfamiliar face, meaning this was a wizard Grindelwald had never seen before. But then, Grindelwald suddenly burst into laughter. Dumbledore, so even you have a day when you sneak around disguised as someone else. Dumbledore reverted to his original appearance. For a master of transfiguration like him, becoming someone else didn't require Polyjuice Potion at all. He stared coldly at Grindelwald, saying nothing. The fact that you had to disguise yourself to get in here proves that President Pickquery no longer trusts you, Grindelwald said cheerfully. How do you know she doesn't trust me anymore? Hey, in the past, you could appear before me at any time. When did you ever need to look like someone else? Grindelwald smiled. Let me guess, did she want to carry out some scheme against me, and you refused to go along with it? Dumbledore sighed. You really do know everything. The smile gradually faded from Grindelwald's face. This time, you can't stop me. I will stop you. As long as Pickquery's plan hasn't been carried out, Dumbledore began. Oh. Whatever, Grindelwald said. Her so-called plan won't affect me anyway. Even without a knife, I can slowly untie the rope myself. You should know by now, stopping me has nothing to do with that little scheme of hers. Dumbledore was silent for a moment before he finally said, Of course I know. Yes, and I know that you know. So, the reason you're trying to stop her plan is just to save her, isn't it? You understand clearly, once her plan is exposed, her position as President of the Congress will be finished. Dumbledore replied calmly, At this point, there are fewer and fewer people like her left in the Magical Congress, that's why she can't fall. You really are perceptive, Dumbledore, heh. Grindelwald smiled. Dumbledore knew he probably couldn't stop Grindelwald from clearing his name anymore. So now, he only wanted to stop Pickquery's foolish plan, to pull her out of it, and preserve her. Otherwise, he'd lose yet another ally, another capable force against Grindelwald. Dumbledore, if you truly want to save her, maybe I can help you. And what would you get out of that? I can't be without enemies. And you, Dumbledore, a man who refuses to touch power can never be the kind of enemy I dream of. Grindelwald smiled. Dumbledore once again fell into silence. Oh. Did I really hit the nail? He. Grindelwald let out a pleased laugh. Such a foolish decision, Dumbledore. Afraid of losing control, so you don't dare to touch power? Ha 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 ha. Read 12 chaps ahead Trian, Captain. Chapter 193, Only Eternal Interests. I'm back, baby. I don't find it funny at all, Dumbledore said calmly. Just by looking at you now, I know exactly what I would become if I ever touched power. So, staying away from anything related to power is a very wise choice. Oh. Is that so? That doesn't sound like something the great Saint Dumbledore would say. The great saint. Dumbledore gave a bitter laugh. No matter how others flatter me, I know very well, I've never been a good man. How could a good man ever have been friends with you? Back then, I knew exactly what kind of person you were, but I still chose to ignore the parts one shouldn't have ignored, and became your closest friend. From the beginning, there hasn't been much difference between you and me. The smile on Grindelwald's face slowly faded as well. You really should have stood with me. I will never stand with you again, Gellert. Why not? Just because everyone says I'm a bad person. Grindelwald sneered. Even if I am, as long as what I do brings benefit to the wizarding world, does it really matter whether I'm bad or not? Is that so? Then take a look at what you've done. Even if you manage to clear your name and fool everyone else, can you fool yourself? You know better than anyone what all of this is really for. Grindelwald fell silent, his expression darkening with anger. It was the first time since being imprisoned in this dungeon. I don't need your help to protect President Pickquery, Dumbledore said after a pause. To be honest, if not for the fact that her plan is destined to fail, maybe I would have joined her. That sentence made Grindelwald burst out laughing in anger. Heh. So you really want me dead, Dumbledore? I've never wanted you dead. I only hope you'll abandon this unrealistic dream and properly atone for the sins you've committed. Dumbledore cast Grindelwald one last glance, then disappeared through the door. I will never give up. I'll make you see that the future we once envisioned was absolutely right. Sins? What an excuse. You're just a coward who gave up halfway. Where is Dumbledore now? President Pickquery sat in her chair, her expression grim. Someone beside her immediately replied, after leaving here, he's been staying at his lodgings. He hasn't gone anywhere. Is that so? Pickery's face relaxed slightly. We can't let him ruin our plan. Madam President, do you really think Dumbledore would help Grindelwald escape punishment out of old sentiment? I have to be prepared for every possibility, Pickquery said coldly. But, if Dumbledore truly decides to help Grindelwald, who among us could stop him? President Pickquery shot a cold glance at the subordinate who dared to speak so plainly. I have my own plans. The subordinate fell silent. He understood now why President Pickquery was angry, because he had touched on the crux of the issue. How could Dumbledore possibly help Grindelwald? And if he really did want to help, no one could stop him. What good would surveillance even do? Take right now, for example. On the surface, Dumbledore was obediently staying in his quarters. But in reality, whether he was actually still there or not, those half-trained agents wouldn't be able to keep track of someone like him. So all of President Pickery's measures targeting Dumbledore were just for show. She had only one goal, to leave herself a fallback. In case the plan had a flaw and ultimately failed, she could push Dumbledore forward as the scapegoat. If her plan failed, Grindelwald would walk free, and that, without a doubt, would stir up a storm. If, at that moment, even the slightest rumor emerged suggesting that Grindelwald's acquittal had something to do with Dumbledore, then even if her fabricated evidence was exposed, she could always claim that the real evidence had been swapped. And as for who would be capable of pulling off such a feat right under the nose of the American Magical Congress, she wouldn't even need to say it aloud. The prime suspect would naturally fall on Dumbledore. And just like that, Seraphina Pickquery could extract herself from the whirlwind of consequences. She might even gain praise for her foresight, for having placed Dumbledore under surveillance in advance. That's what it meant to be a politician, always leaving a way out, even if it meant stabbing allies in the back. President Pickquery picked up a file from the desk and handed it over. Take this and bring all the prepared witnesses from the safe house. Understood. The subordinate took the file and left the office. But once he turned a corner into an empty hallway, his face twisted violently. Moments later, he had transformed into someone else entirely. Had President Pickquery still been here, she would have recognized him immediately. It was none other than Abernathy, the former Auror who had pledged loyalty to Grindelwald long ago. One of Grindelwald's most trusted aides. Unlike Vinda, he specialized in conducting infiltration missions himself. He glanced down at the file in his hand, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. After he left with the document, several figures emerged silently in the corridor behind him. They moved without a sound, quietly tailing Abernathy. At Dumbledore's residence, Wade and Tom were playing wizard's chess, bored out of their minds. Tom's face turned grim as his king was struck down by Wade's knight. This was the 10th game he'd lost. Can we stop? I'd like to study, Tom said with a bitter smile. Why? Chess is so fun. Why bother with studying? Studying is so boring. Wade began resetting the board. Tom's face turned green. Of course Wade was enjoying himself, he was crushing him in every game. If the roles were reversed and Wade were the one getting crushed, Tom would bet the minimum level of black magic that chessboard would face would be fiendfire. Ahem. Do you think Dumbledore can stop Grindelwald? Tom quickly changed the subject. He can't. At best, he can only get President Pickquery out of this mess, Wade said with a smile. But how? Tom asked curiously. No matter what, if the plan fails, President Pickery's going to be in serious trouble. It's simple. He just has to do nothing, Wade said with a sigh. All he has to do is nothing, then turn his back on his ally, just in time to get stabbed. You mean? President Pickery's going to stab him in the back? That's impossible. Tom was stunned. I already said, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Wade pointed outside. Those half-baked watchers out there can't even keep an eye on you, how could they possibly monitor Dumbledore? Do you think someone as shrewd as Pickquery doesn't realize that? But she's still going through the motions anyway, which means it's all for show. Tom looked back down at the chessboard. These people and their schemes, it's all too complicated. I really don't like things that twisty. Wade chuckled. Can't be helped. Even someone as strong as Grindelwald can't brute force his way through everything. Sometimes, you've got to play a few tricks. I'd rather use my brain on the chessboard, Tom said with a cold face. So Dumbledore really plans to stay silent and let President Pickquery stab him in the back. That's the kind of person he is, isn't he, Tom? Just a little bit of reputation in exchange for saving one of Grindelwald's enemies. I just think he's foolish. Who sees a pit right in front of them and still jumps in? Tom scoffed. Well, that kind of pit jumping is what they call sacrifice. I'll never understand. Tom looked at Wade, then suddenly asked, You really are Dumbledore's good student, huh? Don't you feel even a little like helping him? Respecting his wishes and staying quietly in the room is exactly what Dumbledore wants most. Besides, are we really the only ones unwilling to let him fall into that pit? A faint, meaningful smile appeared on Wade's face. Who else? Tom asked. If I were the one about to fall into a pit, would you be able to stand by and watch? Sometimes, even your enemies might lend you a hand. Like I said, there are only eternal interests. Wade replied. Tom laughed. If it were you falling in, I'd have no problem at all. But, too bad it's so damn hard to get someone like you to fall in. Otherwise, I'd give you a nice hard shove. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Wade had said, after going out on the first day, Dumbledore stayed in the house from the second day onward. He really didn't do anything else. He calmly waited for the blame that was about to be dumped on him. That afternoon, after finishing lunch, Dumbledore finally left the room he'd stayed in for 3 days, bringing Wade and Tom with him. Because that very afternoon, Grindelwald's public trial was set to begin in the Grand Court, in front of the entire wizarding world. Just like the Wisengamot courtroom beneath the British Ministry of Magic, the Grand Court was located underground. When Wade and the others arrived, they were stunned to discover that the underground space housing the courtroom was absurdly vast. Apart from the center, which had the usual courtroom layout, the rest of the space was filled with tiered seating. They specially used an undetectable extension charm to expand the space for this trial. Dumbledore murmured as he looked out at the massive circular hall before them. This place could seat at least 1,000 people, right? Wade shaded his eyes with his hand, staring up at the highest mountaintop seats. For a public trial, the setup looked more like a concert venue. Our seats are up front, Dumbledore said with a smile. Well, thank Merlin. I don't want to be stuck in the nosebleeds. Consider subscribing to my P-Trian and read 2 weeks ahead of WN P-Trian/Captain. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, I'll write a book. Given Dumbledore's status, his seat was naturally right at the front. Since Dumbledore had brought 2 children with him, the MACUSA officials had specially arranged seats for them as well. As they made their way through the crowd to find their seats, Wade keenly overheard murmurs already beginning about Dumbledore being under surveillance by the American ministry. It was clear that Pickquery had made all her preparations. If the plan failed, the information about Dumbledore would definitely be leaked immediately. Of course, Pickquery still hoped the plan would succeed. That way, Grindelwald wouldn't escape justice, and she wouldn't have to offend Dumbledore in the process. Just as the 3 of them were seated, more and more people poured into the Grand Court. Before long, the entire courtroom was filled to capacity. Yet even with every seat taken, people kept arriving at the entrance, standing at a distance to watch. Bang. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from a doorway at the bottom of the courtroom. The heavy doors were flung open. A group of Grand Court officials entered through them. President Pickquery walked at the front. She would be presiding over this trial as the chief judge. Today, it could be said that everyone from the judges to the jury were her people. With the hidden moves she'd made behind the scenes, she refused to believe Grindelwald could clear his name under these circumstances. President Pickquery took her seat in the central position. She swept her gaze across the room, then her eyes settled on Dumbledore in the front row. Dumbledore met her gaze, his blue eyes calm and steady. He gave her a small, courteous nod. Pickquery looked away, a flicker of guilt in her expression. She took a deep breath and gave a small nod to the orb beside her. A moment later, the grand doors were opened again. Then Grindelwald walked in. The moment he appeared, nearly everyone in the courtroom rose to their feet, craning their necks to get a better look. Countless flashes lit up at once. Reporters who had been lying in wait by the doors began furiously snapping photos. Surrounded by a ring of oars, Grindelwald walked toward the defendant's podium under the barrage of camera flashes and everyone's gaze. Gone was the disheveled man from the dungeons. Now, he wore the same well-tailored suit he had surrendered in. The scars on his face were gone. Even his hair was neatly combed. If it weren't for the pair of shackles on his wrists, he might have looked like a man attending a gala. Clearly, whatever methods Congress had used on him weren't suitable for public display. So before bringing him to court, they had carefully cleaned him up. Grindelwald wore a calm smile as he strode toward the podium, completely ignoring the wands aimed at him by the surrounding aurors. As he stepped onto the defendant's platform, he finally caught sight of Dumbledore in the front row. Naturally, he also noticed Wade and Tom seated beside Dumbledore. Their presence took him slightly by surprise. He paused at the steps, casting Wade a faint, meaningful smile. Wade winked back at him. Dumbledore frowned and pulled Wade behind him with a wary hand. Once Grindelwald ascended the platform, the gathered witches and wizards finally sat down again. Gellert Grindelwald, you stand accused of over 70 charges, including murder, kidnapping, intimidation, and the organization of illegal groups. President Pickquery began. Grindelwald smiled. Not bad. Fewer than I expected. It's not your turn to speak yet. President Pickquery snapped irritably. Grindelwald only responded with a calm shrug and a smile. Picquery's unease grew. Grindelwald was far too composed. Ever since he was imprisoned, he had remained in this exact state. No matter how severe the punishment, he never showed the slightest change in expression. At this moment, the courtroom buzzed with murmurs. Clearly, Grindelwald's composure had caught others by surprise as well. Silence. President Pickquery took a deep breath. Now then, beginning with the first murder case. One by one, pieces of evidence were brought forth. It was also the first time Wade had seen what counted as evidence in a wizarding court. He discovered that in the wizarding world, evidence mostly consisted of memories that could be projected for everyone to see, like a moving image pulled straight from a witness's mind. Of course, these memories were said to be thoroughly verified to ensure they hadn't been tampered with. Still, Wade was fairly certain that none of them had been altered much at all. Because none of those memories contained direct evidence to convict Grindelwald himself. The perpetrators shown in the memories were all members of Grindelwald's alliance faction. Since these couldn't be used as direct evidence against Grindelwald, there was no need to alter them. Given that, the key to President Pickquery's attempt to incriminate Grindelwald likely rested on witness testimony. Indeed, tampering with memory evidence would leave obvious traces. An experienced wizard could even spot inconsistencies during the projection itself. But witness testimony, that was much easier to manipulate. When a person's memories were altered, there would be no outward signs. It would require in-depth examination to uncover. And if the goal was clearly to frame Grindelwald, how could Pickquery possibly allow for a thorough examination? As the final memory projection ended, President Pickquery fixed her gaze on Grindelwald and asked, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" "I'm very sorry, President Pickquery. My apologies to all present. Too many of my overzealous followers have misinterpreted my beliefs and ideals, leading to excessive behavior, sigh. That is indeed my fault. If I can clear myself of these baseless accusations, I promise I'll better regulate my thoughts and message, for example, publishing a book or something." As Grindelwald said this, his gaze swept briefly across Wade. Wade also displayed a perfectly timed look of confusion, as if Grindelwald's idea had genuinely surprised him. Tom, sitting beside him, curled his lip. He was already used to Wade slipping into character at the drop of a hat. Publish a book. President Pickquery's eyes widened. Given the lack of direct evidence, it was expected that Grindelwald wouldn't confess. But now he was talking about publishing a book. About regulating his own ideology. President Pickquery's sense of alarm instantly shot to its peak. There was absolutely no way she could allow him to walk free. At the same time, the wizards present began murmuring again at Grindelwald's words. At first glance, the idea of Grindelwald publishing a book didn't seem like much. But to those with foresight, the intent behind the move was all too obvious. There wasn't a fool in the courtroom today, everyone could see exactly what he was aiming for. More importantly, the key point was, if Grindelwald had already thought this far ahead, didn't that mean he was truly confident he could walk free today? Order. President Pickquery struck her gavel again. Once the courtroom quieted down, she fixed her gaze on Grindelwald. "So, you deny these crimes have anything to do with you? President Pickquery, as the head of Makusa, you must be an outstanding and remarkable witch. Surely, there are many who would be willing to follow you. If some of those people accidentally broke the law, should we not punish them, but punish you instead?" Grindelwald smiled. "Record that, Grindelwald refuses to plead guilty," President Pickquery said coldly. Grindelwald didn't argue. He simply smiled at her. "If you have any definitive evidence that can prove my crimes, please do present it as soon as possible." "Oh, I most certainly do." President Pickquery lifted her head and looked toward the courtroom entrance. "Call the witness." All eyes turned once more toward the doors. Everyone knew that whether or not Grindelwald would be convicted hinged on these witnesses. Originally, people had thought this trial might drag on for quite some time, but now it seemed. Grindelwald's confession had been so meticulously orchestrated that all incriminating evidence had already been quietly wiped away. It had all happened so silently. By the time people realized what he was doing, it was already too late. Who could have guessed that a criminal who had just suffered a crushing defeat and was supposedly recuperating would choose to turn himself in? And when it came to Grindelwald's crimes, everyone had simply assumed the evidence was everywhere, readily available. Because of that, no one had thought to deliberately protect it. The result was that almost all usable evidence had been quietly destroyed. What remained now was pitifully little. Just then, the doors opened once again. A string of people filed in. The entire courtroom erupted in murmurs of surprise once more. Everyone had assumed that finding even one or two witnesses would be impressive enough. But now, there were this many. With so many witnesses willing to testify to Grindelwald's guilt, how could he possibly hope to walk away unscathed now? Even taking the worst-case scenario, say all these witnesses were fake, Grindelwald's hopes of being exonerated today would still be crushed. Earlier, with no evidence in sight, everyone had been anxious and frustrated. But now, all of a sudden, so many witnesses had appeared, and not just any witnesses, but direct ones. Everyone began to suspect the same thing. This many people. It was blatantly obvious, he was being framed. All eyes turned back to Grindelwald. Everyone wanted to see how he would react in the face of what was essentially the American Magical Congress's high-handed frame job. But to everyone's surprise, Grindelwald still looked completely calm, showing not the slightest hint of panic. For the sake of fairness, all witnesses will take Veritaserum before testifying, President Pickquery announced. The Aurors immediately began distributing Veritaserum to the witnesses. As everyone busied themselves, President Pickquery descended from her seat and casually made her way toward Grindelwald. She whispered, "Did you really think I didn't notice that traitor Abernathy? You must believe. Abernathy already tampered with all their memories, don't you? Then you clearly don't know, every move Abernathy made was under our watch. We've already restored the witnesses' memories. So today, you're finished." Grindelwald smiled. "Ah, is that so? So Abernathy was discovered, what a pity." "What do you mean?" Not seeing any trace of panic on Grindelwald's face, President Pickquery suddenly had a bad feeling. "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to say, I'm quite looking forward to your so-called evidence. As for Abernathy, may he live a long life." Grindelwald smiled gracefully. President Pickquery stared hard at Grindelwald, when suddenly she remembered something. Just as they had moved to seize that traitor, Abernathy had abruptly vanished. That was not a good sign. __. Consider subscribing to my P-Trian and read 2 weeks ahead of WN P-Trian/Captain. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, Shock in the Courtroom. Although Grindelwald's calm demeanor surprised Pickquery, the arrow was already knocked to the string, it had to be loosed. Besides, they had already discovered Abernathy's little tricks and corrected everything afterward. Even if Abernathy had escaped in the end, there should be no issue with the witnesses this time. No matter how calm Grindelwald appeared, it couldn't change the facts. Just as President Pickquery was convincing herself of that, an Auror approached and reported. "Madam President, all the witnesses have taken Veritaserum and are ready to testify at any time." "Good. Begin immediately," Pickquery said as she glanced at Grindelwald, who was still smiling. Then she turned and returned to her seat. "Witness 1, Morton Weber," Pickquery announced, looking toward the first person to step forward. It was a short, plump wizard, his expression dull, the typical state of someone under the effects of Veritaserum. "Before today, have you ever met Gellert Grindelwald?" Pickquery asked. "I have," Weber nodded. "When did you see him?" "On the day my brother was murdered, he was at the scene." The moment those words left his mouth, the entire courtroom erupted in uproar. And for the first time, President Pickquery smiled. Sure enough, Abernathy's tampering had been completely corrected. If that was the case, there was nothing left to worry about. Pickquery glanced at Grindelwald again. She wanted to see just how long that bastard could maintain his calm expression. "Order." Pickquery struck the gavel again, trying to restore silence to the courtroom. After some difficulty, when the crowd had finally quieted down, she asked, "Who killed your brother?" "He was killed by a member of the Grindelwald faction, one of Grindelwald's subordinates," Weber replied with a blank expression. At that, the courtroom burst into chatter again. Even with Pickquery hammering her gavel repeatedly, it did little to help. Grindelwald was present, and his follower had committed murder. Even if he hadn't done it himself, if he had ordered it, that would practically count as direct evidence. No one could say for sure whether this witness was a planted fake by the Magical Congress, but even so, this alone was enough to forcibly pin the murder charge on him. Even if Grindelwald appealed later, that would be a matter for the future, and by then, it would never cause the same uproar as this public trial. Because if this trial, orchestrated so publicly by Grindelwald himself, turned into a farce, his prestige would be nearly wiped out. Now, the last nail in the coffin. As the courtroom gradually quieted again, President Pickquery asked urgently, "Weber, did you personally witness Grindelwald ordering his subordinate to murder your brother?" At those words, the courtroom fell completely silent. Everything now hinged on the witness's answer. Of course, most people already thought they knew what that answer would be. After all, the American Magical Congress clearly intended to throw fairness out the window and frame him directly. There shouldn't be any unexpected twists. "No, I did not," Weber replied. At that, everyone stared at him in shock. President Pickquery, seated high in the chief seat, was utterly stunned. "Witness. Please repeat your answer." "No, I did not," Weber replied again, his expression vacant. The courtroom erupted once more. The witness's answer had taken everyone completely by surprise. So far, the testimony actually seemed to favor Grindelwald. What on earth was the American Magical Congress doing? How is this possible? President Pickquery collapsed back into her chair, feeling as if all the strength had drained from her body. She looked once more at Grindelwald. He stood calmly in the defendant's seat, the faintest trace of a smile still on his face. It was as if everything happening was unfolding exactly according to his plan. But, how could that be? The person who murdered your brother was a member of the Grindelwald's alliance, and Grindelwald was indeed present. Then what was Grindelwald doing at the time? President Pickquery pressed on, unwilling to give up. Even if all the previous answers had caught her off guard, as long as Grindelwald had been there. Even if he hadn't said a word, she could still frame the Grindelwald movement's crimes as something he had silently condoned. That meant she still had a way to pin the crime on Grindelwald. The one who killed my brother was indeed a follower of Grindelwald, because my brother opposed Grindelwald's ideology at the time. As for Grindelwald, he was trying to stop his follower from attacking my brother. Unfortunately, the Aurors interrupted him before he could act, Weber answered calmly. The moment those words left his mouth, the courtroom, still buzzing from the earlier testimony, fell instantly silent. Up to this point, the testimony from the first witness had not only failed to convict Grindelwald, it had even altered the public's perception of him. Wasn't he supposed to be a ruthless dark wizard? And yet he had tried to save someone from his own followers. And according to the witness, if the Aurors hadn't barged in and attacked Grindelwald, Weber's brother might not have died at all. President Pickquery slumped in her seat, completely unable to make sense of how things had turned out this way. She suddenly turned her gaze toward the Aurors. When they had reported back, they had clearly stated that the witness's memories had been fully restored. And now the testimony sounded like this. She had every reason to believe that one of the Aurors she trusted most had betrayed her. But the Aurors she glared at were now wearing the same expressions of confusion and disbelief. This left President Pickquery momentarily unable to tell who the real traitor was. Or perhaps, it was all of them. At that thought, President Pickquery felt a chill run down her spine. Grindelwald looked toward Weber on the witness stand and said with an apologetic expression, "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Weber, that I failed to save your brother. My followers misinterpreted my ideology. That's my fault. In my view, we should seek common ground while respecting differences. To harm someone simply because of differing beliefs is truly unjustifiable. I won't shirk responsibility. I'll ensure the Alliance makes reparations to you, even though no amount of compensation can make up for the pain of losing a loved one." Silence. You shut your mouth. President Pickquery snapped coldly. You are not permitted to speak to the witness without authorization. My apologies, Grindelwald replied, again without argument, just a simple apology, before falling silent once more. President Pickquery's heart was sinking fast. If the first witness had turned out like this, what about the rest? Still, clinging to a shred of hope, she decided to continue calling the remaining witnesses. 30 minutes later, her expression was completely unreadable. Except for one witness, Cybo Wright, who insisted that Grindelwald had harmed his Muggle wife. The rest of the witnesses, none of their testimonies were able to convict Grindelwald. On the contrary, in their accounts, the ruthless and merciless Grindelwald had somehow become a responsible, upright party leader. Meanwhile, the Aurors ended up portrayed as the ones distorting truth and flipping right and wrong. The courtroom had descended into utter chaos, resembling a marketplace more than a formal trial. The witnesses' statements were simply too shocking. If these witnesses had indeed been prepared by the Magical Congress in advance to frame Grindelwald, then having only one person actually accuse him of a crime made it feel as though Makusa had shot itself in the foot. Originally, people had been skeptical of the credibility of the testimonies. But with one conventional accusation mixed in, it instead lent more authenticity to the rest. Down below, Dumbledore let out a deep sigh. He looked at Grindelwald on the stand, silent, smiling faintly, and felt a complex mix of emotions. The only actual crime was harming a Muggle, and even then, he hadn't killed them. From the perspective of American legal norms, that hardly counted as a serious offense. Given Grindelwald's influence, if he negotiated with the victim and paid sufficient compensation, he might not even need to serve time. And even if he did, it would be only a few years at most. What about after those few years? If Grindelwald were released, what would the world become? The Muggle world was already descending into the flames of war. The Wizarding world likely wouldn't remain peaceful either. Chapter 196, Pickquery, that's impossible. The Muggle world was already descending into the flames of war. The Wizarding world likely wouldn't remain peaceful either. Just a few months ago, when Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald, he thought the wave Grindelwald had stirred up would finally settle. But now it seemed, it was only just beginning. At the same time, beside Dumbledore, Tom was equally shaken to the core. Someone like Grindelwald, quietly standing there, saying nothing, doing nothing, yet still playing everyone present in the palm of his hand. That was just too cool. Before, he didn't really understand why someone as powerful as Grindelwald didn't just use brute force. Even if he couldn't defeat Dumbledore head-on, he could have at least avoided direct confrontation. But now, he fully understood. Controlling others didn't always rely on raw strength. So far, even someone as formidable as Dumbledore could only stand silently below the platform, watching Grindelwald's performance. In that moment, Tom was struck with a sudden realization: this is what a true man should be like. How is it? Didn't I say this trip wouldn't be a waste? Suddenly, Wade's voice rang in Tom's ear. Tom turned to look at Wade, only to see him watching him with a half-smile. Yeah. I've learned a lot, Tom admitted, unusually refraining from any retort. At that moment, Dumbledore, whose attention was fully occupied by the situation on the platform, didn't notice the two boys beside him whispering to each other using their chat group. After nearly 10 minutes of chaotic chatter in the courtroom, President Pickquery finally snapped back to her senses. Only after shouting order several times did the room gradually quiet down again. Due to significant discrepancies among the witnesses' testimonies, this court has reason to suspect that their memories may have been tampered with. Therefore, I believe it is necessary to examine the witnesses' memories to determine whether they have been altered. After making this announcement, President Pickquery glanced around, seeking the opinion of those present. In truth, her proposal was entirely reasonable. The witnesses' testimonies had come as a shock to everyone. Subjectively speaking, they were completely inconsistent with the public's understanding of who Grindelwald was. So verifying whether their memories had been modified was clearly necessary. Does anyone object? President Pickquery asked. Everyone shook their heads, indicating no objections. I agree as well. To everyone's surprise, it was Grindelwald who said this. Meeting President Pickquery's startled and uncertain gaze, he smiled and said, if the witnesses' testimonies are under suspicion, then these baseless accusations will continue to cling to me. Even if the outcome of today's trial is a verdict of not guilty, there will still be controversy. So the more thorough, the better. I believe the High Court will ultimately clear my name. Since you have no objections either, then we can begin the inspection on the spot. As for who should carry it out, President Pickquery scanned the courtroom, then fixed her gaze on Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, could you help us examine the witnesses' memories? Dumbledore nodded without hesitation. He turned to Wade and Tom and said, wait here. Don't run off. Then he left his seat and walked toward the platform. We're done for. Professor Dumbledore's about to be used as a tool, Wade said helplessly. Tom asked, what do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, these witnesses originally had their memories altered by people from Akusa. The goal was to target Grindelwald, Wade said. Makes sense, otherwise, how would they have found so many witnesses who could testify against him? Tom nodded. Makusa definitely wouldn't want those memories checked, otherwise the tampering would be exposed. But now the testimonies are all skewing in Grindelwald's favor. Tom said, you mean President Pickquery suspects that Grindelwald re-altered the witnesses' memories? TCH, yeah, if that's the case, then they'd have to call for a memory check. And once it's proven the memories were tampered with, all the testimony becomes invalid. Wade smiled. I'm afraid, the result might not be what she expects. So far, Grindelwald hasn't miscalculated once. You really think he wouldn't have anticipated this? And who's to say these witnesses are even real witnesses? What do you mean? Hey, if these witnesses are proven to have had their memories tampered with, then there's nothing more to say. But what if they're simply lying? Memory checks don't require legitimacy. In front of a crowd, all Dumbledore can really do is confirm whether their minds have been tampered with. Damn. Tom sucked in a breath. TCH, in that case, even if they're lying, without using legitimacy, Dumbledore wouldn't know. He can only determine that their minds weren't tampered with, which means their statements would be taken as true. But, what about the Veritaserum? Wade smiled. How do you know the Auror who administered the Veritaserum wasn't compromised? Even the Veritaserum was fake. That, if your guess is right, then Makusa's already been infiltrated like a leaky bucket. Tom was completely stunned. Did you forget about the string of disappearances that hit Makusa earlier? You really think Grindelwald's actions over here were just to lure Dumbledore away? Wade said with a grin. If it were me, I wouldn't touch the ones who vanished. I'd let them come back, and instead, quietly swap out the ones who didn't disappear. Everyone's eyes would be on the returning victims, carefully trying to verify whether they'd been tampered with, but no one would notice if, one morning, the ones who never disappeared suddenly became just a little bit different. Hearing Wade's words, a child ran down Tom's spine. TCH, true, that's the only way to explain it. Everyone thought the returned ones were the suspicious ones, but no one imagined that the ones who never disappeared might have already been replaced. But then, why did you say Dumbledore's being used as a pawn? Wade said helplessly, if these witnesses are clean, then who becomes the problem? If rumors start to spread that Dumbledore, who inspected their memories, lied, what then? His old friendship with Grindelwald becomes a seed of doubt. That way, Grindelwald still can't fully escape controversy. Meanwhile, President Pickquery can step back gracefully. People will think she was merely misled, not the one who deliberately framed him. Tom exclaimed in shock, so President Pickquery had already prepared her backup plan the moment she asked Professor Dumbledore to verify the memories, even he was being used as a scapegoat. Exactly, but Professor Dumbledore still went up without hesitation. He really does want to protect President Pickquery, even if it might cost him his reputation. Even though he knows he's being used as a shield. This is the sacrifice you mentioned. How noble, Tom sneered. He couldn't understand Dumbledore's mindset at all. Mr. Weber's memory has not been tampered with. Dumbledore's voice rang out just then. Everyone turned to look at him in shock, including President Pickquery. That's impossible. President Pickquery stood up, staring at Dumbledore in panic. But when she saw the certainty on Dumbledore's face, she slowly closed her eyes. The witnesses she had carefully selected, whose memories she had arranged to be altered in order to frame Grindelwald, not only had their testimonies gone awry, but now it turned out, their memories hadn't even been altered. That alone said everything. In other words, her so-called plan might never have actually been implemented at all. Even an 11-year-old like Tom could see it, how could she not? Read 2 weeks ahead. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, a fair trial, surely. At this point, she probably had no one around her she could truly trust anymore, and that was a terrifying thought. But thankfully, President Pickquery glanced at Dumbledore, who was still diligently inspecting the other witnesses without complaint. She understood now, Dumbledore was willing to take the fall for her, to shield her from the storm that was about to break. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to examine the witnesses in the first place. In other words, she was safe, for now. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Dumbledore's voice rang out again. Mr. Wright's memory has been altered. Huh? President Pickquery looked at Dumbledore in shock. In fact, it wasn't just her, even Dumbledore himself looked genuinely surprised as he stared at Mr. Wright in front of him. He had checked multiple times and confirmed that Mr. Wright's memory had indeed been tampered with. Mr. Wright was the only witness who had accused Grindelwald. He insisted that Grindelwald had harmed his Muggle wife. President Pickquery quickly asked, "Can the modified memory be restored?" "Are you sure?" Dumbledore looked at President Pickquery. Mr. Wright had accused Grindelwald, yet his memory had been tampered with. In other words, his accusation. The only accusation in this entire trial was based on a falsified memory. It was almost absurdly ironic. The imbalance was too extreme to seem real. If it were the other way around, if there had been only one witness claiming Grindelwald was innocent, that would have been far more believable. Everyone present turned their eyes toward President Pickquery. Her mind, which had been dazed from the blow, suddenly snapped awake. Were there still any allies around her? That meant, the person who tampered with the witness's memory had to be one of Grindelwald's people. But why would he leave behind a single, altered witness to accuse him? Grindelwald would never do something like this without a reason. Which meant, this witness's memory absolutely could not be restored. Then, perhaps for now we should. However, before President Pickquery could finish her sentence, Grindelwald cut her off. How could we not restore it? Everyone already has doubts about the testimonies. Since there's a memory that's been tampered with, it's best to restore it and take a look. Otherwise, what if everyone assumes I was the one who had it altered? Ah, but that wouldn't make sense, would it? I'm currently imprisoned. Even if I wanted to alter someone's memory to frame myself, I couldn't possibly send anyone to do it, right? Wouldn't you agree, President Pickquery? Pickquery was left speechless by Grindelwald's mocking tone. Restore the memory. The trial must be fair and just. Tampering with a witness's memory. That's illegal. Whoever did it must be brought to justice. A few people suddenly began shouting from the crowd. It was unclear whether they were planted by Grindelwald long ago or simply too upright for their own good. Either way, no one could arrest them just for speaking out. After all, there was nothing wrong with what they said. Shouldn't the trial be fair? But given the timing, President Pickquery had no way to stall any longer. Under the eyes of the entire court, she couldn't bring herself to outright refuse the restoration of Mr. Wright's memory. Then, restore it, President Pickquery said through gritted teeth. Even knowing full well that Grindelwald had laid a trap right in front of her, there was nothing she could do. She could only watch as she was slowly pushed into it. Dumbledore frowned as he looked at Mr. Wright, still dazed under the effects of Veritaserum. Of course, he could tell this was a trap Grindelwald had left behind. But even if he wanted to bend the rules again and help President Pickquery, under such scrutiny, not even someone as powerful as Dumbledore could quietly alter this man's memory a second time. Especially not when he had no idea what memory Grindelwald had changed in the first place. Helplessly, Dumbledore raised the Elder Wand and dispelled the magic placed on Wright's memory. Mr. Wright's eyes rolled back, and he passed out on the spot. The Aurors and healers immediately stepped forward and began administering expert treatment. President Pickery's heart turned cold as she watched the scene unfold. So eager to help Grindelwald, had even the subordinates she once trusted the most already betrayed her. Mr. Wright was quickly stabilized. I want to make an accusation, he shouted as soon as he regained consciousness. I accuse President Pickquery of threatening me. My wife was caught in the crossfire during a fight between Aurors. When I approached the Makusa for compensation, she, Pickquery, told me I had to change my story. She said if I insisted that my wife was harmed by Grindelwald, only then would we receive compensation, and she even promised double. Otherwise, we'd get nothing. Mr. Wright looked torn apart as he continued. I had no choice but to agree, and to keep me from slipping up, she even had someone alter my memory. But she even erased my memory of filing the compensation claim. That's outright theft of our compensation. So yes, I accuse her. Mr. Wright's outburst caused an uproar in the courtroom. President Pickquery closed her eyes in despair. Clearly, Wright was one of Grindelwald's people. He was lying, slandering her. But there was nothing she could do. By arranging so many witnesses, she had already effectively made it clear to the public that she was trying to frame Grindelwald. However, reality had dealt her a cruel blow. At some unknown point, Makusa had already been thoroughly infiltrated. Her so-called plan had failed before it had even begun. Oh, my. So it seems, even the last witness to accuse me is no longer valid. Grindelwald stepped down from the defendant's podium, slowly facing the crowd below. Ladies and gentlemen, you may still have doubts about these testimonies. Some of you may even suspect Dumbledore himself. But that's perfectly fine. Anyone who harbors doubts is welcome to come forward and check. Grindelwald spread his hands. See for yourselves whether the witnesses' memories were tampered with, whether the results match Dumbledore's findings. As soon as Grindelwald finished speaking, many witches and wizards surged forward, most of them were clearly skeptical of Dumbledore. President Pickery's face was drained of all color. If Grindelwald was willing to say this, then he must be absolutely confident in the outcome. And now, with Wright's public accusation and Grindelwald's open invitation, she had even lost Dumbledore as a scapegoat. Grindelwald strolled over to Dumbledore with a smile, and said quietly, "You want to be someone's scapegoat? Did you ask me first?" At that moment, the wizards conducting the second round of memory checks spoke up loudly. Dumbledore's results are accurate. Only Wright's memory had been altered. My results are the same. Mine too. Grindelwald turned to look at the jury, then at President Pickquery. Well then, may we proceed with the verdict? Am I guilty or not? 10 minutes later. All charges against Gellert Grindelwald are hereby dismissed. Therefore, the High Court rules that Gellert Grindelwald is acquitted on all counts and is to be released immediately. As President Pickquery weakly finished reading the entire verdict aloud, a sudden wave of cheers erupted from the audience below. Nearly half the wizards in the courtroom surged forward at once, crowding around Grindelwald as they followed him down from the platform. Along the way, people kept reaching out, trying to touch him. On the platform, President Pickquery could only watch as Grindelwald walked away, her eyes fixed on his retreating figure until he finally disappeared into the swelling crowd. Chapter 198, Jacob Kowalski and Newt Scamander. Watching Grindelwald being surrounded and escorted away by the crowd like a triumphant victor, Dumbledore's gaze was unusually complicated. He understood that from this day on, the Grindelwald he would be facing was no longer the same as before. A Grindelwald completely transformed, more dangerous and troublesome than ever. Wade Reynolds and Tom stood silently behind Dumbledore, likewise staring at the now glorious and confident Grindelwald in the distance. This time, he wasn't even holding a wand. Let's go back. Dumbledore said quietly. Wade tugged on Dumbledore's robe and pointed toward Pickquery. Aren't you going to say something to her? Dumbledore turned to look at the now dazed and devastated President Pickquery. After being played like this by Grindelwald, her position as president was essentially finished. Even if she technically remained in office, once she was completely sidelined, there'd be nothing she could actually do. Dumbledore let out a long sigh. In her current state, I doubt she'd hear anything from anyone. A powerful woman who had held authority for so long suddenly lost all of it within a few hours. And even came to realize that the power she once held might have been an illusion all along. The blow was indescribable. For a witch like President Pickquery, with her kind of temperament, any words of comfort at a time like this would feel no different from mockery. If she hadn't planned to stab her allies in the back, maybe she wouldn't have ended up like this, Tom said calmly. He felt nothing for Pickery's downfall, only that she deserved it. Because what he hated most was someone who would betray their allies on a whim. Especially after he had once put himself in Dumbledore's shoes to think things through. It wasn't just Pickquery, Tom couldn't understand Dumbledore's willingness to allow himself to be betrayed either. Even more so if it was voluntary. Frankly, he thought if the old man really did get stabbed in the back one day, he'd deserve it. Dumbledore looked at Tom with some surprise, seemingly not expecting someone his age to already understand the underlying stakes. Being stared at, Tom immediately realized he had been a little too chatty today. Just as he was thinking of how to shift Dumbledore's attention over to Wade, "This is for you, sir." Suddenly, someone walked over and handed Dumbledore a piece of parchment. The person was wearing a top hat with the brim pressed low, making it hard to see his face. Dumbledore unfolded the parchment and immediately recognized the familiar handwriting. He was momentarily stunned, and in that brief lapse, the messenger had already disappeared into the crowd. Wade craned his neck, poking his head out from beside Dumbledore's arm for a look. It was actually a note from Grindelwald. "Dumbledore, I'm glad you were here today, and even brought 2 little ones along to witness my rebirth. By the way, how's my wand working for you? Alright, that's enough small talk. I almost forgot to tell you, heh. A few days ago, your 2 friends wanted to join our little gathering. But I thought it best if they didn't show up, so I had to invite them to spend a few days elsewhere as guests. You can go and release them now. Oh, they're currently in the Magical Congress's dungeon. Go on in, no one will stop you this time. What a shame, you actually failed to notice them when you snuck into the dungeon that day. I gave you the chance, Dumbledore. You simply didn't take it. Until next time. Yours faithfully, Gellert Grindelwald. P.S. Now then, Dumbledore, who's the true winner in the end? Professor Grindelwald captured your 2 friends? Wade asked curiously. Dumbledore folded the note, his expression turning grave. Follow me. With that, he led Wade and Tom against the flow of the crowd, heading toward the Magical Congress's dungeon. This place had originally been meant for the temporary holding of prisoners awaiting trial. So under normal circumstances, there weren't many guards stationed here. It was only after Grindelwald's arrival that the number of guards had increased. At the moment, those guards had yet to be dismissed. However, when the guards saw Dumbledore, they didn't even ask a single question, they just opened the door for him. Dumbledore sighed helplessly once again. There was no doubt now, the majority of the dungeon guards were also under Grindelwald's influence. Which meant that during his last visit to the dungeon, he could have left any time he wanted. But it made sense. If Grindelwald could win over Aurors and even high-ranking officials, what were a few dungeon guards to him? Sure enough, the 3 of them encountered no obstacles as they made their way inside. And to keep them from getting lost, some guards even kindly pointed them in the right direction along the way. Even Dumbledore, usually calm and composed, was looking grimmer by the second. Wade couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Grindelwald truly lived up to his name. Even now, he hadn't missed the chance to show off his grip on power, just to pressure Dumbledore a little more. Look, the American Magical Congress is already under my control. I can open the dungeon remotely. I don't even know how I'd lose. At last, the 3 of them stopped in front of a cell. Through the iron bars, they could see 2 men sitting on the ground, back to back, staring blankly into space. One of the men was thin, with freckles on his face, while the other was short and stout, sporting a pair of small mustaches. What stood out the most, though, was the bowtruckle beside them, tied to a pillar with thick iron chains that were even bulkier than its arms and legs. The chains faintly glowed with a reddish hue. Wade was stunned. What crime did this little thing commit to deserve such treatment? Dumbledore. Upon seeing Dumbledore, the 2 men ran over excitedly. A guard stepped forward and unlocked the cell door. The thin man rushed up and yanked the door open. Is it finally our turn to testify now? Yeah, we had just arrived when the Aurors arrested us. They said Newt entered the country illegally and that I was a muggle trespassing in the Magical Congress. Has it all been cleared up now? Newt. Jacob. Dumbledore looked at them with a helpless expression. The trial's over. Grindelwald was acquitted. What? Newt froze completely. Jacob's face turned pale. You mean, that evil guy got released? What is the American Magical Congress even doing? I've seen house elves who could run things better than them. How could this happen? Newt murmured. If we had arrived in time. You actually did arrive in time. It's just that you didn't know. The American Magical Congress had been infiltrated by Grindelwald's people long ago. Dumbledore sighed. In fact, I only just found out that you 2 were being held here. I thought maybe something happened and you missed it. Miss it? That's impossible. We set out the moment we got your letter. Newt said anxiously. So, we were secretly imprisoned by Grindelwald's people. How could you just let him get away with it? This time Grindelwald used a different approach, Newt. We had no evidence to prove he committed any of the crimes. Dumbledore said. And because of certain complicated ties between us, my testimony wasn't accepted. We got caught. Like 2 poor nifflers drugged and tied up. Jacob sighed. Too cruel. Look at him. As he spoke, Jacob pointed to the pitiful bowtruckle. Merlin's beard, there isn't even a keyhole. The little guy couldn't have picked the lock if he tried. At that moment, a nearby guard drew his wand and pointed it at the bowtruckle. Clank. The chains around the bowtruckle loosened instantly. Newt quickly stepped forward and gently scooped up the weakened little creature, returning it to the safety of his pocket. We can still testify. We can refile the charges. Newt said firmly. At least, not with the American Magical Congress, Dumbledore replied. The fact that he let me release you both proves that he's not afraid of your accusations in the slightest. Hearing this, even Jacob, who was usually full of words, fell silent. In any case, let's leave here first, Dumbledore said. At that moment, another guard approached carrying a suitcase. Newt snatched the suitcase at once. Did you feed them? Feed what? The guard asked, confused. Newt's eyes widened. Oh. Merlin. They haven't eaten in days. As he spoke, he opened the suitcase lid and climbed in himself. Moments later, wild roars and howls of beasts echoed from within the suitcase. Tom stared at the pitch-black suitcase, looking a little confused. Did the suitcase just eat him? Oh, of course not. Actually, he just keeps some adorable creatures in his suitcase, yeah, very adorable, so don't worry, he's fine, Jacob said after a pause. You'll get used to it if you know him long enough. He keeps animals, in a suitcase. Tom was a bit surprised. He'd seen the undetectable extension charm before, but he'd never seen anyone take it this far. Nice to meet you, I'm Jacob Kowalski. Unlike you lot, I'm a nomage. Oh, you're little wizards from Britain, right? Then maybe you don't know what a nomage is, it's just what we call non-magical folks here in America. In Britain, you'd say. I know what a muggle is, Tom cut in, waving his hand impatiently. My grandfather is a muggle. Ah. Is that so? Jacob nodded repeatedly, though for some reason, that sentence felt oddly familiar to him. Read 2 weeks ahead. Chapter 199, Do You Dare to Touch Power? 30 minutes later. Dumbledore and the others stopped to rest at Jacob's bakery. Where's Queenie? Dumbledore asked. Jacob shrugged. When I was getting ready to go testify, she just happened to go visit her sister. Good thing, too, otherwise. I don't know how I could have kept it from her. You know how she is, she always just knows. Dumbledore nodded. You should leave America for now as well. At this point, it might be better if you did. Newt agreed. Yeah, Grindelwald's in his prime right now, you two absolutely can't stay here. Who knows if he'll come after you for revenge. Well, I don't mind leaving. There really isn't a peaceful place left in this world anymore, Jacob said with a sigh. The Muggle world was at war, and the Wizarding world couldn't find peace either. Even someone as optimistic as Jacob was beginning to feel lost. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before speaking with a note of guilt. This is partly my fault too. I did sneak into the dungeons before, but I didn't find you. If I had discovered you earlier. Grindelwald had written in his note that he'd already given Dumbledore a chance. At the time, both Newt and Jacob, two crucial witnesses, were right there in the dungeon. But Dumbledore had been distracted and unsettled then, with no mind to search the place thoroughly, so of course he hadn't found them. As for how he found Grindelwald without searching. Finding Grindelwald was far too easy, just head toward wherever the guards were most concentrated. In other words, Grindelwald really had given him a chance. Missing that chance left Dumbledore deeply regretful. Wade said, Professor, don't be like that. Grindelwald said that to you on purpose, just to make you feel bad. I think, even if you had been in a position to search the dungeon at the time, you still wouldn't have found them. You really think Grindelwald's words can be trusted? Newt added, exactly, Professor Dumbledore. Don't blame yourself. Even if you had found us, there's no guarantee he would have let you take us away. It's entirely possible he had a trap laid just for you. Maybe it was better you didn't find us. I'd bet anything that's the case. Jacob chimed in. That guy stuck us in that dungeon so openly and didn't care one bit if you found us, something about that stinks. Dumbledore sighed again. He had sighed more times today than in the entire past year combined. Still, with everyone saying this, he finally managed to pull himself together again. Grindelwald's sudden shift in tactics had caught everyone completely off guard. Since things have come to this, Newt suggested, our priority now should be helping Jacob and the others get out of America. All right, time to head back, Dumbledore said, looking at Wade and Tom. I'm still responsible for these two, so I really should be cautious. No worries, you go ahead and help Mr. Kowalski. We can go out for a walk on our own. Wade began. But he was immediately cut off by Tom. With Grindelwald in power now, you still dare go wandering around. Can you stop making things harder for the professor? Can you try acting a little more mature? Wade stared at Tom in shock. This guy had grown bold today. How dare he turn the tables and lecture him? As soon as he finished speaking, Tom shrank back, afraid Wade might retaliate on the spot. It wasn't like he wanted to pick a fight with Wade. But right now, he didn't want to stay in America even 1 second longer. And Dumbledore was already clearly on edge. If he didn't speak up, this old man might actually get sweet-talked into letting Wade run off again. Tom is right, Wade. Don't fool around for now. I'll send you both back through the FLU network first. Fine, fine, and just when I finally got a chance to explore America, Wade said with a sigh. In truth, he was hoping to sneak off and listen in on Grindelwald's speech. Yes, the first thing Grindelwald did after walking free, upon seeing so many followers gathered in the United States, was immediately set a time and place for another speech to stir up support and sway public sentiment again. But now, Wade's plan to sneak over and listen in had been completely ruined by Tom. After Wade and Tom returned to Britain, the Daily Prophet spent several days covering the news of Grindelwald successfully clearing his name. Wade also saw in the paper that Madame Pickquery, who had tried to use Dumbledore as a scapegoat, had now stepped down from her position. And the newly appointed president. Wade could tell just from his eyes in the photo that he was a supremacist. The fanaticism in his gaze as he occasionally looked over at Grindelwald's figure in the background of the photo, it practically jumped off the page. Honestly, if that guy suddenly ran up and shouted "Sieg Heil" at Grindelwald, Wade wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. In fact, after sending Wade and Tom back, Dumbledore had immediately returned to America with a large group to keep a close watch. After Grindelwald was cleared of all charges, Dumbledore and the others feared he might revert to his old ways, secretly using violence against those who opposed him. But after guarding closely for several days, they were shocked to find that Grindelwald's methods had completely changed. He had completely abandoned his old tactics. Not a single witch or wizard who disagreed with him was harmed. Instead, he chose to engage in multiple debates with dissenting wizards through wizarding newspapers in America. Later on, both sides seemed to get tired of how tedious newspaper debates were and decided to switch to in-person debates instead. Anyone daring to go head-to-head with Grindelwald, of course, had to be a wizard with considerable courage. They readily accepted Grindelwald's challenge. And then, they all lost. In terms of debate, not a single opposing wizard managed to out-argue him. Reporters diligently compiled the full contents of these debates and published them in wizarding newspapers and magazines read across the magical world. So while Dumbledore and his group remained on high alert, Grindelwald never once resorted to violence. Instead, through one debate after another, he spread his ideology and philosophy as far and wide as possible across the global wizarding community. If Wade had to guess, Grindelwald's next move would probably be publishing a book. After all, many who hadn't cared about him before were now becoming genuinely interested in his ideas after watching those debates. By the time various ministries of magic realized what was happening and tried to ban the publication of the debates, it was already too late. Just when everyone was speculating that he might take up some official position within the American Magical Congress and formally enter politics, Grindelwald suddenly vanished. This time, he was gone for a full half-month. No one could make sense of it. That included Dumbledore and his group, who were still keeping watch to prevent him from causing trouble. However, when Grindelwald reappeared, he was already standing beside the British Minister for Magic, Folly. When Dumbledore saw the newspaper photo of Grindelwald standing next to Minister Folly, the two of them chatting amiably, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. He had been guarding the front door in America, and the thief broke in through the back in Britain. By the time Dumbledore rushed back to Britain, the latest issue of the Daily Prophet reported that Grindelwald had successfully secured a position within the British Ministry of Magic, as a senior advisor. The role of senior advisor was originally just a token position, usually reserved for pure-blood families who donated to the ministry and wanted some form of status. In reality, it held very little actual power. An advisor was just that, an advisor. Their only authority was to offer suggestions on ministry operations. Whether those suggestions were accepted depended entirely on the ministry's mood. So, technically, it was just a token position. But token was a relative term. When pure-blood families made random suggestions, the ministry could simply ignore them. However, Grindelwald's suggestions, who would dare not take them seriously? Even if he didn't say much himself, just having one of his followers trip you up behind the scenes would be enough to cause a world of trouble. As a result, this so-called senior advisor role ended up carrying enormous influence. Even when Dumbledore returned to Britain and paid a visit to Minister Folly at the ministry, the situation did not improve in the slightest. Dumbledore could protect you for a time, but not forever. And more importantly, Dumbledore followed the rules too closely, while Grindelwald was ruthlessly cunning. He didn't even need to lift a finger to get revenge. That's why many people would rather offend Dumbledore than risk crossing Grindelwald. And so, a token position like senior advisor once it landed in Grindelwald's hands, suddenly became more powerful than the Minister for Magic himself. There was absolutely nothing Dumbledore could do about it. Because everything Grindelwald did now was perfectly legal. Ever since Grindelwald cleared his name, Dumbledore hadn't managed to gain the upper hand even once. He had been on the back foot the entire time. No one had expected this. A dark wizard who gave up casting the killing curse and started pursuing politics, who could deal with that? When Dumbledore saw Grindelwald again at the Ministry, it was a full month later. Grindelwald was chatting and laughing with several high-ranking officials. As soon as the others noticed Dumbledore approaching, they quietly dispersed, tactfully leaving space for the two to talk alone. So. Nothing you can do to stop me, right? I told you this would happen, Grindelwald said with a smile. I'll find a way to stop you in the end. Such pale and powerless words, Dumbledore, Grindelwald chuckled. Even if you've confiscated the Elder Wand, so what? Do you really think? I'll give you a chance to use it. Dumbledore said nothing. It was true, even though he had taken possession of the Elder Wand, he hadn't had a single opportunity to use it against the Alliance members, because there hadn't even been a chance. Dumbledore, don't be so naive. You and I both know there's only one way to stop me. And that is for you to pick up the weapon of power, Grindelwald said, lifting his glass and taking a light sip. But, do you dare? Do you dare to touch power? These days, the age of bloodshed and violence is over, Dumbledore. Read 2 weeks ahead. Chapter 200, Chapter 200, if someone has to pay the price, let it be me. Minister's office. Dumbledore sat quietly, gazing at the Elder Wand in his hand. Even just holding this unusually shaped wand, he could still feel the immense magical power coursing through it. Once upon a time, this was the legendary artifact he and Grindelwald had longed for the most. But now, it felt like the most useless thing in the world. The door to the minister's office opened. Minister Folly walked in, looking thoroughly exhausted. Albus. Minister Folly greeted him, then sat down across from Dumbledore. He knew very well why Dumbledore had come. After all, this wasn't the first time Dumbledore had come to see him. Hector, regarding Grindelwald, I must once again urge you, please don't follow his lead too unquestioningly, Dumbledore said carefully. I understand your concern, Albus, but what he did at the Macusa trial has frightened everyone. No one wants to become the next Pickquery. Minister Folly sighed. The Grindelwald of the past would deal with political opponents through assassination, intimidation, or kidnapping. But now, that bastard had started framing people. In truth, if it were just framing, people wouldn't be quite so terrified. The real issue was, a lot of people who'd risen to their current positions in the ministry didn't exactly have clean records. So, if Grindelwald wanted to bring them down, he might not even need to frame them. No one doubted that someone like Grindelwald could easily dig up real evidence. So those who were clean feared being falsely accused, while those with skeletons in their closets were even more guilty and anxious. Under such circumstances, the number of people brave enough to go against Grindelwald had become vanishingly small. Luckily, the suggestions he's put forward so far haven't been too terrible, Minister Folly said helplessly. Dumbledore felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. Was the ministry really going to let fear allow this man to do whatever he pleased? Had the wizarding world truly lost all its backbone? Back when Grindelwald first began terrorizing Europe, so many had stood up bravely to fight him and his followers in bloody battle. But now, why was there no one left who dared oppose him? Dumbledore suddenly recalled something Grindelwald had said the last time they met. So what if you've seized the Elder Wand? Do you really think I'll give you a chance to use it? That's how it often was, if the enemy came at you with a blade, there would be many who resisted. Because everyone could feel the immediate threat. But if the enemy used a softer blade, far fewer would resist. Because people didn't recognize the danger. They felt there was no threat, no need to push back. Grindelwald was slowly infiltrating and manipulating the ministry like a frog being boiled in warm water. Albus, if Grindelwald hasn't done anything harmful yet, perhaps, we don't necessarily have to bring him down, Minister Folly said hesitantly. Dumbledore gave him a long, searching look, then said nothing more. He simply let out a deep sigh and turned to leave. Boiled alive in warm water, and now Folly himself had become the frog in the pot. Albus. I know you're disappointed in us. But what can we do? Minister Folly said to Dumbledore's back. If anyone is going to stop him, there's no one in the ministry who can. Only you. Only you have that ability. Albus, if you truly want to defeat him, you can't stay hidden away at Hogwarts. You need to come out. You need to wield power. You need to fight him his way. Dumbledore's lips trembled slightly, but in the end, he said nothing. Could he wield power? No. He couldn't. He didn't dare. His past had left him unable to trust himself again. If he ever took hold of power and lost control, then the world would end up facing two Grindelwalds. When the time comes. I'll take care of it, Dumbledore said softly, tightening his grip on the Elder Wand. If Grindelwald truly couldn't be stopped, then he would have no choice but to break the rules one more time. Minister Folly looked at the wand in his hand and suddenly understood what he meant. Was he planning to kill Grindelwald outright if nothing else worked? But that would mean killing a high-ranking ministry official without evidence or justification. If he did that, Dumbledore would likely spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. Albus, is it really worth it? If someone has to pay the price, let it be me. Safe house. Wade was squatting inside the greenhouse in the garden, contentedly harvesting the mature fruits of his venomous tentacula and storing them in the suitcase beside him. These tentaculas, nourished by a special nutrient potion, looked noticeably larger than ordinary ones. And they grew quickly. While he'd been away, Toby had already helped him harvest them several times. After each harvest, they would be temporarily sealed using a method taught by his senior. When needed, he could simply remove the seal and toss them out. And when he did, he could even use transfiguration to enlarge them a bit on the spot. That way, their bite strength and bounce distance could be improved. These were just a few handy tricks his senior had taught him. But so far, Wade hadn't had the chance to actually use any of these plants in combat. The main issue was that Kid Tom was getting sharper and sharper, he wasn't falling for it anymore. As for the suitcase beside him. Before leaving America, Wade had spent the night consulting Newt about the undetectable extension charm. He even got a full tour of Newt's suitcase, which helped him make great progress in his own charm work, leading to improvements on his own suitcase. At the time, Dumbledore had been too preoccupied to notice. Otherwise, he absolutely wouldn't have allowed Wade to learn from Newt. After all, both of them were magnets for trouble. Could anything good really come from two Chaos-Bringers learning from each other? Even though it was only one night, the older and younger troublemakers had gotten along quite well. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time, and Dumbledore had been in too much of a rush. So Wade had no choice but to wave goodbye to Newt. As they parted, Newt even invited Wade and Tom to visit his home sometime. But not long after that, Grindelwald suddenly showed up in Britain, and Wade and Tom were promptly grounded for good. The one who had it worst was Jacob. He had just moved his whole family to Britain to escape Grindelwald. Puffed. Who could have guessed Grindelwald would go straight for the heart, becoming a high-ranking official in the British Ministry of Magic. America had already become the stronghold of the purist faction, completely off-limits now. Dumbledore suggested Jacob consider relocating to France or somewhere else. But this time, Jacob refused. There was no place left in the world that was truly peaceful anymore. If that was the case, then what was the point of constantly moving? And so, Jacob stayed. He even built a house next to Newt's home in Dorset and settled down. Chapter 201, Grindelwald's newspaper. After finishing his harvest, Wade walked out of the greenhouse. From the outside, the greenhouse didn't look very big, but its interior was surprisingly spacious. After mastering the undetectable extension charm, Wade had put it to use in every place he possibly could. As for the ministry's restrictions. Heh. If no one catches you, then you haven't broken the law. Inside a house protected by the Fidelius charm, what was there to worry about when using an extension charm? In the garden, Wade spotted Tomcat napping under a sunshade. Compared to a month ago, Tomcat now looked even more like Tom the cartoon. His fur, originally a pale blue, had grown noticeably deeper in color. And all four of his paws were white, like he was wearing little gloves. What a coincidence. Just as Wade was musing to himself and getting ready to head back inside, the Tomcat lying under the sunshade suddenly stood up. Then, a familiar voice echoed in Wade's mind. Wade. Senior. Wade looked at the Tomcat in surprise. It's me. Did your research succeed? Wade asked happily. Back when she took that goblin alchemy master away, his senior had announced she was going into seclusion for a while to focus on her research. During that time, Wade hadn't been able to contact her at all. So he had no idea how far along she had come. Still, it had been nearly half a year. Even if she hadn't succeeded, there should at least be some progress by now. Sure enough, he heard his senior say, it's not a complete success, but the progress is good. I found the optimal emotional ratio for the residue, and the side effects have nearly vanished. Then I used goblin metal, combined with that goblin's alchemy techniques, to create a regulator. It adjusts the emotional components of the residue in my body, converting them into harmless residue. Oh. Doesn't that mean you no longer need me to absorb the residue for you? Wade asked joyfully. Since the side effects were gone, she wouldn't recklessly absorb that kind of power anymore, and naturally, her life wouldn't be in danger. No. I have too much residue in my body. Even if my regulator runs at full capacity, it can only convert a small portion of it, she replied. Then, can't you just convert some over time? That way, the regulator can recover, and eventually, it'll all be processed. I thought the same at first, but it's not that simple. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to find you, she said helplessly. The newly converted magic power clashes with the original residue. If it's not released after a while, it will be reassimilated. So, what you're planning is? Wade suddenly understood. His senior smiled. Since I can convert part of it into harmless residue, you can absorb it without worry. And because the amount is small, I don't even need to take off my cloak to seep it out. So, I'll convert a portion, and you'll absorb a portion. I believe it won't take long before I completely escape what was once a certain death scenario. Hell yeah. Doesn't that mean you'll be able to come out soon? Wade asked cheerfully. I won't be coming out for the time being, his senior replied with a bitter smile. Why not? Until all the residue in my body is completely converted, even if I leave, I still won't be able to resist the temptation caused by the lingering side effects. I might end up absorbing it again. So, even if I've stabilized the abnormalities inside me, I'll still wait until the full conversion is complete before releasing myself. That makes sense. But don't worry. At least now there's a light at the end of the tunnel, right? One day, you'll be able to stand in the sun again. That depends on you, Wade. The higher your level in ancient magic, the more residue you can absorb. If you can't take in enough, I still won't be able to come out. Wade nodded helplessly. In this world right now, it seemed only he and his senior possessed talent in ancient magic. Only those with ancient magic aptitude could absorb large amounts of residue, ordinary people couldn't take in much at all. Then, is there a way to make another alchemical container similar to your regulator, to store the excess residue? That way, we wouldn't have to wait until I level up my ancient magic. Even if I hit my absorption limit, we could still store it in that container first. That's indeed a solution. But to hold that much, the container might have to be really large. That would be troublesome. Never mind, we don't need to rush. Let's wait until you actually reach your limit first. All right. Wade was in a great mood. Absorbing harmless residue would strengthen his own power. After that clash with Grindelwald, he had come to truly understand just how vast the gap was between him and top-tier wizards. Even though he was essentially an adult and possessed the abilities of a typical adult wizard. Compared to someone like Grindelwald, the power gap between an average wizard and a top-tier one was still utterly terrifying. And not just Grindelwald, take Tom, for example. If Wade's magical level hadn't already broken through its limits, it was only a matter of time before Tom the human surpassed him. Right now, Wade could overpower Tom, but that was purely because he was like a max-level character crushing a newbie. Once Tom leveled up too, Wade wouldn't be able to keep him down. That's why Wade urgently needed to break through his level cap. And now, absorbing residue was a perfect way to do that. At the very least, this way, he wouldn't have to worry about Tom becoming a threat when he grew up. His senior asked, "Do you remember the place where we first met?" Wade nodded. Good. Then tonight, go to the same place as last time, and I'll come find you. Grindelwald had been very busy lately. In addition to dealing with those who questioned him, he also held regular speeches. However, unlike before, now after each speech, he would actively spread the content, making sure more people saw it. Originally, he did this through newspapers. Later, when the ministries of magic in various countries began targeting him and forbade newspapers from publishing his speeches, Grindelwald was forced to find another path. After each speech, people would fly on broomsticks over various wizarding settlements and scatter Grindelwald's propaganda like leaflets. Technically, the various ministries' ban on newspaper publication wasn't an official decree, it was all handled through backdoor discussions with the press. In truth, there weren't many who dared issue formal bans on him now. Grindelwald had become even more feared by the ministries of magic than he had been in the past. As a result, with the leaflets being scattered, the ministries had no legitimate grounds to arrest the people distributing them. Over time, the various ministries of magic could only turn a blind eye. After all, Grindelwald had already cleared his name and wasn't doing anything illegal for the time being, so why take the lead in opposing him? Eventually, Grindelwald simply established his own newspaper and began circulating it throughout the wizarding communities of different countries, spreading his ideals and philosophies. At that point, the ministries had even less ability to stop him. They couldn't just shut down his paper outright, that would be no different from publicly breaking with him. Due to Grindelwald's special current status, along with Minister Folly's weakness, Grindelwald even secured an office of his own within the British Ministry of Magic. At this moment, Abernathy, acting as Grindelwald's secretary, stepped into the office. While Vinda was temporarily stationed at Nurmengard, Abernathy had taken over her duties. "Sir, the public is eager to know, when will your next speech be held?" Grindelwald, head bent as he scribbled something down, replied without looking up, "There won't be any speeches for now. The promotion of our ideals has reached a temporary saturation point. Any more would have diminishing returns. It's time to start doing some real work." Real work. Yes, real work. Grindelwald lifted his head and smiled. It's time we turn up the pressure on the British Minister for Magic. As he spoke, he handed the freshly written piece of parchment to Abernathy. I'll be presenting these suggestions to Minister Folly shortly. At the same time, publish them in our newspaper. Let the public see everything. That way, even if the minister rejects them, the people will know what we've tried to do. Though. I imagine he'll agree. Abernathy nodded. Understood. But, won't Dumbledore try to interfere? Haha, on what authority? He's just a schoolteacher, what right does he have to interfere with ministry policy? Grindelwald suddenly chuckled. Of course, if he's willing to seize power, I'd be very interested in seeing him join the ministry. Oh, ***, read 2 weeks ahead. Chapter 202, Earning Public Support. Minister Folly stared at the parchment in front of him, his brow deeply furrowed. He could already sense how tricky this was going to be. Because Grindelwald, in his capacity as senior advisor, had submitted a proposal. He suggested revising the ministry's recruitment standards. For instance, the Auror recruitment requirements, which currently demanded at least 5 outstanding scores on the NEWTS to even qualify for consideration. But now, Grindelwald was proposing the removal of that restriction, suggesting instead that a designated group of officials create an independent exam. As long as one passed the assessment, they could become an Auror. Grindelwald's reasoning was compelling. He stated that while it's true joining the Aurors without sufficient skill would be a death sentence, people continue to grow. Graduating from school doesn't mean one stops learning or improving. Therefore, if someone is denied future advancement solely because of poor academic performance in school, it's fundamentally unfair. Grindelwald argued that graduates, if they later develop the required skills, should be given a chance, regardless of their previous grades. If they can pass the necessary job assessments, then they're clearly qualified, and their past school records shouldn't matter. Moreover, the original recruitment standards were also unfair to some of the more traditional wizarding families who chose to homeschool their children instead of sending them to Hogwarts. On the surface, this proposal looked like a well-meaning reform for the public good, offering everyone a chance to change their destiny. But Minister Folly saw the danger behind it. Because if the ministry changed its recruitment policy, then new hires would no longer necessarily be Hogwarts graduates. And in that case, Grindelwald could begin planting his own people directly into the ministry. Folly had no doubt that Grindelwald's followers included plenty of highly capable individuals. Thus, Minister Folly found himself caught in a dilemma. If he agreed to the reform, then the British Ministry of Magic would become the second magical government, after the American MACUSA, to be infiltrated. But if he rejected it, the public would be dissatisfied. After all, there were far too many people who wanted to change their fate, who wanted a chance to advance. At first, Minister Folly considered keeping the proposal under wraps for the time being. However, upon seeing the Global Observer, the newspaper founded by Grindelwald, he immediately realized there was no hiding it. The proposal had already been published in the paper, and the contents were identical to what was written on the parchment in his hands. Judging by the timing of when he received the proposal and when the newspaper was released. Sigh. It was likely that the public had learned of it even before he, the Minister of Magic, had. After much deliberation, Minister Folly decided to stall for time. He had someone inform Grindelwald that he needed to discuss it thoroughly with his subordinates before making a decision. Fortunately, Grindelwald didn't press the matter and expressed his understanding. Then, Minister Folly immediately wrote a letter to Dumbledore. At this point, he needed more advice. Safe house. Tom was engrossed in reading the Global Observer in his hands. I say, you're not seriously thinking about becoming a Grindelwald supporter, are you? Wade suddenly teased. Hard to say. Grindelwald really knows how to spin a grand vision. I'm almost convinced, Tom replied, glancing up at Wade. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but Tom had the distinct feeling that something about Wade's presence had changed over the past few days. It felt like the aura shift caused by a denser magical power. But he didn't dare ask. Tom's instincts weren't wrong, Wade had already begun absorbing the residue that his senior had converted. The residue had a dramatic effect on boosting his strength. Previously, Wade's magical strength had been far below someone like Snape's, only on the level of an average adult wizard. If it weren't for his flashy spell work, he wouldn't have been able to last even 3 seconds in front of Grindelwald. But now, his magical power had increased dramatically, at least to the level of 1.5 Snape's. And let's not forget, Snape's skill level was already extremely high. Tom withdrew his gaze, then handed over the newspaper. Take a look at this. Grindelwald made a proposal to the ministry, looks like it could be very beneficial to the public. Everything seems to be going just the way you predicted. Really? That guy's finally doing something good. Wade cheerfully took the newspaper. What a bountiful day. As long as Grindelwald started doing good deeds, no matter what his true intentions were, Wade, as the one who pushed the first domino, would earn a massive amount of merit points. How could he not be thrilled? Wade looked at the newspaper, then immediately checked his merit point balance. Unfortunately, his merit points hadn't moved at all. There was no sudden spike like he had imagined. After a moment of thought, Wade understood why. Grindelwald's proposal hadn't been accepted yet, so there hadn't been any change to his merit points. Once the proposal was officially adopted, the points would probably go up. After all, on the surface at least, Grindelwald's suggestion didn't seem to have any major issues. At the beginning stages of doing real work, Grindelwald couldn't afford to slip in any hidden agendas. Right now, what he needed most was to rehabilitate his public image. Besides, the system had never deducted merit points for doing something bad before. Tom, noticing Wade deep in thought after reading the paper, couldn't help but ask, "Do you think the ministry will adopt his suggestion? Dumbledore's definitely going to stop him, right?" Wade smiled. "It doesn't matter whether the ministry accepts it or not. Even if Dumbledore blocks the proposal, it won't change a thing." The moment we saw that suggestion in the newspaper, Grindelwald had already achieved his goal. "Why do you say that?" Tom asked. Grindelwald's goal was never really to make the ministry adopt his proposal, it was to make sure the public saw that he was making the proposal in the first place, Wade said with a smile. In other words, whether it goes through or not, Grindelwald's image will improve. And if the ministry rejects it, the public's attention, which was originally on Grindelwald, will shift to the ministry instead. When it comes to something like this, whoever steps out to block it will be the first to face public outrage. Hearing this, Tom thought it over and quickly understood the implications. Damn. Then it looks like Grindelwald's really put the British ministry and Dumbledore in a tough spot. It seems like the only option is to accept the proposal. Wade sighed. If they accept it and revise the recruitment policy, it'll make it much easier for the Alliance members to infiltrate the British ministry. Doesn't that mean the British ministry will soon end up like the Makusa? Tom asked in surprise. To be honest, I don't think Grindelwald necessarily intends to use this as an opportunity to infiltrate. Because whether or not the ministry accepts his proposal, it's only a matter of time before they come under his influence. Wade spread his hands. Even you said his newspaper articles make a lot of sense, and you almost feel like joining the Alliance. So what about those who work around him every day? It wouldn't be surprising if they're already being swayed without even realizing it. He doesn't need to infiltrate at all. Whoa. If Grindelwald keeps playing it this way, isn't he basically guaranteed to win? Tom looked at Wade with a complicated expression. If he remembered correctly, the idea for Grindelwald's change in tactics had originally come from Wade. Wade replied, "Guaranteed win. Maybe not, but doing this gives him a solid base to stand on. He's earning public support." Tom fell silent. Oh, ***, read 2 weeks ahead. Chapter 203, Expensive Seeds. Tom fell silent. According to his old logic, as long as one possessed enough power, they could rally other powerful and ruthless individuals, and from there, simply crush all resistance. But now, things didn't seem as simple as Tom had originally thought. Grindelwald's previous approach had been more or less what he'd envisioned, and yet, it met with overwhelming resistance and nearly ended in complete failure. Maybe, what Grindelwald was doing now was actually the correct approach. Valuable lesson learned. Wait a minute, why am I even learning this? It's not like I want to rule the world. Must have been influenced by that bastard Wade. I used to be such a pure person. Ministry of Magic. Inside the conference room, everyone wore grim expressions. Faced with Grindelwald's proposal, the senior officials of the ministry had no idea how to respond anymore. The door opened and Dumbledore walked in, holding a copy of the Global Observer. The moment they saw him, the officials looked as if they'd just seen their savior. The Minister for Magic quickly stood up and went to greet him. "Albus, you've seen the situation. What do you think we should do?" Dumbledore glanced around the room. Seeing the panic on everyone's faces, a flicker of disappointment passed through his eyes. He nodded slightly to the minister, then casually took a seat. "Gentlemen, I'd like to ask, what do you think of his proposal?" Dumbledore asked. The officials exchanged uneasy looks, unsure of how to respond. To be honest, there wasn't really anything wrong with Grindelwald's proposal. The only issue was that if it were actually adopted, the amount of work required to implement the reform would increase dramatically. In fact, if the suggestion had come from an ordinary employee instead of Grindelwald, none of these high-ranking officials would have approved it, even if it was clearly beneficial to the public. Since the current system still functioned, why bother with the trouble of reform? However, because the proposal had come from Grindelwald, they felt compelled to hold an emergency meeting to discuss it. The public seems to believe it's a good reform. The Minister for Magic said awkwardly, seeing no one else willing to speak. You all believe this is a good proposal, don't you? Dumbledore asked again. Everyone had no choice but to nod. If a proper assessment system could be implemented during the process, then this suggestion would indeed benefit both the ministry and the public. The ministry could gain access to more talented individuals, and the public would gain opportunities to change their life paths. If it's a good proposal, then adopt it, Dumbledore said calmly. Even if it was Grindelwald who suggested it. Once again, the room fell into silence. The minister hesitated. What if he's trying to infiltrate us? Dumbledore sighed. Minister, at this point, how different are we really from the completely infiltrated magical Congress of the United States? This time, even the minister had nothing to say. Right now, nearly no one in the ministry dared to defy or offend Grindelwald. Whether he chose to infiltrate or not, was there even a difference anymore? The minister knew Dumbledore was blaming them for being so submissive. But he also couldn't deny Dumbledore's words were true. Grindelwald's presence was like a poison thorn, stuck firmly in the ministry's palm. Since the Ministry of Magic didn't dare to touch it, didn't dare to pull it out, then it wasn't much different from having already been assimilated. At this point, gentlemen, all we can do is set aside who Grindelwald is as a person, and judge his proposals on their own merit, Dumbledore said. From now on, if his proposals are beneficial, we accept them. If they carry hidden dangers, we reject them, and explain the reasons clearly to the public. Starting now, everyone must get used to Grindelwald's presence. Whether you fear him or not, he's here now. Dumbledore had come to understand that it was no longer possible to stop Grindelwald as they had in the past, through force. Because the men simply wasn't giving them the chance. Grindelwald was now a clean man. Every action he took was proper, reasonable, and legal. So, all they could do now was observe quietly and wait for Grindelwald to make a mistake. If he made a good suggestion, adopt it. If he made a bad one, reject it. And if he ever stepped out of line, good. Dumbledore would be waiting for that misstep. All he needed was a single crack in Grindelwald's armor, and that would be the moment to strike. As for the consequences of accepting his proposals, if the suggestion was genuinely good, then why reject it? The truth was, both the Wizarding World and the Ministry of Magic had been stagnant for far too long. Grindelwald's rise may have originally been a disaster, but now, perhaps he could be the catfish that stirs up these stagnant waters. Even playing by the rules has its own way of being done. Having finally sobered up under Grindelwald's flurry of punches, Dumbledore also decided to put away the Elder Wand for the time being and remain hidden in the shadows, quietly observing. In the safe house, Wade lay in bed, quietly waiting for the system shop to refresh. It was something he looked forward to every night. The quality of the system shop's items had indeed improved significantly, though not all of them were things Wade wanted. Suddenly, Wade saw his merit points balance jump. From just over 42,000, it shot up past 50,000. This sudden increase of more than 10,000 points immediately made Wade realize that the ministry must have decided to adopt Grindelwald's proposal. Of course, the increase was only about 10,000 points because even with reforms, positions in the ministry were limited. There weren't that many people whose fates could be changed. And the changes those people could bring to the British wizarding world were also limited, so the merit points were limited too. Only when Grindelwald's actions began to benefit the entire wizarding world, or even the entire world, would the merit points start increasing rapidly. While Wade was thinking, the system shop's inventory suddenly updated. Midnight had arrived. Item 1, 500 milliliters of polyjuice potion, unlocked, 500 merit points. Item 2, 1 unhatched fire dragon egg, unlocked, 800 merit points. Item 3, Whomping Willow Seed, unlocked, 700 merit points. Item 4, Mutated Venomous Geranium Seeds, unlocked, 2000 merit points. Next refresh in 23 hours, 59 minutes, 39 seconds. Merit points, 59,000. Dark Lord achievement, not yet achieved. 2,000 merit points. Wade's eyes landed on the fourth item, the Mutated Venomous Geranium Seeds. He was a little confused. Why was it so expensive for just one mutated plant seed? Oh, read 2 weeks ahead. Chapter 204, Minister Folly's Trouble. This mutated venomous geranium seed was really expensive. But even so, it was the first time Wade had ever seen a mutated version of the seed. He decided to read the description, then buy one to try it out. As for the other items, Wade wasn't interested in the polyjuice potion or the fire dragon egg. He could brew polyjuice potion himself and didn't need to waste merit points on it. As for the fire dragon egg, Wade figured he wasn't capable of handling such a creature just yet. Even someone as skilled as Hagrid, a magical creature expert, had caused plenty of trouble when hatching a Norwegian ridgeback. Wade had enough self-awareness to know that if he ever wanted to play around with a dragon, it'd have to wait until later, after he'd learned more about magical creatures from Newt and gained more experience. Besides, fire dragon eggs weren't all that difficult to obtain. It wasn't worth spending several hundred merit points on one. As for the third item, the Whomping Willow seed, Wade didn't hesitate to buy it. Whomping Willow was an extremely rare magical plant, now scarcely seen. Even if he didn't plant it himself, it might have other uses in the future. Besides, 700 merit points wasn't too expensive. Next, Wade focused his attention on the fourth item. Mutated venomous geranium, though its properties and mutation direction are unknown, it represents another potential path for the evolution of magical flora and fauna. Another potential path for the development of magical creatures. So genetically modified magical plants might not be a dead end after all. Wade muttered to himself. As everyone knew, magical plants, if used properly, could have certain combat functions, like the Mimbulus Mimbletonia and Mandrix. So, was it possible to cultivate magical plants specifically designed to aid in combat? However, magical plants were fundamentally different from ordinary plants, so Wade's previous knowledge might not be very useful when it came to altering magical ones. If this seed can give me even a hint of insight, then it's definitely worth 2,000 merit points. A sample. A mutated sample. Wade had previously attempted a bit of magical plant mutation experimentation himself. After all, the Mimbulus Mimbletonia he had grown was larger than usual, so it probably counted as a mutated variant. However, since the mutation was minimal, Wade hadn't been able to discover any meaningful differences. But now, a living mutated seed was right in front of him. Buying it, for sure. London. In a quiet manner. Grindelwald was sitting in a pavilion, reading a book. Today, he hadn't gone to the Ministry of Magic but had instead given himself a small vacation. He decided he would spend the day at home carefully planning out his book. The manor he was in was his new home in London. Of course, this time he had bought it directly from a wealthy Muggle businessman, rather than killing the owner and taking it. His career had only just started to show promise, and he didn't want to get caught so easily. "Sir," Abernathy walked over from a distance, "the Ministry of Magic has agreed to your proposal." "Oh. That fast?" Grindelwald was a little surprised. According to his expectations, the ministry would at least spend a few days deliberating over the suggestion. He had planned to use those few days to handle other matters, and let public opinion ferment a little. He hadn't expected the ministry to reach a decision in just one day. Folly consulted Dumbledore for his opinion, and Dumbledore agreed right away, Abernathy said. Upon hearing that, Grindelwald narrowed his eyes slightly. "Dumbledore, looks like you're ready to play. Folly wants you to provide a reform plan, since the proposal came from you," Abernathy said. Grindelwald smiled. "My job is only to make suggestions, not to do the rest. As for the reform plan, that's for them to handle. After all, I'm merely an advisor. Pass that message along to Folly. He'll understand what I mean." Minister Folly was currently pulling his hair out. Grindelwald had just moved his lips and tossed out the suggestion like it was nothing. But this kind of major reform, starting from planning to actual changes, required consideration on all fronts. And the public was eager to see the ministry implement it right away. If it went well, that was fine. But if anything went wrong, someone would have to take the fall. Originally, the ideal person to carry out the reform should have been Grindelwald himself. After all, it was his proposal. But what Minister Folly hadn't expected was that Grindelwald had chosen this moment to wash his hands of it. Of course, Minister Folly understood exactly why Grindelwald was stepping back. He was angling for a real position of power. Clearly, Grindelwald was not satisfied with being just an advisor. But positions within the Ministry of Magic had always been strictly one for one. To make room for Grindelwald, someone else would have to be removed. The key issue wasn't just about removing someone, it was that Grindelwald was seeking power. And since Grindelwald was vying for power, then what about his own position as minister? Minister Folly was in full-blown panic now. He was certain that if Grindelwald truly set his sights on the minister's seat, there was a very real chance he could succeed. Left with no choice, Minister Folly had to take full responsibility for the matter himself. He would rather be overwhelmed and stressed than agree to Grindelwald's power grab. Because once that door was opened, there'd be no closing it. What gave him a bit of comfort was that Grindelwald didn't seem to have any objections to his decision. It was completely different from what he had imagined, Grindelwald showing up at his door to pressure or threaten him. In fact, over the next few days, whenever Grindelwald encountered him at the ministry, he would greet him warmly, as if nothing had happened at all. However, since Minister Folly had rejected Grindelwald's request, the man naturally stopped involving himself in anything related to the reform. As if he really had just offered a suggestion and left it at that. Fortunately, Minister Folly, having served as minister for quite a few years, wasn't entirely useless, he still had a number of talented people around him. With Dumbledore's support as well, and after more than a week of hard work under immense pressure, they finally managed to put together a comprehensive reform plan. However, although the plan was thorough, when it came time to implement it, he ran into obstacles. To his surprise, Folly found that many people in the ministry no longer seemed to respond to his commands. Of course, he knew exactly who was behind this. Was this a warning? That as long as he refused to give Grindelwald a position of real authority, he would continue to be sabotaged. Minister Folly felt utterly stifled. If he had known it would come to this, he might as well have followed Dumbledore's advice from the beginning, stood tall and directly refused Grindelwald. At least then, he wouldn't be caught in this current mess, being obstructed by Grindelwald at every turn. And so, the ministry's reform proceeded with difficulty and setbacks. But due to interference from all sides, even though Folly's plan was well designed, it failed to deliver good results. In fact, because of the lack of cooperation across departments, by the time they began trial assessments for new recruits, they couldn't even gather a full panel of examiners. They didn't even have the exam questions prepared on the day of the test. The ministry's inefficiency stirred widespread public outrage. If things didn't improve soon, Minister Folly might lose his position before Grindelwald even had a chance to take it. Recent chapters are transitional and may feel a bit bland, but the exciting parts are coming very soon. Oh, **, read 2 weeks ahead. Chapter 205, I'll definitely catch up. With no other choice, Minister Folly went to Dumbledore for advice. But Dumbledore had only one answer for him. Give it to him. If he wants it, give it. That left Minister Folly even more despairing. He even began to suspect that Dumbledore might have reconciled with his old friend. But Dumbledore's explanation was simple and direct: if you wish to destroy him, you must first let him succeed. Grindelwald is most likely to slip up when he's full of pride. So Minister Folly had no choice but to start considering which positions of real authority to offer, trying to find one with the least actual power. Positions like head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement were clearly off the table. After several days of deliberation, Minister Folly finally came up with an answer. A few days later, when Grindelwald received the appointment letter naming him head of the Department of Magical Education, he nearly laughed out of sheer disbelief. But he also had to admire Minister Folly's slipperiness. Head of Magical Education was, without a doubt, the least powerful of all positions with actual authority. But it might also be the one Grindelwald was most interested in. Because while this position might appear to carry the least weight, it had a direct influence on young witches and wizards. Even Voldemort had specifically returned after graduation just to find a teaching position, proof enough of how important it was to shape the minds of students still in school. So naturally, Grindelwald was very interested in this role. Of course, that wasn't the main point. Everyone knew that only Dumbledore could stand against Grindelwald, and Dumbledore was currently still a professor. So, by placing Grindelwald into the education system, it would inevitably lead to a clash between the two. And once Grindelwald's attention was fully focused on Dumbledore, Minister Folly could finally have some peace. Besides, the current head of magical education was already old and preparing to retire. Replacing him wouldn't offend anyone. It had to be said, Minister Folly's plan was indeed quite thorough. As expected, Grindelwald did not reject the appointment. And once Grindelwald gladly accepted the position, Minister Folly was pleasantly surprised to find that the personnel he previously couldn't mobilize were now suddenly responsive. With that, the ministry's reform finally began to move in the right direction. With the recruitment system updated, countless wizards seeking advancement flocked to take part in the ministry's assessments. Even those who clearly lacked the necessary skills came to try their luck. They knew they weren't qualified, but what if they passed? Wouldn't that mean a direct ticket in? For a while, waves of wizards poured in to take the recruitment exams. And as some talented individuals, who had previously never had the chance to shine, finally succeeded and got in, Grindelwald's public reputation quietly began to shift. While Grindelwald's public image was beginning to shift, Wade had stopped paying attention to what was happening in the outside world. Because the seed had already been planted. Just like when Grindelwald had once confidently claimed to have planted a seed in the hearts of Wade and Tom. Only this time, the roles were reversed. Wade had planted a seed in Grindelwald's heart, an invisible seed. As for what kind of fruit this seed would eventually bear, that remained unclear. Even the system couldn't accurately predict it yet. Otherwise, with Grindelwald already having completely changed his approach, why hadn't the system suddenly rewarded Wade with a huge burst of merit points? Wade had his own thoughts on that. The future was uncertain. Strictly speaking, there were countless possibilities. In Wade's view, there were many different timelines. And each timeline held a different future. Back when Grindelwald decided on his ambition, the prophetic vision he saw, of himself successfully ruling the world, was that vision truly false? Wade didn't think so. Grindelwald's prophecy wasn't necessarily untrue. It was just that, the future he saw might have been only one among countless possibilities. According to the original timeline, Grindelwald likely veered onto a path toward failure at some key turning point in the course of building his cause. So, until a definitive anchor event occurred, the system couldn't determine which timeline the future would enter. In other words, even if Grindelwald changed his approach, there was still a chance the future could turn out poorly. Which meant that until that anchor event appeared, the system wouldn't award any merit points. These so-called anchor events were actually easy to understand. For example, when Wade used the Resurrection Stone to help Dumbledore resolve his inner conflict, which caused a massive increase in Dumbledore's strength and prevented him from being corrupted by Voldemort's dark magic in the future. That was an anchor event. Because the existence of that event would clearly bring great benefits to the future, the system had immediately rewarded Wade with a huge burst of merit points afterward. And even then, the merit points weren't considered that many. Wade guessed it was because, while Dumbledore's survival promised a better future, it still wasn't certain just how good that future would be. The system probably had its own conversion method, an algorithm that evaluated countless possible futures and then awarded Wade a certain amount of merit points accordingly. However, Wade didn't bother digging too deeply into this. Because anything involving timelines was incredibly complex, with far too many variables at play. Even if he wanted to figure it all out, he didn't yet have the ability to do so. In any case, as long as he followed his own understanding and continued to trigger the system's reward mechanisms, he would reap significant benefits. So why insist on understanding everything perfectly? Therefore, now that Grindelwald in the outside world had already begun changing his methods in line with Wade's expectations, all he needed to do was wait and see how things would develop next. There was no need to interfere. For one, Wade didn't have the power to interfere right now anyway. Though his strength was fairly decent at this point, it still wasn't enough to face a wizard like Grindelwald without massive injuries. Wade still needed to grow. So, his main task now was to study how to break past his limits and continue getting stronger. Next was figuring out how to research new things to assist in battle. Last time, he had barely managed to hold Grindelwald off with his limited strength. Though extremely dangerous, it made him realize that some of those flashy backup tricks could actually be very useful when it mattered. So, early the next morning after buying the mutated seed, Wade planted it in the garden's greenhouse. For safety reasons, he planned to first cultivate the seedling in the greenhouse, then transplant it to the Somnolin Wizard Tower. There was a large open space outside the Wizard Tower as well. Wade planned to build a greenhouse there too. In the future, any plants with potentially dangerous properties would be grown there. After all, Dumbledore still dropped by the safehouse from time to visit them. So planting things in the safehouse garden wasn't exactly safe. At the moment, growing things like mandrakes wasn't too dangerous, Dumbledore could turn a blind eye. But if Wade started planting whomping willows in there, Dumbledore definitely wouldn't let that slide. Wade had no intention of letting the new varieties he painstakingly cultivated get confiscated just because they were a bit dangerous. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Time quickly moved into the end of July. During this period, although the system's shop had refreshed with some high-quality items, none of them were things Wade urgently needed, so he didn't waste any merit points. He spent most of his time busily tending to his vegetable patch. That was what Tom called Wade's magical plant cultivation area. Only during his free time would Wade crack open a book and study spells or transfiguration. Of course, the books he read were all system-produced, disguised as novels. So, in Tom's eyes, those rare few hours Wade spent studying also looked like slacking off. What kind of diligent wizard spends all day either farming or reading novels? But seeing Wade slack off made Tom secretly delighted. He shouted inwardly, "Yes. Keep slacking. As long as you keep this up, I'll definitely catch up to you in the shortest time possible. Then I'll be the one on top, and you'll be underneath, I mean in terms of status. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, red 12 ahead p Caratrian, Captain." Chapter 206, Tom's new hairstyle. Wade had no idea what Tom was thinking. He was fully focused on tending to the mutated venomous geranium seed. The growth rate of that mutated seed was far slower than Wade had expected. Even with the aid of nutrient solution, after an entire week, it had only just sprouted a tiny, tender shoot. Completely different from the Mimbulus Mimbletonia, which could grow rapidly with the same nutrient support. Since it was still just a seedling, for now, the mutated venomous geranium didn't look any different from a regular one. Still, the seedling seemed healthy enough. Wade planned to transplant it to the Wizard Tower in 2 days. Over the past week, Wade had already instructed Toby to construct a similar greenhouse over at the tower, matching the specifications of the one here. When it came to this kind of task, house elves were ridiculously efficient. As for the current greenhouse, it only needed daily watering and occasional nutrient supplements. "Tom. Run. We have to finish watering the entire field before 3 o'clock this afternoon." Wade, holding a set of herbology tools, came flying down from upstairs in a billow of black smoke using a flight charm. Meanwhile, Tomcat was lugging 2 large iron buckets filled with nutrient solution, thudding down the stairs after him. Yes, this little guy was becoming more and more human-like, and surprisingly strong too. He could easily carry 2 heavy buckets, over 20 pounds each, and sprint at full speed with one in each paw. The only problem was that running with buckets inevitably caused some of the nutrient solution to spill. So, Tom, who had been peacefully sitting in the living room reading, ended up getting a bucketful of nutrient solution dumped right on his head. You little. Tom hadn't even finished swearing before Wade waved his wand. Scourgify. Ugh. Tom couldn't say a word. Tom, why are you so fierce with him? He's just a cute little kitty. What evil thoughts could he possibly have? The cat, hiding behind Wade, bared its sharp little fangs and nodded in agreement. Paw. Tom spat out a mouthful of foam that reeked of cleaning solution. Cute, my arse. And why the hell did your cleaning spell shove a mouthful of bubbles down my throat? Sorry, haven't practiced much lately, my spellwork's gotten a bit rusty. Anyway, enough talk. We've got work to do. Wade said as he bolted off with the cat. Tom stared after him, face dark. Spell work rusty. Like hell it is. A wizard who spends every day farming instead of studying magic. I really want to see what the hell you're so busy planting all the time. Tom grabbed his wand with a scowl and followed after him. Wade's greenhouse was tucked away in a corner of the garden. Tom approached slowly, planning to lift the flap and sneak a peek. Just as he got close, he heard Wade's anxious voice from inside. Wait. Tom, what exactly did you water it with? Was that even the nutrient solution? Hiss. Bloody hell. No way. You idiot. You grabbed the wrong. Just as Tom was wondering what had Wade so panicked and pulled open the greenhouse door. A streak of red whooshed past his face. He felt a sudden chill on one side of his head. Before he could even raise a hand to touch his head, he was stunned to see that right in front of Wade and his cat. There was a bizarre-looking plant. Its leaves stood upright, petals spread open and flipping outward, like a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. The most outrageous part was that the fangs, inside that gaping mouth, were being rapidly fired in Wade's direction. Thunk thunk thunk. Almost all of them were blocked by Wade's shield charm, except for a few that slipped through. And the one that hit Tom earlier. Pure collateral damage, because Wade had been standing with his back to the greenhouse door. Wade. What kind of crazy thing are you messing with now? Tom was completely numb. Thinking back to that streak of red just now, there was no doubt about it, that had been one of those fangs. If it had veered just a little more to the left, it would have nailed him in the face. Even if it didn't kill him, it would have scarred him for life. Tom immediately cast a shield charm on himself too, then backed out of the greenhouse, still rattled. As he exited and shut the door, a few more fangs thudded into the door behind him. Petrificus totalis. Wade shouted from inside. The thunk 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 of the fangs abruptly stopped. Wade and the cat stepped out of the greenhouse, wiping sweat from their brows, both visibly shaken. Wade. What the hell are you doing? Sorry. Tom, puffed. Wade burst out laughing the moment he saw Tom's appearance. What are you laughing at? Tom, your hairstyle's pretty unique. Wade said, still chuckling. Hairstyle. Tom, confused, leaned over to look into a nearby water barrel. In the reflection on the water's surface, he saw that his once flowing black hair had been completely sliced off on one side. Ah. My hair. Bloody hell. Where's my hair? Wade. I'm gonna kill you. Puffed, cough cough. Wade rubbed his face hard with both hands, trying not to burst out laughing again. At the moment, Tom was sitting across from him, face dark as thunder. Except, the once flowing black hair he had was now completely gone. And one side of his scalp was yellowish, the other pale white. From a distance, he looked exactly like a marinated egg dipped halfway in soy sauce. What are you laughing at? Tom exploded, pointing furiously at his bald head. This is all your fault. Sorry, I've had professional training. No matter how funny something is, I won't laugh, unless I can't help it. Pfft. You're still laughing. I've had enough of you. My bad, this time it really was my fault, Wade said, struggling to keep a straight face. This time truly had been an accident. The mutated venomous geranium had been growing just fine, needing only regular watering with nutrient solution. But that damn cat, Tom, had accidentally brought down a potion he'd brewed for himself and poured it directly onto the geranium. The nutrient solution Tomcat had brought down was technically also a nutrient mix, but it was meant for magical creatures. For some reason, when that magical creature-specific nutrient solution landed on the venomous geranium, the plant, originally growing slowly, suddenly shot up in size within 10 seconds. Not only that, it started moving like an animal. As soon as it spotted Wade and Tomcat, it began firing venomous fangs at them. Wade reacted quickly, casting a shield charm. Tomcat, hiding behind him, was unharmed. Unfortunately, Tom himself had the brilliant idea to open the greenhouse door at just the wrong moment. And then, wham, his hair got nicked before he could react. The good news was, it only grazed his hair. The bad news was that the Fong's venom turned out to be corrosive. Although it hadn't touched his scalp and Wade treated it quickly, half of Tom's hair was still eaten away. Having hair on one side and none on the other looked utterly ridiculous, so Tom just shaved his whole head. The only problem was that, due to the lingering effects of the venom, one side of Tom's scalp was still stained yellow. Buffed, bah ha 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 ha. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, read 2 weeks ahead. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, The Education Policy Needs Reform. Wade couldn't help but feel emotional. He never expected the bald version of Tom to arrive decades ahead of schedule. What the fucked up day in this fucking hell? What weird thing did you mess with this time in the name of Merlin's balls? My hair, don't tell me it won't grow back. Tom reached up and touched the right side of his scalp, which still stung from the corrosion. Relax, it's just venom from the venomous geranium. Yeah, it's a stronger version, but I can still neutralize it, Wade said. Hearing that his hair could grow back, Tom let out a sigh of relief. Though he always claimed not to care about his appearance, if only half of his head could grow hair in the future. Seriously, Tom could live with being ugly, but he absolutely couldn't accept being ridiculous. Besides, he could accept being ugly only if it meant gaining great power in return. Getting screwed over for nothing. Who the hell would be okay with that? So why do you always end up creating these weird-ass things? Tom demanded. Other people keep cats, you keep a cat too, but yours is just short of talking. Other people grow herbs, you grow herbs too, but the stuff you grow is bloody unnatural. Ahem. Tom, it was just an accident. Like I've said before, one beautiful coincidence. A miracle of life born from chance. Isn't that magical? That's only because you're not the one who got screwed. That's the only reason you can say crap like that. Tom snapped. You can't completely blame me. Who told you to come along that time? Wade looked aggrieved. He'd been busy tending to his plants, and Tom had never shown the slightest interest before. Who knew he'd suddenly decide to tag along today? Oh, so now it's my fault. I'm the victim here. If you hadn't grown that freaky plant, how would I have ended up like this? I told you, it was an accident. How was I supposed to know it brought the wrong nutrient solution? You let a cat carry your nutrient solution. That's your idea of scientific rigor. Is this the great experimental spirit you're always so proud of? So what? My cat can even brew potions. He's way more useful than some people. Wade muttered. I'm writing to Dumbledore. Tom didn't bother arguing anymore and went straight for the nuclear option, tattling. He might not be able to beat Wade, but not every problem needed to be solved with violence. He just needed to find someone who could keep Wade in check. This tactic he actually picked up from Grindelwald. Oh, right, Grindelwald probably learned it from Wade too. So, in conclusion, this method still ended up being something he'd learned from Wade. Wait, mate, when did you start tattling? Wade was stunned. He thought Tom would do what he always did, grab his wand and try to duel him. Grindelwald said in the newspaper that the era of violence and bloodshed is over. I'm learning, Wade. Tom said as he turned to head back to his room to write the letter. Wade suddenly felt like he'd just shot himself in the foot. I'll stop you from sending that letter. You should know, without enough power to back it up, even knowing the right method won't help you. Whatever. It's not like Professor Dumbledore won't come visit us. When he does, I'll just tell him in person. I'll teach you a dark spell. Wade held up a finger. Just promise you won't snitch, and I'll teach you one powerful dark spell. 2. Deal. Wade sneered. And don't you dare try anything sneaky, learn the dark magic and then still go rat me out. If you even try, I've got a full set of obliviate spells ready to go. Humph, I don't have such rotten character like you, Tom said with disdain. Wade's eyes went wide. He began to wonder if he was still dreaming. He never imagined there would come a day when Voldemort would accuse him of having worse morals. Oh. So I have terrible morals, huh? Fine then, I won't pretend anymore. Since I'm such a bad person, I'll just go ahead and use my full memory wiping spell. Why bother trading it for dark magic? Wade said with a wicked grin. The smug look on Tom's face vanished instantly. I mean, we can talk this through. 2 dark spells is a bit much. How about just 1? You said it yourself, I have terrible morals. No, I was just joking. Everyone in Godric's Hollow knows how upstanding you are. Maybe I should be a little more morally bankrupt. Having 0 integrity does sound a bit more fun. Thanks for the suggestion, Tom. I'll try to go easy on you. Damn it. I let my guard down. Wizard Tower. Wade was currently casting the undetectable extension charm inside the newly built greenhouse. Toby could build the structure, but he hadn't yet mastered the extension charm. So this part had to be handled by Wade himself. Only after expanding the interior space to a satisfactory size did Wade walk over to the corner where a curtain was hanging. Behind that curtain was the mutated venomous geranium. After having a heartfelt chat with Tom yesterday, Wade had transplanted the venomous geranium to the Wizard Tower. After all, the thing was genuinely dangerous. Even regular venomous geraniums had fangs with venom potent enough to be fatal to humans. Let alone this mutated version, which now acted like a magical pea shooter. Although it was now impossible to know how it would have grown if it had continued along its original path, its current state still seemed quite promising. This mutated venomous geranium had extremely aggressive behavior, and its venom could even corrode a wizard's shield charm. If he could improve the venom just a bit more, and optimize its friend or foe recognition system, its offensive potential might even surpass that of the Chinese chomping cabbage. Pouring magical creature nutrient solution on a magical plant. What a genius idea. Next, Wade planned to take some samples and thoroughly test what changes had occurred in the medicinal properties of this mutated venomous geranium. After all, aside from their offensive uses, magical plants were also important ingredients in potion making. The emergence of a new medicinal herb meant the birth of entirely new potion recipes. After that, Wade needed to test whether this thing had developed any form of consciousness. If it did, and if that consciousness was similar to that of an animal, then wouldn't that mean it might be possible to tame it? If it didn't have consciousness, and all its dangerous behavior was simply instinctual plant reactions, then he'd have to research how to avoid its attacks and figure out how to control it. Then came the matter of enhancing its toxicity. In the days that followed, Wade once again became busy. Ministry of Magic. Inside Grindelwald's new office. These textbooks are completely outdated. And this teaching method. With such a relaxed approach to education, how can anyone expect to produce good students? No wonder the newly recruited Aurors are so weak. Some of them haven't even fully mastered the shield charm. And these are the so-called top students with 5 outstandings. With an education policy like this, the fact that someone like Wade came out of it is nothing short of a miracle. Grindelwald muttered as he flipped through Hogwarts curriculum with clear dissatisfaction. This thing hadn't been updated in nearly a century. Reform. It needs a thorough overhaul. Grindelwald tossed the dust-covered book into the corner of his office like it was trash. Knock knock knock. Just then, the door was knocked. Come in, Grindelwald said. Dumbledore strode in. Oh. I thought I'd be speaking with Headmaster Dippet. I didn't expect it to be you, Grindelwald said, a faint smile returning to his face. Headmaster Dippet isn't feeling well, he was attacked by some bastard a month ago. I'm currently serving as deputy headmaster, and for now, I'm handling all of Hogwarts affairs, Dumbledore said calmly. Grindelwald was completely unfazed by Dumbledore's veiled accusation. That's a real shame. I would have liked to see him again. He's a headmaster worthy of respect. Cut the nonsense. What do you want to talk about? Dumbledore asked coldly. Reform. The education policy needs reform, Dumbledore. The current system only produces incompetence. It's a waste of young wizards' potential. You're certainly blunt, aren't you? Grindelwald. Department head. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, read 2 weeks ahead. Chapter 208, Chapter 208, I'll be watching you. You might think I'm arrogant, but I'm simply doing my job. I hope you'll cooperate fully, Professor Dumbledore, Grindelwald said calmly. Grindelwald. In a professional setting, please address me by my title, Professor Dumbledore. All right, of course. I will, of course, cooperate with your work, department head. Dumbledore replied, leaning back in his chair and quietly watching Grindelwald. Since you believe that the educational philosophy which has produced countless outstanding talents over the years is outdated, then may I ask, how exactly do you plan to reform it? You may think I have ulterior motives, but I'm serious about this, Grindelwald said. I reviewed the so-called list of outstanding students who graduated from Hogwarts over the past 20 years. To date, the most accomplished among them became the head of the Auror office. But he was removed just 5 months into the job, on the grounds of cowardice and incompetence. Grindelwald flipped through the documents in front of him, then continued, because of that, I looked into the background of the other candidates for the position. That's when I discovered that he wasn't promoted because of his abilities, but because of his pure-blood family background. In fact, his competitors were all far more qualified, both in terms of experience and skill. These candidates had all graduated from Hogwarts over 40 years ago and had served as Aurors for more than 30 years. And what exactly does that prove, department head? Dumbledore asked calmly. It proves that Hogwarts' so-called proud education has not produced the results it claims to, Grindelwald said bluntly. The only reason these so-called excellent wizards made it to the top is because they had to struggle and grind for decades after graduation. I believe that if our education system were better, they wouldn't have needed to spend so long polishing themselves. And let's not forget, many didn't survive that grind at all. And this is just data from a single profession, Aurors. This time, Dumbledore didn't respond with sarcasm, because he had to admit, the data Grindelwald presented was compelling. Indeed, those who rose to the top ranks as Aurors were all individuals who had survived countless battles and emerged as the best of the best. Even Newt's brother, Theseus Scamander, though highly accomplished, still couldn't compare in experience to those veteran Aurors. That was why Theseus remained just a team captain within the Auror ranks, rather than becoming the head of the office. His qualifications were still slightly lacking. So, where do you think our original educational philosophy went wrong? Dumbledore asked. Grindelwald replied, first, the management is far too lenient. The students don't have enough pressure. You and I both know that young wizards are impulsive by nature. Without pressure, many won't take their studies seriously. Second, the curriculum is too outdated and conservative. Take defense against the dark arts, for example. If students have never studied dark magic themselves, how can they defend against it accurately? Dumbledore raised his hand to interrupt. The first point is debatable, but the second. I'm sorry, Hogwarts students do not need to learn dark magic. You and I both know the danger dark magic poses to young wizards. They'll be seduced by its power and ultimately lose themselves. Grindelwald responded passionately, that's exactly the purpose of education, Dumbledore. You think that if we don't teach them dark magic, those curious students won't go learn it in secret. Wouldn't it be better for us to teach them ourselves, under supervision, than to have them explore it alone and fall under its influence with no guidance? If, through our education, they can truly feel the danger of such power, then they'll learn to respect it. Dark magic is a double-edged sword, I won't deny that. At the very least, we should teach them how to avoid harming themselves with it. And, when it's truly appropriate to draw that sharp blade. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Though he still instinctively felt that letting students come into contact with dark magic was absurd, after all, he always saw Hogwarts students as just children. After thinking more deeply about Grindelwald's words, he had to admit that they weren't entirely without merit. Even so, dark magic was still dark magic. Its dangers were immense, even for adult wizards. So Dumbledore still believed that Hogwarts should not teach such things. He took a deep breath before speaking. Department head, while your arguments are not without merit, I still believe they are too young. It is far too early for them to be exposed to dark magic. Then we can start with the upper years, say, 5th-year students. By then, they're 15 or 16, practically adults. That would be the perfect time to begin studying dark magic. As for the lower years, they can begin with theoretical studies. That way, by the time they reach 5th year, they'll be better prepared to learn it properly. Dumbledore asked, why are you so intent on making young wizards study dark magic? Because our current education system is raising a flock of sheep. So many wizards in our world can't even cast a basic offensive spell. That means they wouldn't even be able to win against muggles. If they ever face real danger, the consequences would be unimaginable. For the sake of the wizarding world's future, and for their ability to survive, we need to raise wolves, not sheep. Grindelwald said, waving his arms, his expression intense. Department head, am I to understand that you're trying to build a wizard army? Dumbledore asked coldly, his face dark. If you insist on putting it that way, then yes. Ideally, with military-style management. Sure, their school years might be a little less enjoyable, but at least I won't have to hear about wizards being captured, hanged, or burned to death by muggles ever again. Oh. Because to me, it sounds like you're building an army meant to go to war with muggles, Dumbledore said coldly. Military-style management. The moment that was implemented, not only would the students' behavior be strictly controlled, their thinking would be as well. And how far would that control go? There was no need to ask. Grindelwald's intentions were as plain as day. Plenty of people still opposed Grindelwald's ideals now, but under the influence of his education reforms, future generations of young wizards would only become less and less likely to resist him. Professor Dumbledore, you really do have a remarkable talent, Grindelwald said coldly, a talent for twisting all of my intentions into sinister conspiracies. Whether it's a conspiracy or not, you know best, Dumbledore replied. I'm not against reforming education, but it must be done on a reasonable foundation. Just because you're now head of the Department of Magical Education doesn't mean you can act recklessly, ignoring the voice of the people. You may be able to force your reforms on us for now, but no parent would want their child to be educated that way. If everyone resists you, can you even hold onto your position? Is that so? A dangerous glint flashed in Grindelwald's eyes. I know what you're thinking, Department Head. Dumbledore said with a smile. But the moment you chose this path, the moment you changed your former ways, you also agreed to play by the rules, just like I do. Grindelwald's expression shifted, his face clouded and uncertain. Dumbledore continued, in the past, you never cared whether I discovered your crimes, but now, you have to care, don't you? Right now, it may look like you hold the upper hand, but the moment you stepped into politics, you shackled yourself with invisible chains. Grindelwald didn't say anything this time, because he knew Dumbledore was right. With Dumbledore's abilities, if he decided to investigate something, he would absolutely get to the bottom of it. Back when Grindelwald was up to no good, he wasn't afraid of Dumbledore investigating him because he wasn't in politics, he was already a known dark figure. Everyone already saw him as a villain, so Dumbledore's investigations didn't change anything. But now, he had cleaned up his image and entered the political arena. That meant if he kept doing things like kidnapping and murder like before, Dumbledore would definitely find out. And once that happened, he'd be caught red-handed. His path to political redemption would be over, completely and utterly. In other words, now he had to play by the rules, just like Dumbledore did. Only at that moment did the triumphant Grindelwald truly realize this, and it hit him hard. I'll be watching you, Grindelwald. Dumbledore said as he stood up and picked up his top hat. Very well then. I'll be waiting at Hogwarts for your reform proposal, department head, and I will cooperate fully, of course, only if it's based on reason. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he left Grindelwald's office. Grindelwald stared at the door that had just closed again, his chest rising and falling unevenly. It was a long while before he slowly sat back down, closing his eyes in thought. These past few days, he had indeed gotten carried away, which had made him far more impulsive in his actions. Now, it was time to calm down and reflect properly. The path he had chosen was probably not wrong, but he couldn't rush it. It had to be taken one step at a time. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, read 2 weeks ahead. Chapter 209, Chapter 209, quite the striking look, Tom. Looks like the old way of doing things would mostly have to be abandoned. Dumbledore was watching him closely now, practically wishing he'd slip up. In that case, no more rash moves. Grindelwald muttered to himself. Fine, I'll play by the rules. But what, you think I can't achieve my goals within the rules? You underestimate me, Dumbledore. As he spoke, Grindelwald picked up a proposed education reform plan in front of him. In the next second, a ghostly blue flame reduced the document to ash. Time to go with a less aggressive plan. Muttering to himself, Grindelwald picked up a quill and a fresh roll of parchment. Somnolin Wizard Tower. Inside the newly built greenhouse. Hungry, are you? Just swear loyalty to me, and I'll let you feast on that nutrient solution. That delicious nutrient solution only we know how to make. Thunk thunk thunk. Humph, fine then, enjoy your plain water. Wade turned and walked out of the greenhouse. Except, the shield in Wade's hand was now densely covered with rows upon rows of venomous fangs. Yes, Wade was in the middle of taming a plant. It might sound a bit strange, but it was true. After being watered with magical creature nutrient solution, that mutated venomous geranium had become increasingly animal-like. After testing it with nightmare magic and legilimency, Wade discovered that the plant had actually developed consciousness. And its intelligence didn't seem low, either. For a former biologist like Wade, this was downright baffling. It completely overturned his prior understanding. Perhaps this mutated venomous geranium was no longer a plant, but a creature. And so, he began the process of taming it. Possibly due to evolutionary needs, this venomous geranium had developed a strong fondness for that magical creature nutrient solution. So, using nightmare magic, Wade conveyed a message: if it wanted to keep enjoying that nutrient solution, it would have to submit to him. At the very least, it needed to stop launching venomous fangs the moment it saw him. How could he keep rewarding this thing with delicious nutrient solution when it couldn't even tell friend from foe? But this stubborn thing refused to yield. Wade had to wear it down for a full 7 days before it finally showed signs of hesitation. If Wade had simply stopped watering it altogether and left it to starve, it would never have surrendered. Instead, over those 7 days, he didn't deprive it of water. In fact, he gave it plain, clean water every single day. But only plain water. Wade knew very well, this was a plant with consciousness. And after having tasted that rich nutrient formula, there was no way it could bear going back to flavorless water. It was like someone used to fine feast suddenly being made to eat bland gruel every day. Anyone would find that unbearable. So after a full week of this treatment, the results were significant. At the very least, the venomous fangs it shot out now were much weaker than before. Of course, there was also the possibility that the reduced strength was simply due to malnutrition. After tidying up, Wade operated away from the wizard tower and returned to the safe house. When Tom saw Wade suddenly walking in from outside the garden, he looked quite puzzled. Just moments ago, he had been in the garden and clearly hadn't seen Wade anywhere. Where had this guy been hiding? Also, that strange venomous tentacula seemed to have disappeared from the greenhouse. Could it have been destroyed? No way. Knowing Wade's personality, there was no chance he would get rid of such a valuable test subject. He must have hidden it somewhere. But the garden wasn't that big, where could he possibly have hidden it? Could it be that he had built a secret base outside? That seemed the most likely explanation. But then, how had he left the safe house? He clearly hadn't seen any sign that the flu powder in the fireplace had been used. Could it be? Tom suddenly asked, "Did you master apparition?" "No," Wade replied casually, then reached out and rubbed the top of Tom's smooth, bald head. "Don't touch my head." "Sorry, couldn't resist." "Hey, why not keep this hairstyle? Honestly, the texture feels pretty great," Wade said cheerfully. "If you like it so much, go shave your own head. I've already prepared the hair regrowth potion. Once the toxins are fully removed, I'll be growing my hair back," Tom said through gritted teeth. Since most of the toxins had already been purged, the color of his scalp had returned to normal. "What a shame. I was really hoping to show your new look to the others," Wade said with mock regret. "Humph. But thankfully, I already took a photo. With that as a keepsake, it's not such a loss after all." Wade produced a photo in his hand. In the picture, Tom was glaring angrily at the camera, his bald head gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight streaming through the window. The moment Tom saw the photo, his expression changed drastically. When did you take that?" Judging by the angle, it must have been taken from the front, but he had absolutely no memory of being photographed. Did you use a memory charm on me?" "Of course not," Wade replied with a smile. "You've seen how Grindelwald's public trials work, haven't you? All those witness testimonies rely on memory projections. If memories can be projected, they can certainly be extracted and turned into photos. Otherwise, how do you think the Daily Prophet always manages to get so many perfectly timed images for their articles?" "It's really just a memory projection?" Tom asked suspiciously. If it really was just a memory projection, that would be fine. But he distinctly remembered that Wade seemed to know some kind of magic that could distort a person's awareness. If this photo had been taken because Wade silently manipulated his will, making him cooperate for the shot and then erasing all memory afterward, that would be downright terrifying. Yes, it really is just a memory projection. It's a remarkable bit of magic. With it, even the beautiful moments we failed to capture in time can now be retrieved after the fact. Whoosh! Just as Wade was speaking, green flames suddenly flared up in the fireplace. Dumbledore stepped out from within. As he entered the sitting room, his gaze was immediately drawn to the glaring shine of Tom's bald head. "Quite the striking look, Tom." Tom turned green in the face. "Why the sudden change in style?" Dumbledore asked cheerfully. "Because the weather's too hot, so I shaved all my hair off," Tom replied through gritted teeth. There was nothing he could do. With that guy watching him from behind, he didn't dare tell the truth. Besides, that weird venomous-toothed geranium had already been moved elsewhere. Even if he wanted to report it, there was absolutely no evidence now. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Wade, lingering for a moment as if he'd caught on to something. But he didn't press the matter. Instead, he changed the subject. "How are your summer assignments coming along?" Dumbledore pulled over a chair and sat down. "Done," Tom said. He'd finished all the assignments on the very first day of vacation. For him, the homework had posed no challenge at all. "And you, Wade?" Dumbledore turned to look at him. Wade only now remembered the summer homework. Read 2 weeks ahead of WN at Chapter 210, so smooth and shiny. Me. RK. Wade only now remembered the summer homework. It couldn't be helped, he hadn't had to write summer assignments in a very long time. And with so much to do over the break, he had completely forgotten homework was even a thing. You'd better finish it quickly, Wade," Dumbledore said helplessly. He honestly felt Wade should have been in Gryffindor. With a personality this playful and bold, how did he end up in Slytherin? "Well then, I won't ask about your homework anymore. That's not exactly a pleasant topic during the holidays. I actually came today to tell you both some good news," said Dumbledore. Tom asked, "What good news?" "Wade got expelled. Can't you wish me well for once? You really want me gone that badly?" Wade asked darkly. "Heh." Tom didn't respond, he just smiled. If Wade really were expelled, that would be good news to him. First, there'd be no one to compete with him for first place anymore. Second, the Smash Society's foundation would be his for the taking. Dumbledore smiled as he watched them bicker. Once they quieted down, he finally said, "It's neither of those. The good news is, starting today, you're free to go out whenever you like." Wade and Tom exchanged a look. "You mean Grindelwald's been arrested?" Not quite, Dumbledore said with a smile. But, he's put a shackle on himself. From now on, there are a lot of things he can no longer do. Of course, if he does try anything, his flawless image will be shattered, which would be good news for everyone. Wade understood what Dumbledore meant. If Grindelwald wanted to play the good guy now, he couldn't do bad things, not even in secret. Especially not with Dumbledore watching him like a hawk. That's great. I've been meaning to visit Mr. Scamander, Wade said cheerfully. As a former biologist, Wade always had endless things to talk about with someone like Newt, a master of magical creatures. Besides, that mutated geranium and tomcat, he might be able to get some advice from Newt. I'd like to go back and visit my grandfather as well, Tom said calmly. Of course, Tom wasn't going for sentimental reasons, he needed the Riddle Patriarch's money. It was time to have a laboratory of his own. However, in Dumbledore's ears, those words sounded quite comforting. This child Tom is beginning to understand what love means. But the address of the safe house should still be kept secret, Dumbledore said as he pulled out 2 vivid red feathers from his robes. These are tail feathers from Fawkes. I've turned them into portkeys. Portkeys made from phoenix feathers have special properties. In an emergency, they'll help you return here instantly. They're easy to activate, just grip the base of the feather tightly. Wade and Tom took the feathers. Tom felt a lot more at ease now. If anything dangerous happened, at least they'd have a reliable way to retreat. Wade looked thoughtfully at the phoenix feather in his hand. He suddenly began to suspect that Dumbledore's announcement about lifting the confinement wasn't quite so simple. Could the old man be planning to use him and Tom as bait? Bait to lure Grindelwald into making a mistake. Dumbledore didn't linger and soon left the safe house. Since the outside world was theoretically safe now. Tom glanced at Wade. He had originally planned to leave this wretched place immediately to avoid seeing that bastard every day. But Tom reached up and touched his bald head, then reluctantly decided to endure it for a while longer. He didn't want his grandfather or the others to see him looking this ridiculous, especially since there wasn't much familial affection between him and those relatives anyway. Just as Tom was calculating how much longer he'd have to stay here, Wade's infuriating voice drifted over from the side. Well. Feels pretty good, doesn't it? So smooth and shiny, and you hardly even polished it. How is it so glossy? Tom was livid, but he held back his fury, gathered his books, and headed straight back to his room. Until the toxins in his scalp were completely gone and his hair started growing back, there was no way he was taking even a single step out of that room. Tom. I really think you were born to be bald. It's like a gift from above. Are you seriously going to waste that kind of talent? Tom instinctively quickened his pace, hurrying up the stairs. How about just never growing your hair again? Just keep it bald. From downstairs, Wade could hear Tom's footsteps, and even caught the sound of him tripping slightly on the last step. Puffed. That alone was enough to show how badly the boy wanted to get away from him. Still, Wade didn't feel he was being too hard on Tom. Tom had always been proud and arrogant by nature. If you wanted him to walk the right path and reap greater benefits in the future, you had to crush that pride now while you still could. Only by thoroughly breaking his arrogance could you instill a sense of fear in him. With fear came restraint, and only with restraint could he let go of that "I am above all" mindset. That way, he wouldn't act recklessly just because he had power, he'd stay sharp and clear-headed. Because he'd always remember there was someone stronger than him, stomping firmly on his head. Puffed. Bald head. That was the role Wade intended to play, the ever-present sword of Damocles hanging above Tom's head, ready to fall at any moment. Come to think of it, it was rather similar to what Dumbledore was doing to Grindelwald now. This time, with the house arrest lifted, it was technically Tom's first real taste of freedom since starting school. Because, this time, Wade wouldn't be tagging along. Still, knowing Tom's personality, he didn't yet have the power he needed, so even without supervision, he probably wouldn't dare do anything too outrageous. So Wade could rest easy and begin planning his own itinerary. First, he needed to return to the Somnolent Wizard Tower and finish taming that mutated venomous tentacula. After that, he would visit Newt Scamander. At Newt's place, Wade was confident he'd be able to see magical creatures he wouldn't find anywhere else. And that was incredibly important to him. 3 days later, Tom, his head now full of smooth, flowing black hair, grabbed his suitcase and vanished into the fireplace without hesitation. He moved with such urgency, it looked like a tiger was chasing him from behind. He didn't dare slow down. What if that bastard Wade suddenly said he wanted to tag along? Thankfully, Wade seemed genuinely busy this time and hadn't made such a suggestion. He hadn't even seen Wade on his way out. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, read 2 weeks ahead. Chapter 211, Tom's own place. After stepping out from the fireplace at the Leaky Cauldron, Tom first went shopping in Diagon Alley. Only then did he pass back through the leaky cauldron into the Muggle world. By the muddy roadside, he spotted a familiar carriage. On the driver's seat sat a familiar figure. It was Mr. August, the Riddle family's butler. "Good day, Master Tom." Mr. August jumped down from the carriage and opened the door for him. "Thank you," Tom murmured, then climbed inside. Before leaving the safe house, he had already sent a letter home, instructing them to wait for him at this time and place. Naturally, Mr. Riddle hadn't refused. In fact, he had long wanted Tom to live at the Riddle Manor. Even though Tom was an intimidating wizard, he was still his legitimate blood heir, the one meant to inherit the family estate. So, Mr. Riddle truly did hope to cultivate a relationship with his grandson. Mr. August shut the door, thinking that young Master Tom didn't seem quite as frightening as he'd imagined. At the very least, he was far more well-mannered than his father, Old Tom. That arrogant, conceited man had never once said thank you to any of the servants. The carriage soon began to move, and after more than half an hour, it arrived at the Riddle Manor. Mr. and Mrs. Riddle were already waiting for them. However, just like last time, Tom didn't see his so-called father, Old Tom, anywhere. Mr. and Mrs. Riddle boarded the carriage. "Let's go to the room I've prepared for you first. You can put your things away and then have something to eat," Mr. Riddle said with a warm smile. "All right," Tom replied calmly. Although the two elderly people in front of him were his grandparents, he still felt a bit restrained. This was rare for Tom, who was usually charming and sociable. In fact, at Hogwarts, everyone who knew Tom liked him, well, everyone except for that bastard Wade. Because Tom's tricks never worked on him. After that, the three of them sat in silence in the carriage. Mr. and Mrs. Riddle just kept stealing glances at their grandson, liking what they saw more and more. Tom really did look a lot like Old Tom, equally handsome and easy to like. Though Tom felt uncomfortable being stared at like that. Compared to staying cooped up in the safe house with that bastard Wade, having to endure a few extra looks here at the Riddle estate wasn't such a big deal. After a while, Tom couldn't take the staring anymore. Rather than keep being looked at like that, he figured he might as well say something. "The quiet place I mentioned in my letter before. It's ready. The moment I received your letter, I had people start work on it right away. It was just completed recently," Mr. Riddle said with a smile. "We'll take you there after dinner. If there's anything else you need, you can tell August directly. I wasn't sure exactly what you had in mind, so I just went with what I thought might work." Sensing Tom's stiffness, Mr. Riddle took the initiative to start chatting with him, throwing out a few casual topics. That made Tom feel a bit more at ease, and he began to warm up slightly to his grandparents. After unpacking and finishing lunch, Mr. Riddle took Tom alone to a wooded area behind the manor. This forest was also part of the estate. Amid the trees stood a newly built two-story cottage, looking quite nice. And since it was nestled within the woods, it met the requirements Tom had mentioned in his letter. Secluded, hidden. "I've already instructed the servants not to go near this part of the forest," Mr. Riddle said. Tom quietly looked around at the surroundings, feeling very satisfied. Aside from the secluded location, the house had a large clearing around it, perfect for practicing new spells freely. It was far more comfortable than the safe house. Mr. Riddle asked, "Well, are you satisfied with the place?" "Thank you. This place is excellent," Tom said sincerely. "I'm your grandfather, no need for thanks," Mr. Riddle said, glancing around. "After I'm gone, this place will be yours anyway." Tom shook his head. "You'll live a long and healthy life." "Ahaha. You must say that kind of thing a lot when you're out in the world, right? No need for such formalities at home. Between blood relatives, there's no need for meaningless pleasantries." Hearing this, Tom felt a warmth in his chest he couldn't quite explain. Over the years outside, putting aside the days in the orphanage, back then, life had been carefree. After all, he was the one doing the bullying. But ever since he met that bastard, everything had changed. He could no longer do as he pleased. After arriving at Hogwarts, for the sake of his future, he had no choice but to rein in his temper and wear a false mask, socializing with people who were neither as strong nor as talented as him. To be honest, though Wade was utterly detestable when he was around, Tom didn't need to pretend. And now, it seemed there was one more place where he didn't have to wear a mask. "All right," Tom replied. This time, he didn't politely say thank you again. Mr. Riddle nodded in satisfaction. "If you're worried someone might accidentally wander in and disturb you, I can have some guards posted at the entrance to the woods." "No need for that. I naturally have my own ways of keeping this place undisturbed," Tom said calmly, his fingers brushing over the wand handle that had slid partway out of his pocket. Mr. Riddle nodded in understanding. "All right, then I won't interfere." Forgive me for not fully understanding your capabilities, but, if it can be avoided, I'd prefer no one gets hurt." "Don't worry. Even wizards can't harm muggles at will." Most legends muggles have about wizards aren't actually true, so there's no need to be too wary of us. After speaking, Tom felt his words were a bit too absolute, so he added, well, there certainly are dark wizards who commit all sorts of crimes, but, just like among muggles, criminals exist. It's unavoidable. In any case, we wizards have our own government and enforcement agencies to deal with that. Then I'm reassured, Mr. Riddle said with a smile. Shall we go in and take a look? The house Mr. Riddle had built for Tom was fairly spacious. It wasn't just a simple lab, as Tom had requested in his letter. There was a sitting room, a kitchen, a study, a bathroom, everything one might expect. The lab Tom needed had been set up on the second floor. And right next to it, there was a bedroom. All the furnishings and layout were more or less what you'd find in a wizard's home. Tom could move in and live here permanently without any issues. It had to be said, Mr. Riddle had arranged everything with great care. Are you satisfied with it? Mr. Riddle asked. Yes, very satisfied, but... Tom hesitated. To be honest, Tom was feeling genuinely puzzled. For a muggle who had supposedly never encountered the wizarding world before, the setup here was far too appropriate. Mr. Riddle smiled. I know what you're wondering. On my own, I couldn't have arranged everything this well. But, there's someone else in our family who has seen what a wizard's home looks like, isn't there? Tom's eyes widened. You mean? Yes, Tom, your father. He gave me a lot of useful suggestions. Hearing this, Tom's emotions instantly became complicated, as if a long dormant string in his heart had suddenly been plucked. It felt like something he'd secretly been hoping for had quietly come into view. Chapter 212, Lick It Up. I command you to lick it clean. But I haven't seen him since I returned, Tom murmured. These things take time, Tom. The shadows in one's heart always need time to fade, said Mr. Riddle with a sigh. Though you might not want to hear this, truth be told, after hearing that your mother had passed, he actually began to show some signs of improvement. My mother, was she the deepest shadow in his heart? I'm afraid so. I don't expect you to forgive him, but I hope you can understand, after all that he went through, it's not entirely unreasonable that he ended up this way. Tom was silent for a moment, then finally said, there's nothing to forgive him for. He never really wronged me. If I were him, I wouldn't have handled it any better. Putting himself in his father's shoes, Tom had to admit, his mother's actions had indeed been abysmal. If he were in old Tom's place, he too would likely carry such psychological scars for a lifetime. He, more than anyone, understood now what it felt like to be suppressed, completely powerless to resist. It was rather pathetic, really. The reason he could now empathize with his father, and even think from someone else's perspective for the first time, was because he'd spent so long enduring life under Wade Reynolds' constant pressure. After touring the new house, Tom and Mr. Riddle sat down together on a bench by the front door. Tom opened his suitcase and pulled out a tea set. This suitcase had been a Christmas gift from Wade. Thanks to the undetectable extension charm placed on it, it could hold a considerable number of items. Back then, Wade had even said he forgot to prepare a gift for him. Mr. Riddle watched in surprise as the teapot floated in midair and automatically poured a steaming cup of tea into the empty teacup in his hand. The hovering teapot, as if it would never run out, and the tea never seemed to go cold. After overcoming his initial fear of the wizarding world, Mr. Riddle had gradually adapted, and now he simply found magic to be full of wonder. After pouring Mr. Riddle some tea, Tom then took out a cage from the suitcase. Inside the cage was a snowy owl. It was a white snowy owl that he had just purchased today in Diagon Alley. Perhaps from being kept inside the suitcase for too long, the owl looked a bit displeased. I'll be using magic to conceal this place later. If you want to contact me, just write a letter and send it with her. I'll come find you, Tom said as he handed the owl over. Mr. Riddle had already been receiving Tom's letters by owl post, so this didn't come as much of a surprise to him. He simply nodded and took the snowy owl. What's its name? Mr. Riddle asked, looking at the owl inside the cage. Name. Tom was taken aback for a moment. In his eyes, owls were merely tools for delivering letters. Why would a tool need a name? From today on, she's part of the family too. She should have a name, Mr. Riddle said cheerfully, gazing at the owl in the cage. He had always felt that owls from the wizarding world were far more intelligent than any others he'd seen before. Every time he received a letter from one, it almost felt like they could understand human speech. Then you name her, Tom said casually. Mr. Riddle thought for a moment and then suggested tentatively, how about letting your father name her, what do you think? Tom paused, not quite understanding Mr. Riddle's reasoning. Still, he didn't object. Whatever. That's wonderful, Mr. Riddle said happily. Next, Tom planned to move into the new place. So, the butler, Mr. August, soon delivered the rest of Tom's belongings. After Mr. Riddle and the others left, Tom pulled out his wand and began casting spells around the woods. Protective enchantment. Muggle-repelling charm. Though the forest wasn't very large, it still took him over an hour to finish casting spells along the perimeter. Thankfully, Wade had taught him how to mask his traces. Otherwise, just this one round would have gotten him expelled several times over. While Tom was setting up his secret base, Wade was in the greenhouse outside the wizard tower, working overtime to tame that venomous tentacula. Thunk thunk thunk. Another round of volley fire. Wade and Tomcat, perfectly in sync, each grabbed a wooden shield and blocked the flurry of fangs until the plant finally settled down. It's not that it didn't want to keep attacking, it was just severely undernourished from being watered only with plain water every day. And Wade and his cat kept showing up again and again. Its venomous fangs didn't even have time to grow back anymore. It was truly all out of juice. It looks like it's done for, Wade said. Meow. Tomcat peeked out from behind the shield with one eye, then nodded rapidly. You can start your performance now, Tom, Wade said. Tomcat puffed out its chest and proudly patted it, as if to say, leave it to me. Then it pulled out a large bottle of nutrient solution from behind and strutted up to the venomous tentacula. At this point, the plant was utterly exhausted. A long seam slowly opened along one of its branches, revealing a blood-red eye inside. It looked horrifying. Kiki meow. But Tomcat wasn't scared at all. It even reached out and poked at the largest bloom atop the tentacula's head, revealing the insides of the petals. Inside the petals, not a single fang remained, just a bald patch. It looked utterly pitiful. Tomcat let go of the petals, shook its head, and clicked its tongue repeatedly, making that tsk tisk tisk sound. The venomous tentacula was burning with rage. If it had even a sliver of energy left, it would have shot the damn cat full of holes. But now, all it could do was droop its bizarre single eye and glare intently at Tomcat. Then, right in front of it, Tomcat opened the bottle. A familiar scent wafted out. Though the tentacula had no sense of smell, it could still sense that the liquid inside was exactly the nutrient solution it craved most. Tomcat dipped a claw into the bottle, drew out a drop, and brought it close to the base of the tentacula. The tentacula's eye widened at once, locked onto that single droplet. Even one drop would be enough. But just as the droplet was about to fall, Tomcat suddenly pulled its paw back and licked it instead, making a blissful expression. Meow wow. The entire vine of the venomous tentacula trembled in fury. Damn fangs. Grow, damn it. I'm gonna riddle that damn cat full of holes. Off to the side, Wade had been silently observing the venomous tentacula's reaction, or rather, its expression. Though describing a plant this way sounded bizarre, when it came to system-generated flora, even the strangest things somehow made sense. Was this species always capable of growing intelligent plants from the start? Or was it Tomcat's nutrient solution that caused it to mutate again and gain sapience? Wade was very curious. While Wade pondered, Tomcat continued its performance. Right in front of the tentacula, it tilted back its head and started chugging the nutrient solution from the glass bottle. Since it was a transparent bottle, the tentacula could see everything clearly. In just a few seconds, Tomcat had gulped down half the liquid. At this moment, the tentacula's craving for the nutrient solution had reached its peak. Hic, burp. After only drinking half, Tomcat let out a long, satisfied burp, as if it were already full. The venomous tentacula stared at him with utter longing. If you're full, then give me the rest. But Tomcat only grinned cheekily, and poured the remaining half bottle right onto the ground. The tentacula, trapped in its flower pot, could only watch in horror. Whoosh. Its entire body thrashed wildly, leaves flailing like it was screaming at the top of its lungs. You poured it out. You poured it out. Lick it up. I command you to lick it clean. Its single bloodshot eye was fixed on the spilled nutrient solution, practically bulging from its socket. Forget it, looks like it's still not willing to give in. Just water it with plain water again, let's go, Wade said helplessly. I honestly don't get it, if it just admitted defeat, it could be drinking nutrient solution every day, but no, it insists on plain water. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tentacula furiously shook its branches, nodding and bowing desperately. Enough. It's enough, I surrender. Mo. Mo. Tomcat tugged on Wade's sleeve, then pointed at the venomous tentacula. HM. It gave in. Wade asked curiously. Tomcat nodded vigorously. All right. Wade stepped closer to the tentacula again. If you've truly surrendered, I can give you nutrient solution, every meal, even. But if you're just tricking us, planning to turn on us once you're full, then I'll make this clear now, we're the only ones who can brew this nutrient solution. You either get full every day, or you get one last feast. Think it through. The tentacula nodded frantically. Tom, give it to it. Grinning wide, Tomcat reached behind him, who knows from where, and pulled out several more bottles of nutrient solution, then poured them all straight into the tentaculous flower pot. The plant's single eye narrowed in pleasure, and its tendrils trembled with delight. It was like a dying man in a desert suddenly offered all the clean water he could drink. Ah, bliss. The nutrient solution disappeared into the soil at a visible speed. Tomcat dumped in 5 or 6 bottles, and the flower pot was still dry. At the same time, the fangs hidden in the petals of the venomous tentacula began growing rapidly again. A short while later, it was finally full. This time, the nutrient solution in the flower pot didn't vanish instantly. Wade kept a wary eye on it, but the plant no longer attacked. Whoosh-wash, the tentacula gently swayed its tendrils to express its gratitude. This nutrient solution was so good, what if it never got to drink it again? Fine, it gives up. No more fighting. It had never felt this satisfied in its entire life. Tomcat set the bottles down, pointed at the remaining nutrient solution inside one of them, then proudly patted its own chest. As if to say, I brewed all of this. The tentacula lightly placed a tendril on Tomcat's shoulder. As if to say, from now on, we're blood brothers. Since you've yielded, I'll give you a name too. How about Fong? The tentacula rustled its branches in approval, completely unbothered by Wade's lazy naming. As long as it could eat its fill, who cared about a name anyway? Chapter 213, something is off. Wade was dressed in travel clothes, carrying his suitcase as he quickly came down the stairs. He took the hat from Toby's hands and put it on, then rested his hand on the table, letting Nagini slither up onto his arm. Toby, I'll be away from home for a while. I'm leaving the house in your care, Wade instructed. Young Master Wade, don't worry about a thing. You can travel at ease, I'll take good care of the house. Toby squeaked. Good. Tomcat, while I'm gone, don't cause trouble, all right? Be good and listen to Toby, Wade said, turning toward the fireplace. But just as he picked up a handful of flu powder, he suddenly paused and added, also, you can read any book in my study. I know you're literate. Maybe it was because some remnants of the senior's consciousness lingered when she possessed Tomcat, but it really could read. Meow. Sob. Tomcat nodded repeatedly, waving a white handkerchief in the air as if dramatically bidding farewell. Then it pretended to wipe away tears. Wade shook his head. This guy was probably eager for him to leave so he could go back and sleep all day. Still, he didn't push it. No matter how smart Tomcat was, it was still a cat. Just because it behaved like a human didn't mean it should be held to human standards. Hiss hiss hiss. Nagini, coiled around Wade's wrist, lifted her head and asked a question. Oh, we'll stop by to see Tom the human first, then go visit Mr. Scamander. I've always wanted to see those magical creatures he raises, and you'd like to see some old friends too, wouldn't you? Wade said as he stepped into the fireplace. Late at night. In the woods behind Riddle Manor. Sectum Sempra. Swoosh. A smooth slash appeared on the wooden post. Under the moonlight, Tom looked at the cut with some disappointment. Too shallow. Wade, in the end, hadn't used a memory charm to keep him from tattling. Instead, he taught Tom the spell as a trade. Tom still couldn't figure out why Wade did it, but without a doubt, it was a powerful spell. It struck silently, leaving no trace, and unless a specific counter-curse was used, wounds caused by it wouldn't stop bleeding. He had been practicing it for quite a while since learning it from Wade. However, no matter how much he practiced, his casting still didn't match the power Wade had displayed. Back then, Wade's Sectum Sempra had silently sliced off a troll's head. Tom knew well from the books how tough troll skin was, definitely far tougher than this ordinary wooden post. He just couldn't figure it out. Wade was the same age as him, so why was his magic so much stronger? How did he do it? Or rather, what had his ancient family done to him? To figure that out, Tom had spent quite some time sneaking into the restricted section at Hogwarts. There were actually plenty of ways to become stronger, but how much legitimate knowledge could there be in the restricted section? Those methods, just reading about them gave him chills. Aside from being unpleasant in process and leaving some serious aftereffects, all of them came with huge risks. One wrong move, and that was the end. Tom was still young. He didn't want to die just yet. It wasn't worth gambling his life for just a slight increase in strength. Magic is all about willpower. That bastard makes it sound so easy, Tom muttered. Wade often said that the greater one's mind, the greater the power of one's magic, but Tom never quite agreed with that. He was certain that when he cast spells, he was more focused and more attentive than anyone else. So why was it that his magic just wouldn't increase in power? Well, it wasn't that it didn't improve at all. It's just, it felt like there was a ceiling he couldn't break through. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't surpass it. Tom sighed, reset the wooden post, and got ready to continue his practice. This was the Riddle estate. Unlike the safe house, no one would disturb him here. He finally had a place where he could study and practice in peace. Tom believed that if he kept working at it, one day, he'd figure out the trick. Bang. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out in the distance. Tom only turned his head briefly before returning to his training, paying it no mind. Grandpa Mr. Riddle had already told him that the guards they employed sometimes spent time practicing their shooting. Wealthy families always needed some kind of defensive force. However, constant gunfire was rather annoying. Tom decided he'd set up a soundproofing charm later. As for which spell to use, Tom thought for a while and realized he didn't actually know any spells that could block out sound on a wide scale. Maybe he should write a letter and ask Wade. Sectum sempra. Imagining the tree trunk as Wade's neck made the cut deeper. Damn, let me try again. Just as Tom was preparing for another enthusiastic round of testing, a white blur swooped down from the treetops. It was the snowy owl he had given to Mr. Riddle. But the owl looked flustered and panicked. Tom frowned and removed a small note from its beak. The note was scrawled in a hasty, unfamiliar hand. Tom was certain he had never seen this handwriting before. Moreover, the words were spelled imperfectly, as if written in great haste. It seemed to say, "Be careful. Get out quickly." Tom's heart instantly jumped. Thinking back to the gunshots earlier, he now realized something was wrong. Who practices shooting this late at night? Maybe something had happened outside. Could it be that Grindelwald had come? His first instinct was to pull out the portkey made from phoenix feather that Dumbledore had given him and return to the safe house. But just as he was about to do that, another thought suddenly surfaced. What if he stayed and went out to investigate? If something had happened, maybe he could do something about it. Even Tom himself was surprised by this idea. It completely went against his usual way of doing things. But if he didn't, he felt an intense discomfort inside. After a long moment of internal struggle, Tom finally gritted his teeth and chose to stay. He definitely wasn't doing it out of some sentimental notion like family. He just didn't want to lose the Riddle family's financial backing. Once he made up his mind, Tom quickly ran back to the cottage and retrieved a brand new invisibility cloak from his suitcase. He had bought it for a hefty price in Diagon Alley before returning to the Riddle estate. Since he hadn't yet mastered the disillusionment charm, he figured getting an invisibility cloak would be a good idea. It might just save his life at a critical moment. He hadn't expected he'd need to use it so soon. Tom threw the cloak over himself, and his body instantly vanished into the air. The cloak's quality was excellent, and since it was new, the concealment effect was flawless. Wearing it, Tom quietly slipped out of the woods. It had only been a little over 10 minutes, yet the gunfire from earlier had already completely died down. Normally, the guards practiced their shooting every other day, and each session lasted at least an hour. But now that he thought about it, the gunfire had only lasted a few minutes just now, and it was the middle of the night. So something had happened. Tom gripped his wand in his right hand, held his invisibility cloak with his left, and pinched the phoenix feather portkey between two fingers. He was ready. If anything felt even slightly off, he'd activate the portkey and vanish on the spot. Chapter 214, I'll speak. That kid is. Just as he stepped out of the woods, Tom frowned. He smelled something metallic, like rust. The last time he'd smelled something like this was back in the Forbidden Forest. That time, Wade had slit the throats of 3 goblins right in front of him and an older student. The smell of blood. Sure enough, Tom soon spotted a corpse lying not far ahead. As he got closer, he realized just how gruesome it was. The body had been torn apart, only the pale face remained intact. A rifle lay several meters away, the barrel twisted like a corkscrew. Tom looked at the somewhat familiar face and recognized it as one of the Riddle estate's guards. When Mr. Riddle had introduced him to the household, he'd met all of them. Severing charm. It was typically used to cut up difficult potion ingredients. This was the first time he'd seen it used on a person. Whoever had come, their brutality had far exceeded Tom's expectations. He realized now that there was likely nothing he could do to help. And if the guards had ended up like this, could Mr. Riddle's family possibly still be alive? Almost certainly not. At that thought, a strange, inexplicable wave of sorrow welled up in Tom's chest. It was a feeling he'd never experienced before. Stifling the urge to vomit, Tom carefully avoided the blood as he stepped past the body. Although he knew his own strength couldn't possibly match that of the murderer. At the very least, he could sneak a glance and find out who had done it. Once he knew, he could quietly leave. Even if he got discovered, he still had the phoenix feather portkey. He had a way out. But a nameless fury was rising from deep inside him, resisting the idea of retreating quietly. Right now, he wanted to kill someone. As Tom moved closer to the main manor at the center of the estate, the stench of blood in the air grew thicker. And the number of corpses on the ground increased. Without exception, every single one of them had died a horrific death. This wasn't just murder, it was slaughter. It looked as though the killer bore a deep, personal grudge against the Riddle family. Tom approached the manor and looked up at the first floor. At the moment, it was the only part of the house with the lights still on. Faint voices could be heard coming from above. Tom crept over to the base of the wall, tightened the invisibility cloak around himself, and quietly muttered a spell. In the next second, his body began to rise slowly. He stopped once he reached the first-floor window, then carefully poked his head forward to peek inside. While Tom hovered outside the first-floor window using the levitation charm, peering inside. In the dining room, several ugly-looking men sat around the table. They were tearing into steaks with brute force while sneering at the 4 people lying on the floor. Aside from being hideous, these men all had one thing in common: each of them held a wand. Wade had once told him that among wizards, those who looked especially grotesque were either purebloods or dark wizards. And if you happened to run into a dark wizard from a pureblood family, you'd better pray for yourself, because those types weren't just powerful, they were twisted too. Tom couldn't tell which kind these men were, but one thing was certain: they were dark wizards. Under the dim candlelight, Tom soon managed to get a good look at the 4 people on the floor. 2 of them were his grandparents. Beside them, the butler, Mr. August, was also lying flat on his back, eyes closed. Aside from those 3, there was another man face down. Tom couldn't see his face clearly, but he could guess it was likely his cheap father, the man he'd never formally met. Standing in front of the 4 of them, there was another figure. Tom couldn't see the man's face, he was facing away from the window. Crucio, the wizard snarled, aiming the Cruciatus curse directly at the men on the floor. Urg. The men instantly curled up, revealing a face strikingly similar to Tom's own. It was old Tom, his expression twisted in agony, sweat soaking his disheveled gray hair. Clearly, by the time Tom arrived, this hadn't been the first time the curse had been cast. Moments later, the wizard stopped, clearly skilled in controlling the curse's intensity. He withdrew it just before old Tom reached his breaking point. And then, after a pause, cast it again. There was no mistaking it, his hatred for old Tom ran deep. Watching his father, mangled and broken on the floor, Tom gripped his wand tighter outside the window. There were too many wizards in that room. He didn't stand a chance. After finishing another round of the Cruciatus curse, the wizard finally stopped for good. He crouched down, grabbed old Tom's graying hair, and yanked his head up. "This is just a bit of interest, you filthy pig," the wizard shouted, panting with rage. "You and that whore both deserve to die. You deserve it." Old Tom's lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word. "Now, tell me, where's that little bastard? He took something he had no right to take. And now, I'm taking it back." Outside the window, Tom stared at his back, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. The moment the man spoke, he recognized the voice. Morphin Gaunt, his uncle. Even though he felt nothing for his so-called father, this was even their first meeting. Morphin Gaunt, that mongrel cur, he dared come for revenge. How dare he? Old Tom's body was trembling, still unable to say anything. "Oi, if you're gonna interrogate him, maybe don't break him first," another wizard nearby jeered. "He's already in bits, you really think you'll get anything out of him now?" "Shut up," Morphin roared, humiliated and furious. The other wizard sneered at him. "Gaunt, I'm not one of your lackeys. If you hadn't promised this muggle family was loaded, and that we could take all their gold once we were done, I wouldn't have bothered showing up." "Hurry it up already," another dark wizard said impatiently. "What's the point of talking to some loser who can't even deal with muggles on his own?" Morphin's face flushed bright red from the insults. But under the malicious stares of these vicious men, he shrank his neck and didn't dare lash out, choking back the shame and fury. I just want to get my ring back. I don't care about anything else they own." "Huh, you planning to split the loot with us or something?" The first wizard stood up with a look of contempt. "You think the Gaunt family's still what it was centuries ago? Let's go find the vault, boys." "Leave him." The other wizards stood up at once and eagerly followed the lead wizard downstairs. Soon, the sound of rummaging and overturned furniture came from the first floor. Morphin turned back toward old Tom lying on the ground. "It's all your fault, you filthy pig. If it weren't for you, the Gaunt family wouldn't be down to just me." He took a deep breath, then said again, "Tell me, where's that filthy little brat you had with that whore? Don't even think about lying. I saw him coming back in your carriage just yesterday." Old Tom weakly raised his head and, for the first time, met the eyes of the twisted-faced Morphin Gaunt. "That kid is, that. Ugh. Speak. Tell me where that kid is." "I'll speak. I'll speak. That kid is. None of your fucking business, you pathetic, inbred, ugly freak." Fucking coward. Where was this superior tone when talking to your own kind, huh? Why don't you go drown yourself in your own piss? Ha, ha ha. Trying to get your stuff back. How'd you even manage to get robbed by a kid? You worthless piece of trash, ha ha ha. Old Tom suddenly spat out a whole string of insults, leaving Morphin stunned, and even Tom outside the window completely dumbfounded. Honestly, after being tortured with the Cruciatus curse, as a muggle, old Tom shouldn't have even been able to talk. In Tom's eyes, after suffering such agony, even if he could speak, his so-called father should have confessed everything right away. He never imagined that this cheap father of his would just start hurling abuse like that. Was this really the same man who hadn't even dared to meet him properly? Wasn't he supposed to be weak and spineless? You filthy muggle. I'll kill you. Morphin was practically exploding with rage. He could endure being mocked by the other dark wizards, but this filthy muggle. This muggle dared insult him. Look down on him. How dare he? How dare he? Seeing the green light flash before him, even without understanding magic, old Tom knew he was about to die. A bitter smile appeared on his face. It seemed like he was mocking Morphin, or perhaps mocking his own pitiful life. Ha! All you magical people, always uncaring of us non-magicals. You know what? Fuck you. And fuck your wizardry. He spat his final curse, then closed his eyes, quietly waiting for death to come. Chapter 215, Hostage Situation. Ha! All you magical people, always uncaring of us non-magicals. You know what? Fuck you. And fuck your wizardry. He spat his final curse, then closed his eyes, quietly waiting for death to come. The events of the past had left a shadow over him that he could never shake. Maybe it was better if it all ended here. Avada Kedavra. Sectum Sempra. Splurt. A hand holding a wand flew off and landed several feet away on the floor. Ah. Morphin clutched his arm and collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Tom flung off the invisibility cloak and floated in from the window, landing silently in front of old Tom. Old Tom opened his eyes and saw a boy who looked strikingly similar to himself. But after just 1 second, he turned his gaze away, fear written all over his face, as if the one who had just cursed Morphin out, risking his life to do so, was someone else entirely. What's going on up there? That useless old man didn't get taken out by a muggle, did he? Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised. Enough. Let's go check. We don't want anything messing up the plan. The voices drifted up from downstairs. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps on the staircase. Let's go. Tom. We need to leave, old Tom said in a defeated tone. He had never felt anything for his son. In fact, every time he thought of him, he was reminded of that terrifying time in his life, and so he always avoided him, unwilling to meet face to face. But blood ties are strange things. Now that he'd finally met his son, he realized the resistance he expected in his heart wasn't really there. Tom stared at him for a long moment, then gave a sharp flick of his wand. Swoosh. Boom. The staircase immediately collapsed with a loud crash. Oi. What the hell? The stairs just collapsed. Watch out. There's another wizard upstairs. Apparate up there. As the staircase collapsed, Tom had already thrown the invisibility cloak back over himself and vanished into thin air. Crack. 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 A series of sharp cracks rang out like whips lashing the floor. Several dark wizards had apparated directly upstairs. But aside from a few muggles, the only thing waiting for them was a one-armed Morphin, howling in pain. Where is he? You useless old man. Stop screaming. Who chopped your arm off? Wah. It was him. The boy. That boy. Morphin wailed. For Merlin's sake, stop crying and answer me. Where is he now? Invisibility cloak. You pathetic old fool, getting your arm sliced off by a kid. Though they cursed Morphin as a useless waste, the dark wizards didn't dare let their guard down. They each cast Protego, then positioned themselves back to back. If that kid could slice off Morphin's arm, he could just as easily slice off theirs. The dark wizards exchanged glances and immediately launched a coordinated attack on their surroundings. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Avada Ko. Jets of green light swept across the entire dining room, blasting up clouds of dust and debris. To their surprise, not a single person had been hit. Logically, even if the boy had an invisibility cloak, as long as he was still inside the room, there was no way he could have dodged everything. They had even covered both the ground and the air. What they didn't know was, Tom had already cloaked himself and floated right outside the window. At that moment, the flying charm proved to be a lifesaver. Praise be to Wade Reynolds, even if he was a total bastard. Tom silently floated down to the first floor. After estimating the position, he raised his wand and aimed at the ceiling. Confringo. Boom. What the? A massive hole blasted open in the ceiling. 2 dark wizards screamed as they fell through. Crack. Avada Kedavra. Thud. A body hit the ground. Tom, face grim, quickly stowed his wand back under the invisibility cloak. This sneak attack had been sudden, but those men were seasoned dark wizards. No matter how fast he was, spellcasting still had a delay. At most, he could only take down one of them. Tom's spell had barely finished when the remaining dark wizard didn't even hesitate. He disapparated on the spot and fled. Tom stood grim-faced, but upstairs, the surviving dark wizards were even more shaken. A young wizard. Like hell he was. A wizard who could cast the killing curse wasn't some child. If they'd known he could use Avada Kedavra, only an idiot would have gone after him with nothing but a shield charm. A shield charm couldn't block a killing curse. Thwack. The fleeing dark wizard stormed back upstairs and punched Morphin square in the nose. Morphin. You nearly got me killed. This is your 11-year-old little wizard. Arg. Morphin howled in pain from his broken nose. He really is only 11. You motherfucker. The dark wizard no longer believed a word Morphin said. How did you know? Morphin muttered in shock. You, fuck off. He slammed Morphin to the ground and yanked up old Tom, dragging him in front to use as a human shield. At this point, all he wanted was to get out of here, even if there were still places in the Riddle Manor left to loot. They had already grabbed plenty of valuables, this trip hadn't been a total waste. But staying wasn't an option. There was a wizard hiding in the dark who could use the killing curse. He didn't want to die. The other dark wizards immediately followed suit, using levitation charms to lift the barely breathing butler August and the 2 elderly Riddles into the air as shields in front of themselves. Since the attacker was clearly related to this family of muggles, as long as they held these muggles hostage, he probably wouldn't dare cast another killing curse. 2 others, who didn't manage to grab hostages in time, picked up nearby chairs to use as shields instead. In their minds, as long as the opponent didn't dare use the killing curse, it didn't matter if he was hiding in the shadows, they had numbers on their side. Now how do we get downstairs? Someone asked. They were currently on the 2nd floor, but the staircase and half the floor had already been blown apart. Since they were carrying hostages, apparition was out of the question. Apparition left a brief window of vulnerability even under normal circumstances, let alone when bringing along unconscious muggles. There's a flower bed down there. We'll jump down in turns while the rest keep watch. Alright, whoever's on watch, be extra careful. The ones jumping will be completely defenseless. Half of the wizards stayed on the 2nd floor, levitating some furniture with spells, ready to throw it down as makeshift shields against any possible killing curse. The other half grabbed the hostages and cast levitation charms on their own robes, slowly floating down into the flower bed outside. Once they landed, the group upstairs repeated the same process and joined them in the flower bed. What surprised them was that the hidden wizard didn't attack during this golden opportunity. This could only mean one thing: the muggles must be very important to him. Realizing this, the dark wizards clung even tighter to the Riddle family, refusing to let go. Heart-pounding, they made their way from the flower bed out toward the nearby main road. After walking some distance without being attacked, the dark wizards finally allowed themselves a brief moment of relief. Just as they began to suspect that the hidden enemy might have left, or was still lurking somewhere waiting to ambush them. Suddenly, 2 or 3 small metallic spheres rolled out from the roadside. Silver balls. How did we not notice them before? One of the wizards bent down to pick one up. Wait. Something's not right, another wizard suddenly shouted. Chapter 216, New Dawn. Wait. Something's not right, another wizard suddenly shouted. There was no way such out-of-place objects would just appear in the middle of the road for no reason. Boom. Puff. Boom. Puff. Boom. Puff. Before they could react, the small spheres exploded. A cloud of gas burst out and instantly spread across the area. Thud. Thud. In just a single second, the dark wizards collapsed one after another, completely unconscious. From behind a nearby tree, Tom muttered, "Tempest Expurgo." Tom pulled off the invisibility cloak and stepped out. A light breeze swept away the lingering gas in the area. Only then did Tom walk forward coldly. Even Elite Alliance members couldn't resist this sedative. And you lot thought you could. He cast the fallen wizards a disdainful glance, then turned his gaze to the unconscious members of the Riddle family lying on the ground, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. This disaster had been brought about by him. If he hadn't provoked Morphin, the men wouldn't have led such a group of cruel dark wizards to attack the Riddle estate, and so many people wouldn't have died. In other words, he was the root cause of this tragedy. Once they woke up, he would probably have to say goodbye. Tom knew very well, anyone, after experiencing something like this, would find it difficult to forgive the one who started it all. All the more so with the Riddle family, who were already prejudiced against wizards. It seemed that the Riddles' hard-earned change of heart toward wizards would completely vanish after tonight. Sigh. Was this dream of family warmth destined to end after all? Tom checked on the Riddles one by one. They were all still breathing. Perhaps the dark wizards had intentionally spared their lives to interrogate them about hidden valuables. Or maybe Morphin wanted them alive just to prolong their suffering. Either way, these unfortunate muggles had at least managed to survive. Tom sighed and once again turned his gaze to his father, old Tom Riddle. He slowly crouched down, silently looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, someone who looked remarkably like himself, yet seemed far too aged. After a long moment, he pulled a small bottle from his pocket and smeared its putrid ointment under old Tom's nose. Compared to the others, old Tom's injuries were likely the lightest. Tom planned to wake him up, wrap up a few loose ends, and then leave the Riddle family for good. Old Tom groaned in pain and slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was Tom crouching in front of him. Then he noticed the bodies of the dark wizards sprawled behind him. "You took care of all of them?" "Yes," Tom replied. "And, your grandparents, are they still alive?" "They are. I'll be sending a message to the Ministry of Magic shortly. Someone will come and take them to St. Mungo's, that's a wizard hospital. You'll need to go too. The injuries you all sustained can't be treated by Muggle doctors. After that, I'll be leaving." Old Tom's gaze flickered. "You're leaving? Do you mean it the way I think you do? As in, never coming back?" "Yes. I won't be coming back. I think you understand by now, they came because of me. And those people, you could say they died because of me, too. I know none of you will ever forgive me, so staying isn't an option. So that's how you see us? As ignorant people?" Old Tom let out a bitter laugh and propped himself up with effort. "You wizards, always so high and mighty, thinking those of us without magic are nothing but fools. But aside from not having your strange powers, how are we any different from you?" Tom stared at old Tom, puzzled by his words. "We may not have magic, but we're still normal people, we're not stupid," old Tom said passionately. "Why do you think you're guilty just because you're a victim too? Do you really believe that when disaster strikes, we'd be the kind of idiots who blame a fellow victim, our own kin? Don't you think that's completely unfair?" Tom frowned. "But You regret it. You blame yourself, don't you?" Old Tom gave a bitter smile. "When I escaped back then, I felt the same way. That regret and guilt haunted me for years. I regretted drinking the water your mother gave me. I blamed myself for not having the courage to live up to my father's expectations. But I was a victim too, wasn't I? What did I do wrong? Tom's chest began to feel heavy, and with great effort, he inhaled and spoke. "We can talk about this later. You need rest, and they need treatment." Old Tom was breathing heavily. With Tom's help, he barely managed to stand up. The only reason he'd held out so stubbornly tonight was because the torture from Morphin had triggered years of pent-up emotions to explode all at once. When fear and oppression reach their peak, all that's left is rage. Old Tom took a deep breath. "Kid. I want to say." Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he shoved Tom aside. Tom felt utterly confused. But just as he steadied himself and turned to question old Tom, he saw a sudden burst of blood erupt from old Tom's body. Tom's eyes widened as he watched him slowly collapse. At that moment, at the broken window on the second floor, Morphin Gaunt was leaning against the shattered frame, clutching his wand with his remaining left hand, laughing maniacally. "No. No. No 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 no." Tom gripped his wand tightly. "Bahaha. So the pig decided to shove you aside, huh?" Cough. "Bahaha. He deserved it." A surge of overwhelming emotion, rage or sorrow, he couldn't tell which, suddenly surged up from deep within. "Die." He swung his wand toward Morphin with a violent motion. This time, he didn't even speak the incantation. Swish. The wand sliced through the air, releasing a sharp cracking sound. Then, a faint black ripple shot from the wand tip and vanished in an instant. Bang. On the windowsill, Morphin Gaunt's laughter stopped abruptly. Then, a massive crack slowly spread across the windowsill beside him. At the same time, a thin red line appeared across Morphin's neck. Boom. The next second, his head dropped to the ground, along with half of the windowsill, which crashed down with a thunderous boom. This was the most powerful casting of Sectum Sempra since Tom had learned it. Yet, the overwhelming effect of the spell failed to draw Tom's attention this time. Ignoring the scene entirely, he slowly turned his head to look at old Tom on the ground. Perhaps because Morphin had been severely wounded, the severing curse hadn't reached its full strength. So old Tom hadn't died instantly. But he wasn't far from it either. Several of his wounds were deep enough to expose bone. His upper torso was nearly split open. Ha. Ha. What do I do? Please. Tom crouched beside him, staring at the bloody mess that was old Tom, his mind utterly blank. Then, numbly, he began pulling things out of his pocket. Dittany. Healing potion. Tom numbly applied each of these to old Tom's body. But the blood kept gushing, washing away the dittany and drastically reducing its effectiveness. Old Tom was also vomiting blood non-stop, making it impossible to get the healing potion down his throat. Pesky. 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 Tom gripped his wand with blood-covered hands, trembling as he cast the spell over old Tom's wounds. But his healing spells were only good for superficial injuries. For something this severe, they were as useless as a cup of water on a burning cart. Maybe the dittany finally took effect, or maybe he managed to pour in a little of the potion. Old Tom eventually stopped coughing up blood, but the way his consciousness seemed to return only made Tom feel more uneasy. Tom, earlier, your grandfather asked me to name your owl. I thought about it for a long time and couldn't come up with anything, but now, I've got an idea. What do you think about calling her Dawn? Only through a new dawn can hope be seen. I thought, I was about to see mine. Read 2 weeks ahead. Chapter 217, Chapter 217, Who was your wand fighting for? Watching old Tom grow more alert before his eyes, Tom's emotions became increasingly tangled. He had heard people say that right before death, many experience a sudden return of energy, that final flare of brightness before the end. So, was old Tom, his father, the father he met for the first time only today, about to die? Cough. I think I might be dying. Strange, isn't it, Tom? We only just met today, but why do I feel so much regret? And you, why do you look so sad? Old Tom's complexion was turning redder by the second. Sad? Am I sad? Tom questioned himself. Only now did he realize his voice had gone hoarse. Really? If you're not sad, then why are you crying? Crying? Me? That's ridiculous. Tom shot back loudly, but just then, a cold droplet landed on the back of his trembling hand. I've never cried, not once since I was a child. And then he felt the liquid trail down his face, slipping into his mouth, salty and bitter. Even if we only met for the first time today, I'm still your father. Shedding a few tears. Cough. For me isn't something to be ashamed of. Old Tom's voice suddenly sank lower, and the flush on his face began to fade to an ashen gray. If only I hadn't met your mother. His voice grew fainter and fainter, almost inaudible. You can't die. You owe me so many years. You think you can just die and be done with it? Tom shouted furiously as he continued applying the last of the dittany and healing potion on old Tom. But the life was still draining from old Tom's body. I order you. You are not allowed to die. Tom bellowed, then reached into his pocket again. His expression froze. It was only now that he realized all his healing supplies were gone. His hand dropped limply. A sense of despair welled up inside him. Someone save him, save my. If only Wade were here, maybe. Maybe I'd die of anger because of you, came a familiar voice from behind. Wade. Tom turned around in excitement. Sure enough, Wade was standing behind him, carrying a suitcase. No one knew when he'd arrived. You. Move. Before Tom could even get a word of plea out, Wade kicked him aside. He's bleeding out. What's the use of dittany now, you idiot? You only remember to stop the bleeding after he's lost all his blood. TCH, what a waste of good stuff. Do you know how expensive my healing potion ingredients are? I've told you countless times to learn some basic healing spells, but you never listen. And now, when it really matters, you're flailing around like a headless chicken. Useless. Absolutely useless. Even though Wade was tearing into him without mercy, Tom, for the first time, felt a deep sense of relief. Because despite all the scolding, Wade's hands never slowed down. He first pulled out a vial of blood-replenishing potion and poured it into old Tom's mouth. Then, he began muttering incantations over the wounds, repairing the damaged internal organs. Once that was done, Wade waved his wand again. A large bundle of fine thread flew out from his suitcase, automatically threading needles and swiftly stitching up old Tom's wounds. Next, Wade pointed his wand at the freshly stitched areas and quietly chanted another spell. In the next second, wisps of pale smoke rose from the wounds, and the fine stitching thread slowly fused into the flesh. At the same time, the gruesome injuries began to heal rapidly as the thread integrated. Though the wounds closed up, they still left behind a terrifying scar. Wade then pulled out another glass bottle. Large red letters were scrawled across the label, for human use only. Stop grabbing the wrong one. Anyone who takes the wrong one will have their dried fish confiscated. After pouring a bottle of the nutrient solution into old Tom's mouth, the pallor of his face quickly returned to a healthy pink. If this had happened in the Muggle world, old Tom would have been a goner for sure. Blood loss on this level couldn't have been saved, even with a transfusion. But in the wizarding world, with all sorts of magical potions and spells, he still stood a chance. Take the blood-replenishing potion he just drank, it worked far faster than any transfusion. Add a bit of nutritional support to help the body recover its lost vitality, and the lost blood could be swiftly replenished. The entire operation was complex but carried out in a smooth and orderly fashion. The knowledge from those books Wade exchanged from the system had certainly proved their worth. In just a few short minutes, Wade had flawlessly applied all the knowledge of potions and spellcraft he had mastered. Watch your father. I'm going to look for others, Wade said as he packed up his things and walked to the other side. Tom nodded. Watching old Tom, who was finally breathing again, and thinking back to everything that had just happened, he felt as if a lifetime had passed in the span of moments. Hiss hiss hiss. From his wrist, Nagini lifted her head, as if saying something. Wade glanced at Tom, who was silently watching his father. Don't worry. He's going to be fine. Toby. I command you to appear before me at once, he said, clutching the enchanted galleon used for communicating with Toby. In the next second, the house elf's figure popped into view. Oh. Merlin. What happened here? The freshly summoned Toby was visibly startled by the devastation of the Riddle Manor. But he quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully. Master Wade, what are your orders? There's been an incident here, Toby. Don't call the Aurors yet. First, find Professor Dumbledore for me, Wade instructed. There was a reason for that. He wasn't sure how many questionable spells Tom had used earlier. Even if it was under duress, if the Ministry found out, it would definitely be trouble. What's more, with so many witches, wizards, and muggles dead, this already qualified as a major case. If they tried to destroy the bodies and cover it all up, the risk would be too great. If something went wrong, it could lead to even bigger problems. So, calling Dumbledore over was the better choice. After all, he was already aware of Tom's family situation, and he would definitely understand Tom, and could help deal with the Ministry of Magic. As for the cause of tonight's incident, when Wade saw Morphin Gaunt's head lying in the garden, he had already guessed most of the story. After sending Toby off to find someone, Wade once again turned to treating Mr. and Mrs. Riddle, as well as the butler, Mr. August. They were afflicted with several dark curses, most of which were for torture. For the sake of their mental well-being, Wade had to erase part of the pain they had suffered during their torment. Just as Wade was working on treatment, Dumbledore's figure appeared at the Riddle Manor. What on earth happened here? Dumbledore was stunned by the devastation. The Muggle guards' dismembered corpses had turned the entire road red with blood. Professor, we were attacked in revenge. Tom looked up and said. Dumbledore's gaze landed on the barely breathing old Tom on the ground. The terrifying scar across his body had only just begun to heal. Don't worry, Tom, it's all over now. Leave the rest to me, child, you need to rest, Dumbledore said gently, full of concern. This child had finally started to improve, only to nearly lose his entire family. If his whole family had actually died, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This boy, who had just begun to walk the right path, might have been pushed onto a road of no return because of this. I'm the only one who knows how all of this started. Wade just arrived not long ago, and I don't want to rest. Tom said weakly. Even though everything that happened tonight had drained him mentally and physically, he still refused to sleep. All right then, tell me exactly what happened here. While Tom recounted the events, Wade was already busy conjuring several stretchers with transfiguration. Then, using the levitation charm, he placed the Riddle family members onto them, ready to send them to St. Mungo's. By the time he finished those tasks, Tom had also finished telling the story. After all, the situation wasn't overly complicated. All right, stay with your family. Leave the rest to me, Dumbledore said after understanding what had happened. He bound up the unconscious dark wizards lying on the ground, then casually summoned Fawkes to deliver a message to the Ministry of Magic. An hour later, the entire Riddle Manor was sealed off. Aurors moved about the manor, handling the aftermath. Some were dispatched to investigate the surrounding area, worried that the incident might have drawn the attention of nearby muggles and potentially violated the statute of secrecy. After all, in the middle of the night, there had been a barrage of gunfire, hardly surprising if it had alarmed the neighbors. Even the Minister for Welfare rushed to the scene to offer condolences to the victim, that is, to Tom. Just as Wade had anticipated, with so many muggles brutally murdered by dark wizards, this case had escalated to a major incident. No one dared to take it lightly. The Riddle family had already been sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries as an urgent case. As for Tom, ever since earlier, he had been sitting silently by the roadside flower bed, staring at the massive crack in the wall across the manor window. Even when the minister came to speak with him, he barely reacted. Everyone assumed he was traumatized, a victim. Even with a few dark wizards killed by dark magic, the Aurors hadn't suspected Tom in the slightest. What kind of 11-year-old could cast the killing curse to murder someone, let alone unleash a single spell that sliced through both men and building? Anyone who dared suggest such a thing would be ridiculed to death by the public. Even Dumbledore assumed those dark wizards who died from dark magic had fallen to infighting. Your emergency treatment might stink to high heaven, but I have to admit, your spell casting has improved a lot, Wade said as he sat down beside Tom, both of them gazing at the massive crack in the distance. That smooth, clean split was caused by the Sectum Semper Tom had unleashed earlier. At that moment, several Aurors were using Reparo to fix the damage caused by the explosion spells throughout the manor. Soon, even that crack was fully repaired. A long time passed in silence. Finally, in a hoarse voice, Tom asked, "I've been practicing that spell for ages, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't even cut through a tree stump. So, why did it work this time, and with such power?" I asked Professor Dumbledore almost the same question back then. Wade replied. What did he say? Wade spoke softly, "When you finally figure out what you're fighting for, you'll discover you're capable of power you never imagined." So, Tom, when you cast that spell, who was your wand fighting for? Chapter 218, Tom's Epiphany. Who was your wand fighting for? For whom am I fighting? For whom does my wand strike? Tom muttered, repeating Wade's words. Wade didn't say anything more. He simply took out a floating teapot and teacup, then sat beside him, sipping his tea in silence. He didn't pour a cup for Tom, because he knew Tom wouldn't be in the mood to drink it for a while. No one knew how much time passed. By the time Wade felt like his stomach was sloshing with tea, and the Aurors had begun packing up, Tom finally snapped out of his thoughts. Judging by the system panel, where the merit points were bouncing steadily upward, something in Tom's mind must have shifted, though perhaps even he wasn't aware of it. Tom turned his head and asked, "So? Dumbledore wasn't lying to us after all. This is the magic of love." Wade nearly spat out his tea. Voldemort was giving up his dark arts research to ask him about the magic of love. Had the noseless one betrayed the revolution too? Maybe, Wade replied half-heartedly. I didn't go through what you just did, so I can't really say what's changed inside you. But, what is love, exactly? Why didn't I ever feel it before? Even now, I still don't. I just cast the spell the way I usually do, but it suddenly felt different. I even cast it silently. Tom frowned. At that moment, it felt like I could have done magic even without a wand. I don't know what that feeling was. That's a very profound question, Tom. I believe everyone has a different answer, because everyone desires a different kind of happiness. Even if you asked Professor Dumbledore, he could only tell you what he personally feels, he couldn't generalize it for everyone. And maybe it's not that you never felt love, but that you overlooked the feeling when it was there. Tom looked a bit disappointed upon hearing this. He felt as though he had been on the verge of grasping something, a key insight he'd long yearned to catch when practicing spells. But now, that feeling seemed to be slipping away again. Seeing Tom's disappointment, Wade paused for a moment, then continued bullshitting with a more thoughtful tone. Personally, I think love is when you suddenly have something you care about. And I mean something besides yourself. Then, because you care, your thoughts start revolving around it. You feel joy because of it, sadness because of it. And most importantly, you won't let anyone hurt it. If someone tries to hurt it, then that's when you pick up your wand. I think all the emotions you feel toward that thing, that's what love is. As Wade spoke, Tom's eyes grew brighter and brighter. I think I feel it again, that feeling, the feeling I had just now. Yes. I understand now. What did I care about most just then? What did I least want to lose? Family. Kinship. And then. As he spoke, Tom stretched out his hand. In his palm was a dead twig he had just picked up from the ground. But in the next second, the twig slowly transformed into an exquisitely delicate flower. The flower bloomed brilliantly in Tom's palm. But even Wade, who had once been a biologist, couldn't recognize what kind of flower it was. Because this flower didn't exist in the world to begin with, it was something Tom had transfigured freely at will. Wade was absolutely certain that before tonight, Tom's transfiguration was nowhere near this level. Even with a talent several times stronger than his peers, at his age, he should at most be able to turn a mouse into a goblet. But now, he could conjure a completely non-existent flower, without even using a wand, entirely by will. So, you've had an epiphany, too, huh? Just like Dumbledore. Wade felt a chill run through him. Merlin help him, he'd only been spouting nonsense just now. He was just trying to stay in character and casually bluff Tom a bit. He never expected Tom would actually take it seriously. And even more than that. When is someone finally going to talk me into an epiphany like this? Wait a second. Wasn't Tom's so-called epiphany just now related to the magic of love? Isn't there something off about that? Wade quickly glanced at his merit points balance, and saw that the total was still steadily ticking upward. This time, even the system seemed to need time to process it. Instead of a lump sum, the points were being added bit by bit. This showed just how deeply tonight's events had affected Tom. As everyone knows, someone like Tom, who would one day have a profound impact on the future, would only influence it more deeply the more he himself was affected. Wade finally looked away from his merit point balance. The system clearly couldn't process it all at once, and staring at the fluctuating numbers was starting to give him eye strain. He could only silently pray it wouldn't crash. The thing was half-baked to begin with, if it broke down now. Thank you, Wade. Tom looked at the flower in his hand and, for the first time in his life, sincerely thanked Wade. No need. Wade replied weakly. Tom glanced at the flower in his hand, looking like he wanted to say something. Wade jumped to his feet immediately. If you dare try to hand me that flower, I swear I'll shove it up your nose. All right, yeah, that would be kind of weird, Tom frowned. Two straight guys exchanging flowers? Yeah, that's not happening. But still. I really did grow stronger because of your words. Yeah, you really did get stronger, Tom. Honestly, I'm starting to think I've got a real talent for teaching. Maybe I should apply for a teaching post after I graduate. Wade muttered helplessly. Just a few casual words, and now everyone's having some sudden epiphany. What is this, a shiny cultivation world? Maybe I really should consider becoming a professor. If only I could have a moment of sudden enlightenment too. Magic really is all about mindset. Wade, of course you can apply for a teaching position. I've never seen a student with such a talent for teaching. If I'm still at Hogwarts by the time you graduate, I'll be more than happy to welcome you. How about teaching defense against the dark arts? I have a strange feeling that post will always be in high demand. Dumbledore suddenly appeared before the two of them. Knowing the old man, Wade was certain he'd been eavesdropping for quite a while already. Frantically replaying everything he had just said to check if there was anything incriminating, Wade didn't know how to respond for a moment. Tom, meanwhile, guiltily tossed the flower into the flower bed. Clearly, he thought the same. All that talk with Wade just now probably revealed the fact that he had used some rather questionable magic earlier. If Dumbledore had overheard, how could he not feel guilty? Suddenly, another voice came from the side. Such a beautiful flower, just tossing it away like that would be a real shame, don't you think? Dumbledore's cheerful expression instantly vanished, because the person who had arrived was none other than Grindelwald. With a casual wave of his hand, the dazzling flower on the ground floated into his palm. What are you doing here? Dumbledore asked, clearly displeased. If a school professor like you can come, why can't I, an actual high-ranking official from the Ministry of Magic? Grindelwald lowered his head and sniffed the flower in his hand, then turned to look at Tom with a smile, as if he were gazing at a dusty gem that had suddenly begun to shine. If I remember correctly, you're only the head of the Department of Magical Education. What happened tonight falls under the jurisdiction of the Aura Office. What excuse do you have to be here? Dumbledore said, annoyed. Grindelwald tucked the flower neatly into the breast pocket of his suit and replied with a smile, as you said, I'm the head of the Education Department. Overseeing education is my job. And here we have two underclassmen from Hogwarts, one of whom is a victim. Isn't it my responsibility to check in on their mental well-being? If they were traumatized and it affected their studies, wouldn't that fall under my purview? Wade said with mock admiration, wow, the way you put it actually sounds pretty reasonable. Wade, don't pick up bad habits from him, Dumbledore said quickly. You two should stay far away from him. Pick up bad habits. Grindelwald looked at him in surprise, then glanced down at his own expensive suit. I'm a high-ranking official at the Ministry of Magic now. If he learns from me, how could that be considered picking up bad habits? With Wade's talent for education, he might even succeed me one day as head of the Department of Magical Education. Is that so, Director? Dumbledore retorted sharply. I thought you were trying to have him succeed something else entirely. I, on the other hand, believe both of them will far surpass me in the future, in every respect, Grindelwald said meaningfully. Worried Wade might pick up his bad habits. What a joke. Everything Grindelwald had changed about himself to get to where he was today, the new approach, the better image, it had all come from learning from Wade. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Wade and Tom both gasped. This old man had actually dared to say that in front of Dumbledore. Wasn't he just tossing the two of them straight into the fire? Dumbledore had only just not brought up the matter of using dark magic. And now Grindelwald goes and says something like that, reminding him of everything. This old fox was seriously devious. If you hadn't pushed for your so-called educational reform, I'm quite confident they'd still grow up just fine, Dumbledore countered, his tone dry and laced with sarcasm. Educational reform. What's that? Wade immediately latched onto the topic, jumping in with a question. If he didn't divert the conversation now, when else could he? Oh. Speaking of educational reform. Grindelwald said with a smile, I plan to include the study of dark arts in the standard curriculum. That way, you won't have to sneak around to learn it anymore. You'll have professors guiding you. Even if you're learning dangerous spells, you won't have to worry about making mistakes. Wade and Tom were both stunned. Weren't they explicitly not supposed to bring up the dark arts? And what was with this blatant insinuation that they were learning dark arts? Was he trying to get them caught? Had this old man always been this subtly wicked? Chapter 219, Keep Enduring. Grindelwald stirred things up and then left. This made Wade suspect. Did the old man make the trip here just to fan the flames, trying to drive a wedge between the two of them and Dumbledore? Honestly, it was possible. If Dumbledore came to dislike some of their less-than-proper behavior and started distancing himself from them, then Grindelwald would indeed have a chance to recruit them. After Grindelwald left, Dumbledore didn't bring up dark magic at all. But that deliberate avoidance only proved he might really have been secretly listening for quite a while. Otherwise, with Dumbledore's personality, he would have at least said something, like a few words of warning not to go down the wrong path. Which meant Tom's use of dark magic probably couldn't be hidden anymore. Still, Wade had only come here to save people this time, and he hadn't used any dark magic himself. Even if someone had to be sent to Azkaban, the only one they could take was Tom. Just as Tom was feeling uneasy, Dumbledore suddenly received a letter. Tom, good news. Dumbledore smiled. Tom froze for a moment. Good news? Did he still even have such a thing? Was it that Azkaban suddenly had a bed available? Or maybe a private cell opened up? Dumbledore had no idea what Tom was imagining. He raised the letter in his hand and said, Your family has woken up. Because they were treated in time, there are no after effects. I see, that's wonderful. Wade smiled. Professor, did they, Tom mumbled, unable to get the words out. What is it? Dumbledore asked, puzzled. Tom means, did Lord Riddle and the others blame him for bringing disaster back home? After all, so many people died, Wade said directly. Yes, something like that. Honestly, I don't really care. Truly. If they blame me, that's normal too. Tom himself didn't even know what he was saying anymore. Some things, once you've had a taste of them, it's hard to let go again. So that's what you were worried about? Dumbledore sighed. Tom, oh Tom. You love your family. Do you think your family doesn't love you? Love is always mutual. If it's only one-sided, it can't be called complete love. Those who love you will tolerate the mistakes you make. Tom hesitated and said, but, do they really feel that kind of love for me? You have to know, we're not exactly close. I mean, why would they? Dumbledore looked at Tom with delight. And what about you? You're not close to them either, are you? Yet you still care so deeply about their safety. I think you've already experienced the strength this kind of feeling can give you. Wade smacked his lips. As expected, the old man had been eavesdropping earlier. Otherwise, how would he know everything? But, Tom, love isn't supposed to be reasonable. When your father pushed you away and took the curse for you, do you think he was worrying about the fact that it was your first time meeting each other? Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled under the moonlight. Tom fell silent. He didn't know what to say. Go to St. Mungo's, see them for yourself. Hear what they have to say, it's better than sitting here overthinking, Dumbledore said. All right. I'll go see them, Tom replied, but without much confidence. If the Riddle family did blame him, he could completely understand. If that happened, he would simply leave and never come back to this place. Then you two go ahead, I should get going as well. Wade picked up his suitcase. I originally planned to check in on Tom first, then visit Mr. Scamander. Nagini wanted to see an old friend too. I just didn't expect to run into all this. Wade, perhaps your trip to visit Newt will have to be postponed, Dumbledore said with a smile. Huh? Why? Wade felt his liver tremble at those words. Could it be that because of a few things that old man Grindelwald had just said, Dumbledore was now putting both him and Tom under house arrest? Tom's grandparents and father, was it you who performed their emergency treatment? Dumbledore asked. Yes. I did give them some necessary first aid. Wade let out a breath of relief when he realized it wasn't about being grounded. The methods you used amazed the healers at St. Mungo's. Especially once they learned that the person who came up with such emergency measures was only an 11-year-old wizard. So, they want to meet you, to exchange some knowledge in that area. Can I not go, was Wade's immediate reaction. If even the healers at St. Mungo's had never seen those techniques before. Sigh. Then going there to explain them would be no different from the time he'd been stuck helping train interns. So boring. Dumbledore looked a little regretful. Of course you can, though it may be a pity for them. After all, for healers, exchanging ideas is a good thing. Learning more methods of treatment is extremely important. A little more knowledge in saving people might mean a few more lives saved at critical moments. I think they're already considering nominating you for an award. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Wade suddenly straightened up. What did you just say? I said, they want to nominate you for an award. Not that part. That in critical moments, you might be able to save more lives. Not that part either. Ah, that more medical knowledge exchange is a good thing. Exactly. That's the one. Awards don't matter to me, what's important is, I just like doing good deeds. Wade said cheerfully. When Dumbledore mentioned awards, Wade had immediately thought of rewards, which then reminded him of the system. Right. His system was meant to encourage good deeds. If he shared his techniques with those healers, and they benefited from it, then every life they saved in the future would mean more merit points for him. That kind of long-term gain was far more stable than just squeezing Tom alone. Hearing Wade insist he only wanted to do good deeds, Tom said nothing, he just kept up a fake smile. Otherwise, he worried he wouldn't be able to resist tearing Wade down on the spot. After all, Wade had been a big help tonight. At least for tonight, he had to give the guy some face. But tomorrow, he wouldn't have to hold back. He would definitely challenge this fellow properly. Life circumstances are constantly changing. Today's Tom Riddle was no longer yesterday's Tom Riddle. Old grudges and new scores, all to be settled. It was about time for Tom Riddle to rise and take control. In the days that followed, Wade got along famously with the healers at St. Mungo's. And whenever he happened to encounter a young and beautiful female healer, he became especially talkative. As for Tom, his situation wasn't bad either, his grandparents truly didn't blame him. That finally allowed Tom to let go of the weight on his heart. A few days later, when Tom told Wade that the Riddle family had been discharged and were leaving, Wade even felt a little reluctant. Sigh, who knows when I'll get to come back. I'm already starting to miss the days of chatting and laughing with them. TCH, but since I'm not sick, it'd be weird to come running here every day, Wade said nostalgically on the carriage ride back with the Riddles. You like this place that much? Tom frowned. If he could help it, he hoped never to set foot in that place again. Hospitals always felt full of despair and sorrow, especially when he saw the families of patients in critical condition. That kind of atmosphere, something Tom had once felt nothing about, now suffocated him. What's not to like? Wade said, sounding intoxicated. Sharing healing techniques with the enthusiastic healers was so refreshing. All the female healers inside are absolute beauties, and their voices are so pleasant. I mean, saving lives felt so pleasant. I love being in there. Heh. Tom gave a scornful laugh. If you want to go back, there's a way. Oh. What way? Wade asked eagerly. I can send you back myself. Tom drew his wand, sneering. Wade, I didn't get the chance these past 2 days, but now, it's about time we settle our accounts. Once we get home, let's find a place to duel. Oh. Wade suddenly understood, his eyes lighting up with delight as he looked at Tom. Now that's a good idea. What, you really think I could beat you and send you to St. Mungo's? Kiki nope, as long as I give you a good thrashing, I'll have the perfect excuse to send you there, won't I? As long as I hold back a little and don't kill you, just make sure you're hospitalized for half a month or so, then I can stay there legitimately for quite a while. A dangerous light flickered in Wade's eyes. That immediately set off alarm bells in Tom's mind. Even though his strength had grown, he still felt an indescribable pressure. Wade calculated seriously, Miss Guinness in the ground floor artifact accidents ward is the prettiest. If I just make your wand misfire and injure your little Tom, that'll get you admitted. But there are even more pretty ladies up on the 5th floor spell damage ward. TCH, what a tough choice, Tom. How about you pick? Which floor do you want to go to? Silently, Tom shoved his wand back into his pocket. A second later, he pulled it out again, only this time pointing the tip to the side, carefully away from his little brother. I was only joking with you just now, Wade, don't take it seriously, Tom said solemnly. You know these past few days have been stressful for me. Even with his strength growing, he couldn't get cocky. The time wasn't ripe yet. He had to keep enduring. Chapter 220, Seniors Increasing Power. Wow, this place of yours is really nice. Wade eagerly toured Tom's new house. It had complete facilities, and outside there was even a huge garden for growing magical plants. After planting, there was still a large open space left for practicing spells. And this whole place was just a tiny patch of land in an otherwise dispensable part of the manor's woods. So this was what being a rich kid was like. Wade couldn't help feeling a bit envious. Tom watched expressionlessly as Wade wandered around inspecting everything on his own. In truth, this was his secret base. He absolutely didn't want Wade to find it. But when that guy had first arrived at the Riddle Manor, he immediately noticed some of the protective charms Tom had set up, and then, it was exposed. Tom had tried to stop him before, but he never seemed able to prevent Wade from doing anything. Including now, it seemed he wouldn't be able to stop himself from ending up back at St. Mungo's again. Tom. Come on, didn't you say you wanted to spar with me? Wade, while checking out the training ground, pulled out his wand and looked at Tom with eager anticipation. I admit I spoke a little too loudly earlier, but I still can't beat you right now. Tom surrendered very straightforwardly. It really had been a moment of brain lapse. In truth, he had absolutely no confidence in facing Wade at this point. He'd been too cocky and completely overlooked one thing, that if Wade could, with just a few words, make his strength grow. Then how strong must Wade himself actually be? Without powerful strength and experience as a foundation, how could anyone casually guide others to improve? Even Dumbledore had been able to gain enlightenment from Wade's words. What had he been thinking? To dare challenge him after just a little progress. Sure enough, the side effect of sudden power growth was getting carried away. Wade had even warned him about this before. And yet, he had forgotten. It's not a big deal, Tom. It's not like I'd go all out on you, Wade said, giving his wand a little wave. It had been some time since he last used his wand, and as Wade swung it, he actually felt a faint trace of emotion coming from it. Almost like it was sulking from being neglected. That discovery amused Wade greatly. Could it be that what Ollivander had said was true? That wands really did have their own spirit. So dragging Tom into a fight was also a way to test whether his wand felt any different now. To be honest, Wade, I just made a little progress with my family in terms of kinship, so please don't send me to St. Mungo's just yet. Let me spend a bit more time with them, all right? Tom said miserably. Sigh, fine, what a pity, Wade said helplessly. Tom lit up with joy. Could it be that this dark overlord was actually letting him off this time? Then let's switch from sparring mode to practice mode. Tom, attack me with everything you've got. I'll help you see where you need improvement. Wade lifted his wand to the bridge of his nose, carefully sensing the subtle emotions coming from it. Ah. Tom's heart sank all over again. In the end, wasn't he still going to get beaten? So this was what people meant when they said disaster comes from the mouth. Tom resolved that from now on, he'd avoid talking whenever possible. As for now, he'd just have to take the beating. A moment later, Tom's classic screams echoed through the woods. Wade only stayed at the Riddle household for a few hours before leaving as dusk settled. He declined Lord Riddle's carriage, picked up his suitcase, and stepped into the dim night at the manor gates. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. You wizards really are, here one moment, gone the next, Lord Riddle sighed as he leaned on his cane, gazing in the direction Wade had disappeared. Someone like him, there aren't many even among wizards. At the very least, what he can do, I still can't, Tom said with meaning. Really? But he looks about your age. And aren't you classmates? Lord Riddle asked curiously. A wizard's ability can't be judged just by age. Some people are born already standing at the finish line, Tom said bitterly. He still believed Wade came from some ancient pureblood family in the East, inheriting countless old spells and techniques. Otherwise, how could he possibly manage so many things that even adult wizards couldn't? No matter what, we should be grateful to him. He saved our lives. Lord Riddle sighed. The wizard who treated me said that if Wade hadn't removed some of my painful memories, even if I had woken up, I would have gone mad. Truly fortunate. Tom said sincerely. I thought you'd go traveling with him, Lord Riddle said. Tom shook his head. This time, I want to stay. I've realized something, and it's something that only exists here. And what's that? Lord Riddle asked. Tom thought for a moment, then showed a slightly embarrassed expression. Maybe it's called love. Then you made the right choice. If you had to leave with him to understand love, that would be a real problem. Tom. Creak. An ear-piercing screech of brakes sounded as Wade jumped off a bizarre-looking bus, immediately crouching by the roadside to throw up. Hope you ride the night bus again next time. Goodbye. Beep beep. The bus roared off and vanished in a flash. Wade took quite a while to recover before finally standing up at the roadside. Today, on a whim, Wade decided to try the legendary night bus. The result was an indescribable riding experience from this bus that had officially begun operating back in 1865. Ride again next time. No way. Still, the bus did have one good thing going for it: it took you straight to your destination. Now, he was standing on the land of Dorset. After all, Wade had never been to Dorset before, so he couldn't apparate. Once he had fully recovered, Wade looked at the road sign by the roadside to confirm his location. In this era without Google Maps navigation, finding your way was quite troublesome. I told you long ago, by a broom. Traveling would be much easier that way. A gentle voice suddenly sounded in Wade's ear. Wade jolted in shock and quickly looked around, but there wasn't a single person nearby. Senior? Wade asked in surprise. It's me. You don't need to rely on little animals to transmit your thoughts anymore. Wade asked excitedly. Yes, thanks to my research lately, I can already wield more magic. Within the range of Britain, my consciousness can now talk directly with anyone at any time. Damn. Wade drew in a sharp breath. Before this, she could already spread her consciousness across all of Britain. Now, just by being able to channel a little more power, she could actually speak to him directly through thought. It was unimaginable, when the day came that she truly emerged, just how powerful would she be. As if seeing through Wade's thoughts, the gentle voice sounded in his mind again. Even if I do come out, I won't be as strong as you imagine. Because if I don't disperse all that residuals clinging to me, I won't be able to leave. But once I scatter those remnants, I won't be that strong anymore. Relatively speaking, it's you, the one who absorbed that power, who will be stronger. So, you really don't need to worry. I'm not worried, only impressed, Wade said. And besides, once you've mastered the correct conversion method, won't your power surely return to what it once was? Chapter 221, I don't want to work hard anymore. Softly, she replied, yes, my research is only a step away. Once I succeed completely, any emotional power will be able to transform into harmless energy in my hands. Wade was shaken. If she could really achieve that, then what did he even need a system for? Just cling to her thigh, and he could become a god straight away. Then when you come out, won't you become a god in minutes? God. She went silent for a long while after hearing that word, then finally said, gods are omnipotent. But no matter how strong I become, I can't make up for the regrets of the past. So, I can never become a god. Sis. I don't want to work hard anymore. You're calling me sis? Do you even know how old I am? Then, Auntie. Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Exasperated, she said, don't joke around. How can you not work hard? Even if pies fall from the sky, you still have to be willing to bend down and pick them up. So all I need to do is bend down a little. Wade asked excitedly. Why are you always looking for ways to slack off? In fact, wanting to slack off is the very driving force of human progress. If people hadn't been too lazy to walk, how would flying brooms ever have been invented? Wade said with utmost seriousness. Fine, let's say you're right. Even if I want to help you, still, judging by my current conversion speed and your rate of absorbing the residuals, by the time I come out, your beard might already be wider than that Professor Dumbledore of yours. Wade's eyes went wide as if struck by lightning. Dumbledore's beard was still reddish-brown right now. For it to turn white, that would take 50 or 60 years. Which meant. So, that means you'll only be able to come out once I'm a 100-year-old geezer. Actually, with your abilities, I can't predict what you'll achieve in the future. Who helps whom then is still uncertain. Strictly speaking, I'm also making an investment. You give me too much credit. Wait, your voice. Wade suddenly realized. Back when she first appeared, whether it was her figure or her voice, he couldn't see or hear them clearly. But now, he could actually hear her true soft tone. Yes. I've finally reclaimed a little of what belongs to me. It's just a pity that things are no longer the same. Wade guessed that she must be thinking of her old friends again. But now, after so many years, those dear friends of hers might already be gone. After all, not every wizard could live as long as Dumbledore or Headmaster Dippet. And he could completely understand her feelings. To be trapped while still young, wasting away the years that should have been most precious. When all she could do was use her consciousness to quietly watch as her once close friends aged one by one, and then passed away one by one, just imagining it was enough to feel suffocated with despair. I can sense the change in your emotions, Wade. Are you feeling sorrow for my situation? No. I just put myself in your place for a moment. Theoretically, what I'm feeling should be your sorrow. Your empathy really is strong. But one person being sad is already enough. Why add you to the count? All right, my consciousness should withdraw now. I've disturbed you long enough. If you ever feel bored, you can come talk to me anytime, Wade said sincerely. Not because he was fawning, this really was a thigh worth clinging to. Keeping a good relationship here was definitely no loss. Whether she eventually came out or not, she could still be of enormous help to him. At the very least, whenever he ran into something he didn't understand about magic, especially when it came to dark magic, he could ask her directly. Kakik. After all, expecting Dumbledore to teach him dark magic was simply unrealistic. Even if Dumbledore claimed not to mind, he would never actually feel comfortable teaching it. And it wasn't like he could just write to Grindelwald with questions, either. Of course, Grindelwald would be more than happy to teach him, but without a doubt, his letter of inquiry would also appear on Dumbledore's desk just a few minutes later. That scheming old fox would love nothing more than to drive a wedge between him and Dumbledore. Of course, I won't hold back on that. Even if I can speak with anyone now, the only person I truly trust is you. That's really flattering, but why do you trust me so much? What's inside me is a tremendous temptation for anyone. And yet, even after experiencing its allure, you still manage to resist it. I know exactly how difficult that is. With empathy as strong as yours, you must understand my feelings, don't you? I do. After thinking it over seriously, Wade agreed with her reasoning. If he were in her position, he too would put his trust in someone who could resist temptation. After pondering for a while, Wade suddenly said, I'm not the only one who could do what I've done. If something ever happened to me, maybe you could go to Professor Dumbledore. Honestly, I've never seen anyone better at resisting temptation than him. The only temptation Dumbledore couldn't resist was family. And once he broke free from his attachment to family, the current Dumbledore was frighteningly powerful. Although Dumbledore believed he feared power, worrying that he wouldn't be able to withstand the temptation of it, Wade felt that was just his way of avoiding the issue. Even if he had once fallen into it, after officially standing against his former dearest friend, it was unlikely he would ever again be swayed by something as shallow as the lure of power. Dumbledore was at his peak right now. If he truly wanted power, who could stop him? But the fact that he didn't want it, that itself proved he had already resisted its temptation. Dumbledore simply didn't want to pick up that sword, still unable to get past the guilt in his heart. Back when he had wanted to take up that sword, he had hurt his sister. Now, he no longer wanted to hurt anyone at all. Even if the possibility was no more than 1 in 10,000. As long as I don't touch it, no one will be hurt because of me. That was Dumbledore's current state of mind. Dumbledore, H.M. I'll remember that. But why would you say, if something ever happened to you, she asked. When someone's hit by the killing curse, they die. And the path I'm walking. I'll inevitably be dealing with that kind of dangerous curse often in the future. No matter how strong I am, I can't claim I'd never be struck. If I were ambushed, it'd mean instant death. So thinking ahead about it isn't such a bad thing, Wade said calmly. Accidents happen suddenly, no matter how powerful you are. There was already a ready-made example Wade knew of, and it was a very representative one. Even someone as powerful as Voldemort probably never imagined he'd fall, at the height of his strength and influence, to a baby who couldn't even speak. Wade was confident, but who could say he wouldn't someday run into the same kind of accident as the future Tom? By laying some groundwork now, maybe when the senior came out later, she'd be able to pull him back once. Just tossing out one casual sentence now could become a safeguard later, why not do it? I understand. All right, I should go. Her soft voice slowly faded, like a wisp of breeze dissipating. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, Dumbledore teaching dark magic. When Wade listened again, all he could hear was the evening wind rustling the leaves. He didn't know if she had taken his words to heart, but since this was just a casual precaution, he didn't really mind either. A moment later, he picked up his suitcase again and slipped into a nearby alley. The next second, a dark shadow shot into the sky, so fast it looked like a night owl just taking flight. Riddle Manor. For the first time, old Tom's room was opened. Or rather, opened for the first time in front of Tom. What surprised Tom was that the room wasn't dirty or messy at all. On the contrary, it was very tidy. And, what left the deepest impression on Tom was that the room was filled with books. In Tom's imagination, his father had been a wreck for so many years. Even if the room wasn't filthy and chaotic, it should at least have been littered with bottles. But now, everywhere he looked, there were only books, nothing but books. Tom even noticed that under the bed, the space was crammed full of books as well. It could be described as a sort of crowded neatness. Old Tom sat on a chair by the bed, half his eye peeking out from behind a pile of books, looking rather uneasy. Because between him and his son, they really weren't very familiar. You like reading this much? Tom had to take the initiative to ask. I didn't like it before. When I was young, I liked wine, fine food, and beautiful women. Of course, what I liked most was hunting. Old Tom said softly. But then. Tom already knew what came after that, so he didn't press further. He simply picked up a book from the desk and flipped through it. It was a Muggle philosophy book. After just glancing at it twice, Tom put it down. For him, this kind of book was even more headache-inducing than a history of magic textbook. After the accident, I just stayed in my room and didn't go out. When my father saw me like that, he brought me a lot of books. I knew he did it to stop me from overthinking. But, it really did make my time alone less lonely, and, it really did help me forget some painful memories for a while. At that moment, Tom began to understand why old Tom wasn't as arrogant and conceited as others had described. Books really could change a person's character and temperament. All the more so when old Tom had shut himself away in his room, reading for over 10 years. After a while, Tom pulled over a chair, sat down, and took a book on healing out of his pocket to read. When old Tom saw him start reading, he tacitly fell silent as well, opening the book he hadn't yet finished and continuing to read. The strange yet harmonious atmosphere lasted for several hours, until it was broken by an uninvited guest. It was a large, fiery red bird, standing on the windowsill with a paper package held in its beak. Fox. Tom looked at the phoenix in surprise. This phoenix often represented Dumbledore himself. Which meant, this package was sent to him by Dumbledore. At first, Tom thought it was a letter, but the paper package clearly had some thickness to it. What kind of bird is that? Old Tom asked curiously. He had seen plenty of owls that could deliver letters. Tom's own owl, Dawn, was currently dozing in its cage in the corner of the room. That's a phoenix. Professor Dumbledore's companion. Tom carefully considered his wording. He had originally wanted to say pet, but Fox was staring straight at him, and he didn't dare speak carelessly. Clearly, his instinct was correct. Fox seemed very satisfied with his answer. After leaving the package, the phoenix turned into a burst of flames and disappeared. Tom picked up the package and opened it right there in old Tom's room. Inside was a letter and a notebook with a black cover. Tom set the notebook aside first, then opened the letter. The looping, swirling handwriting was highly recognizable. Tom, I know that you and Wade have been secretly studying and using dark magic. Don't worry, I write this letter not to scold you, because I know you have never used it on the innocent. I heard from someone that when it comes to dark magic, it is better to guide than to block. Even if I forbade you from learning, you would still find a way to study it in secret. And indeed, that has proven true. I have thought about this seriously. Rather than letting you learn in secret and risk the dangers that come with it, it is better to give you some professional guidance. Although I dislike admitting it, on this point, I must say he does make sense. So, from now on, I will no longer oppose you coming into contact with dark magic. Because of someone's reforms, you truly have no way to avoid it. But you must promise me, when working with dark magic, you must strictly follow the rules. Take proper protective measures. Be careful not to harm the innocent. Otherwise, it may bring you a lifetime of pain. Enclosed with this letter are some of my notes on dark magic. Study them step by step, and do not be reckless. These are especially for you. As for Wade, perhaps he no longer needs them. Tom, I remind you again, whether it is dark magic or anything else, as long as it is power, it is a double-edged sword. When you draw that sword, you must exercise the utmost caution. Albus Dumbledore. After reading the letter, Tom was completely dumbfounded. For a moment, he thought he had misread it. Dumbledore had actually sent him notes on using dark magic. Was this Dumbledore teaching him dark magic? How could he be having such a dream? But after checking again and again, Tom realized it was no dream. And with Fawkes as proof, no one else could have forged it. So Dumbledore really did already know that he had used dark magic that night. Perhaps he even knew Tom had cast the killing curse. For a moment, Tom didn't know whether he should be happy or afraid. Wait. Tom glanced again at the last few lines of the letter. Perhaps he wasn't the one who should be most afraid. As for Wade, perhaps he no longer needs these. Tom read that sentence 3 times over. Ha! The one who should be afraid isn't me, it's you, Wade. Your disguise has slipped. Oh, ***, support and read 2 weeks ahead of WN at. Chapter 223, Chapter 223, Wade's Journey. Sunny days were rare in Britain, and tonight was yet another cloudy night. So not only were the stars invisible, but there wasn't even a trace of moonlight. Under the heavy darkness, whoosh! A mass of black mist shot down from the sky, landed, and gathered itself back into the form of a man. Wade set down his suitcase and patted his cheeks, which had gone a little numb from the wind. The flight spell was great in every way, except it couldn't block the wind. On this point, Wade always felt helpless. His whole body had turned into black mist, so how was the wind still hitting him in the face so precisely? Could it be that this black mist was actually just a visual effect? That his body hadn't really turned into vapor at all? And besides, this whole dark and smoky look didn't seem like something a good guy would use. He'd have to figure out a way to change its appearance later. At the very least, his entrance effect shouldn't make him look like some dark lord. Once feeling returned to his cheeks, Wade picked up his suitcase again. At that moment, Nagini poked her head out from his sleeve. She had hidden inside his sleeve the entire trip, unable to see outside, only feeling like she was soaring through clouds and fog. Now she was still a little dizzy. But when she saw the surroundings, Nagini was also a bit surprised. It seemed that they had arrived. It looked like only about 10 minutes had passed since Wade had been standing dazed on the street earlier. She hadn't expected they would get here so quickly. Nagini didn't know that Wade had been secretly conversing with the senior at the time, so she thought he had just been standing there spacing out, trying to find the way. Even so, Nagini chose not to ask Wade how he had managed to arrive so fast. Because she knew Wade seemed to have many secrets, and she felt it was better not to ask. Wade, unaware of Nagini's thoughts, walked straight up to the door of the house. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, didn't knock. He raised his hand and said to Nagini, "We're at Mr. Scamander's house now. It's just, I didn't expect it to be this late, and I'm not sure if we'll disturb them. What do you think, should we find a place to stay first and come back tomorrow morning?" Nagini nodded. It really was very late, and none of the lights in the house were on. "All right, let's go then." Wade had just turned around, creak. When suddenly, the door behind him creaked open. And 4 wands immediately pressed against his back. "Don't move. Stand still." Ah. For a moment, Wade actually felt like he was being held at gunpoint. "Turn around," someone ordered. But Wade recognized their voices. "Ah, okay, but whatever you do, don't shoot, no, I mean, don't cast a spell," Wade said as he slowly turned around. And then he saw 2 men and 2 women, all pointing their wands at him warily. "Ah. It's you. Wade." Newt held up an oil lamp close to Wade's face, exclaiming with delight. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Newt quickly lowered his wand. "Sorry. We just..." Newt looked so apologetic he could barely string his words together. Seeing it was Wade, the other 3 also lowered their wands. "So it's you. Sorry. We thought, things haven't been too peaceful lately, so we've been a bit on edge." Jacob also put away his wand. Wade blinked when he saw Jacob's wand. "Aha. I know what you're thinking. This was a gift from Dumbledore. Pretty intimidating, right?" Jacob said cheerfully. "Oh. Jacob, honestly, a .38 revolver might suit you better than a wand," Wade replied just as cheerfully. "Oh. Didn't think you knew a bit about firearms. But, ever since I came back from the war, I've never touched a gun again." Jacob shrugged. "I just want to live my peaceful life. I hate war." "Hating war doesn't conflict with picking up a gun to protect your family, Jacob. I think even against wizards, firearms can be quite threatening sometimes. Though you might need to inscribe some ancient runes on them for magic resistance," Wade said with a smile. At his words, a flicker of struggle passed over Jacob's face. "Oh, don't just stand at the door, come in already," one of the women said as she stepped aside. Hearing that, Newt suddenly seemed to remember, hurriedly took Wade's suitcase, and welcomed him inside. Really sorry, Wade. With that person making so many waves lately, everyone's been a bit jumpy." Newt finally managed to say a full sentence. Wade shook his head. "I should be the one apologizing, it's me who disturbed you." Once Wade stepped through the door, Jacob said, "Oh right, I haven't introduced you yet. This is my wife, Queenie. And this is Tina, Queenie's sister, and of course, Newt's wife." "Hello, Mrs. Kowalski, Mrs. Scamander." Wade politely greeted them, so courteous it reminded one of Tom. "Just call us by our names," Tina said generously. "That's right. You call Jacob by his name, no need to be so formal with us," Queenie added, studying Wade curiously. Among everyone, she was the most curious about Wade, because she had read 2 sets of thoughts in him. It was as if Wade had 2 personalities, and one of them even seemed to be female. But since this was their first meeting, she couldn't just ask directly. However, her question was quickly answered. After everyone relit the lamps and let Wade sit on the sofa to rest, Wade placed Nagini from his wrist onto the table. "Newt, this is Nagini, you 2 are old friends, aren't you?" Because Nagini had been hiding in Wade's sleeve earlier, Newt only noticed her now. "Ah. Of course. Last time Dumbledore even brought her by to see me." Newt looked at her with some excitement. "To be precise, we were comrades in arms, back then, we fought against Grindelwald together. It's just a pity that later, she suddenly disappeared. But all of us vaguely suspected something, though none of us wanted to say it out loud." Those who knew the inside story all looked at Nagini with sympathy, including Jacob. Clearly, their bond went far deeper than Wade had imagined. It seemed that after the end of the film story, they had gone through much more together. But from that abruptly ended film series, Wade couldn't learn any more details. Her physical condition is quite good, Newt said happily as he examined Nagini. What do you usually feed her? Boiled eggs or some other raw foods? I once tried giving her cooked food besides eggs, and she herself wanted to try, but she couldn't really swallow it, Wade said regretfully. Her body has fundamentally changed, even her digestive system has become that of a snake. If you feed her like a human, she can't adapt anymore. Ow. Newt looked at Tina in surprise. It turned out Tina had rapped him on the head, her face full of annoyance. Newt immediately understood why Tina had hit him. Saying such things in front of Nagini really wasn't appropriate, it was no different from tearing open someone's wound. Sorry. It was just habit, Newt said awkwardly. And you deserve that hit. Tina said in dissatisfaction. When it came to magical creatures, Newt would always unconsciously slip into his professional role. But how could he treat Nagini as just another magical creature? She was a person. Hiss hiss hiss. Nagini lifted her head and said softly. Wade translated for her, she says it's all right. As long as she can stay clear-headed, she's already very satisfied. Nagini nodded, confirming Wade's translation was correct. Oh. My God. Buddy, you can understand snake language. That's amazing. Jacob exclaimed in surprise. Queenie asked curiously, do you speak Parseltongue? Wade shook his head. I didn't originally, but I have a friend who. Tom Riddle. Queenie asked. Wade pretended to look at her in shock. Sorry, I couldn't control myself. A trace of panic flashed across Queenie's face. Oh, I'm sorry, Wade. Queenie is like that. She was born able to hear other people's thoughts. This ability is passive, so if she offended you, my apologies, Jacob quickly explained. It's fine. Wade said in surprise. In truth, under his acclimacy, the only thoughts Queenie could read were the ones Wade allowed her to. Come to think of it, he had crammed to learn acclimacy back when he thought he was about to meet her. Only, that meeting ended up being disrupted by Grindelwald. Sorry for reading your mind, but your thoughts are very pure, Wade, Queenie said happily. Though it might sound a little unflattering, it was almost impossible for a person's thoughts to remain entirely clean and kind. Even the best of people would sometimes have a flash of darker thoughts. Queenie was long used to that. But Wade's thoughts were the purest she had ever encountered. In his heart, there seemed to be only a thirst for knowledge, a longing for friendship, and sadness about his home. Of course, the minds of powerful wizards like Dumbledore were an exception. For wizards like Dumbledore, even if he stood right in front of her, she couldn't read a single thing. One more question, Wade. How did you get here? I don't think I saw anyone bring you, and, well, Nagini seems curious about this too, Queenie couldn't help but ask. Is that so? It's nothing special, really, I flew here, Wade said honestly. Newt asked curiously, flew here? You mean you rode a broomstick? Isn't that a bit dangerous? No. Wade shook his head, but once again, he didn't manage to finish his sentence. Oh. My goodness. The one the papers reported on, the young wizard who invented the flight spell, that was you. Queenie covered her mouth in surprise. You're a genius, Wade. Wade helplessly closed his mouth and shrugged. Yes, that's right. Sorry, I slipped again, Queenie apologized once more. It's fine, I understand. You can't control it. Queenie gave an awkward smile. For others, being born able to read people's hearts might seem like an incredible gift. But when that gift was an uncontrollable, passive ability, it became a curse. Support and read 2 weeks ahead of WN at. Chapter 224, Wade's thoughts are very pure. If I had the choice, I'd rather not have this ability, Queenie said helplessly. This is an incredible gift, Queenie. If you use it well, you'll be better than anyone at protecting your family. Wade said with a smile. Like the best kind of spyglass. Sometimes I really do feel like I'm just a spyglass, Queenie said self-mockingly, having once again read a thought. Sorry, I didn't mean to think that. Wade apologized. No. I'm sorry for readin'. Hey. All right. If you two keep apologizing back and forth, it'll be daylight soon, Jacob cut in. He looked at his wife. Your ability isn't such a big deal. You just have to remember to stay quiet at the right time. If someone doesn't have bad intentions, then you don't need to say it out loud. That way you don't have to worry about offending anyone. I'll keep that in mind. I don't believe you didn't already know what I was going to say before I even said it. Isn't that called putting what I learn into practice, darling? And just like that, Wade was force-fed a mouthful of dog food. He couldn't help but wonder if he had come at the wrong time. Fortunately, Newt promptly shifted the topic. You said in your last letter that you were coming to visit. I thought you'd be here a week ago, Newt said. I ran into some unfortunate trouble. It was about a friend of mine. Oh, he's the one who came with me to America last time. You met him too. When I went to visit him, I happened to get caught up in it. Wade then explained everything that had happened at Tom's house. The Gaunt family, huh? I've heard of them. No wonder Tom can speak Parseltongue, Newt nodded. So, the Gaunt name will vanish from the wizarding world then. Better that a family like that disappear. To think they brought dark wizards for revenge over a ring, killing so many people. Tina, who hated evil with a passion, was already indignant. She had originally been an Auror with the American Magical Congress, but her strong-willed nature had made promotions difficult for her. And when Grindelwald completely took over the American Magical Congress, she had simply quit outright and come to Britain earlier than she had in the original story. The Gaunt family wasn't entirely made of villains. Wade shrugged. It's just that the good ones all died young. He thought of the senior's dear friend, Ominis Gaunt. He could be called the black sheep of the Gaunt family, and his upbringing was truly pitiful. Perhaps because his parents were close relatives, he had been born blind, and from childhood had been abused by his family. So, unlike the rest of the Gaunts, he was kind-hearted and loathed dark magic. And he was probably one of the few Gaunts who had ever attended Hogwarts. The senior's life-saving cloak had even been crafted by him. Even now, whenever she occasionally mentioned that dear friend, she often sighed with regret that she hadn't listened to Ominis' advice back then. After chatting for a while longer, the group once again shifted the topic back to Nagini. Your transfiguration seems to let her stay clear-minded, but does she have to remain like this for the rest of her life? Is there no way Dumbledore could change her back into a human? Newt asked sorrowfully. In fact, that's one of the reasons I came to visit you this time, Wade said seriously. My transfiguration, because of some of my special talents, it also affects the beast soul within her. That influence includes a weakening effect. If I were to maintain the spell over the long term, it might erase the power of the beast soul inside her. At a certain point, her human soul could completely gain the upper hand, and perhaps then she could return to human form. Only, I can't be sure whether maintaining transfiguration on her long term would have negative effects on her body. Newt had already heard a bit about the reasons behind Nagini's clarity from Dumbledore. So he understood very well what Wade was concerned about. Since his transfiguration could damage the beast soul within Nagini, would it also end up harming her body? Damaging the beast soul was not a problem, in fact, it was necessary. Only if her human soul gained the upper hand could Nagini retain even the most basic level of clarity. But, even if the soul itself wasn't the issue, the body still was. Because both souls were sharing the same body. I understand. I'll examine her now and then create a detailed observation plan. If her body is affected, that would be troublesome, Newt frowned. In that case, even if Nagini returned to human form, she might become frail and sickly. That's not too big of a problem. I have a kind of nutritional potion made for magical creatures. The one you mentioned in your last letter? Newt asked excitedly. Is it really that incredible? Yes, it really is that incredible. People say it's a lie when someone claims their cat can do backflips, but my cat, well, aside from not being able to speak, it seems to be able to do everything else. Though its case was an accident, after many repeated trials, it's been proven that my nutritional potion really does work. Good. If your nutritional potion is effective, then we only need to nourish her body specifically. By the way, your potion can't nourish the soul, can it? What if it also strengthened the beast soul? Nourish the soul. My potions aren't that advanced. My cat got smarter not because of its soul. I suspect the potion nourished its brain, which promoted some wonderful evolution, making it smarter. The strength of its soul actually didn't change at all. All right then, we can design a few sets of comparative experiments. The two of them, one big, one small, leaned over the table and began scribbling intently across a piece of parchment. Queenie smiled at Jacob and said, "See, I told you Wade's thoughts are very pure." Jacob sighed. Maybe that's why they can be the best of friends. You know, whenever I help Newt feed his pets, I always mess things up. Even though Newt never says anything, I still feel really embarrassed. Don't worry, dear. Newt is also a very pure person. I've never heard even a trace of blame toward you in his thoughts. Really? Jacob asked in surprise. Of course. Why do I feel like you're just humoring me? You know exactly what I want to hear. On this, I really didn't lie. In fact, when you make a mistake and Newt shows you the correct way, that's when he's happiest. It's like a big brother showing off his best skills to his best friend. Wow. That really is Newt's personality. Jacob cheered up immediately. But Tina wasn't quite so pleased. She gave Newt's shoulder another knock. Newt. It's one thing if you don't plan on sleeping tonight, but are you really going to make Wade stay up with you? He's only 11. He's still growing and needs plenty of rest. At her words, Newt couldn't help scratching his head again, giving a shy, apologetic smile. Sorry, Wade. I overlooked that. Ah, it's fine, actually I stay up late often too. With refreshing potions, it's no problem. Wade hadn't even finished speaking when he noticed the look in Tina's eyes didn't seem right. Wade suddenly realized, dragging someone else's husband into research in the middle of the night was interfering with their real business, wasn't it? So he quickly changed his words, but getting enough sleep keeps your mind clearer than any potion. I think it'd be better if we continued our research tomorrow. Hearing that, Tina finally nodded in satisfaction. Newt, you heard him, right? I may not understand much about your research, but this concerns Nagini's future. How can you face it with an exhausted mind? What if something went wrong? I understand. Chapter 225, Newt's suitcase. I understand. Newt hurriedly cut her off, then picked up Wade's suitcase. I've arranged a room for you on the first floor. Open the door and you'll see the lake behind the house, the view's quite nice. I hope you'll like it. That sounds wonderful. Is there a kelpie in the lake? Actually, I also have a few merfolk friends. Really? Then you must speak Mermish, right? A little bit, but I heard Dumbledore is very skilled in it. Newt. Tina said helplessly. Ah. Sorry. Newt grabbed the suitcase and dashed upstairs in a hurry. Wade chuckled, scooped Nagini up from the table, said goodnight to everyone, and then followed Newt up the stairs. Early the next morning, Wade was already up. After breakfast, he and Newt slipped aside to discuss Nagini's recovery plan. Once the preliminary plan was drawn up, Newt brought Wade into his suitcase to visit his many friends. Just as Queenie had said, when Newt introduced his friends, his eyes practically glowed. It really was like a big boy proudly showing off to his friend. Of course, Jacob followed along the whole time, even if he didn't quite understand everything. But having an extra audience only made Newt even more enthusiastic. If Tina hadn't knocked him on the head again, he might have dragged Wade to the nearby forest to see a dragon currently under his care for psychological treatment. That dragon's a bit depressed, Newt said, rubbing his sore head. But I haven't figured out the cause of its depression yet. Still, it really is dangerous. I wasn't thinking carefully, Wade. It's fine. Wade sneaked a glance at Tina busy in the kitchen, then whispered, actually, I have plenty of means to protect myself. How about, we go take a look in secret? This wouldn't be proper, would it? Newt's restless heart began to stir again. We can just watch from a distance. If we don't get too close, it should be fine, Wade said. He really hadn't seen many live dragons yet. A dragon was valuable all over, if he could raise one himself. Then, let's bring along the Zowu. If anything really happens, at least you'll be able to run faster. I can fly, Newt. Dragons can fly too, Wade. Jacob had been watching the two of them conspiring the whole time, and for a moment, he wasn't sure if he ought to go tattle on them or not. The morning sunlight filtered through the branches of the trees and fell across the windowsill of Tom's bedroom. Today was a rare sunny day. Tom had already gotten up, tidied himself, and finished breakfast. Without a house elf to serve him, and after refusing the help of the Riddle family servants, he had no choice but to cook for himself, following a cookbook on magical cuisine. Still, with the help of magic, even someone who didn't know how to cook could produce decent dishes by following the steps. Tom was talented in potions and cooking was far simpler than brewing potions. Tom glanced at the clock hanging in his room. It was only about 9 o'clock in the morning. But instead of going outside to practice spells as he usually did, he stood at the window for a moment, gazing at the sunlight outside in thought. Then he picked up his book, walked quickly downstairs, and left the grove. Old Tom, as usual, sat in his bedroom in his favorite spot, quietly reading. At least on the surface, it seemed as though the wizard attack from a few days ago hadn't affected him. Just as old Tom picked up the teacup beside him and took a gentle sip, he caught sight of someone entering through the door out of the corner of his eye. Tom, why have you come here today? Old Tom asked in surprise. From what he knew of his son, Tom normally wouldn't leave his grove so easily. It's nothing. Today I felt like reading, and this place of yours seems quite suitable. May I read here? Tom said. Of course you may. Though old Tom was surprised by Tom's uncharacteristic behavior, he had no intention of refusing him. Though they still seemed somewhat unfamiliar with each other, the attack a few days ago had, in truth, drawn them closer in an unspoken way. Old Tom stood up, glanced around his room, and went over to a desk piled high with books. With some effort, he picked up a stack of them. He wanted to clear the desk so that Tom would have a place to sit and read. Tom drew his wand and gave it a light tap, and the books on the desk floated up by themselves, stacking neatly one by one in the corner of the room. The burden lifted from old Tom's hands. "Oh, thank you. It does seem magic is rather convenient. You've only just recovered from serious injuries, don't strain yourself." Tom paused for a moment, then asked, "Have they left?" They boarded a ship to France just this morning. The events of the past few days affected them greatly. "Taking a trip to relax will do them good," old Tom said calmly. After all, Grandpa and Grandma Riddle were elderly. Even though Wade had removed many terrible memories during treatment, the experience of that day had still inevitably left some damage on their minds. So old Tom had arranged for them to travel, to ease their spirits. After that, father and son suddenly fell into silence. Each sat quietly at the desk, reading their own books. During this time, old Tom even had a servant brew Tom a pot of tea and bring some snacks. As for the butler, Mr. August, he was busy trying to recruit new guards. The results weren't very good. Because of what had happened that day, what the Ministry of Magic told the Muggles was that bandits had attacked the Riddle Manor, and many of the Manor's guards had been killed. This left the Muggles frightened. Few dared to work in such a dangerous place. Mr. August had to raise the wages just to barely recruit a handful of people. No one knew how much time had passed when Tom suddenly stood up and walked over to old Tom. "What is it?" Old Tom asked in surprise. He couldn't shake the feeling that his son was acting a bit unusual today. "May I see the book you're reading?" Tom asked. "The book I'm reading." Old Tom lifted the book in front of him and glanced at the cover. "I'm not sure if it's something you'd enjoy. I can give it a try." "Sorry for disturbing you," Tom said. "It's fine, I've read this book many times already." As he spoke, old Tom handed the book in front of him over to Tom. When Tom picked it up, he turned one of his own hairs into a delicate bookmark and slipped it into the page old Tom had been reading, before turning it over to glance at the title. The Republic. Plato. Tom murmured, reading the title and author on the cover. Plato was a philosopher of ancient Greece. The Republic is his representative work. Old Tom gave a brief introduction. "I see." Tom frowned. This wasn't the kind of book that appealed to him, yet he still didn't put it down. Instead, he carried it back to his desk, as though he really did intend to give it a serious read. Chapter 226, Chapter 226, The Wizard, Not the Spell. Watching his son's actions, old Tom suddenly understood, was this, his son's attempt to get to know him? But the method seemed a little too clumsy. Old Tom thought for a moment, then set down the book he had just picked up and said, "Tom." Tom looked at his father. "You're reading my book, so, may I take a look at yours?" Old Tom asked. Tom glanced at the stack of magic books on his desk, then nodded. "Of course, though you might not understand them." "That's all right. I can give it a try," old Tom said with a smile. Tom froze slightly at those words. That was exactly what he had said earlier. He picked up his wand and tapped it lightly, and the books he had brought with him floated over to old Tom's desk. "Thank you," old Tom said, curiously picking up the books and flipping through them. From the stack of spell books, he chose the thickest one, A History of Magic, and began to read with interest. The room fell silent again, the only sound the occasional rustle of turning pages. Old Tom read quickly, especially with a history book like A History of Magic, which didn't require much contemplation. In about an hour, old Tom had completely finished the thick volume of A History of Magic. After that, he picked up advanced spell analysis and began reading. Compared to old Tom's reading pace, Tom's side looked rather slow. The Republic, with its discussions of philosophy, politics, art, and education, left Tom utterly bewildered. He simply lacked the background knowledge in these areas, so much of it was difficult to understand. This content was nothing like the straightforward explanations in spellbooks. By the time Tom forced himself to the end, he realized it was already noon. Old Tom had long since finished Tom's book and returned to reading his own. Sensing Tom's gaze, old Tom said, "It's noon. Let's eat first." "All right." Tom didn't refuse. The two of them left the study and headed to the dining room outside. Old Tom pressed the bell on the dining table. The servants immediately brought out lunch for the two of them. Lunch was simple, a perfectly grilled steak for each, along with a few pieces of soft, fragrant bread. There was also some fresh milk to go with it. As they ate, old Tom suddenly asked, "So, could you understand it?" "Not really." Tom shook his head honestly. "That's perfectly normal, Tom. If you don't understand the history of the Muggle world, it's indeed very difficult to grasp the ideas mentioned in it." Old Tom smiled. "Of course, once you have enough knowledge, you'll find that the thoughts it provokes are actually very interesting." "Then, when you read my books, could you understand them?" Tom asked casually. "They were all right." Aside from a history of magic, which talked about the history of the wizarding world, the rest mostly explained how to use spells. Nothing that required any deep thought, old Tom replied. To him, those wizarding books were basically like reference manuals. They just taught how to use magic, very little was said about the actual principles behind it. Pretty dull, isn't it? Especially a history of magic. Tom couldn't help saying. Not at all. I only just realized that wizarding history is actually quite fascinating. Though your system of government is rather crude. And the spells, although I can't cast them myself, it's interesting that so many are tied to a wizard's emotions. But. Old Tom paused before continuing, those spells called dark arts really are rather terrifying. It was only then that Tom realized the notebook Dumbledore had sent him on the dark arts had somehow ended up among the books old Tom had just been reading. Everything that exists has its reason. Magic is like a sword, it cuts both ways. True, some of it has negative effects and might even harm the caster, but when dealing with enemies, it's far more effective than other spells. You could say dark arts are the most powerful magic. They're a wizard's strongest weapon, Tom said matter-of-factly. Is that so? Old Tom thought back to the torture he'd suffered that night. According to the notebook, the spell he'd been struck with had been called the Cruciatus Curse, hadn't it? Its power had indeed been dreadful. Then. I suppose the most powerful wizards in your world must all be very skilled in the dark arts. Old Tom asked. Yes. There are few truly powerful wizards who aren't adept at them, Tom said. Though, there are some who, despite their mastery, never use them. Even so, they're still frighteningly powerful. Old Tom asked curiously, and who might that be? The one you met at St. Mungo's, Professor Dumbledore. Tom sighed. He's probably the most powerful wizard I've ever seen. Even Grindelwald, oh, he's the most powerful dark wizard in the wizarding world, he isn't Dumbledore's match. A dark wizard, does that just mean a wizard skilled in using dark arts? You could put it that way. But you said that Professor Dumbledore doesn't use dark arts. Yes. And just now you also said dark arts are stronger than other spells. Yes. Then isn't it strange? Why is it that Grindelwald, the wizard most skilled in dark arts, wielding what you called the strongest weapon, still isn't a match for Dumbledore, who never uses them? Ah. Tom was caught off guard by his father's question. Old Tom went on, I don't really understand magic, but from what you've said, in your wizarding world, it seems strength lies with the person, not the magic itself. Hearing this, Tom fell into deep thought. So is it the magic that's powerful, or the one who wields it? The question sounded almost like philosophy. But it struck a heavy blow to Tom's values. Even after he had come to understand the power of love, Tom still believed that dark arts were far stronger than ordinary spells. Sectum Sempra was undeniably more powerful than a simple severing charm, that was a fact. And when fighting against many opponents at once, dark arts like Confringo were far more useful than a disarming charm. But now, after old Tom's reminder, Tom realized a paradox. If dark arts truly were stronger, then, why had Grindelwald lost when fighting Dumbledore? Yes, why? Tom couldn't make sense of it. He recalled that battle in the chamber, when Grindelwald and Dumbledore had fought. From Tom's perspective, Grindelwald had unleashed the immensely powerful fiend fire in the end. But Dumbledore had countered it effortlessly with a fire spell of his own. According to what Wade later said, the fire magic Dumbledore used at that time was an extremely advanced spell called Gabrathian Fire. But Gabrathian Fire itself wasn't offensive at all. It only had one property: once ignited, it would never go out. Strictly speaking, it wasn't dark magic. Yet with that supposedly harmless Gabrathian Fire, combined with transfiguration at that moment, Dumbledore used fire against fire and managed to hold back the invasion of fiend fire. In other words, on the night Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald, none of the magic he used was dark arts. What Dumbledore relied on had always been his superior magical skill, and of course, his greater magical power. So, it's the wizard who's powerful, not dark arts. Tom muttered over and over. At this moment old Tom said, so, the reason Professor Dumbledore sent you those dark arts manuscripts to study was probably so that once you understood them, you'd be better prepared to defend against them, not so you'd think about how to use them. Oh, ***, support and read 2 weeks ahead of WN at. Chapter 227, Chapter 227, Who's that person? Is that so? Tom felt his mind growing muddled. Many years ago, back when I still enjoyed hunting, I had quite a few friends. Some of them had excellent equipment, beautiful, precise hunting rifles of all sorts. And me? I only had an old, worn-out Springfield M1903. But every time we went out together, I always brought down more game than they did. Do you know why? Why? Tom asked curiously. Old Tom said proudly, because their marksmanship was never as accurate as mine. A look of realization appeared on Tom's face. Old Tom smiled. As long as your aim is good, it doesn't matter what gun you use. But if your aim is poor, then even the newest, most precise rifle is useless. Because in the end, the one using the gun is still the person. That's right. Tom muttered. If a wizard's own skill and magical power aren't strong enough, then even if he's mastered the most powerful spells, he might still be defeated by an opponent's disarming charm. Harry, Expelliarmus. LOL. At that moment, Tom thought back to his sparring sessions with Wade. The flashy spells he had spent countless effort learning never managed to land on Wade. Yet Wade's simple disarming charm always hit him at just the right moment. At the time, Wade had said they were switching from dueling mode to sparring mode, which must have meant he gave up using more dangerous, damaging spells to avoid sending Tom straight to St. Mungo's. Which meant, for Wade, no matter what spell he used, he could defeat him. As frustrating as the thought was, it also strongly proved one thing. That honing a wizard's own skill and ability was far more important than just practicing more and more powerful spells. No wonder, when Wade practiced dueling with me, he never commented on how well I cast a spell. He always criticized my casting rhythm, my footwork, things like that. Tom looked up at the ceiling in despair. So all this time, the direction of my efforts has been wrong. I should have focused on improving my fundamentals, not wasting energy on all sorts of flashy spells. Trying to run before I even learned to walk, biting off more than I can chew. Dark magic might be powerful, but it was extremely difficult to learn. And at Tom's current age, his casting still had a long build-up. Once in a real fight, that left him with huge openings. If that was the case, it was better to start with quick-casting defensive spells, like the disarming charm, as a stepping stone. Then put effort into honing his technique. Even if he couldn't immediately boost his magical power, his combat ability would still be far stronger than it was now. In a duel, casting speed and reaction time were crucial. Spells that were too complicated only dragged down overall efficiency. Thinking back, Wade had often pointed this out when they trained together. But back then, Tom assumed Wade was just worried that if he learned too many spells too quickly, he'd surpass him, so he always brushed off Wade's words as nothing. Now that he thought about it, he realized he'd been ungrateful. So back then, the look Wade gave him wasn't wariness at all, it was the look you give an idiot. At that thought, Tom's face immediately flushed red. Damn it, how could I be so stupid? Once he sorted this out, Tom suddenly had a flood of new ideas. After lunch, could you practice spells with me? Tom asked urgently. Ah. Me. I can't use magic. Old Tom said in astonishment. That's fine, as long as you can throw stones. Even though stones fly much slower than spells, they can still simulate real combat and help me improve my fighting style. I see, well then, sure. After lunch it'll be good to stretch a bit anyway. Old Tom eventually agreed to his son's request. He figured, he could just treat it like playing a game with his boy. Dorset. Early in the morning, Newt and Wade quietly slipped out of the house. Then, in the woods beside the house, they released a massive magical creature from Newt's suitcase. It was a huge cat with iridescent patterns all over its body, and a tail even longer than its torso. It was the very same Zowu Newt had once rescued. Originally, Newt had planned to release it back into the wild, but the Zowu had grown attached to him and refused to leave no matter what. So Newt had no choice but to keep raising it, even to this day. Don't be nervous. The Zowu may look fierce, but it's actually a very gentle creature. Of course, you still need to be careful, don't say or do anything that might make it think you're hostile. Before Newt could finish speaking, he saw Wade pull a cat teaser stick out of his pocket. Newt. Wade had already exchanged for a magical creature affinity talent from the system's shop. So, the moment the Zowu laid eyes on him, it only felt a sense of closeness. There was no way it would attack him. And with Wade pulling out a cat teaser stick. In just a few minutes, the giant cat had completely taken a liking to Wade. Wade's speed in bonding with the magical creature was so fast it even left Newt stunned. He hadn't even told Wade how to deal with the Zowu yet, and he had never seen a Zowu warm up to someone else this quickly. The speed was so fast that even Newt felt a twinge of jealousy. How did you know? Newt pointed at Wade's cat teaser stick. Ah. You told me, Wade said with a smile. Me. I never told you. Newt looked a little confused. Did you forget your own book? Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. I bought the latest edition and memorized it cover to cover. In it, you describe in detail how to handle all kinds of magical creatures. I admire you so much. No one but you could have written a book like Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Wade laid the praise on thick, and though Newt tried to hide it, the upward curl of his lips betrayed the pride swelling inside him. Well, it's not quite as good as you say. No shit, your book is incredible. Just imagine how many people escaped with their lives from the claws of dangerous magical creatures thanks to it. That's a boundless good deed. If only I could write a book like that. Just think how many people it could help. Wade said this last part with genuine envy. If Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them had been written by him, his merit points would definitely be pouring in every day. Of course, St. Mungo's was already providing him with plenty of merit points, but the growth rate still felt a bit slow, likely because those healers hadn't fully mastered some of his new treatment methods yet. You can definitely do it too. Your talent in magizoology really surprised me. Newt said happily. Really? But I feel like I'm just average. After the two of them exchanged another round of mutual flattery, they finally remembered why they were there. Climbing onto the Zowoo's back, they rode toward the depths of the forest. That depressed dragon had been hidden away deep inside by Newt. Honestly, Wade thought Newt was really bold, keeping a fire-breathing creature in the middle of a forest. Before long, the Zowoo carried them to the heart of the woods, stopping atop a low hill. The dragon's over there, Newt said, pointing into the distance. Truthfully, even without Newt pointing, Wade had already spotted the massive shape of the dragon. However, once Wade saw the dragon, he finally understood why Newt wasn't worried about it setting the forest on fire. It was because the dragon looked utterly despondent. It lay there without moving, not to mention breathing fire. It didn't even bother to lift its head. Poor guy, eh? Wait a second, isn't there someone next to the dragon? Wade suddenly asked. Newt immediately looked over, and sure enough, squatting right in front of the dragon's snout was a person. What? That's far too dangerous. Even if this dragon is depressed, no one knows when it might breathe fire. Newt panicked. He completely forgot what he'd said earlier about only observing the dragon from a distance, and hurriedly urged the Zowoo to rush toward it. Chapter 228, That Big Kid Is. Newt rushed forward in a panic, completely forgetting the agreement to observe the dragon from a safe distance. Of course, Wade didn't remind him, since he'd already been looking for an excuse to get a closer look at the dragon anyway. Besides, with Newt's personality, even if Wade had reminded him, he still would have charged ahead, just maybe after setting Wade down first. In front of the dragon's massive body, someone was squatting motionless right by its snout. Newt worried that shouting might trigger the dragon's stress response, so he didn't dare raise his voice. He could only steer the Zowoo quickly over to the person's side. Hey! Do you have a death wish? Get away from there at once. Once close, Newt called out in a lowered voice. The person turned his head at the sound, and when his beetle-black eyes caught sight of the Zowoo beneath Newt, they immediately lit up. What a beautiful big cat, the men exclaimed. When Newt got a clear look at his face, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. When the men stood up, he was 2 heads taller than Newt, but his face still looked strikingly childlike. A body taller and stronger than most grown men, but a face like that of a child. This left Newt completely bewildered. He stared and asked blankly, how old are you, exactly? Me. I'm 9 years old. After my birthday in December, I'll be 10. The men replied in a simple, boyish voice. Newt and Wade exchanged a look. 9 years old, seriously? Then Newt turned to Wade as if he'd just seen a ghost. Wade. What are you doing here? Newt exclaimed in shock. Wade blinked and said, Didn't you bring me here? Ah. Newt nearly lost his mind. In his rush of panic earlier, he'd completely forgotten about Wade. He should have set Wade down first before approaching the dragon. And now, the dragon was right in front of them. All it would take was a single burst of dragon fire. He might survive, but these 2 children would almost certainly not. If something like that really happened, it would all be his fault. How could he ever face Dumbledore after that? Or the families and friends of this child? He wouldn't even have the face to face Nagini. Grr. Just then, the dragon let out a rumbling purr. Newt was shocked. The dragon might be depressed and too lazy to move, but if someone disturbed it, there was no guarantee it wouldn't fly into a rage. Depression, after all, could swing into mania once it reached a certain point. Humans were like that, and dragons probably weren't much different. No, they had to get out of here immediately. Right now, Newt bitterly regretted agreeing to Wade's request. We should leave this place. Newt hadn't even finished speaking when he was so startled he nearly froze in place. Because in those few seconds he'd been distracted. Wade, together with that big oaf, had actually run right up to the dragon's snout to study its whiskers, and from the looks of it, they even seemed to be trying to pluck one out. Merlin's underpants. Newt hurriedly leapt onto the Zowoo, which instantly understood and stretched out its 2 claws, one for each boy. It scooped up Wade and the big oaf, tossed them onto its back, and bolted. Roarr. The very next second, a thunderous roar erupted behind them. A stream of dragon fire shot past, close enough to singe their scalps. But this dragon's state was clearly not like most. After unleashing just that one blast of fire, it flopped back down onto the ground and refused to lift its head again. Newt was puzzled. The dragon had been relatively stable before, so why had it suddenly lashed out? Could it really have been the three of them disturbing it? Then, out of the corner of his eye, Newt noticed that the big oaf now had something in his hand. A long, thick hair. Ah. Newt's face went pale green. That wasn't just a hair. That was one of the dragon's whiskers. No wonder the dragon had breathed fire. If it had been a dragon less depressed, it would have already chased after them, spewing flames nonstop. Whoa, big guy, you're really bold. A dragon's whisker, just like that, you went and plucked it right out. Wade exclaimed in admiration. Ah. I just wanted to pick it up and have a look. But then this big cat suddenly grabbed me, and I got nervous, so I clenched my hand, and then, it came off. You too, little terrors. Even someone as mild-tempered and honest as Newt was clutching his chest in pain now, so furious he could barely breathe. The Zowu kept running for quite a while, and only when it was sure the dragon wasn't chasing did it finally stop. Newt jumped down from its back, leaned against its body, pressed a hand to his forehead, and panted heavily. Mister. The big boy began. Newt waved his hand weakly. Ha. Wait, let me catch my breath. I haven't even finished being terrified yet. The big boy, clearly realizing he'd caused trouble, looked awkward and at a loss. Wade, however, had already taken the dragon whisker from his hand and was examining it closely. The moment he held it, Wade felt a wave of warmth flow through it. The whisker itself carried heat, and surprisingly, just this one whisker was rather heavy. It felt like holding an iron chain. Only now did Wade recall the appearance of that dragon. And then he realized, to his surprise, that the dragon he'd just seen looked nothing like the illustrations and descriptions in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Only Chinese fireballs had whiskers, but Chinese fireballs were never that massive. A/N, don't say it or I'm gonna lose it. Victor Crumb fought a Chinese fireball in the tournament. What's more, that dragon's scales weren't bright red, and its snout lacked the tassel-like spikes unique to the fireball. Instead, its scales were pitch black, and atop its head gleamed a pair of long golden horns, just like a Romanian longhorn. And its abnormally huge body was more like a Ukrainian iron belly. In short, after going over everything, Wade couldn't identify what kind of dragon it was. At that moment, Newt finally recovered his breath. You, what's your name? And why are you here? Newt asked the towering boy. The big boy said in a simple, honest voice, my name's Rubius Hagrid. My dad brought me to visit my mum, and then, he got a little hurt. He told me to stay put and not move, then went off to find some herbs to heal himself. Later, I heard a dragon roar, so I came to have a look, and then I saw that awesome dragon. Chapter 229, Chapter 229, Hagrid and his down bad dad. Damn. After hearing his introduction, Wade's suspicions were completely confirmed. The only one who could be that tall at just 9 years old was Rubius Hagrid, the half-giant. So his father was still alive right now. Wade thought to himself that he absolutely had to meet this down bad perv, hero someday. As a former biologist, from a biological standpoint, he was extremely curious, just how had this hero managed to impregnate a 10-meter-tall giantess? A toothpick stirring a cauldron. However you thought about it, it seemed impossible. But since this was Hagrid, then the mum his father had gone to visit was surely the giantess Fridwolfa. Giants weren't very bright, so if Hagrid's father had gone to see her and gotten injured, that was only natural. Next time you see a dragon, you mustn't go near it. Dragons are extremely dangerous creatures. Newt warned Hagrid solemnly. But that dragon just now was really gentle. I wanted to keep it. Hagrid muttered in protest. The dragon just now was in a very unusual state, completely different from others. You should be glad it was depressed and unwilling to move, otherwise you might have been roasted and eaten before you even got close. Newt said sternly. That's serious? Hagrid clearly didn't believe it. Wade said, Hagrid, you'd better believe it. This is Mr. Scamander, the world-famous magizoologist. The author of the bestseller Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. There's no one else in the world who understands magical creatures better than him. Wade's praise left Newt blushing furiously. He quickly waved his hands, saying, you're exaggerating, exaggerating. But Hagrid's eyes instantly filled with admiration as he looked at Newt. Have you read Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Wade asked. I don't like reading books. Hagrid admitted, embarrassed. I happen to have a copy here. If you're interested in magical creatures, you should read it. Wade handed him a thick bundle of bound parchment. Knowledge is power, Hagrid. Only by reading more can you interact with magical creatures better. Hagrid took the bundle with excitement. He didn't like reading, but if it meant learning to deal with magical creatures better, then he could read. At that moment, Newt looked at the bundle of parchment in Hagrid's hands, as if he wanted to say something but held back. But with Hagrid right there, and the atmosphere already set, those questions weren't easy to ask aloud. Rubius. Where are you? Suddenly, a distant voice called faintly. It's my dad. Hagrid said excitedly. Then go find your father. Remember, before you have enough ability and knowledge, you must never approach dangerous creatures like dragons. It's for your own safety. Newt warned again. Got it, Mr. Scamander. Hagrid said, clutching the bundle of parchment as he dashed into the nearby woods, running toward the voice. Wade watched his retreating back and couldn't help saying, only 9 years old, and already that tall, really strange, Newt. But Newt didn't respond for quite a while. That was when Wade noticed Newt was giving him a very strange look. What's wrong? Do I have flowers growing on my face? No, it's just, there's something I've been meaning to ask you, Wade. What? You encouraged Hagrid to read, that's good. And to read my book, not bad either. But what you just handed him, that looked like a handwritten copy. Don't tell me you never bought my original. Damn, if I said it's because I liked your book so much that I copied it out by hand, would you believe me? Wade asked with a sheepish grin. Should I believe that, Wade? Now it was Wade's turn to feel embarrassed. If you remember Wade's first time coming to the wizarding world. Back when he bought books in Diagon Alley, with his photographic memory, he had simply memorized a whole stack and then written them out afterward. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them was one of them. After all, in first year he didn't even need Care of Magical Creatures textbooks. He figured he could buy the real one later, so he just transcribed it himself. And just now, when he saw Hagrid, he had casually handed over that handwritten copy. And he'd done it right in front of the original author. Well. Alright, I'm not blaming you. Even if you bought a pirated copy, I wouldn't mind, because the purpose of writing that book wasn't entirely to make money, Newt said. I was just curious why you'd end up with a handwritten copy. Do people still copy books by hand and sell them as bootlegs these days? No. I was poor back then. I'd go to the bookshop to read, but couldn't afford to buy, so I memorized some books on the spot and then wrote them out afterward. That handwritten copy just now was one of those I transcribed. Newt stared at Wade in shock. He had thought Wade saying he memorized his book was just an exaggeration. But to think, the boy had actually done it. As amazed as Newt was by Wade's ability, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for what he'd gone through. No money to buy books, so he had to copy them out. For a moment, Newt's kind heart was stirred again. Never mind, I'll give you one of my own collector's editions when we get back. Newt said, I slightly read. And if there are any other books you want to read, just tell me, I'll buy them for you. That's really not necessary. Don't be shy, Wade. A bright child like you shouldn't be troubled by money. You should be able to focus on learning. How about this, why don't I adopt you? Tina and I don't have children yet anyway. No. That's not necessary. Wade was completely dumbfounded. I thought of you as a brother, and you want to be my dad. Don't be embarrassed, Wade. Tina and I both like you very much. I'll write to Dumbledore about it as soon as we get back. Please don't. For the first time, Wade felt like he'd really gone too far. Riddle Manor. In front of Tom's house. Protego. Facing the steady stream of pebbles old Tom kept throwing, Tom once again used a shield charm. Although he managed to block the stones he couldn't dodge just now, he still felt very dissatisfied with his performance. Because at the end of the day, pebbles were just pebbles. If they were spells, even if not Wade's spells, just an ordinary wizard's, the speed would be nothing like a thrown pebble. Which meant, judging by the casting speed he'd just shown, he might manage to block stones, but he wouldn't have time to defend against spells. In real combat, he had already lost. Old Tom noticed something was off in Tom's expression and stopped his hand. Tom, what's wrong? Didn't you block it just now? No, the rhythm is still wrong. Tom said in frustration, scratching his head. Old Tom didn't know what his son was troubled about, so he tentatively asked, if the rhythm's wrong, then should I adjust mine? It's not your rhythm, the rhythm of an attack can't be controlled, nor should it ever be fixed. The only rhythm I can control is my own. But, my speed is still too slow. Oh, you mean your casting speed? Old Tom began to understand. Yes, my shield charm always comes out too late, Tom said gloomily. The shield charm, you mean that transparent barrier just now? Why not just keep it up all the time? Keeping the shield charm up constantly drains too much energy, and it distracts me, making my casting speed slower. And in a one versus many fight, the shield charm can easily be broken quickly if people focus fire on it. Then trying to cast it again wastes precious time that shouldn't be wasted. So, dodge spells when you can, and only use the shield charm when you can't. In battle, the best way is to cast it only when needed, not maintain it all the time. Oh. Chapter 230, Indescribable Vitality. Old Tom was starting to understand. Sounds like quite an advanced technique. I've actually already grasped the timing, but I'm always just a little too slow. Tom said in frustration. Well, since it's an advanced technique, isn't it normal that it's hard to practice? Aren't you being a bit too impatient? No. I'm not afraid of difficulty, and I'm not being impatient, it's just, if I get used to this wrong rhythm now, it'll do me no good in the future. After all, the shield charm was an advanced spell. Even though his talent was very high and he had fully mastered the incantation, because he was still so young, there was always a bit of strain when casting. That slight strain slowed down his casting and threw off the rhythm. If he practiced like this, he would have to adapt to his slower rhythm. But, once he grew up and his casting speed improved, his rhythm would be off again, and he'd have to readjust. Breaking a habit once it's set could be even harder than starting fresh. So, he wasn't afraid of not being able to learn it, he was afraid of growing used to the wrong rhythm. It was like tailoring clothes, the ones fitted for him now might be perfect, but people always grow. Once he grew, the clothes would no longer fit. If he wanted it to fit, it would have to be enlarged. But trying to make a small piece of clothing larger was troublesome. So, Tom needed a piece of clothing he could wear from childhood into adulthood. But how could such clothing exist? After a moment of silence, old Tom suddenly asked, that shield charm of yours, if you cast it to cover your whole body every time, no wonder it's a bit slow, so, is there no way to make it appear only in parts, instead of covering your whole body? Tom's head snapped up, staring fixedly at old Tom. The older man was startled. I don't know anything, I was just speaking nonsense. I'll stop. No, I wasn't blaming you. I just suddenly heard you mention a solution, so I got excited. I mentioned a solution. Old Tom asked in surprise. Yes. The shield charm, it can absolutely be cast incompletely. Tom said, waving his wand. Pieces of the shield charm appeared around his body like scattered scales, irregularly flashing in different spots. In fact, before he had fully mastered the shield charm, this was exactly how he used it. Since he couldn't cover his whole body, he could only cast partial, incomplete versions. It was only after he had fully mastered the spell that he abandoned this method. But now, even after mastering the shield charm, Tom could still split it apart and cast it in fragments. And because he had fully mastered the charm, even when broken up, the fragments were much thicker than before. In fact, precisely because he no longer needed to cast a full-body shield, his focus was sharper, and the fragments of the shield charm became even tougher. Most importantly, casting only scattered pieces of the shield charm was far faster than covering his whole body. The only drawback was, it was much more difficult, requiring him to predict in advance where the enemy spell would land. If his prediction was wrong, and the fragments appeared in the wrong place, he would be struck directly and lose. But, it was something he could train. And even when he grew older, this technique would never restrict him. On the contrary, by developing the habit of constantly predicting where enemy spells would strike, he would grow even more composed in battle. This was the clothing Tom needed, something he could wear from childhood into adulthood. Let's continue. Tom leapt up from the ground, calling across to old Tom. All right. Of course. Knowing that his casual words had just helped Tom solve a difficult problem, old Tom felt all the more cheerful. In the next round of practice, Tom appeared much calmer than before. With his casting speed improved, he could block each stone at just the right moment. By the end, even when old Tom threw handfuls of stones at once, Tom handled them with ease. This gave Tom's confidence a tremendous boost. But stones were still just stones, incomparable to real spells. So, do I really still have to get beaten up by Wade? Sigh. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance in this lifetime to hit back. By evening, Tom finally stopped practicing. Old Tom's arm, after throwing stones non-stop, was already sore and numb. If not for the potions Tom had given him to keep up his strength, he could never have lasted so long. It was only after finishing the training that Tom realized this. Sorry. It was my oversight. I should have ended the training sooner. I clearly realized you'd get tired, but later I completely forgot. At dinner, Tom offered a heartfelt apology. He had been following a wizard's training habit. Wizards, with a strong body, when casting with wands, didn't tire so easily, so practicing for long stretches was never a problem. But old Tom was just a muggle. When he threw stones, in order to achieve the best simulation effect, he had to use his full strength each time. Keeping it up this long was already remarkable. It's fine. That potion of yours works really well, and besides, I do need some exercise. And, after all these years, shut away in the study, even with books to pass the time, I often still felt lonely. Honestly, though I'm tired, today has been the most relaxed I've felt in years. Hearing this, Tom felt a surge of something indescribable in his chest, something he had never experienced in the orphanage. Could this be the very emotion Dumbledore always clung to? The source of his strength? He carefully savored the feeling, and suddenly his heart seemed filled with power. Not magical power, not physical strength, but a kind of indescribable vitality. I want to say, I feel the same way. Tom finally said after a long silence. Old Tom let out a quiet sigh. By all logic, he should never have been able to accept this son. But blood and emotion were unreasonable things. Old Tom was thinking this as he set down his fork and picked up a newspaper beside him. It had been delivered at noon, and he hadn't had the chance to read it yet. But after glancing at the front page, he suddenly shot to his feet. What the? This is bad. What's wrong? War. Tom, the Germans. France may very well be one of their targets. Tom stared at him in shock. But they just boarded a ship to France this morning. We have to find a way to bring them back before France becomes a battlefield. Chapter 231, I have a big brother. His name is Wade Reynolds. With ordinary means, there's no way to reach them anymore, unless we send an owl with a letter. But, Old Tom said with a troubled face, the Muggle world's technology wasn't yet advanced enough. Even with England and France so close, travel and communication still took time. Fortunately, owls could deliver letters directly into their hands, but would they really make it back in time once they received the letter? War could break out at any moment. I'll just go ask Professor Dumbledore for help. With his ability, bringing grandfather and the others back would be easy, Tom said. But would he really be willing to help? Old Tom hesitated. From what Tom had said, this Professor Dumbledore might hold an extremely high position in the wizarding world. Would such an important figure really do so much just to help a student? If you knew him, you wouldn't ask that, Tom replied. When I went back to the Gaunt family, if it weren't for him, things might have gotten very messy. And indeed, if Dumbledore hadn't been there, with Wade's habit of strangling goblins barehanded, Morphin probably wouldn't have been able to carry out his later act of revenge. Unfortunately, Dumbledore was too eager to protect the two of them. In the end, he limited Wade the Dark Lord's performance instead. Of course, if they had simply killed Morphin on the spot back then, it would have been satisfying, but cleaning up afterward would have indeed been troublesome. Gaunt. Old Tom shuddered again when he heard that surname. Sorry. I didn't mean to bring it up, Tom said. It's fine, what's past is past. People have to keep moving forward. By the way, I didn't see anything in the paper about war breaking out. How do you know? Tom picked up the Times and looked it over, then asked curiously. Germany has been testing the limits of Britain and France since as early as 1936. Back then, I already knew they were up to something. Their later diplomatic maneuvers only made me more and more certain of my guess. And just today, Germany and the Soviet Union signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Germany has temporarily removed its worries at the rear. At a time like this, their next step is obvious. War is about to begin, Tom. Tom didn't fully understand, but he chose to believe Old Tom. Even if Old Tom was wrong, there would be no loss in bringing grandfather and the others back. But if he was right, and they didn't bring them back in time, that would be a serious problem. Tom quickly picked up pen and paper, wrote a letter, and handed it to the owl Dawn, which had already been released. Please deliver this to Professor Dumbledore. Dawn took the letter in its beak, and as if sensing the urgency of its two masters, it didn't even beg for food this time before flying straight out the window. Old Tom watched it disappear into the distance, his eyes still filled with worry. Don't worry. Even if Professor Dumbledore doesn't have time himself, he'll definitely find someone reliable to help, Tom reassured him. I just hope they'll be safe, Old Tom said helplessly. Seeing that Old Tom still looked a little downhearted, Tom suggested, why don't we go out for a walk? Tonight seems to be clear skies. A sky this clean and full of stars doesn't come around often. Old Tom understood Tom's good intentions and nodded. All right. Tonight's sky really was clearer than ever before, with no clouds at all to block the view. Looking up at the starry expanse, Old Tom's mood eased somewhat. Just then, the iron gates in the distance suddenly opened, and a carriage rolled inside. Both father and son looked at it in puzzlement. When Lord and Lady Riddle weren't home, it was rare for any carriages to come and go at Riddle Manor. After all, Old Tom was a homebody, and because they lived in such a remote place, there were hardly ever visitors. The carriage stopped before them, and Tom's eyes widened in shock. Because seated right there in the coachman's seat, dressed in a sharp suit, was Grindelwald. Good evening, my two elegant gentlemen. Grindelwald said with a smile as he hopped down from the coachman's seat and opened the carriage door. Lord and Lady Riddle stepped out slowly, supporting each other. Old Tom turned to his son and asked, "Do you wizards really work this efficiently?" No, it's not that," Tom shook his head. "It can't be because of my letter." No matter how efficient wizards were, there was no way that the letter could have just been sent, and the matter immediately dealt with. If Tom guessed correctly, Dawn hadn't even flown a third of the way yet. Once old Tom learned from his son that this wasn't due to their letter, he quickly asked, "Weren't you going to France?" "I was just about to contact you." "All thanks to this Mr. Grindelwald," Lord Riddle said with a smile. "Our ship was nearly at France when he suddenly appeared on board. He told us he was with the Ministry of Magic, the wizarding government. He warned us that France is on the brink of war, and we'd best not go. The French wizarding world is also currently evacuating wizards in haste. Mr. Grindelwald, please, come in. We can sit down and have a cup of coffee and talk properly," Lord Riddle said politely, turning to Grindelwald. "No need. Your grandson Tom is a student at Hogwarts, so even though you're muggles, that makes you part of the wizarding world. The evacuation of wizarding families isn't just something the French Ministry of Magic is doing, our British ministry has been carrying it out as well. Stopping you was simply part of our work," Grindelwald said politely. "But, aren't you the head of the Department of Education? Do you really handle things like this too?" Tom asked bluntly. Lord and Lady Riddle were a bit surprised why Tom seemed so hostile toward this gentleman who had just helped them, but they also knew this wasn't the time to press the issue. Grindelwald smiled at him. "I know you still hold some prejudice against me, Tom. But you're wrong about me. The evacuation work is so overwhelming that the ministry has even dispatched house elves. Naturally, I'm no exception." He then turned to Lord Riddle. "I'm sorry, but I don't have the time to stay for coffee. There are other wizarding families who need my help. Long-distance apparition is quite an exhausting task." With that, Grindelwald gave a polite wave to the Riddle family and vanished into thin air. "Oh, that's exactly how he appeared before us on the ship. Nearly scared me out of my wits," Lady Riddle said. "Tom, you don't seem to like him?" Lord Riddle asked. "Who could possibly like him? He's the most powerful dark wizard in the world. I nearly died at his hands." "What?" the entire Riddle family exclaimed in shock. Old Tom suddenly said, "Ah. I remember now, Grindelwald. No wonder his name sounded so familiar earlier, he's even mentioned in A History of Magic. So, the dark wizard that Professor Dumbledore defeated, that was him." "Yes, he only recently whitewashed himself and joined the British Ministry of Magic. His ambition is practically written all over him. I don't believe for a second that a man like that would save you without a reason. I've heard he used to despise muggles." A faint red light flashed in Tom's eyes. Was it a threat against him, or an attempt to win him over? Or maybe both. It wasn't vanity, this dark wizard's attention toward him and Wade Reynolds really was far from normal. Whatever it was, Tom truly felt Grindelwald's threat this time. Maybe, he should write to Wade. And of course, he needed to inform Professor Dumbledore about what happened here. Surely, Professor Dumbledore would take action as well. Thinking of this, Tom suddenly felt much lighter. Schemes and tricks. Wade, that cunning old fox, would be watching. Sheer strength. There was Dumbledore, the great wizard, standing at the front. Why should Tom be the one to stick his neck out? If he didn't have to, then what was there to be afraid of? And if things ever got really bad? I have a big brother. His name is Wade Reynolds. While Tom was still enjoying leisurely days at Riddle Manor, Wade Reynolds was unusually busy. First, he had to spend quite some effort persuading Newt and Tina to give up the idea of adopting him. The Scamanders had already heard some things about this child from Dumbledore in the past. They knew that when Dumbledore first met Wade, he too had refused to be adopted. So in their eyes, Wade's rejection likely meant he had once gone through some very painful experiences, leaving him terrified of family ties and wanting to avoid them at all costs. Thus, the Scamanders didn't press the matter any further. They simply treated this pitiful child even better in their daily lives. Wade had no idea that Newt and Tina had begun to pity him more. He was completely absorbed in working out Nagini's recovery plan. In the meantime, he also received a letter from Tom. That little companion who usually avoided him like the plague had actually written to him, now that was truly rare. But after reading the letter, Wade immediately understood what Tom was worried about. Grindelwald was never the type to treat someone kindly for no reason. If he was especially good to you, it could only mean you were especially useful to him. He never spared a thought for people who had lost their value. Back then, he had mistakenly believed Credence's younger sister at the orphanage was the Obscurial, so he discarded Credence like worthless trash. When he later discovered Credence was in fact the Obscurial, his attitude shifted instantly. How to put it, Grindelwald was a man who was ruthlessly pragmatic. Oh, support and read 2 weeks ahead of WN at. Chapter 232, The Scumbag Principle. Wade thought for a moment, then picked up his pen and wrote Tom a reply. To my most loyal second servant, Tom. I'm very glad that even during your pleasant holiday you still remember me. Of course, it would be even better if it wasn't only when you run into trouble that you think of me. As for Grindelwald, without a doubt, the reason he's approaching you and me must be that he has his own agenda. But you don't need to worry. I'll teach you how to handle it right now. Have you ever heard of something called the scumbag principle? Originally, it was a tactic used by irresponsible, womanizing men to deal with women. But in our current situation, it seems just as applicable. The so-called scumbag principle is, don't refuse, don't take responsibility, don't take initiative, don't make promises. If he offers you benefits, don't hesitate, just accept them. But if he tells you to do something, you must absolutely ignore it, just pretend you didn't hear. If he ever tries to force you to do something, then go straight to Dumbledore. Of course, Dumbledore is watching him like a hawk right now, practically wishing he'd slip up as soon as possible. If he really does try to use underhanded means, believe it or not, you won't even know yet, and Dumbledore will already be knocking at his door. Alright, enough about business. When are you coming over to hang out with me? It's already the end of the holidays, are you really going to keep hiding at home? I'm at Mr. Scamander's place right now, working with him on how to cure Nagini. We've made some initial progress. And here at Mr. Scamander's, there are so many fascinating magical creatures. If you come over, it'll definitely be an eye-opener. I bet you've never seen a depressed dragon. Of course, there are plenty of fun stories I can't put into a letter, we can talk about them when we meet. Your master and adoptive father, Wade Reynolds. After finishing the letter in one go, Wade found a spare owl at Newt's house to send it off. After sending off the letter, Wade turned and went down to the basement of Newt's house. For Nagini's recovery plan, Newt had specially cleared out the basement. To make it easier to observe her physical condition, he placed a transparent glass tank in the basement. Then, with magic, he constructed an environment inside the tank that was suitable for Nagini to live in. Nagini usually stayed inside. When Wade walked into the basement, Nagini was coiled in front of her nest inside the glass tank, flipping through a book with her damp forked tongue. Ever since she regained clarity, reading had become her favorite pastime. Since it was just for leisure, it naturally wasn't anything like spellbooks. For this, Wade had even gone out to a Muggle bookstore and prepared quite a number of novels and periodicals for her. When it came to storytelling, Muggles really had the upper hand. Especially those novels suited for women. Hiss hiss. When Nagini saw Wade come in, she gave a light nod as a greeting. How's your body today? Hiss hiss. Nagini indicated that she was fine. Then, has that other consciousness in your mind shown any signs of weakening? Wade asked. So many days had passed, by now, they should have been able to tell if it was working. Nagini nodded, then shook her head. Hiss hiss hiss. Really? Wade looked a little surprised. He quickly extended a thread of nightmare magic to probe Nagini's soul. And then Wade's expression turned serious. Their recent efforts had indeed nourished Nagini's body well. And the transfiguration had been continuously suppressing and weakening the beast's soul. But the beast's soul had not weakened as they had expected. Because, as Nagini's body was being nourished, the beast's soul that had originally been weakened had actually begun to recover as well. True, Wade really didn't have any potion capable of nourishing the soul, but the best potion for the soul was the body itself. In other words, as long as the body was being nourished, Nagini's soul was being indirectly nourished too. And Nagini's soul also included the beast's soul. This was something neither Wade nor Newt had considered when finalizing the plan. Nagini herself had actually felt the beast's soul stirring restlessly in recent days. And now, seeing Wade's expression, she understood that his recovery plan might not succeed. Still, she was only disappointed for a short moment before she came to terms with it again. To be able to stay conscious, to no longer live like a beast that killed and ate raw flesh, she was already more than satisfied. Since ancient times, how many maledictuses like her had ever managed to remain conscious this long? Hiss hiss hiss. Hearing Nagini's reassurance, Wade couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Nagini, as the patient, upon learning that the treatment plan had failed, her first reaction wasn't to ask if there were other methods, but to comfort him instead. She truly was a kind and gentle woman. Completely different from the cruel, bloodthirsty serpent she would one day become. Don't worry, I'll find a way, Wade said. At the very least, as long as I'm here, you won't turn back into what you once were. Hiss hiss hiss. Nagini nodded, indicating that as long as she didn't become what she used to be, she was already content. Wade walked heavily out of the basement, looking up at Britain's grey sky. Was there a magic that could act directly on the soul without damaging it? If there was, perhaps that magic could be used like a scalpel, to separate the beast's soul directly from the main soul. Wade decided he would ask Dumbledore or his senior about this. But Dumbledore might not know such magic, otherwise, back then, he couldn't possibly have allowed Nagini's condition to worsen. So in the end, the last hope might have to rest with his senior. Even though when she was sealed, she had only her full strength left, not much scholarly knowledge. After researching nightmare magic, her consciousness ran all over the place and she learned a lot of knowledge. Sigh, my arrogance again, I should have asked her from the start. Riddle Manor. Tom burned Wade's letter with a sullen face. That bastard even had to grab an advantage when writing a letter. Second servant. Adoptive father. One day I'll beat you until you call me daddy. After making that threat, Tom calmed down and seriously considered Wade's advice. He had to admit. Wade's suggestion actually wasn't bad at all. With Grindelwald constrained for the moment, putting the scumbag principle into practice seemed perfectly appropriate. Of course, if Grindelwald still acted like he used to and Dumbledore wasn't watching him, Tom wouldn't dare do it for all the world. The old Grindelwald really would come crashing through your windows in the middle of the night, with the killing curse, no less. Tom quickly thought of the other matter mentioned in the letter. Treating Nagini. Back then, he had already felt sympathy for Nagini's plight. That was the first time he'd ever had such a feeling. Perhaps it was because she had the body of a snake. After all, before meeting Wade, the only creatures Tom ever trusted were snakes. Thinking of this, Tom began packing his things. He planned to go find Wade right away. First, although the scumbag principle seemed useful, in such turbulent times, staying close to Wade might be the safer option. Second, he really did care about whether Nagini could be cured. Lastly, the combat style he had been practicing with his father during this time, truly needed some real sparring between wizards. Granted, dueling Wade was no easy thing to stomach. But Wade was also the one who could always point out his flaws. To grow stronger, what's there to fear in being beaten a few more times? Endure. I'll learn skills from him, then use those very skills to defeat him. Kakik. Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore walked down the corridor with a blank expression. Every ministry employee who passed him wisely refrained from greeting him as they usually would. After all, ever since Grindelwald had joined the ministry, Dumbledore had not been as genial as before. Everyone knew why that was, of course, and no one blamed Dumbledore for it. It was clear to all exactly who had forced the ruthless Grindelwald to sheath his claws. Even though Grindelwald's threat still loomed, and even seemed greater than before. At least now, people no longer had to worry about being kidnapped out of nowhere, or suddenly dying unnoticed in their own beds. So, even if Grindelwald had not yet been completely defeated, Dumbledore's reputation stood higher than ever. Only Dumbledore could stand against Grindelwald. Even first-year students understood that much. Under the watchful eyes of everyone around, Dumbledore strode forward and pushed open the door to Grindelwald's office. Inside, Grindelwald had been instructing Abernathy about something. But when he saw Dumbledore suddenly barge in, his expression darkened with irritation. Don't you know how to knock? No. Dumbledore's reply was firm and absolute. The unexpected answer caught Grindelwald off guard for a moment. Is this the level of courtesy and education expected from a professor? In fact, if you keep testing my limits, I can be even less courteous. Dumbledore's fingers were already resting on the hilt of the Elder Wand. Grindelwald's face turned grim. Of course, he understood exactly what Dumbledore meant. And truth be told, he really did fear that Dumbledore might drag him into mutual destruction. You're threatening me? Grindelwald said coldly. Oh. Is the word threat something rare and unfamiliar to you? Dumbledore replied with a smile. Grindelwald frowned. What on earth is wrong with you today? I don't know what you're plotting with Tom and Wade, Dumbledore said, but I'm warning you, don't. They are the future of the wizarding world. Of course I know they're the future of the wizarding world. Grindelwald retorted. Or are you here to give me grief because I helped Tom save his grandparents? That I truly don't understand. Wasn't that a good deed? Dumbledore remained silent. Grindelwald let out a mocking laugh. How pitiful. Prejudice is indeed a mountain. Just because I wasn't a good man before, now even if I do good, it's seen as ulterior motives. Dumbledore, where is that fairness you pride yourself on? Chapter 233, Think First of Retreat. Creak. The screech of brakes split the air. The night bus skidded to a stop at the side of the road, and Tom bolted out through the door, clutching a nearby lamppost as he vomited violently. You'll get used to it after a while. A wrinkled old wizard set Tom's trunk down beside him. Tom had dashed off so quickly earlier that he hadn't even grabbed his luggage. Thank you for choosing the night bus. We look forward to serving you again. With that, the wizard hopped back onto the bus. I'm your conductor. He didn't even finish before the bus roared back to life and shot away in a blur. As for the conductor's name, Tom hadn't caught a single syllable. If I ever ride that blasted thing again, I'll give my family ring to a muggle. Tom muttered, face pale. TCH, tricked by that bastard Wade Reynolds again. After deciding to head for Newt's home to meet Wade, Tom had written him a letter, asking for the exact address. That bastard Wade Reynolds had written back with the address and, in the same letter, enthusiastically recommended a so-called fast and convenient means of travel, the night bus. In his reply, Wade praised it to the skies, calling it unmatched, quick, and easy. And so, unsurprisingly, Tom had been thoroughly duped. If not for the fact that his flight charm could only last around 30 minutes at a time, he honestly would have preferred flying all the way there himself. It seemed he really ought to buy a broomstick as a backup. After all, he'd already taken flying lessons at school and knew how to handle one now. Glancing around to make sure no one was nearby, Tom pulled out the invisibility cloak, draped it over himself, and cast his still clumsy flight charm, slowly heading toward the address written in the letter. It wasn't long before he spotted 2 houses with yards by the edge of a lake. With no other buildings anywhere around, they stood out rather abruptly. Tom quickly descended, removed the cloak, and tucked it back into his trunk. From a distance, he could already see Wade sitting idly by the gate of the yard, lost in thought. The moment Tom laid eyes on him, the anger he'd been holding back surged hotly to the surface. Wade Reynolds. What's this? Feeling guilty, so you sit at the gate to welcome the great Lord Riddle. Tom sneered. Hearing Tom's voice, Wade finally snapped out of his daze. Well, if it isn't Tom. And why exactly should I feel guilty? Careful what you say. But you tricked me again. I've tricked you plenty of times, which one are we talking about now? You, how can you even say that? Do you get some kind of reward every time you mess with me? You do it every day. I just love watching you all flustered and furious, yet unable to beat me. That alone gives me tremendous emotional value. Isn't that a reward in itself? Wade said cheerfully, the gloomy look he'd worn earlier vanishing completely. I'm your toy, is that it? Bastard. Forget it, I'm not wasting breath on you. Tom was so furious his chest hurt. Tom, it hasn't been that long since I last saw you, but what's happened? You look weak, pale as a ghost, don't tell me you haven't been eating enough at home. And why do you think my face is so pale? Don't you know perfectly well? Tom shot back angrily. That night bus. You went on and on in your letter, saying how quick and convenient it was. I was telling the truth. Isn't the night bus convenient? Air. Tom was left choking on the words. Raising your wand at the roadside and it shows up, well, yes, that is convenient. So then, are you saying the night bus isn't fast? Tom couldn't answer. Thinking back to that deranged bus, that insane speeding. How could you possibly say it wasn't fast? So you see. I didn't lie to you. It's both convenient and fast, Wade smiled. But I never said it was comfortable. Tom almost lost it at that, needing a good while to recover. Forget it, you always have something to say anyway. I'm demonstrating wisdom for you. Remember this, Tom, whatever you do, always think of your way out first. Only then can you move forward and retreat freely. You really. Tom thought back on Wade's usual methods. He did indeed always leave himself an escape. Whether it was a reasonable excuse or a perfect cleanup afterwards. Before you think of advancing, think of retreat. Remember that. Wade said as he picked up Tom's suitcase. Come with me. Newt already knows you're coming. Tom looked thoughtfully at Wade's back. Is this guy really teaching me? Why does it all feel so forced? Newt's family, along with Jacob, warmly welcomed Tom. However, Queenie had gone back to America for a while on some business, otherwise Wade would never have dared to let Tom come now. If Queenie had been there, Tom, who hadn't yet mastered occlumency, would have been laid bare in an instant. And Wade himself might have been stripped clean right along with him. Although Newt and the others seemed friendly enough, Tom still keenly noticed their mood wasn't very high. Their smiles felt a bit forced. Thinking it over, there seemed to be only one possible reason. Wade, did something go wrong with Nagini's treatment plan? Tom asked as soon as he sat down. About Nagini, Tom, there's good news and bad news, Wade said helplessly. Tom frowned. What happened to her? Just tell me both the good and the bad. The bad news is that the recovery plan we came up with for her completely failed. The good news is, I can still keep her as she is, long enough for us to find another way to cure her. Wade and Newt then shared with Tom the series of recovery plans they had previously tried. Your idea actually makes a lot of sense, but you overlook the fact that the body itself can also nourish the soul. Tom muttered, then suddenly asked, then is there a way to separate her soul? There must be magic like that. We could ask Professor Dumbledore. I thought of that too, but, unfortunately, it's not that simple, Wade said helplessly. He had already considered that possibility and had gone to ask the senior about it that very night, but She had immediately pointed out a new flaw in his idea. That is, the blood curse carried by the maledictuses, their curse is inherited through bloodline. For a maledictus, the blood curse itself is the true root cause. The beast soul only emerges as a complication brought about by the blood curse. In other words, if the curse in Nagini's blood cannot be purified, then even if Wade found a way to remove Nagini's beast soul, it would only be treating the symptom, not the root. Before long, a new beast soul would form again. Seeing Tom still puzzled, Newt explained, "We need to find a way to purify the curse hidden in her bloodline first. Otherwise, there's no way to cure her completely." "Bloodline curse, huh? Should we ask Professor Dumbledore?" Tom suggested. Unknowingly, Tom's reliance on Dumbledore had already surpassed Wade's, though he himself hadn't realized it. Perhaps it was because Dumbledore no longer watched him like a thief. Newt nodded. Indeed, back then, Professor Dumbledore once went away on his own for a period of time, specifically for Nagini. None of us knew what he was looking for, perhaps he saw this problem even then and went searching for a solution. He didn't find one. Tom asked. At the time, Grindelwald launched a surprise attack on the Austrian Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore's trip was interrupted. By the time he was done dealing with everything, Nagini had already disappeared, Newt said with a sigh. Maledictuses, once they fell asleep at night, would uncontrollably transform into their animal form, only regaining their human body when they woke. That was why Nagini had disliked sleeping at night back then. And precisely because of that, the worsening of a maledictus's condition always came without warning. It was entirely possible to fall asleep one night, and upon waking, already have the beast's consciousness. Grindelwald again. Tom muttered, finding this man endlessly detestable. "Before you came, we already wrote to Professor Dumbledore," said Newt. Wade shrugged. "I even wrote a letter to that old man Grindelwald to ask his opinion." The moment the words left his mouth, he realized everyone in the room was staring at him. Wade explained, "Look, in this world, he seems to be the one with the deepest research into dark magic. While he's still wearing the skin of a good man, not squeezing some benefits out of him would be a waste." Tina said angrily, "You shouldn't have gone to Grindelwald. If anyone were to do it, it should have been Newt writing the letter." "Huh?" Newt gave Tina a startled look. Honestly, he hadn't wanted to write to Grindelwald either. Tina said firmly, "Dumbledore warned us, Grindelwald might have hidden motives for you. You'd better not get involved with him at all." "Sorry, I wasn't thinking it through," Wade admitted, instantly backing down. But Tom saw right through Wade's act. In his view, Wade was clearly planning to snatch away Grindelwald's hard-earned prize someday. How could he not get involved with him? From Tom's deduction, Wade might be preparing to start approaching Grindelwald within the next few years. Perhaps, using Nagini's situation as a pretext to write for his help was already part of that plan. Tom remembered what Wade had said before thinking of advancing, think first of retreat. So Nagini's condition was one of his fallback plans. Tom couldn't help rubbing his forehead. Before he met Wade, he'd just been a bully, finding ways to torment weaker kids for fun, that was already using his brain. But after meeting Wade, the things he had to consider were already far beyond the limits of someone his age. Damn Wade. I've only just turned 12. What kind of 12-year-old has to think about things like this? Chapter 234, Grindelwald at Hogwarts. In truth, asking Grindelwald for help wasn't Wade's final option. That night, after realizing the flaws in his plan, Wade specifically went to ask his senior for advice. How exactly could one cleanse a bloodline curse? At that time, his senior gave him a completely new line of thought. He still remembered clearly how shocked he had been when she said those words to him. "When I'm free, let's go find the vampires together. In this world, there's no creature that understands bloodline curses better than they do. They might have what you need." Those words completely changed Wade's understanding of the world. He had always subconsciously believed that vampires were weak. But his senior had told him to wait until she was free before approaching them together. That alone showed how seriously she regarded the vampires. After all, even when she knew he would have to face more than a dozen Alliance members alone, she had only taught him the Avada lightning chain. Yet when it came to vampires, she said she had to take action herself, and even warned him not to approach them lightly. However, when Wade pressed further, his senior refused to say more. She only warned him never to go looking for vampires on his own, those creatures were far from as simple as they appeared. She had been trapped for many years, her consciousness wandering this world through nightmare magic, and had uncovered quite a few secrets during that time. So Wade trusted her judgment. If she took vampires so seriously, she must have had a good reason. Besides, even in the original novels, there hadn't been much written about vampires. And in this real wizarding world, the records about them were surprisingly scarce as well. People's impressions of them were highly stereotypical. Pale skin, fondness for drinking blood, though they could also eat ordinary food like pies. They weren't afraid of sunlight either. Strictly speaking, they weren't truly human, they were the undead, classified among magical creatures. Like werewolves, a person bitten by a vampire could become infected and turn into one as well. However, the vampire virus was far less contagious than the full transformation of a werewolf. Because of that, their social status in the wizarding world was quite low, just barely above that of werewolves. That was also why Wade had subconsciously assumed vampires were weak. After all, dealing with them was part of the first-year defense against the dark arts curriculum. But now, based on what his senior had revealed, Wade faintly realized that what he'd seen so far was likely only the tip of the iceberg of this world. Fortunately, Wade can still keep Nagini stable for now. Otherwise. Newt's voice pulled Wade out of his thoughts. "Where's Nagini?" "I want to see her," Tom said. "She's in the basement," Wade replied as he stood up. "But since the recovery plan failed, she can come out now. Keeping her shut in there all the time isn't helping." Wade led Tom to the basement, then stood quietly to the side as Tom spoke to Nagini in Parseltongue. As Wade watched her serpentine body, his thoughts drifted again. Bloodline curses, bloodline corruption, vampires. Could it be that the reason vampires became what they are is also a kind of blood curse? Hiss, the more I think about it, the more terrifying it sounds. After Tom settled in at Newt's home, he and Wade had several real battles. Yes, battles, not mere sparring. Although Tom ended up beaten until his face looked like a pig's head, he was exhilarated beyond words. The fact that Wade hadn't held back was enough proof that Tom's progress had truly forced him out of his usual composure. That meant the gap between them really was narrowing. After the fight, when Wade reluctantly praised his dueling technique, Tom felt an indescribable thrill of satisfaction. Of course, aside from those first few battles, they eventually switched back to simple dueling practice. After all, even Tom had his limits. Getting hit hurt, that was an unshakable law of nature. In just 3 or 4 days, time passed quickly. Tom really was a prodigy, and under Wade's guidance, his dueling skills improved drastically. "With your help, my progress is definitely faster than when I practiced with my father," Tom said through gritted teeth, rubbing the spot where Wade's spell had hit him. Wade smiled. "Actually, it's not that different. Old Tom is your father, and I'm your foster father. Come on, thank your dad." Tom rolled his eyes. "Don't make me curse you when I'm in a good mood, Wade. Wanna go see that depressed dragon?" "No thanks, not interested," Tom said flatly, refusing the offer. He had actually gone to see it once before. That depressed dragon seemed to be a hybrid. Its body carried several different dragon bloodlines, making it incredibly rare and valuable. After all, for 2 dragons of different species to produce a hybrid offspring was an extraordinarily uncommon occurrence. And judging from this dragon's degree of mixed blood, not just its parents, but even its grandparents and great-grandparents were all of different species. Precisely because of that, when it fell ill, it was sent to Newt for care and study. It was far too precious, possessing immense research value. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary fire dragon, once it got sick, especially with something as unstable as depression, it would usually be put down and used for materials instead. There was a special committee for the disposal of dangerous creatures, responsible for handling such potentially uncontrollable magical beasts. "If you don't want to go, suit yourself. I'm going anyway. This is a rare chance to broaden your horizons," Wade said with exaggerated regret. Tom snorted. "Broaden my horizons? You mean strip it for parts? What piece of that dragon have you set your eyes on this time?" "Nonsense. How can you slander me like that out of thin air?" Wade protested loudly. "Oh, please. You even wanted me to come along, so that when something goes wrong, you can shove me out there to take the blame, right? Tom, is that really what you think of me? Maybe even worse. Enough pretending, don't bother acting in front of me. Who doesn't know who by now? I'm telling you right now, I'm not falling for it. You ungrateful brat. You'll be the death of me." The remaining days of the holiday slipped away quietly. September 1st, 1939. That day wasn't only when Wade and Tom were returning to school, it was also the day a certain failed art student decided to start making trouble. In the early hours of that morning, Germany blitzed Poland. The Muggle World's War had begun. When Wade and Tom arrived at King's Cross Station, the people hurrying along the platform moved with visible unease. Every face was filled with fear and confusion about the future. War, no matter when it comes, always brings suffering to ordinary people. But for now, there was nothing Wade or Tom could do. Not just them, the entire wizarding world stood by, watching in silence. Joining the war would mean violating the International Statute of Secrecy. Most wizards had no desire to expose the wizarding world to Muggles. Besides, everyone hated war, including wizards. Who would willingly abandon a comfortable life to go fight? What did a Muggle war have to do with them anyway? Of course, there were always a few especially patriotic wizards who joined the conflict, just as some had done during the last Great War. But any wizard who enlisted could only participate as an ordinary person. They were strictly forbidden from using magic. Without magic, there was no difference between wizards and muggles, and their chances of dying in battle became the same. Naturally, even fewer wizards took part in the Muggle War. Wade and Tom could feel the heavy atmosphere in the air. They quickened their pace through the Muggle crowd and arrived at platform 9 3/4. Unlike before, several Aurors were now stationed beside the invisible wall. Their duty was to protect the young witches and wizards boarding the train, and their parents who came to see them off. Now that the Muggles were at war, though it was unlikely to reach here so soon, it was always better to be cautious. Who knew if a bomb might suddenly fall into the station one day? Passing through the invisible wall, the atmosphere on the platform was entirely different from that outside. Unlike the somber expressions of the Muggles, most faces here were bright with joy. Yes, the Muggle world was at war, but what did that have to do with wizards? Those who needed to evacuate had already done so. Hey! Tom, Wade. Long time no see. Henry suddenly appeared from the side. Long time no see, Henry, Wade said with a smile. Where's Alfred? Alfred stayed at my place for most of the holidays, but in the end, his family caught him and dragged him back. I heard his sister's furious and just waiting to take it out on him. Oh, poor Alfred, may Merlin bless him. Henry said, drawing a cross over his chest. Shouldn't that be God bless him, not Merlin? Tom couldn't help but ask. You're still as strict as ever, Tom. Ah, where's Anne? Have you seen her? Henry looked around. No, we haven't. Hasn't she shown up yet? Tom asked. Wade rubbed his chin, quietly thinking that Anne might not be coming back at all. Under Grindelwald, if you were useful, you were a treasure; if you weren't, you were trash. It was precisely because of Anne's failure that Grindelwald had suffered heavy losses. He even lost the Elder Wand. How could she possibly have come out of that unscathed? Maybe, she had just quietly disappeared. Ha! She's over there. Henry's shout broke Wade's dark speculation. Wade turned and saw Anne walking alone onto the platform, carrying a small suitcase. Aside from looking a bit worn out, she was completely unharmed. A flicker of surprise crossed Wade's eyes. Logically speaking, Grindelwald should have realized and had been exposed and was no longer of use. Even if he didn't kill her out of spite, he should at least have transferred her elsewhere to keep her out of sight. After all, Grindelwald was now operating right here in Britain. Yet here she was, appearing on the platform without a single scratch. That immediately set Wade's mind spinning with all kinds of thoughts. Hey! Guess what? Henry suddenly said excitedly. Today's not just a big day for the Muggle world, something huge happened at Hogwarts too. What happened? Wade asked. You didn't read today's Daily Prophet? Grindelwald just entered Hogwarts as the Ministry's Senior Inquisitor. Senior Inquisitor? Wade was stunned. Wasn't that the same title that old Toad Umbridge would use decades later? At those words, Tom's face went pale in an instant. He was terrified of that old man Grindelwald, and now the man was coming to Hogwarts. This term's going to be lively, huh, Tom? Is it still possible to transfer schools now, Wade? Oh, ***, support and read 2 weeks ahead of WN at. Chapter 235, There's Only One Way. Hogwarts. Headmaster's Office. Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet stared in silence at the newspaper and the official notice from the Ministry of Magic in their hands. Neither of them had expected that Grindelwald would send them an appointment letter as the director of the Department of Education, assigning himself to Hogwarts. At that moment, both Dippet and Dumbledore felt a deep sense of unease. Whether it was Grindelwald's earlier talk about educational reform or this sudden arrival, it was all clearly aimed at the students of Hogwarts. Changing the minds of adults like them might be difficult, but altering the thinking of those hot-blooded young wizards, that would be all too easy for him. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Dippet said wearily. The door swung open, and the beautiful Professor McGonagall hurried inside. Headmaster Dippet, Professor Dumbledore. Is the news in the Daily Prophet true? That terrorist is really coming to Hogwarts as the Ministry's Senior Inquisitor. It's true, Minerva, Headmaster Dippet said helplessly, rubbing his temples. What? Professor McGonagall exclaimed. That's ridiculous. Last term he attacked us, and now this term he's coming to Hogwarts as if nothing ever happened. How was he found not guilty back then? Someone testified that his presence at Hogwarts was to stop his subordinates who had gone out of control, not to attack the school, Dumbledore said helplessly. What? That's complete nonsense. He personally attacked us. McGonagall's voice rose in disbelief. Yes, but there were witnesses who claimed he stunned you by accident. That you were standing too close to the group of Grindelwald's followers he was supposedly trying to stop. What kind of flimsy excuse and testimony is that? How could anyone believe it? Minerva, everyone could see something was wrong, but that doesn't matter. That entire public trial was never meant to be fair or just. Dumbledore sighed. Perhaps the only one truly in the dark was President Pickquery herself. The rest of us, well, we were all kept in the dark too. Even the dungeon guards had been replaced by Grindelwald's followers. How could that trial have possibly been fair? In truth, the entire so-called public hearing had been nothing more than a carefully staged performance by Grindelwald himself. Even the judges and most of the audience were his own people in disguise. How could he ever have been convicted? When the verdict of not guilty was announced, 2/3 of the courtroom stood up to pay him their respects. That alone said everything. It seemed that during his period of silence, Grindelwald had indeed shifted the core of his power to America. Most of those he couldn't take with him were simply abandoned. At the time, people assumed he had given up. But no one expected that, in such a short time, he could infiltrate the American Magical Congress to that extent. This is too dark. Too absurd, the younger Professor McGonagall said angrily. Headmaster Dippet, you must stop him from entering Hogwarts. Letting a man like him face the students. I can't even imagine how terrible that would be. What can I do? Headmaster Dippet spread his hands helplessly, then pushed the notice across the desk to McGonagall. This is the Ministry's order. Even as headmaster of Hogwarts I can't openly defy the Ministry. I'm not Albus, I don't have his power. Cough. Armando, I can't openly oppose the Ministry either, Dumbledore said quickly. Although he did have that kind of power, he had no intention of starting a rebellion. Is there really nothing we can do to stop him? McGonagall asked, clearly dismayed. Dippet spoke up loudly, it's not that there's nothing we can do. There is one way. And it's very simple. What way? McGonagall asked, looking to Dippet with hope. Even Dumbledore looked puzzled at Dippet, unsure what scheme he had in mind. Dippet said seriously, Albus, you go and kick the Minister for Magic out of his position, and then you take the post yourself. Once you become Minister for Magic, you can dismiss Grindelwald directly, and then he won't be able to be stationed at Hogwarts. Ah. Me, become the Minister. Dumbledore was completely caught off guard. He hadn't expected Headmaster Dippet's solution to be so wild. That's actually a great idea. Professor McGonagall said excitedly. With your current reputation, you really could replace Folly. In fact, a lot of us would love to see you as Minister for Magic. Dumbledore's mouth opened, but no words came out. It was plain to everyone how conflicted he was. He didn't want to touch power, afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself and would end up becoming someone like Grindelwald. But if he refused to get involved, then Grindelwald would freely enter Hogwarts and influence the students' minds as he pleased. Enough. Stop agonizing over it. Don't I know you by now? Dippet interrupted, not letting Dumbledore spiral any further. I'm sorry. I really don't know what to choose. Dumbledore said, full of self-reproach. Dippet sighed. You still can't bring yourself to trust yourself, can you? At least right now, I can still stand against Grindelwald. But if I became someone like him? Dumbledore said bitterly. McGonagall frowned, unable to understand. Albus, how could you ever become like him? As long as you just stand up and... Minerva, don't trust others so easily, even if that person is me. And don't idealize someone you don't truly understand. The truth is, none of you really know the real me. I'm not as good as you all think I am. Dumbledore's voice trembled slightly. For the greater good. That arrogant and heartless phrase had come from his own mouth. Back then, just a little more, and it would have been his sister Ariana, with her young life, who stopped him from walking down the wrong path. Otherwise, this matter would never have become the wound buried deepest in Dumbledore's heart. Headmaster Dippet sighed again. I understand, Albus, your unwillingness to seek power is the cautious choice. At least this way, we won't have to deal with two Grindelwalds. Besides, as long as we keep a close watch, whatever he tries to do, we can still interfere. In fact, Grindelwald's presence at Hogwarts might not be entirely a bad thing. Armando, sounds like you've thought of something. Dumbledore asked keenly. Dippet smiled. Sometimes, to fight fire, you have to use fire. Have you forgotten your prized student? Wade. He's still young, it's difficult for him to influence someone like Grindelwald. As long as he can influence the other students, that's enough, isn't it? Grindelwald isn't the only one who knows how to shape minds. Dumbledore looked at Headmaster Dippet in realization. It seems it's time I had a proper talk with Wade about the development of the Student Mutual Aid Social Hub. To fight fire with fire, to counter magic with magic. As long as Wade Reynolds didn't fall under Grindelwald's influence, his mutual aid society would become the best weapon against Grindelwald's misguided ideological reforms. You're letting Wade, a child, go head-to-head with Grindelwald. Professor McGonagall looked at the two old men in disbelief. Minerva, don't underestimate Wade's abilities. No matter how capable he is, he's still a child, a 12-year-old child. Don't you think this burden is far too heavy for him? After saying this, Professor McGonagall sighed deeply and left the headmaster's office, powerless. She knew she couldn't stop Grindelwald from entering Hogwarts, nor could she keep young Wade from bearing a weight far beyond his years. For a while, Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet once again sat in silence. Perhaps we really are wrong, Armando. Albus, think carefully about what matters more. And remember, he won't be alone, we'll be behind him every step of the way. Achoo. On the Hogwarts Express. Wade couldn't help sneezing. Who's thinking about me this time? Some old geezer again, he muttered to himself. At this point, there was indeed more than one old geezer with him on their mind. Wade, when exactly did you find out about my identity? Beside him, Anne, who had been sitting quietly the whole time, finally spoke for the first time. Right now, there were only Wade, Tom, and Anne in the compartment. Of course, Nagini was coiled up on the table, while the tomcat had been left safely behind in the hideout. As for Charlie, Henry, and Alfred, Tom had already sent them away, because he knew Wade would definitely have things to ask Anne. That much had been obvious from the way Wade looked at her even before they boarded the train. Sure enough, Anne was the first to lose her composure. From the moment you first came into our compartment and started talking to us, I already knew, Wade said calmly. Anne's face turned ashen. So she had been exposed from the very beginning, and all those reasonable performances she'd been so proud of were, in Wade and Tom's eyes, utterly laughable. How did you know? Grindelwald underestimated me and Tom's intelligence, and overestimated your wit, Wade said with a faint smile. Actually, you did quite well. It's just a pity, no matter how clever you are, you're still just a child. To be honest, Anne's act had been convincing enough. If he truly were an 11-year-old boy, he might have fallen for it. Unfortunately for her, Wade wasn't an 11-year-old boy, just a man trapped in a child's body. Now it's my turn to ask, Wade said seriously. Why did Grindelwald let you go? Why wouldn't he? Mr. Grindelwald is a good man. He told me I did a great job, that none of this was my fault. And said hastily, almost pleading. Wade narrowed his eyes. So, you're still useful to him. Oh, ***, support and read 2 weeks ahead of WN at. Chapter 236, everyone is a chess piece in Wade's eyes. If Grindelwald had simply ignored Anne, then maybe he really had let her go, allowing her to go wherever she wanted. But when Wade heard Anne say that Grindelwald had comforted her so kindly, he was 100% certain that Anne had gained some new value in Grindelwald's eyes. That was the kind of man Grindelwald was. Anyone worth his time to console must have some significant use to him. At that moment, Wade didn't speak again. He simply stared at Anne in silence, exerting pressure with his gaze. Anne sat rigidly in her seat, her hands gripping the hem of her robes tightly. Her heart was already full of conflict. Under Wade's piercing stare, her thoughts had long since tangled into a mess. The Grindelwald Wade described was not the Grindelwald she knew. Before, she would never have believed Wade's words. She had always firmly believed that Grindelwald's noble ideals would surely bring beauty to the world. And that the path Grindelwald had chosen was absolutely the right one. But now, that once steadfast heart of hers had begun to waver. Because Grindelwald's actions over the past few months had completely contradicted everything he once stood for. And, the way Grindelwald was handling things now, wasn't that exactly the method she had once learned from Wade? And had only passed on those ideas to Grindelwald as part of her duty, to help him better understand Wade and Tom's words and actions. She thought Wade's views might give Grindelwald a bit of inspiration at most. She even believed Grindelwald would probably laugh at Wade's unrealistic notions. But she never expected that Grindelwald would actually follow Wade's words to the letter. When she later heard her aunt say that Grindelwald, in order to clear his own name, had personally sent his most loyal followers, the Alliance Party, to the guillotine, and felt her faith crumble. Of course, her aunt had only meant to express relief that Grindelwald had saved her at the time, or she too would have ended up dead in Azkaban. Her aunt could never have imagined how deeply those words would shake Anne's once unshakable faith. After all, Vinda had no idea that Anne had truly, naively believed in Grindelwald's ideals, rather than simply working for the sake of the Rosier family's interests. And now, the image of Grindelwald, betraying his comrades and showing such ruthless indifference, was no different from the so-called slander the outside world had always hurled at him. She had once thought those accusations were just the world's attempt to smear a reformer. But now, she had seen it with her own eyes. She had spent the entire holiday trying to convince herself that there must have been a reason behind everything Grindelwald did, that she was simply overthinking it. Later, when Grindelwald offered her a few comforting words, she finally managed to calm down a little, forcing herself to stop dwelling on those troubling thoughts. More accurately, she had simply found an excuse to avoid facing them. But she never expected Wade to tear off that carefully placed veil again, so ruthlessly, exposing all the bloody truths she had been avoiding. The harsh reality she'd tried so hard to ignore was once again laid bare before her eyes. I can tell you're deeply conflicted right now. Maybe even on the verge of breaking down, Wade finally withdrew his intense, probing gaze. Anne's body relaxed all at once, realizing her back was completely soaked in sweat. Her eyes, however, were filled with even greater confusion. No, there must be a reason for what Mr. Grindelwald did. And whispered under her breath. Across from her, Tom, who had been quietly reading, looked up and asked, "What did you do to her? You didn't make her stupid or something, did you?" Just now, Wade had only stared at her for a while, and then she'd gone completely blank, like she'd lost her mind. Given what Tom knew of Wade's bizarre tricks, it was hard not to suspect that he had used some strange method again. "I didn't do anything. I just put the problem she's been avoiding right back in front of her," Wade said vaguely as he unwrapped a chocolate frog and popped it into his mouth. "So she made herself stupid." Tom frowned. Wade looked down at the chocolate frog card in his hand. It showed a rather odd-looking wizard. "It's normal. When someone's long-held beliefs collapse all at once, they're bound to act a little strange." Beliefs collapsing? Don't tell me she actually believed all that nonsense Grindelwald preaches. Tom said incredulously. Wade chuckled. "You've got some nerve laughing at Anne. Weren't you almost convinced yourself once?" "Ha. I only believed in the benefits he could offer me. Ideals. Don't make me laugh. There are no such noble ideals in this world," Tom sneered. "You're wrong about that," Wade replied, tossing the empty wrapper aside. "There are noble ideals in this world. They just don't exist in the hearts of ambitious men like Grindelwald." As he spoke, he casually flicked the chocolate frog card toward Tom. "What am I supposed to do with this? And why does this guy look so weird?" Tom complained. "Ha. You unfilial brat, don't tell me you didn't recognize your own ancestor, Salazar Slytherin." Only then did Tom notice the name printed on the card. What the fuck? They made Slytherin look hideous. "I'm writing a letter of protest tomorrow." Tom slipped the card into his pocket without the slightest hint of embarrassment. "Ha, Tom, your ability to play dumb is improving," Wade said dryly. "I don't know what you're talking about, Wade. You'd better think about how to calm down Miss Rosier instead. She's crying because of you. If another student sees her like this, it'll be hard to explain." Wade turned his head, and sure enough, Anne's face was streaked with tears. Through the aid of legilimency, Wade could clearly sense what she was feeling. The person she had admired most, her great idol, had crumbled before her eyes, and the ideals she had held so tightly to were now collapsing with him. The worst part was, she had no one to talk to. Her family were all fervent followers of Grindelwald. There was no one who could understand her doubts, let alone advise her. For the first time, she felt lost, abandoned by the very era she belonged to. In Wade's mind, he could only sigh. Girls really did have complicated and messy thoughts. There's nothing worth mourning or being confused over. That old man Grindelwald isn't worth your tears, Wade said. And wiped her face. I don't know what to do now. I can't get out anymore." She knew Grindelwald was using her. She knew what she was doing was wrong. But what else could she do? Just stop? But if she didn't continue, would someone like Grindelwald really let her go? At this point, and was already completely trapped, it was nearly impossible for her to pull herself out of Grindelwald's mess. Even though she knew the path she was on was no longer right, she had no choice but to keep walking down it. "It's not that complicated. In fact, it's quite simple, Anne," Wade said with a smile. A faint glimmer of hope appeared on Anne's face. She genuinely hoped Wade could show her a way out. "Just do what Tom did, side with me." Puffed. Tom, who had been sipping juice across from him, instantly sprayed it all over, straight toward Wade's face. Unfortunately for him, Wade was well prepared. The juice splattered harmlessly against an invisible barrier and rebounded back. Tom jumped up in frustration, wiping himself clean with his wand while cursing. "Wade Reynolds. When did I ever say I was siding with you?" "Oh, Tom, still as stubborn as ever. Stubborn Maya." Tom hadn't even finished swearing when he noticed that Wade had quietly taken out his wand and was slowly polishing it. "Yes, I did side with Lord Wade," Tom admitted honestly. When Wade wasn't being serious, he could joke around with him and maybe even benefit a little. But when Wade was serious, it was best to know one's place. And with Tom's sharp instinct for reading the room, he was absolutely sure Wade wasn't joking right now. So he immediately backed down. Me. Side with you. Anne's eyes widened. You should know what I'm capable of. You didn't actually think the things I told you before the summer break were just idle talk, did you? Wade said with a calm smile. And suddenly froze, realization dawning on her. Grindelwald had changed his methods precisely because of the things she told him, which came from Wade. That meant Wade had known her identity all along. In other words, Grindelwald, that terrifying man, had actually been manipulated by a boy who hadn't even come of age yet. And those times Wade had let her absorb magical power, knowing full well who she was, he'd still allowed it. He'd even given her the chance to claim a massive share of it for herself. There was no doubt about it, Wade had planned it all deliberately. Thinking back to the sleeping potions, the dung bombs, and the captured Grindelwald followers, it all lined up perfectly. That had to be one of Wade's traps. But what was the purpose of that trap? Grindelwald failed because of it, grew discouraged, and then, through her own mouth, Wade fed him a new method to follow. In the end, Grindelwald did exactly what Wade had wanted. Realizing all this, Anne felt a chill spread through her chest. She had only just learned when her cover had been blown and hadn't had time to think about everything that followed. But now that she connected the dots, she finally understood how terrifying Wade Reynolds truly was. Grindelwald, the Alliance, even Dumbledore, all of them were pieces on his chessboard. And this terrifying person was only 12 years old. Maybe someone like him really could help her escape her predicament. You really can help me, she asked quietly. You've misunderstood, Anne. I'm not helping you. I just happen to need you as a piece on my board. Since I need this piece, I'll naturally protect it. And unlike Grindelwald, I'm not so heartless, even a useless piece, I wouldn't discard without reason. All right. I don't really have any other choice anyway. Though Wade's words were brutally honest, they were still better than Grindelwald's empty promises and manipulative lies. And after the mess she'd caused before, even if Grindelwald still found her useful now, who could guarantee he wouldn't settle accounts with her later? At this point, Anne no longer dared to trust Grindelwald's character at all. She might as well take a gamble. Oh, ***, support and read 2 weeks ahead of WN at. Chapter 237, Scheming and Plotting. Tom watched from the side as Wade persuaded Anne to switch allegiances. His face showed no expression, but his thoughts were complicated. Though he could never accept being stepped on by Wade, he had to admit, Wade's abilities always left him with no choice but to yield. It wasn't just that Wade was powerful, he was frighteningly intelligent. And had only managed to deduce that Wade was manipulating everyone like chess pieces through guesswork. But Tom, he had witnessed it all firsthand. From setting the trap to outmaneuvering Grindelwald afterward, Wade had never once hidden anything from him. Perhaps I'm just another piece in his plans too. That unwilling thought echoed in Tom's mind, filling him with an unfamiliar heaviness. Could he really ever catch up to, let alone surpass, someone like that? Unlikely, the hope felt far too faint. Tom came back to his senses and saw Wade looking at him calmly. The oppressive aura from moments ago had completely vanished. The Dark Lord Wade had once again turned back into friend Wade. Tom felt a strange sense of absurdity rising in his chest. All done, he asked. Yeah, all done. Starting today, and is one of us, Wade said with a smile. You trust her that easily? Tom asked cautiously. Tom, I've told you before, trust isn't necessary. As long as our goals align, we'll naturally walk the same path. I see. Tom nodded slowly. And he truly did understand, Wade trusted only in his own judgment. In other words, if he could see through a person's thoughts and actions, then trust itself was meaningless. However, Tom couldn't help but feel that Wade's excessive confidence would one day come back to bite him. What should I do next? And asked seriously after wiping away her tears. Did Grindelwald give you any specific orders? No, and frowned. He didn't say anything clearly this time, but I can feel he definitely wants me to do something. He's just waiting for the right moment to tell me. He's guarding against me, Anne, Wade said with a faint smile. That means he's already figured out everything about the trap I set for him last time. Clearly, Grindelwald had realized that if he revealed his plans to Anne in advance, Wade would likely find a way to extract them from her again. This time, Grindelwald wouldn't dare underestimate Wade's intelligence. Better not to tell this silly girl anything, just give her the order when the time comes. But what kind of mission would require a compromised, exposed girl to carry it out? If he's already figured everything out, will he still act according to your expectations? Tom asked. He's the director of magical education now, and things are going smoothly for him. Even if he knows this is what I want him to do, he can't stop anymore. It all looks far too beneficial for him, Wade replied with a smile. Hearing this, Tom suddenly understood. He had once guessed that Wade's goal was to steal Grindelwald's victory, and Wade hadn't even denied it back then. And to steal Grindelwald's victory, the key was figuring out how to approach him in a reasonable way. Right now, what Wade was planning might very well be the first deliberate step in getting close to Grindelwald. Think about it, he's only 12, yet his suggestions had already allowed Grindelwald to make a successful comeback. Would someone like that ever go unnoticed by Grindelwald? Of course, Grindelwald had always paid attention to Wade, but who could say what his motives were before? Maybe he'd intended to use Wade as some sort of sacrifice, a pawn to be consumed for his greater cause. No one knew what Grindelwald had seen in his prophetic visions. But now things were different, Wade had fully demonstrated his worth. That would make Grindelwald realize Wade was far more useful than he'd originally planned. This way, when Wade eventually infiltrated Grindelwald's ranks, he would quickly earn his trust. Then, once Grindelwald trusted him completely, Wade could help him conquer the world. And in the final stage, he would seize Grindelwald's triumph for himself, fulfilling his own ambition. Heh. As expected of you, Wade. Tom. Why have you been spacing out all day? Did I hit you so hard last time I turned your brain to mush? Wade asked curiously. No. No. I'm not dumb. Keep going. Tom replied cautiously. Wade gave him a suspicious look, could this guy be doing self-persuasion again? Suddenly acting so polite made Wade a little uneasy. And asked worriedly, Wade, he really didn't tell me what to do, can you guess his purpose? I can't either, Wade smiled. Ah. Then. I guess we'll just wait until he gives the order and I'll tell you. And said. No, by then it might be too late. Wade shook his head. What should I do then? And asked. Wade smiled. I don't understand Grindelwald, but someone else does. You mean? Hey Anne, once we get to Hogwarts, you should go to Dumbledore and confess. Tell Dumbledore everything you've done before. Remember, tell him everything. What? And cried out, jumping to her feet. If I tell him everything, I might be sent to Azkaban. I don't know Grindelwald well, but I do know Dumbledore to some extent. Don't worry, you won't be sent to Azkaban. You're only 12. Dumbledore has always been lenient toward children, Wade said confidently. Tom muttered in protest, really? Then why wasn't he lenient with me before? Because your first impression was terrible. Think about the nonsense you used to pull. Have you no self-awareness at all? Wade said, exasperated. Fine. Tom gave up. Besides, after seeing how much you've changed, isn't he being lenient with you now? Wade added. Tom couldn't help but nod. Dumbledore really had stopped targeting him lately and even looked after him, he'd even mailed him notes on dark arts. That was genuine trust. Hearing Tom's words, and guessed he must have done something awful in the past but had been forgiven. That thought brought her a bit of comfort, though worry still lingered. Will this really work? After all, You're just a confused little girl who was once deceived and has now awakened. Even adults have been swayed by Grindelwald, how could you be blamed? Wade smiled. From my experience, sincerity is always the ultimate weapon when dealing with Dumbledore. And pressed her lips together, lost in thought. You can even tell Dumbledore about the turmoil you just felt. Treat him as an elder and confide your troubles to him, Wade said. Then his tone suddenly turned serious. But remember this, if you confess, you must not hold anything back. Show your genuine regret, too. I can almost guarantee that Dumbledore will use legitimacy on you. However, since he's Dumbledore, he'll only check whether you're lying, not roughly dig through your thoughts. Tom couldn't help but chime in. Trust Wade. He knows Dumbledore better than you think. Look, last year Dumbledore was still wary of me, but I just lightly imitated his manner once, and now he's mailing me dark arts manuscripts. When in doubt, imitate Wade. And if that still doesn't solve the problem, just ask Wade. That had practically become Tom's code of conduct now. Because, as he'd learned, it really worked like a charm. Wade shot Tom a glare before continuing, once Dumbledore understands your predicament, he'll definitely help you keep an eye on Grindelwald, and he'll even conceal your confession to protect you. He wouldn't want Grindelwald to find out and hurt you. That way, Dumbledore can protect you openly, while I protect you from the shadows. At the same time, Dumbledore will learn through you that Grindelwald came with ulterior motives, and that you're a key figure in his plan. Then Dumbledore will be able to track his movements more easily. When Grindelwald's next scheme gets thwarted, you'll be completely cleared of suspicion. Tom couldn't help but smirk to the side. With that level of understanding, no wonder Wade had earned Dumbledore's trust even before enrolling. Honestly, Tom was convinced, if Wade ever used dark magic to kill someone right in front of Dumbledore, the man's first reaction would probably be, Wade must have been forced, the other guy was definitely the villain. Still, Tom couldn't understand, Wade had never actually met Dumbledore before, so where did he get all this insight from? How could he know him so well? Then Tom couldn't help but start thinking about Wade's so-called background again. Right. It had to be that big family behind him. A family like that would naturally have every kind of information at their disposal. TCH. Damn pure-blood families. And took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. All right. I'll do as you say. Whatever happens, happens. Wade pulled out a small vial and pressed it into her hand. This is Felix Felicis. Take 1 drop before you go, it'll help. And accepted the vial with deep gratitude. Tom, however, looked at Wade in shock. Knowing Wade's stingy nature, giving away a bottle of Felix Felicis was a huge deal. It seemed clear now, in Wade's grand scheme, and was definitely a very important piece. Still, what exactly was his plan? And Grindelwald, what was he thinking? Tom's head started to ache from all the scheming. Forget it. He wasn't going to think about it anymore. All these people plotting behind each other's backs, how dirty-minded could they get? If it were him, he'd just grab his wand and start blasting. See? He was way purer than all of them. A person as straightforward as him could never guess what those schemers were plotting. Oh, ***, support and read 2 weeks ahead of WN at. Chapter 238, The Ideals of Smash. The Hogwarts Express soon arrived at the station. Wade and Tom had already changed into their school robes in advance. First years, this way. Mr. Ogg's booming voice echoed below the train. And leaned against the compartment door, taking deep breaths. Clearly, she was still nervous about tonight's confession. You can take the Felix Felicis now. Just 1 drop will do, Wade said with a smile. Now. And asked. The potion lasts for 12 hours, so there's plenty of time. Besides, by taking it early, you'll start noticing more details that can help you succeed. Details determine success or failure. After saying that, Wade followed the crowd off the Hogwarts Express, with Tom right behind him, holding Nagini in his arms. And watched their backs, then took out the small bottle of Felix Felicis from her pocket. At the start of term, only the first years crossed the Black Lake by boat. As for students from the second year and above, they went directly from the station to the castle by thestral-drawn carriages. Wade found an empty carriage and climbed in first. Tom stood beside the thestral, glancing back for a moment before climbing into the carriage. And seems to have taken another one, Tom said. Tom, the guidance of Felix Felicis works in mysterious ways, Wade replied with a smile. Aside from bringing good luck, the potion's greatest effect was that it heightened one's observation and thought process, allowing them to easily notice factors that benefited what they were currently doing. Since Anne had chosen another carriage, it meant there was something on that one she needed to learn, something that would greatly help her when she went to confess to Dumbledore. Wade looked out the window and happened to see Charlie and Henry passing by together. Charlie. Henry. There's still room here. Wade called out. Hearing him, both Charlie and Henry quickly ran over. What a coincidence. Henry said cheerfully. We just went to look for Alfred. On our way back, we spotted you. By the time Henry and Charlie climbed aboard, the carriage was almost full. How's Alfred? Where is he? Why didn't he come with you? There's still a seat left, Tom asked. Charlie shook his head. It's bad, really bad, don't wait for him, he's not coming. Yeah, awful, Henry sighed helplessly. I'm just endlessly grateful that over the holidays, I managed to make my parents give up on marrying into the Black family. Guess why they changed their minds? It's because of Alfred. Because of Alfred? He convinced your parents? Tom asked, puzzled. Henry gave a bitter smile. You could say that. After my parents saw his injuries, and learned they were caused by his sister, they never brought up the marriage idea again. Alfred's sister just warned us not to go near him anymore, what an idiot, Charlie said angrily. Doesn't she know Alfred shares a dorm with you guys? If Henry hadn't held me back just now, I would've. Tom didn't think much of it, but Wade immediately caught on to the real issue. Has Walburga suddenly grown that bold? And Alfred didn't even fight back. Yeah. I don't know why she's suddenly become so aggressive, Charlie said, shaking his head. After the club was founded, she had actually toned down a lot. But near the end of the holiday, she suddenly got tough again. Wade thought for a moment, then chuckled. A reed in the wind, of course she's acting tough now, she's got backing. You mean, they found someone to support them? Henry asked in confusion. Wade analyzed calmly, have you forgotten the news you told me today? Grindelwald has forcefully taken up residence at Hogwarts, and both Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet can only stand by and watch. That says it all, Grindelwald's faction is strong, and Dumbledore's is weak. Now tell me, wouldn't the purebloods who side with Grindelwald suddenly feel powerful again? Ah. That makes sense now. Henry said, suddenly enlightened. Charlie then asked slowly, so, does that mean your parents might have also? Henry's smile vanished at once. Ahem, I was just saying, they probably wouldn't. Charlie quickly tried to cover his words. No. I'm a pureblood, aren't I? You think I don't understand how purebloods think? Especially my parents, with their personalities, they'd surrender without hesitation. Henry said helplessly. And they definitely joined secretly, without telling me. Wade nodded slightly. He already had his answer. At the start of the year, many pureblood families had tried to cozy up to him, or more precisely, to the mysterious family rumored to stand behind Wade Reynolds. But that was back when Grindelwald hadn't yet risen to power. Now, with Grindelwald's influence overwhelming even Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet, those families would naturally shift their allegiance. Siding with the powerful Grindelwald, who could offer them tangible benefits right now, was far more practical than supporting the elusive Reynolds family that none of them had ever even met. After all, Grindelwald gave them real rewards, while Wade's supposed backing was like a reflection in the water, beautiful but untouchable. The purebloods knew which choice made more sense. So, it seems those restless ones are about to make their move, Wade said with a smile. What should we do then? Tom asked. If anyone in the club wants to quit, let them. But once they leave, getting back in won't be easy, Wade said decisively. As for their retaliation, what's there to worry about? We'll just keep beating them. And what about Grindelwald? That's the real problem. Grindelwald does have the authority to control us. Strictly speaking, he's even Dumbledore and Dippet's superior. Then, what if he orders us to disband the club? Wade rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That depends on how far Grindelwald intends to go. If he still values his image and the reputation he's worked so hard to build, there are ways to deal with it. Dumbledore would never allow the club to be disbanded, Charlie said firmly. Don't be so sure, Charlie. Knowing Dumbledore, if he wants to protect us and prevent direct conflict with Grindelwald, he might tell us to lie low for a while. But, wait, no, hold on. Wade's eyes lit up. Grindelwald would never forcibly disband our club. Why not? It's simple, he doesn't want us to hate him, Wade said with a smile. If all of us start resenting him, then no matter what he says, we won't listen. In that case, his coming to Hogwarts would lose all meaning. Wade had indeed overlooked one important point just now, Grindelwald was not Umbridge. If it were Umbridge, she'd have no qualms about disbanding a club. But Grindelwald was different. He had come to Hogwarts to make the students accept his ideals. If he were to dissolve the most popular club in the school now, and all the students ended up hating him, how could they possibly agree with his views afterward? Charlie and the others didn't quite grasp it, they were still young and didn't really understand Grindelwald. But since Wade said Grindelwald wouldn't disband the club, then he wouldn't. The club had been around long enough for its members to form a deep trust in Wade Reynolds. If you couldn't understand one of Wade's decisions, then the problem was with you, not with him. That had long become a shared belief among the club members. It was also one of the main reasons Tom lacked confidence in taking Wade's place as the club's leader. As they spoke, the carriage gradually came to a stop. The students jumped down and began streaming through the main gates of Hogwarts Castle. Wade noticed an entering from the other side of the gate, her expression much calmer than before. Clearly, she must have learned something that gave her enough confidence for what she planned to do tonight. Not far behind Anne, Walburga was striding forward proudly, followed by several other students from pureblood families. Poor Alfred was trapped in the middle of them. His eyes were red and swollen, his front teeth had grown abnormally large, so much that they extended past his chin, and his face was bruised in patches of blue and purple. It was obvious he had been hit with several nasty jinxes. Wade strode forward and blocked Walburga's path. Alfred, come here, Wade said gently. Get out of my way. Don't think you can make my brother mix with you lot again. Walburga snapped aggressively. Your brother? Wade asked coldly. Is there a sister anywhere in the world who treats her brother like that? In most families, it was normal for siblings to fight, but even when they did, few ever crossed the line. Judging from the curses on Alfred, it was as if, in a Muggle family, a sister had pulled a knife and stabbed her brother during an argument. This had long gone beyond ordinary sibling quarrels. He's my brother. I can do whatever I want with him. What can you do about it? Walburga said arrogantly. It had to be said, Walburga was the perfect example of a traditional pureblood heir, every word and action radiated sheer stupidity and arrogance. I'm Alfred's friend. I won't stand by and watch him get hurt. If you try to stop me, I won't hold back, even if you are his so-called sister. You dare. Walburga shouted, drawing her wand, her voice trembling despite her fury. The pureblood students behind her also drew their wands, fixing their eyes on Wade. You can try, Wade said calmly. While Berga and the others instinctively stepped back. Even though Wade hadn't drawn his wand, simply standing there quietly, they still felt an indescribable pressure and danger, as if they were facing a venomous serpent ready to strike. Wanth. I fine. You'd ain't ee. Wade, I'm fine, don't mind me. Alfred looked at Wade with tears in his eyes. Despite his oversized front teeth making speech nearly impossible, he still struggled to open his mouth, trying to tell Wade not to get involved. He didn't want Wade to get into trouble. Alfred knew very well that his family had officially pledged allegiance to Grindelwald, and now that Grindelwald had taken up residence at Hogwarts, while Berga's arrogance clearly came from having powerful backing. Wade spoke gently, don't worry, Alfred. Even the men she relies on, I've already crossed wands with him once. There's nothing to be afraid of. As soon as Wade finished speaking, a crowd had quietly gathered behind him. Every one of them stared at Walburga's group, their gazes sharp as needles, piercing straight into them. Alfred forced his swollen eyes open wider, looking at his friend standing in front of him, determined to etch this moment into his memory forever. The ideals of the Student Mutual Aid Social Hub, SMASH, were no empty words. Oh, ***, support and read 2 weeks ahead of WN at. Chapter 239, negative points. You, how dare you? Fine, just you wait. You'll regret this. Walburga stammered, suddenly timid. She spat out threats as she stepped back, grabbed her brother's collar, and shoved him forward with force. Alfred's leg seemed injured, so the shove threw him off balance. Wade reached out and gently lifted, an invisible force steadied Alfred and set him upright. Alfred gripped Wade's sleeve, his thick front teeth making speech almost impossible. It frustrated him southwest much he was close to tears. Tom drew his wand and touched Alfred's front tooth, in the next second it quickly shrank back to a normal size. Wade gave Tom an approving glance. I'm fine, Wade, don't get into trouble with her for my sake. Alfred said urgently, his speech finally clear. It's all right, I'm not afraid, Wade said. Walburga sneered, you'd better not be. Just you wait. She and her few pureblood cronies started to leave. Did I tell you to go? Wade said coldly. Why wait? If you want to settle things, settle them now. What are you trying to do? Walburga said in shock. Boom. The next second, she and the purebloods behind her were blasted backward, slamming hard against the oak doors of Hogwarts Castle. No one had seen how Wade made his move. Tom, watching from the side, felt a chill run through his limbs. During their practice duels over the holidays, he had thought the gap between him and Wade had narrowed. But now it was clear, those duels hadn't even been serious. He hadn't even seen what happened, and they were already plastered against the wall. How was anyone supposed to fight that? Then again, if even he could improve over the holidays, there was no way that monster hadn't grown stronger too. Let me down. Walburga finally realized she'd been attacked, shouting from where she hung on the door. Alfred stared in disbelief at his sister hanging there, completely speechless. Alfred. Wade said as he looked around at the surrounding club members. We are partners, comrades. Do you still remember our motto? Help each other, advance together, those around him murmured in low voices. So, Alfred, since you're our companion and our comrade, we won't stand by and ignore your misfortune, even if it means facing some trouble because of it. You, guys, sob. Alfred sobbed, unable to speak. What are you all doing here? Professor McGonagall came hurrying over. When she saw several students hanging from the castle's main doors, her face paled noticeably. For a brief moment, she even thought Grindelwald had appeared and attacked the students. Fortunately, there was no sign of that demon anywhere. Can someone tell me what on earth happened here? Professor McGonagall looked around sharply, then drew her wand and released Walburga and the others. It was him. He attacked us for no reason. Walburga shouted viciously, pointing at Wade. Wade. Professor McGonagall looked at him in shock. She could hardly believe that Wade would do such a thing. No. Professor. Wade was helping me. Alfred tried to explain anxiously. Alfred, relax. Professor McGonagall is asking me, Wade said gently. Alfred sniffled, as if he still wanted to say something, but after meeting Wade's calm gaze, he suddenly fell silent without knowing why. After seeing Alfred calm down, Wade turned to Professor McGonagall. Yes, Professor, I was the one who hung them on the door. The reason is simple, they hurt my brother, Alfred. Please take a look at him, Professor. Is this something a sister should ever do to her own brother? Wade said, pointing to the curse marks covering Alfred's body and speaking loudly. When Alfred heard Wade call him brother, he couldn't hold back another choked sob. And when Wade mentioned his injuries, he broke down completely, crying uncontrollably. After all, Alfred was only 12. Having suffered so much humiliation these past days, and suddenly finding someone willing to stand up for him, how could he not cry? This. Professor McGonagall gasped when she saw Alfred's condition. Though she was usually strict, at heart she was a kind young woman. Seeing Alfred covered in bruises, her heart had already softened. However, before she could speak, Walburga, emboldened by the professor's presence, immediately grew arrogant again. Professor. Alfred is my brother. No matter what I do to him, it's a family matter of the Blacks. Since when do they have the right to interfere? At those words, Professor McGonagall's softened expression instantly turned cold and furious. After all, her dislike for Slytherin students had never been without reason. It could be said that these arrogant and foolish pureblood students were one of the main reasons Professor McGonagall despised Slytherin House. That resentment had been rooted in her since her own student days. Already unable to tolerate the arrogance of such so-called noble students, Walburga's words had hit McGonagall's breaking point head-on. Looking at the sobbing Alfred, Professor McGonagall flicked her wand lightly. Walburga and the other pureblood students were immediately hung back up on the door. Ignoring their loud protests behind her, Professor McGonagall said, "Alfred, I'll take you to the hospital wing. In your condition, you can't attend the welcoming feast." "No. Professor. I don't want to leave my comrades, my brothers." Alfred clung tightly to Wade's robe, refusing to let go. After finally being rescued and finding someone to stand up for him, Alfred was terrified that if he left Wade and his friends, his sister would bully him again. This. Professor McGonagall turned to Wade, questioning him with her eyes. "If he doesn't want to go, then let him stay. I can heal his injuries," Wade said gently. Professor McGonagall knew about Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet's plan, and she understood how heavy a burden Wade would have to bear in the coming school year. So, even though she hadn't been the one to make the plan, she still couldn't help feeling a quiet sense of guilt toward him. For that very reason, Professor McGonagall hadn't mentioned any punishment, no point deductions, no detention, nothing. It was the first time she had ever let a Slytherin student off without consequences. "I heard from Dumbledore that you've studied healing magic as well. I'll trust you then. But if it doesn't work, don't push yourself, send him to the hospital wing immediately." Wade looked at her in mild surprise. Professor McGonagall seemed more lenient today than she had ever been before. Perhaps the school, or rather, Dumbledore and the others, had new expectations for him this year. Wade thought quietly to himself. "Go on inside. The first years will be arriving soon," Professor McGonagall said softly. From the castle doors, one could already see the faint glow of lanterns scattered across the Black Lake. The first years were crossing the water by boat. "All right," Wade said, extending his hand and slowly moving it downward in front of Alfred. Where his palm passed, the wounds on Alfred's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone around them stared in shock at the sight. "Wade, you..." Professor McGonagall looked at him in shock. "Your healing magic is that advanced?" "I just have a good memory and learn quickly, that's all," Wade said modestly. There was no need to explain how extraordinary his memory was, and combined with a level of comprehension nearly equal to Tom's. It could be said that Wade's strength came not only from his immense magical power but also from his remarkable ability to learn. I'm all better." Alfred jumped a few times, then stomped his foot hard, a look of joy spreading across his face. Tom said, "Yes, you're fine. But if you don't want the new students to see your crying face, you'd better head inside now." A wave of good-natured laughter rippled around them. Feeling embarrassed, Alfred scratched his head, then glanced toward Walburga, who was still hanging on the door. "Then, what about them?" "I'll handle it." "Go on inside," Professor McGonagall said sternly. The crowd that had paused began moving again, streaming through the great doors. From a distance, they could still hear Professor McGonagall's loud scolding of Walburga and her group. At first, Alfred and the others still looked cheerful, until... "Alfred may be your brother, but he's also a student of Hogwarts. It's unbelievable that you would so wantonly harm your fellow classmate. Slytherin, minus 100 points." Everyone stumbled slightly, they had almost forgotten, this young professor's favorite thing was taking points from Slytherin. And unfortunately, Walburga and her group were all from Slytherin. "Wade." Alfred almost started crying again. "It's fine, we can earn them back," Wade said gently. Tom nodded and said with quiet pride, "You know, if we didn't start the term with negative points, the other houses might feel a bit embarrassed by the end of the year." "Nice one, Tom. That really lifts the morale," Wade praised. Tom continued, "No matter what, you're our friend, Alfred. Help each other, advance together. Oh, ***, support and read 2 weeks ahead of WN at Chapter 240, A Little Publicity. The great hall was buzzing with noise. Aside from the first years and the group that had gathered around Wade at the entrance earlier, almost all the students were now seated at their respective house tables. Although Grindelwald's arrival at Hogwarts had left many students uneasy, that anxiety was gradually fading as they chatted among themselves. The club members from other houses greeted Wade before returning to their own tables, eagerly sharing what had just happened at the castle doors. After all, only a small portion of students had been present at the entrance earlier. Those who had entered the hall first still had no idea what had gone on. As for Wade and the Slytherin members of the club, when they returned to the Slytherin table, they immediately noticed something off. Compared to the harmonious atmosphere at the other tables, Slytherin students were clearly divided into two groups, sitting apart at opposite ends. From a distance, the table looked like a serpent that had been cut clean in half. Everyone glanced at the scene in silence before taking their seats on one side. Not long after, Walburga and her small group of followers entered from outside. Their expressions were far from pleasant, especially Walburga's, whose face was full of resentment when she caught sight of Wade and Alfred behind him. Alfred shivered and instinctively stepped back. It could be said that these past days had left him with a genuine psychological scar. "Is she really your sister, Alfred? You sure you weren't adopted?" Tom couldn't help asking. "No." Alfred hid behind a tall upperclassman, using him as a shield from his sister's murderous glare, and only then let out a sigh of relief. "Then your parents just let her treat you like that?" Tom asked again. "They used to care a little, but, ever since my sister told them I was spending time with Muggle-born classmates, they stopped interfering," Alfred said with a sob. "They think my sister's doing this to correct me." "TCH, damn pureblood traditions," Tom said angrily. Although he was a half-blood, he was still counted among those whom the purebloods despised for their Muggle background. Being looked down on by people far weaker than himself infuriated him. "I probably won't be able to go home again," Alfred said bitterly. "Once my sister writes to our parents tonight, they'll burn my name off the family tree with a candle. What's there to be afraid of? If they throw you out, you can come live at my place," Henry said generously. "My parents might have joined that man's camp, but at least they're not as rigid as yours." Henry knew his parents well. They were the kind who bent whichever way the wind blew, flexible to the core, unlike the stubborn and conservative blacks. As long as Henry spoke up, his parents probably wouldn't object. After all, Alfred was still a pureblood, an exceptionally pure one at that. "Thank you, Henry, but that would just trouble you and your family," Alfred said hesitantly. "Don't say that between friends." Henry waved his hand dismissively. Alfred's eyes grew wet again. In the Black family, having one's name burned off the family tree meant being cast out completely. That would leave him homeless. With no money, he wouldn't even be able to afford food, let alone continue studying. And yet, Henry was willing to take him in. "Better not. I could stay with one of my distant relatives. I remember. I think I have a squib cousin somewhere, Anne." "You said it yourself, distant relative. They might not even want you there. If you're going to trouble someone, you might as well trouble me." "At least I won't think of it as trouble," Henry said, frowning. "But Alfred still hesitated. Wade said, "If you don't want to inconvenience anyone, Tom and I can help. We'll find you a place to stay. You won't have to worry about the expenses. I know you and Tom aren't short on money, but Tom said, "If it makes you uncomfortable, then just think of it as a loan from me. You can pay me back after you graduate and start earning." Sigh. Alfred let out a long breath. He was truly grateful that his friends were willing to help him. But, he really didn't want his friends to spend their money or effort on him. If they did, he wouldn't even know how to face them afterward. He couldn't accept the thought of his friends becoming his creditors, even if they themselves didn't see it that way. It was a strange feeling, or rather, a fragile kind of pride. Wade looked at him deeply, and with a small use of legitimacy, he understood what Alfred was thinking. "Do you still want to go back? Back to that home?" Wade asked carefully. "Home? That's not my home anymore, Wade," Alfred said sorrowfully. "Honestly, ever since I was a child, I've always felt out of place there. My sister. In that case, stop calling that woman your sister. You should be calling her the defendant," Wade said seriously. "Huh? The defendant? You've been hit with multiple jinxes, some of which qualify as dark magic. That already counts as a violation of the Ministry's assault regulations," Wade said sternly. "The crime of intentional injury didn't exist only in the Muggle world, it existed in the Wizarding world too. My sister. I mean, Walburga, what she did to me counts as intentional injury?" Alfred asked in surprise. He had never thought about it that way before. What else would it be? If that doesn't count as intentional injury, then wizards could just go around hexing people without consequence. If that were the case, Grindelwald wouldn't have to go through the trouble of staging public trials, Wade said. He reached into his pocket, expanded with an undetectable extension charm, and pulled out a thick, ministry-issued complete compendium of wizarding law, placing it on the table and sliding it toward Alfred. You actually read things like this? How can you even get through it? Don't tell me, you've memorized the whole thing. Tom stared at the enormous tome in disbelief. A book that dry, he wouldn't even make it through a single page. Wade gave him a sidelong glance. I flipped through it casually when I had free time, and it just stuck. Is that so hard? How is that not hard? Tom was dumbfounded. And seriously, who in their right mind read that kind of book for fun, and memorized it? When you need knowledge and don't have it, that's when you regret not reading, Tom. Enough interruptions. Turning back to Alfred, Wade continued, so, if you don't want to accept our help, then I suggest you turn them all into defendants. As long as you win the case in the Wisengamot, Walburga, and those purebloods who took part in abusing you will have to pay you compensation. And even if your parents expel you from the Black family, under the Ministry's Underage Wizard Protection Act, they're still legally required to pay you a monthly allowance. That way, all your future expenses will come from what's rightfully yours, and no one will be anyone's creditor. Huh? Wait, you still get money even after being kicked out of the family? How come I've never heard of that before? Alfred was completely stunned. Actually, compared to the Muggle government, the Ministry of Magic may seem a bit rough around the edges, but these laws have always existed. It's just that, very few wizards ever bother to learn about them, Wade said, rubbing his thumb and middle finger together. You're an underage wizard. If you're expelled from your home, you have the right to demand compensation and child support from your parents. Everyone at the long table glanced at the thick legal tome and couldn't help swallowing hard. Suddenly, it felt completely understandable why no one ever paid attention to this kind of knowledge. Is that really allowed? Alfred's voice trembled slightly. Wade shook his head. It's your choice whether to do it or not. But what I want to say is, the Wisengamot court has always been there. Tom patted Alfred on the shoulder. Let's wait and see for now. Maybe your parents won't actually throw you out. But I still have to remind you, if they really do burn your name off the family tree, that means they no longer consider you family. And if they don't see you as family, then you don't owe them any kindness. You've been bullied and humiliated at home for years, don't tell me you don't feel even a spark of anger. Are you really willing to be tossed aside like garbage? You're a person, Alfred, not some pet cat or dog. Alfred's eyes turned red again. You're right. I'm not a cat or a dog, how could they treat me like that? If they don't see me as family anymore, then I'll do it. You won't wait a little longer? Wade asked. I know my parents well, Wade. If they hear about what happened today, my name will definitely be burned off the family tree. When it comes to siding with Walburga, they've never disappointed me. So there's no need to wait, Alfred said, his tone growing firmer. Wade nodded. I'll help you. In the original timeline, Alfred Black was indeed expelled from his family, and his name was burned away. Years later, when Sirius suffered the same fate, the still-living Alfred had given him considerable help. No doubt, when Alfred saw Sirius back then, he must have remembered his own past. Wade gently ran his hand over Nagini's cool scales, a thoughtful glint flashing in his eyes. Tom, ever perceptive, noticed it immediately. Whenever Wade had that look, it meant he was brewing some grand plan. Wade. What are you thinking about? Tom couldn't help asking. What happened to Alfred might not be an isolated case, even among non-pureblood families, Wade said. Maybe we can make this into something bigger, and at the same time, give our club a little publicity. Publicity for the Student Mutual Aid Social Hub. Tom frowned. Is that really necessary? Wade smiled gently. Tom, you don't actually think the mutual aid society I founded is limited to Hogwarts, do you? Tom suddenly understood. Sorry, you look so righteous just now, I almost forgot you're a Dark Lord in the making. After all, the great future Dark Lord Wade would never abandon his foundation right after graduation. Oh, ***, support and read 2 weeks ahead of WN at. Chapter 241, The Smile Beneath the Storm. Just as Wade and the others were discussing with Alfred how to prepare evidence, a large group of first-years entered the Great Hall. As the new students came in, the hum of conversation gradually died down. At the staff table, almost all the professors were already present. However, Headmaster Dippet was nowhere to be seen. The central seat, the headmaster's chair, was empty. Dumbledore sat upright in the adjacent seat, watching the nervous new students with a gentle expression. Tonight, it was Professor McGonagall, not Dumbledore, who had gone to welcome the first-years at the door. Is Headmaster Dippet planning to hand over his position to Dumbledore? Tom whispered to Wade, having noticed the unusual scene. Not necessarily, Wade replied. One works in the open, the other in the shadows. That way, they can handle Grindelwald's little schemes more effectively. Tom nodded. That made sense. Headmaster Dippet was the official head of Hogwarts. Tom had heard a certain legend about the headmasters of Hogwarts. The official headmaster of this castle possessed many little-known privileges. In other words, if Headmaster Dippet wished to hide himself within the castle, even Grindelwald would find it difficult to detect him. With Dippet working in the shadows and Dumbledore standing in the light, it was indeed a well-thought-out arrangement. At that moment, Wade's gaze fell on a small figure among the line of first years. Even among 11-year-olds, the boy was unusually short, barely reaching their waists. And his features reminded Wade of a Gringotts goblin. Wade raised an eyebrow. Could that be the future Professor Flitwick? Still, aside from him, there probably wasn't any other goblin-born student ever admitted to Hogwarts. That person. Tom frowned slightly. He's definitely a genius, Tom, Wade said with a smile. How can you tell? When you duel with a wizard who's barely half your height, what would you do? Wade asked. Tom lowered his head in thought. I'd feel pretty awkward. Oh, so that's why. Not entirely, Wade said. He's most likely a half-blood between a wizard and another species. People like that are usually gifted, rarely ordinary. Got it. I know what to do, Tom said knowingly. Since Wade had already called him a talent, what more was there to say? Recruit him hard. Remember to be polite. Relax. The Smash Club doesn't do discrimination. I know, Tom replied. Meanwhile, young Flitwick was curiously taking in his surroundings, his eyes full of excitement and anticipation. As for the strange looks others cast his way, he was already used to them and didn't care in the slightest. He had come to Hogwarts purely in pursuit of knowledge. Wade noticed Flitwick exchange a polite nod with Dumbledore. Which meant the two of them already knew each other. Indeed, in the wizarding world, wizards were extremely wary of goblins, there were even laws forbidding goblins from using wands. Under such circumstances, for a wizard with goblin blood to be admitted into Hogwarts, Dumbledore must have gone to great lengths to make it happen. That was the kind of person Dumbledore was, always more open-minded than others. As long as a name appeared in the Book of Admittance, he would ensure that student was allowed to enroll, no matter how much pressure he faced. It was true for Flitwick now, and it would be true for the future werewolf, Lupin. This also reflected another thing, Headmaster Dippet had indeed handed most of the school's affairs over to Dumbledore. At the very least, he hadn't opposed any of Dumbledore's decisions. Otherwise, Flitwick wouldn't have been able to attend Hogwarts at all. Once the sorting had finished its song, its wide mouth closing with a snap, the sorting ceremony began under Professor McGonagall's direction. Wade felt quite pleased. If nothing went wrong, this would likely be Professor McGonagall's first time hosting the sorting ceremony. It seemed that starting this year, that duty would officially become hers. Now, when I call your name, step forward to the stool and put on the sorting hat. Professor McGonagall unrolled a scroll of parchment, explaining the rules of the ceremony. However, before she could finish speaking, the great doors of Hogwarts were pushed open. Everyone's eyes turned toward the entrance. Grindelwald, impeccably dressed in a suit, entered alone through the doorway. The moment they saw him, the buzzing chatter in the great hall fell silent. In an instant, the entire hall became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the professors at the staff table stood up warily. Professor Slughorn even drew his wand. Professor McGonagall was so startled that she didn't even notice the parchment slip from her hands onto the floor. Apologies for being late, Grindelwald said casually, striding confidently toward the staff table as if oblivious to everyone's reaction. Things at the ministry were rather busy today. The first years who had been lined up in the center instinctively stepped aside as he approached. No one said you were required to attend tonight, Dumbledore said coldly. In fact, none of us expected you to appear at all. According to the official notice, Grindelwald was supposed to arrive at Hogwarts the next day. No one had expected him to appear so soon. It now seemed that the arrangements Headmaster Dippet had planned to carry out that evening might have just lost their intended effect. By then, Grindelwald had already reached the staff table. Where's my seat? Don't tell me that one in the middle was reserved for me. Since we received no prior notice of your arrival, we didn't prepare a seat for you. And that seat in the middle belongs to Headmaster Dippet, Dumbledore said with a frown. Ah, my mistake. In that case, I'll sit with the students, Grindelwald said, turning his head toward the Slytherin table. That instantly sent the pureblood students into a frenzy of excitement. Sir! Sit with us. Walburga called eagerly. Several pureblood students even stood up, offering up the seats beside them. But Grindelwald didn't so much as glance at them. Instead, he walked straight to where Wade and Tom were sitting. May I sit here? Grindelwald asked politely. The pureblood students froze in disbelief. They were the ones who had regained their arrogance by relying on Grindelwald's rise to power. When they saw him approaching, they had assumed without a doubt that he would go to their side. But instead, Walburga glared furiously at Wade and his group. Why? We pledged ourselves to Grindelwald, so why won't he even look at us? Meanwhile, the student sitting near Wade stared at Grindelwald, momentarily dazed. Who could have imagined that such a courteous, refined gentleman was actually a ruthless dark wizard? And even more unbelievable, who would have thought he'd choose to sit here? Tom's nerves were wound tight as Grindelwald came within arm's reach. Of everyone present, he was by far the most tense and fearful. Last year, Grindelwald had pressed a wand to his throat and nearly killed him. At that time, the killing curse had already been halfway out of his mouth. If Tom hadn't crushed the stink bomb daze pellet in his pocket just in time, his grave would be 3 feet deep by now. Wade patted Tom's shoulder, signaling him to relax. Why, of course, if you don't mind, Wade said calmly. Beside him, Alfred quickly stood up and gave up his seat. Thank you, Grindelwald said politely to Alfred before sitting down. It all happened so quickly that even Dumbledore didn't have time to stop it. That man had actually gone to sit beside Wade. How could that be allowed? You don't need to sit among the students. We can arrange a seat for you, Dumbledore said hastily. But his reaction was still a moment too late. Thank you, but I prefer being among the students, Grindelwald replied with a smile. Albus, shouldn't you introduce me to everyone? Dumbledore looked at him deeply, and after a long pause, said slowly, this is Gellert Grindelwald, the Ministry's special investigator assigned to Hogwarts, and also the head of the Department of Magical Education. He has come to Hogwarts for inspection as part of the Education Reform Initiative. Grindelwald stood up, smiling, and bowed to the hall as if he were being met with thunderous applause. In reality, the Great Hall was completely silent. Even the pureblood students whose families had pledged allegiance to Grindelwald didn't make a sound. Grindelwald calmly sat back down. Don't mind me. Please continue with the sorting ceremony. Everyone exchanged uncertain looks, and Professor McGonagall had no choice but to glance at Dumbledore. Dumbledore gave her a slight nod, and only then did Professor McGonagall pick up the parchment from the floor. Students whose names are called, please come forward. Susanna Ibo. Professor McGonagall read the first name. While the sorting ceremony continued on that side, Grindelwald suddenly leaned toward Wade and said quietly, the method you had and pass on to me worked perfectly, though the price was a bit steep. Wade didn't know how to respond, especially since Dumbledore was watching them closely. Whatever he said would draw attention, so he pretended not to hear. Grindelwald, however, didn't seem to care whether Wade replied or not. He kept talking to himself. Still, it was worth it. I wonder if you understand that feeling. I just love seeing him fume, wanting to kill me but unable to do anything. It used to be me who lost my temper, but now, with your method, the balance has shifted, Why aren't you saying anything? Maybe you could give me a few more suggestions. Under the gaze of two powerful wizards, Wade looked startled and said, Oh, that was directed at me. Oh, ***, support and read 2 weeks ahead of WN at. Chapter 242, Flitwick and Moody Sorting. Grindelwald looked at Wade, who was pretending not to understand, and a faint smile returned to his face. No, not at all. I was just talking to myself. Oh, I see. I knew it, you definitely weren't speaking to me, Wade said pleasantly. Their eyes shifted away from each other and didn't meet again. However, even though they hadn't exchanged any further words, both of them already understood what the other was thinking. Everything Grindelwald had said just now had only been a preliminary test. And what was he testing? Of course, he was testing whether Wade wanted Dumbledore to know about the advice he had given him. If Wade didn't intend to hide it, he wouldn't have pretended to be confused, he would have spoken to Grindelwald openly and without hesitation. But now, Wade had chosen to feign ignorance, which proved that he didn't want Dumbledore to know about his advice. In other words, Wade preferred that his exchanges with Grindelwald remain hidden, not out in the open. Even if he ever planned to side with Grindelwald in the future, it would only be done in secret. In truth, Grindelwald was quite pleased with Wade's reaction. At the very least, it meant Wade wasn't entirely opposed to the possibility of joining his side. It also meant that future interactions between them would no longer be restrained by Dumbledore's oversight, just like how Dumbledore couldn't stop Wade from studying dark magic. After shifting his gaze away from Wade, Grindelwald's eyes fell directly on Tom. Tom immediately felt a chill run down his back, as if needles were pricking his skin. In reality, the look in Grindelwald's eyes when he regarded Tom was far gentler than the one he had given Wade. After all, the courage Tom had shown last year, detonating that poison gas bomb in an attempt to take Grindelwald down with him, had left even someone like Grindelwald astonished. And back then, Tom had only been 11 years old. Over his long career, many people had wanted to die together with Grindelwald, but a child who actually dared to put it into action, so far, there had only ever been Tom. Tom, Grindelwald said cheerfully, calling his name. Tom's face went stiff. Unlike his exchange with Wade, Grindelwald had called him out directly by name. Which meant pretending not to understand, like Wade had done, was no longer an option, unless Wade's cat happened to be there. This was the first time Tom didn't mind that Wade had named the cat Tom. In fact, he desperately wished the thing were here right now. After all, the cat could understand human speech anyway. Tom. I truly admire your courage, Grindelwald said with a smile. Me. Courage. Tom was stunned. He couldn't imagine what that had to do with him. Not many people would so decisively detonate a poison gas bomb. And you were just a child? Grindelwald said with genuine admiration. No. That wasn't poison gas, it was just a smoke. Tom didn't even finish before Grindelwald started laughing. Tom, no one understands how people react when they're about to die better than I do, Grindelwald said softly, looking at him. At that moment, you absolutely believed you were setting off a poison bomb, didn't you? Tom opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to speak. Merlin's beard, back then he really had thought it was just a stink bomb days pellet. It was Wade's fake death toxin that had tricked him into that mess. And about that so-called grim expression before death, did Grindelwald have no self-awareness at all? He'd already gotten halfway through Avada Kedavra. What did he expect Tom to do, smile politely while being murdered? He was firmly convinced that, at that time, Tom had truly been prepared to die, determined to drag him down together. Sometimes, once a person forms a preconceived idea, it's nearly impossible to change it. And that preconceived notion had already been burned into Grindelwald's mind the moment Tom crushed that stink bomb pellet last year. As a result, in Grindelwald's mind, Tom and Wade's images were the complete opposite of what Dumbledore believed. To Grindelwald, Wade was a young, deceitful, ruthless little dark wizard, someone cut from the same cloth as himself, a true, kindred spirit. While Tom was the brave child willing to sacrifice himself for his friend's safety. That fearless readiness to die reminded him of Dumbledore. A/N, // So, for no clear reason, Grindelwald felt a greater fondness for Tom, even though Wade was far more capable. I believe I owe you an apology, Grindelwald said sincerely. My actions last year may have left you with a rather unpleasant impression. I truly hope you can forgive me. Unpleasant impression? You mean when you pressed your wand against my throat and started chanting Avada Kedavra? You nearly killed me, and now you want my forgiveness. Forgive you, my foot. Of course, Tom didn't dare say any of that out loud, he could only gripe silently in his mind. As for the reality, it's all right. I'd already forgotten about it even if you hadn't mentioned it, Tom said calmly. Yes, Tom backed down again. Whether it was Grindelwald or that Wade, both of them were damn maniacs. He couldn't pick a fight with either of them now, so he'd hold his tongue. But Tom's reply, heard by Grindelwald who already had a fixed impression of him, became proof of Tom's great courage. See how brave this child is. Even though I nearly killed him with the killing curse, he can still answer me calmly, without trembling. And on top of that, he magnanimously forgave me. Such broad-heartedness, he's starting to remind me of someone from the old days. Back then. Now that someone has become impossibly petty. Really, I was only chatting with the students, why are they staring at me like that? Am I supposed to eat all these students? I'm very glad to have your forgiveness. I can only say that, at the time, I was left with no other choice. As an apology, if you ever face any difficulty in your studies or in life, you're always welcome to come to me. I'll be staying at Hogwarts for quite some time, remember, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, Grindelwald said with a deliberate wink. Tom could only mumble a vague response. If it had been before, Tom might have been thrilled, even though this man had nearly killed him once. Back then, his thirst for power, especially for dark magic, had been immense. But now, it wasn't that he no longer craved power, rather, his hunger for dark magic had weakened. He had experienced the magic of love and felt the powerful allure of the magic of love that Dumbledore so highly valued. He had also realized the fundamental truth that only one's own strength could be relied upon. Moreover, as his overall ability had grown, he noticed that his talent for dark magic seemed to have dulled a little. He had discovered this while practicing spells. As his defensive charms became stronger, the power of curses like the Killing Curse and Cruciatus Curse appeared to have weakened compared to before. Tom wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but it greatly reduced his interest in dark magic. With someone as powerful as Dumbledore as his role model, he no longer worried that avoiding dark magic would make him any weaker. This was a path others had already walked, a correct path. While Tom's thoughts were turning, Grindelwald began chatting casually with the nearby club members. The students all looked tense and restless, silently wishing he would just leave. However, Grindelwald seemed perfectly content to linger, showing no intention of going anywhere. And as for those students whose parents had sided with him, he showed no sign of wanting to speak with them at all. After making small talk with everyone else, Grindelwald turned his attention back to Tom again. Tom had never imagined that this world-famous dark wizard could be so talkative. Poor Tom could only sit there, trembling slightly as he responded. Anyone in his position would have been nervous. After a long while, Tom glanced pitifully at Wade, hoping he might step in to help him out. But Wade's attention seemed completely elsewhere. At that moment, he was watching the short boy named Phileas Flitwick trying his best to climb onto the stool. The sorting hat had barely rested on his head for a single second before it called out Ravenclaw. Given his passion and pursuit of knowledge, Ravenclaw was indeed the perfect place for him. Applause erupted from the Ravenclaw table. Although Flitwick looked a bit unusual, that didn't matter much to the students of Ravenclaw. In Ravenclaw, knowledge was everything. If you were bad at your studies, then even if you were unbelievably handsome, you wouldn't earn any respect from the other Eagles. Even Gilderoy Lockhart, the notorious fraud in later years, had been an outstanding student back in school. At present, there are still too few Ravenclaw students in the club. Do they think no one in the Smash Club can help them academically? Or maybe they feel that needing help would hurt their pride. Wade muttered thoughtfully, completely ignoring Tom's pleading look beside him. Before long, the sorting ceremony was nearing its end, with only a few students left waiting by the stool. Alastor Moody, Professor McGonagall called out another name. Then, a thin, small boy quickly stepped forward. Wade's eyes lit up as he looked at young Moody. Alastor Moody, the future's most famous Auror. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a living legend among Aurors. After all, during Voldemort's reign of terror, at least half of Azkaban's prisoners had been captured by his own hand. Even though he later died at Voldemort's hands, that didn't change the fact, he was an undeniable talent. A talent worth recruiting at all costs. Compared to Ravenclaw's Flitwick, Gryffindor's Moody would be much easier to persuade. Gryffindors, all you had to do was talk about bonds, friendship, or loyalty enough times, and they'd join right in. Oh, ***, support and read 2 weeks ahead of WN at. Chapter 243, Tom, with great power comes great responsibility. After the last student was sorted into Slytherin, the sorting ceremony officially came to an end. Dumbledore glanced toward Grindelwald, who was chatting amiably with the surrounding students, especially with Tom, and immediately lost all desire to give the usual closing remarks on behalf of the headmaster. Tom had finally started improving, and if Grindelwald dragged him back to his old ways. It was hard to nurture goodness, but to lead someone astray, that was far too easy. Especially when Tom used to be that kind of person. The thought reignited Dumbledore's anger. "Let's eat," Dumbledore announced bluntly. Albus. Professor Slughorn looked anxiously toward Grindelwald's side. After all, those were his Slytherin students. And the ones Grindelwald was speaking with were precisely his most promising pupils. How could Professor Slughorn not be worried? We must find a way to keep him from having too much contact with the students. Slughorn said urgently. You know better than anyone how persuasive he can be. Grindelwald's power to sway hearts was undeniable. So many steadfast, full-grown wizards had been convinced by his words and joined his cause. How much easier would it be for him to influence students so young? Of course, Dumbledore understood this perfectly well. But it wasn't as though he could just march over to the Slytherin table and drag Grindelwald away. Still, knowing Wade as he did, Dumbledore was certain that one meal's time wouldn't be enough for Grindelwald to sway him. Otherwise, back in Godric's Hollow, Wade would already have gone with him. I trust Wade, Dumbledore said. Because of Slughorn's question, his emotions gradually began to settle. His earlier agitation had clouded his judgment, but now that he had calmed down, his thoughts became much clearer. Albus, no matter how clever Wade is, he's still just a child. Professor Slughorn looked at Dumbledore in shock. He couldn't believe Dumbledore was actually planning to do nothing. In fact, Armando and I have even greater expectations for Wade. Horace. I think it's time I told you a few things. Come with me, Dumbledore said as he stood up and walked toward the corridor beside the Great Hall. Professor Slughorn looked at Dumbledore in surprise, then quickly followed after him. 10 minutes later, the two returned to the hall. But anyone could see the displeasure written across Slughorn's face. In truth, many upper-year students who had attended Hogwarts for years had never once seen the always amiable Professor Slughorn look this furious. Dumbledore, on the other hand, looked both apologetic and helpless, but in his eyes, there was unmistakable determination. Before long, the start-of-term feast officially concluded. Each house's students followed their prefects out of the hall, heading for their respective common rooms. Professor McGonagall, her expression stern, walked over to the cheerful-looking Grindelwald. I'll take you to your office, she said coldly, lips pressed tightly together. Grindelwald, pretending not to notice her irritation, thanked her with a smile. Then he turned to the Smash Club students and said, It was a pleasure dining with you all. Your excellence exceeded my expectations, and it's given me great confidence in the coming education reform work. Well then, everyone, good night. After finishing his words, Grindelwald followed the clearly displeased Professor McGonagall out of the Great Hall. Phew. Watching him leave, Tom slumped back into his chair, pale and drenched in sweat. Tom. You look worse than Alfred. Did Grindelwald curse you just now? Wade asked in surprise. Very funny, Tom replied weakly. He couldn't exactly admit it was because Wade hadn't helped him out, leaving him sitting there on edge the whole time, unable to eat a single bite. Oh. I see now, you're afraid of him, Wade said, suddenly understanding. I think being afraid of Grindelwald isn't something to be ashamed of, Tom admitted honestly. True. Charlie wiped the sweat off his own face. He only glanced at my hand and somehow knew I liked potions. Talking to him is terrifying. It's like he knows everything. Henry spoke with a conflicted look. I can't believe he called my parents brave, said they had revolutionary spirit. Either he's gone mad or I have. My parents? Revolutionary spirit? They're professional fence-sitters. Alfred scratched his head. Strange, he spent the whole night complimenting us. I still get chills when I look at him, but I can't deny it, he talks so well. He even said I'm the most gifted young wizard in the Black family. I told him I was about to be kicked out, and guess what he said? Henry rolled his eyes. Come on, we were all there. We heard everything he said. Be careful. A man like Grindelwald doesn't hand out praise to a bunch of second-year students for no reason. But, he said I was gifted. He even said my parents were being stupid for kicking me out of the family. Alfred said happily. There was no doubt that although Grindelwald's words were full of hidden intent, they had made Alfred feel rather good. Suddenly, Charlie asked, Hey, Tom, what he said earlier, was that true? Did you really hold a poison gas bomb and try to take him down with you? Everyone turned to look at Tom. They all knew that last year Wade and Tom had taken part in the mission to capture the members of the Alliance, but the exact details were unclear to most of them. And this business about detonating a poison bomb, they were hearing it for the first time. Wade nodded. It's true. I was there, I can testify. And that poison bomb was made by me. I never imagined he'd actually be brave enough to pull the pin. Oh my. Everyone drew a sharp breath, their gazes toward Tom filled with new respect. Tom, that's incredible. Yeah, if it had been me, I'd have fainted on the spot. Even now, when Grindelwald was acting perfectly pleasant, they still felt suffocated by his presence. It was hard to even imagine how much pressure Wade and Tom must have been under last year, facing an openly hostile Grindelwald head-on. Hearing everyone's praise, Tom couldn't help feeling a bit smug. But when he recalled the cold tip of Grindelwald's wand pressing against his throat back then, his legs suddenly felt weak again. Soon after, the group followed the rest of the Slytherins toward their common room. Wade and Tom exchanged a glance, then quietly fell to the back of the line. Wade, what do you want to tell me? Tom asked through a whispering charm. Wade's look earlier had made it clear, he wanted to say something to him in secret. I know you were upset just now, that I didn't help you out and left you to face Grindelwald alone. I wasn't. Really? You sure about that? Fine. Maybe a little, Tom admitted, his face flushing red. He didn't mind admitting he was afraid of Grindelwald, but admitting that he'd wanted Wade to step in for him. That was humiliating. I'll tell you plainly, Wade said calmly, I did it on purpose. Why? Tom asked. You can't spend your whole life being afraid of Grindelwald, can you? Your talent isn't any weaker than his, your future achievements will surpass his for sure. But you have to understand what a psychological shadow is. If you keep avoiding him, then even if one day you're stronger than he is, you'll still feel fear when you face him. That's what I don't want to see. So you need to confront him directly. Tom stared at Wade in shock. So that was the reason. Thinking about it carefully, he realized Wade made sense. In fact, though he still felt uneasy thinking about Grindelwald, it wasn't nearly as bad as before. Still, was Wade really being sincere, or was he just messing with him again? It wasn't an unreasonable doubt, Wade had done things like that far too many times. This is called desensitization therapy. And it's not just for today. As it happens, I'm not in a position to meet with Grindelwald alone, so, from now on, you'll help pass messages for us. You think he's scary now, but after seeing him enough times, you won't. He's just an old man who's lived a few decades longer than you, what's there to fear? At the rate you're improving, by the time you're his age, one Tom could beat up two Grindelwalds. When Tom first heard that he'd have to keep meeting Grindelwald alone, every instinct in him resisted. But he had to admit, Wade's reasoning was sound. Especially when he heard Wade's last sentence, a strange rush of determination and courage welled up inside him. Yeah, just an old man, what's there to be afraid of? I understand now, Tom said, his tone much firmer this time. Good. Wade spoke as he pulled a few tightly wrapped meat pies from his pocket, along with a large bottle of pumpkin juice, and handed them over. I figured you probably didn't eat enough tonight. Here. Tom froze when he saw the food, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing him hesitate, Wade simply shoved the items into his hands. The pies were still warm, almost hot to the touch. Ah. At that moment, Tom felt the silence turning awkward if he didn't say something. So he hurriedly changed the subject as naturally as he could. Anne's been missing all night, where did she go? She didn't even show up at the feast. I'm not sure either, but it's probably the Felix Felicis guiding her, Wade said. Maybe by now, Anne's already managed to avoid Grindelwald and met with Dumbledore. So that's what happened. Go back, eat well, and get some rest early tonight. Tomorrow, you'll be helping me recruit new members. Wade suddenly sighed. I can't shake the feeling that Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore were giving me strange looks tonight. Don't tell me I've got more trouble coming my way. Tom tucked the pies into his pocket, his expression steady again. I remember what you said once, with great power comes great responsibility. I think maybe they just see that your power has grown great enough. That was something I made up on the spot. But you also said, Dumbledore likes hearing that sort of thing. TCH. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 244, do you want a female secretary? It wasn't until early the next morning that Wade and Tom finally saw Anne in the Great Hall. She looked much better today compared to yesterday. Good morning, and greeted them first. Morning, Tom said. You look good today. I guess that means your problem's been solved. Yeah. And nodded. Lowering her voice, she said, things turned out almost exactly the way Wade said they would. Professor Dumbledore told me not to worry, just to act like I didn't know anything and leave everything to him. Honestly, I feel completely relieved now. I told you already, when you run into something you can't solve, just trust him, Tom said as he frowned at the breakfast on the table, finally deciding on a bowl of oatmeal. Tom, don't glorify my abilities too much. I'm human too, and humans can make mistakes, Wade said as he peeled an egg for Nagini. Tom turned around, sat down, and gave an exaggerated bow. As you wish, Lord Wade. Any further orders? Why do I feel like you're being sarcastic? How would I dare? Forget it. Just remember to go recruit people for me after class, Wade instructed. Tom nodded. Got it. Anne, you heard that, right? Since your problem's been solved, it's time to get to work. After class, you're coming with me to recruit new members. Recruit? Recruit who? Anne asked. She hadn't been in the Great Hall last night and had no idea which new talents Wade had his eye on this time. New students, of course. We need to let them know what the Smash Club is, Tom said. Although Wade had only mentioned Flitwick and Moody last night, those two first years were clearly the priority. Still, Tom knew how to read between the lines, no way would a recruitment drive stop at just 2 people. In Tom's mind, Wade's meaning was clear, the club was expanding, and those 2 were just the key targets. Tom, I suddenly think you'd make a great secretary. Why don't you be Wade's secretary? A club president needs someone to help manage things. Anne said in surprise. For a moment, she almost felt like she was seeing her aunt. Her aunt had served Grindelwald in much the same way. Tom waved his hands quickly. No way, I'm not being anyone's secretary. Then he turned to Wade. Wade, how about a female secretary? Not a bad idea, Wade said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. As long as you say the word, I'll find one for you. Tom replied decisively. Well, that doesn't sound bad either. Can you find someone pretty? Wade said with a mocking grin. Of course. Tom immediately turned to Anne. Anne, I've been meaning to ask, are there any girls in the club who are both pretty and capable? I've got to find my boss here a female secretary. Anne brushed her hair back and said, what about me? Before Wade could respond, Tom's eyes lit up in delight. Are you serious? Of course. Anne nodded. That's perfect. I've had enough of doing all his paperwork. Tom said, pulling a thick stack of parchment from his bag and dumping it into Anne's hands. Here, you can handle these from now on. Merlin, I should have gotten him a secretary ages ago. Ah. Wait, and hadn't even processed what was happening before Tom took off running. He didn't even finish his porridge, just bolted straight out of the hall, clearly afraid and might change her mind. Where are you going? Wade shouted after him. I'm going to find you a few more female secretaries. Tom's voice echoed from down the corridor. Ah, then go find some from Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw's got plenty of pretty, intelligent girls. Wade shouted after him. Got it, came Tom's voice, the last word echoing faintly as he disappeared down the corridor. Thinking back, when Wade first tricked Tom by saying he'd hand over the entire club for him to manage, Tom had actually been tempted. After all, Tom was an ambitious person. But once he actually took charge, he realized things weren't at all what he had imagined. Sure, he had wanted to be in charge, and when Wade didn't bother managing things, Tom really was the one with the most authority in the club. But what awaited him wasn't the thrill of strategizing and commanding, it was an endless pile of trivial nonsense. Within the club, everything from drafting rules to mediating fights between couples ended up on his desk. Tom felt like his head was about to explode. Writing rules was one thing, but breaking up lovers' quarrels. Seriously, if your relationship's a mess, why are you coming to me? I've never even been in a relationship myself. And besides, you're 11 or 12 years old, what kind of romance could you possibly understand? But, the Student Mutual Aid Social Hub's whole purpose was to help one another. So Tom couldn't just outright refuse to mediate their problems. He had no choice but to find some gentle Hufflepuff upperclassmen to help handle those disputes. Even now, whenever Tom thought back to the time he'd had to beg those Hufflepuff girls for help, he still felt so embarrassed he could dig out an entire Hogwarts castle with his toes. Wade was the one doing the bragging, but Tom was the one actually doing the work. And of course, when things went well, the credit went to President Wade. When things went wrong, the blame fell squarely on him. This so-called temporary management position was the biggest scam imaginable. It was only then that Tom finally realized why Wade had sweet-talked him into running the club instead of doing it himself. Damn it, he should have known better. When had Wade ever not tricked him? Though dealing with all those issues had indeed taught Tom a bit about handling people, it also drained him completely. I came to Hogwarts to study and improve myself, not to play babysitter. For a while, Tom even suspected that Wade had arranged all this on purpose, to slow down his progress. Of course, after witnessing Wade's true strength, Tom no longer thought that way. Because Wade didn't need to hold him back. Still, it was true, Tom had long grown tired of all those trivial matters. Otherwise, when Wade had just now reminded him of the recruitment task, he wouldn't have gotten so snarky about it. But now, and had willingly taken over all those tedious responsibilities. Wade was right all along, he should have won and Rosier over sooner. What a wonderful person she was, handing him the perfect chance to escape all that work. Now he finally had free time to go study in the library. He'd even thought up the perfect excuse. If Wade asked why he was spending all day there instead of handling club affairs, he'd just say that all the Ravenclaw girls liked hanging out in the library, and he was only there to help Wade find more secretaries. Flawless plan. Watching Tom's retreating figure, and suddenly felt a twinge of regret. She had originally thought Tom would compete with her for the position, but the result was far beyond her expectations. Somehow, and had a faint, uneasy feeling about this. She looked at Wade, wanting to say, maybe they should just forget about it. But the moment she met Wade's hopeful gaze, and knew she couldn't escape. Excellent. From now on, the club's yours to manage. Do your best. Wade said cheerfully. Yes. President Wade. Tom's efficiency really was impressive. By lunchtime, every club member had already seen the notice posted on the bulletin board. This year's club leader had officially been changed to Anne. Inside the club room, Anne's face showed not a trace of happiness. Because she had finally opened that thick stack of parchment and seen what Tom had been dealing with every day. Tedious and endless, that was Anne's first impression of the whole pile of nonsense. She had never realized how trivial and boring Tom's responsibilities actually were. Even with the other core members helping, this was just far too much trouble. Although Anne was impressed by Tom's ability, she was already thinking about quitting. Her head was spinning from all the work, and she finally stood up in frustration, planning to find Wade and discuss bringing in more help. But just as she lifted her head, she saw Grindelwald. And nervously pressed her lips together. Sir, you. Grindelwald smiled. No need to be tense, and no need to worry. No one will disturb our conversation. Anne's heart skipped a beat. If she wasn't mistaken, Grindelwald must have come to give her new orders. But then she quickly remembered she now had Dumbledore as her backing, and her nerves settled down. Sir, what are your instructions? She asked. No, I have nothing left to instruct, Grindelwald said with a smile. And stared at him in surprise. Because the first thing I wanted you to do, you've already done it today. Grindelwald smiled as he glanced around the large room of the Smash Club. I did. What did I do? And asked blankly. Hey, gaining the authority to manage the club from Wade, didn't you already accomplish that today? Grindelwald said approvingly. However, Anne, it's not that I don't trust you. I'm simply curious, how exactly did you manage it? In Grindelwald's view, Wade should already know that Anne was working for him. So it was reasonable to expect Wade's attitude toward her to change. Still, Grindelwald could understand why Wade would choose to keep Anne nearby. Perhaps he needed her as a messenger between them. But what Grindelwald couldn't understand was why Wade, knowing Anne's true identity, would so easily hand over management of the entire club to her. Anne looked slightly nervous, but since there wasn't really anything to hide, she told him everything that had happened that morning. However, her explanation only left Grindelwald more puzzled. No one in their right mind would casually hand over a club like that to someone else. And yet Wade and Tom had treated it like a joke, just passing it off to her, and to a traitor at that. Why? Suddenly, Grindelwald's eyes lit up. Could it be? Wade was already planning to join his cause. That's why he entrusted the club to Anne, in other words, to him. I see now. Wade Reynolds is secretly supporting my movement. What a subtle, brilliant maneuver. Indeed, my prediction was correct. Wade and Tom truly are destined to play a great role in my cause. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at